Heaven and earth trembled, the sky stained blood red. A youth stood amidst a sea of blood, his body covered in wounds, his eyes blazing with hatred. He was Zhen Wu, considered the trash of his clan. Now he clutched a blood sword tightly, exuding a heaven-shaking aura. Was the weak meant only to be crushed? A voice echoed in his mind, no. If heaven wanted to bury him, he would tear through the 9 skies. If the world scorned him as worthless, he would make the world bow its head. He comprehended the 3,000 great paths himself, and carved his own king's road. The blood sword only drank the blood of enemies. From an outcast to the overlord of the 9 heavens, Zhen Wu would rewrite fate. The journey to defy heaven had officially begun. At the same time, a grand feast was being held in Longyuan City. Gate guard asked in confusion, "What days is it today to be so lively?" He could not understand the reason, since today was not a holiday. Why was it so bustling? The person beside him sighed warily, "You must be from elsewhere. Today is the day young Master Zhen Wu returns home from the Heavenly Martial Summit." He thought of the talents from that place and marveled at the Heavenly Martial Summit, a place where, once one entered as a formal disciple, they would become a regional overlord. Was that not so? Does our long clan have such a figure? I truly wish to see him once. Suddenly something fell from the sky. A thick cloud of dust filled the air. Young Master Zhen Wu lay heavily injured on the ground. An old man ran over and shouted, "Insolence! Who is bold enough to pick a fight with the Long clan?" A man appeared from the sky. Su Xingyi smiled contemptuously. How dare a firefly compete with the full moon? As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed an attack downward. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, shaking even the soul travel realm experts. Shan looked displeased. I did not expect it to be a divine travel realm expert. Half a realm stronger than the clan leader. Impossible to provoke. He seemed to be trying to intimidate Zhen Wu. Su Xingyi declared clearly, Zhen Wu stole the spiritual medicine of the Heavenly Martial Hall, and is now expelled from the sect. Having spoken, he turned into a gust of wind and flew away, declaring that Zhen Wu was forbidden from ever setting foot in the Heavenly Martial Hall. The old man worried. Does the Long clan dare to offend the Heavenly Martial Hall? Dishan also broke out in a sweat. Losing their backing, the Long clan would find it hard to survive. The surrounding commoners began to gather. He looked at Zhen Wu with hatred in his eyes. Did not think you would see this day. Zhen Fei, my grandnephew, whom you have been suppressing for so long, has risen up. He let out a sneer. What is there to see? This inferior is the shame of the Long clan. Quickly carry him to the graveyard. The sound of curses reached Zhen Wu's ears. A waste dared to steal, bringing disgrace upon the Long clan. He painfully opened his eyes. Before him were people holding white cloth. He glanced at the ground and wondered, am I about to die? An earth-shattering explosion occurred. Those standing there were blown away by a powerful gust of wind. The Long clan leader appeared like a vengeful god. Who dares touch my grandson? Everyone cried out in surprise. He walked over to support his grandson. I, the Long clan leader, am not dead yet. Since when did you lot become the masters here? Dishan replied angrily. Even if you are the clan leader, you cannot be partial to your own grandson. Zhen Wu now coughed up a great deal of blood. The Long clan leader looked at his grandson with great pain. My boy. The blood he caught up was mixed with foam. Dishan watched him carry Zhen Wu inside. He muttered to himself, Zhen Wu's condition does not look like he will live long. Once he dies, Zhen Fei will be the most outstanding genius, and the position of clan leader will surely belong to him. Candles lit up the training room. Zhen Wu was still in pain from his severe injuries. The Long clan leader tried to transfer his cultivation art to his grandson. As he transferred the energy, he became astonished. His eyes flew open in shock. How can this be? Even so, the Long clan leader did his utmost to save his grandson. Staring at the glowing orb, he exclaimed, such terrifying poison. Were it not for the dragon vein, I fear even I would be hard-pressed to survive. Zhen Wu remained unconscious. The old man thought, he is as good as crippled. 2 months later, the sun was warm, the sky clear blue. A few maids looked at him and gossiped. Look, the former genius is now a cripple. The other girls showed disgust. What young master? He is the Long clan's shame, daring to steal from the Heavenly Martial Hall. Hearing this, Zhen Wu could only lower his head in sorrow. Q. Yi suddenly appeared, smiling brightly. Young master, the wind is strong outside. Your body is weak. Please return to your room. Her only reply was a forced smile. It is fine. Listening to these maids' gossip is rather amusing. Hearing this, her eyes glistened with a hint of pouty grievance. Young master is a dragon among men. One day you will soar to the 9 heavens. Zhen Wu looked at his suffering body. A dragon among men? This body likely will not last long. How can I cultivate to become a dragon? At this moment, a young man approached. My prodigal cousin. Zhen Fei arrived and immediately sneered. How did you become so weak? This is nothing like the you I knew. He stood there as if trying to provoke Zhen Wu. Zhen Wu felt deeply irritated seeing that man, and he shouted, Long Zhen Fei, are you also planning to step on my head? He immediately put on a look of contempt, saying you still think you are a born prodigy. Now you are just a cripple, yet you dare to act arrogantly before me. Zhen Wu and Qiu Yi turned around and left. Let us help him back to rest in the room. Suddenly a pile of earth and stones rushed over from somewhere. They flew straight towards the two of them. Qiu Yi angrily turned back, shouting loudly, Zhen Fei quickly released his firepower. You have no right to be in this room. He seemed to be targeting him. Trash like you belongs only in a wood shed. Zhen Wu was trembling all over at this moment. Qiu Yi quickly stepped forward to support him. Zhen Wu's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth and endured. Suddenly a person flew over, startling Zhen Fei. That person landed in front of Zhen Wu and then shouted loudly. Zhen Fei was terrified. His whole body trembled. His eyes wide open, he stammered, "Angi." Smoke dispersed, revealing a red-haired young man carrying a giant long blade on his shoulder. It was Hu Gongfeng. Hu Gongfeng coldly glanced at him, his voice coming through gritted teeth. "Still not gone? Do you want me to take action?" Zhen Fei fell to the ground in fear, scrambling backwards, almost soiling himself. He said, "I am going right now." Afterwards, Zhen Fei and that eunuch immediately ran off. Weren't they supposed to be gone for half a year looking for spirit herbs? Why did they return so quickly? Zhen Wu stepped forward, raised his hand to stop him, a forced smile on his face. "Greetings, Uncle Hu." Hu Gong looked over at him and likewise recognized him. What met Hu Gong's eyes were Zhen Wu's parched lips. Hu Gong's eyes grew serious, his brows furrowed. "How can your body be this withered? The poison in you is too severe." Qiu Yi stepped forward at this time, tears streaming down. She said Hu Gong must save the young master. Zhen Wu looked at her and smiled reassuringly. "It is fine. I will not die just yet." Hu Gong gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. "Nonsense. With your condition you have at most 3 months left." Who was so vicious as to administer such a lethal poison? Hu Gong stretched out his hand, a small glow of light appearing in his palm. He began to probe Zhen Wu's body. Immediately after, Hu Gong's gaze darkened, saying the heavenly absolute poison is truly insidious. He raised his head, continuing in a loud voice, "The fire poison is not enough. I was planning to wait a few more months before taking action." Instantly, a vial of spiritual liquid appeared from his spatial ring, a precious treasure hard to trade even for 1,000 gold. Zhen Wu took that bowl, sipping and gulping it down in one go. After the large gulp, his face paled. He wiped his mouth and said, "Uncle Hu, I have been drinking this for 15 years and have never seen any effect." Uncle Hu darkened his expression and warned, "What do you know? This death fire spirit marrow I have had you drink for years will certainly be beneficial. Perhaps it has finally infused enough." Afterwards, Hu Gong took his pulse to explore and said, "His body is too deficient. It must be consolidated. Prepare yourself and then follow me." Zhen Wu hearing this nodded slightly, and spoke, "I will go bid farewell to grandfather." As soon as the words finished, Hu Gong reached out and firmly grasped Zhen Wu's shoulder. Before many astonished gazes, he pulled Zhen Wu and flew off, saying, "Forget it, you cannot even protect that old man. Let us go now." Behind him, Zhen Wu's face was weak, his heart helpless. Uncle Hu is still the same, formerly my mother's trusted guard. His strength is perhaps even higher than grandfather's. He recalled the year when Hu Gong risked his life charging into the sea of fire, exhausting all his strength to protect him safely back to Longjiang. Behind them, Qiu Yi stood rooted to the spot, her eyes following the two figures until they disappeared into the distance. Tears could not stop rolling down. She silently prayed, with Uncle Hu by the young master's side. He will surely recover. Helpless, she closed her eyes to comfort herself. My young master will definitely become a supreme powerhouse who looks down upon the world in the future. At this moment, Zhen Wu and Hu Gong were speeding along, and he asked, "Uncle Hu, just what realm have you reached that you are this formidable?" His gaze was fixed blankly into the distance, reminiscing about scenes from years past. Even the heavenly martial hall meant nothing to Uncle Hu. The image of the elder appeared. Those were the 9 major realms, from refining to indestructible. Each major realm divided into 9 minor realms. After a moment, Hu Gong carried Zhen Wu and descended. "We have arrived." In the distance, a massive beast silhouette was approaching. The beast growled, spewing hot spiritual energy from its maw. Hearing the noise, Hu Gong was startled, his gaze instantly turning alert. Blaze Orchid Fire Tiger charged forward, opening its mouth to fire a fireball. Hu Gong exclaimed excitedly, "Right on time." As soon as he finished speaking, the long blade tore through the wind as it shot out. Without another word, Hu Gong swung his blade, striking down heavily on the Blaze Orchid Fire Tiger. Successive strikes of the blade rained down, extinguishing the fire key it produced. The surrounding earth and rocks shattered from the devastating impact. Hu Gong held the blade in one hand while supporting Zhen Wu with the other, saying, "Let me take its blood." Hu Gong's eyes rolled back unnaturally, his voice icily cold to the extreme. "Take its blood to nourish the young master's body." Hearing this, Zhen Wu's face was full of shock. That is a Blaze Orchid Fire Tiger, a 6th-rank magical beast comparable to a Void Realm powerhouse. He watched in horror as Hu Gong quickly ended the fight. Could it be Uncle Hu's? Zhen Wu stared fixedly at that stern and authoritative face, his heart silently exclaiming, in just one move. Hu Gong approached, holding a brightly glowing stream of blood essence, the quintessence of the entire tiger. This power is even something my grandfather would struggle to refine, Zhen Wu thought. If I tried to refine it, the result would be... Thinking of that, his expression gradually turned ugly. beginning to collapse. Hu Gong stepped forward, brought the blood essence close to his mouth, and told him to swallow it. Zhen Wu hesitated, worriedly backed away and refused, saying that he was afraid he could not endure this thing. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Hu Gong quickly stuffed the blood essence inside. Immediately after, Zhen Wu collapsed face first to the ground, continuously vomiting blood. He opened his mouth wide and red blood cells continuously flowed out. His eyes suddenly flushed red in an eerie manner. Unexpectedly, the next second, Zhen Wu explosively burst forth with power. Seeing this, Hu Gong's face relaxed, then he suppressed himself and said, "You carry the young lady's bloodline. This little pain is nothing." At this moment, all the joints in Zhen Wu's body crackled loudly, as if they had changed hands. He slumped down again and continued vomiting blood. A few seconds later, he looked worriedly at the pool of blood. Hu Gong praised, "Well done, the blood essence only temporarily pushed the poison out. The deadly poison will quickly take effect again." Hu Gong took out a cup, instructing him to drink the entire jar of fire spiritual marrow. Zhen Wu obediently took it, drinking it in small sips. Immediately after, his eyes lit up, his face regained its rosy complexion, and he excitedly shouted, "So comfortable. This is the first time drinking something this bitter has also been a pleasure." Hu Gong smiled. "That is right. The young lady's clan regards the fire spiritual marrow as a treasure. Only you can drink it so reluctantly. 15 years, Zhang Yi is not from a pure bloodline." He looked at the recovering Zhen Wu, thinking to himself, if it were an ordinary bloodline, it would have been assimilated long ago. His eyes narrowed sharply, a thought arising. Perhaps this dragon's skin is... The poison was cured, but Zhen Wu was not happy, remembering Su Xingyi's reproach. "It is all your fault for crippling me." That image haunted him. He gritted his teeth and reminded himself, "He who rescues me will push me on." His eyes stung slightly as he looked at that man, his hatred hard to conceal. The thought took root in his mind. "I will definitely return." Time passed, and a month later Zhen Wu sat cultivating amidst a crevice in the rocks. Sitting within the formation, his face gradually shifted. A few seconds later, he slowly opened his eyes. Spiritual energy lingered around his body. Zhen Wu fiercely clenched his fist. His eyes flew open, bulging wide as he looked. 6th level of the spiritual awareness realm. Seeing this, Hu Gong praised, "Excellent. The heaven's oblivion poison has been completely expelled." Excitedly, Zhen Wu swung his fist, refining 106th rank spirit beasts just to recover. The poisoner probably never expected this. Hu Gong frowned and reminded him, "The young lady's bloodline has finally started to activate. But awakening is not easy. It requires many heavenly treasures and earthly rarities." His eyes tensed, his voice dissatisfied. "In a remote mountain valley like the Tianwu Kingdom, it is difficult to gather enough." Hu Gong clasped his hands and thought, "We must leave as quickly as possible. The young lady awakened at 8 years old. Any delay will weaken her power." Zhen Wu looked excited, joy in his heart. "I can take back everything that belongs to me now." The image of Su Xingyi appeared. He clenched his fist. "He is no longer my match." A spirit beast lay before them. Hu Gong spoke up, "Young master, why care so much about gains and losses? The young master's future has this one." Zhen Wu's aura blazed, his face cold as he shot towards the spirit beast like lightning. "It will absolutely not stop at this small Tianwu kingdom." The spirit beast was quickly subdued. He stepped on its head. Holding the spirit beast's blood essence, Zhen Wu said arrogantly, "Uncle Yi Hu means for me to lie low?" Hu Gong felt satisfied inside. "That is correct. Wait for my return at most 2 years." He stepped forward and grasped Zhen Wu's hand. "That will be the day." The next second, Hu Gong pulled him and shot into the sky, his voice ringing out clearly. The two quickly sped through the wind. Their faces were stern, only the sound of the whistling wind was heard. Zhen Wu thought secretly, "All of Longyuan City saw me as a waste. Who would have thought my cultivation has now been restored?" The images of Zhen Fei and that other person resurfaced. Zhen Wu became even more determined to return and take revenge. Shortly after, the two returned to Longyuan City. Zhen Wu landed forcefully, silently hoping, "I have returned now." Hearing the commotion, Delai turned his head to look back. Zhen Wu strode forward powerfully, his posture imposing, his aura extraordinary. He had truly returned. Seeing him, Delai called out happily, "Zhen Wu, you are back? Has your body recovered more?" Zhen Wu lowered his head, his eyes gentle. Delai looked at him. The space suddenly fell silent. A few seconds later, Delai grasped his hand, his voice full of affection. "Well, let it go rest first, even if there is an issue. It cannot be helped." Zhen Wu smiled happily, his voice obedient. "I understand father is the head of the clan. He cannot pour all the heavenly treasures and earthly rarities into me. It is I who am inept." Delai's face was pensive, his voice apologetic. "The bloodline awakening ceremony this year also." As the two were chatting, Zhen Fei approached from somewhere and said, "I understand, father. Everything in the house now belongs to Zhen Fei." His gaze turned to Zhen Fei. That man stood arrogantly before a swimming pool. That man revealed a sly look along with a bewitching smile. Lai waved his sleeve at the group of people. Then he announced in a loud voice, "Let it begin." Zhen Fei immediately obeyed the order and began to act. That man kept shouting loudly, Below, someone smugly said success was near. It would definitely be the strongest bloodline. Delay fell silent, his gaze looking at the sky that had turned gold. He thought bloodline warriors must be stronger than ordinary cultivators. This ritual was very labor-intensive. Zhenfei was probably only so-so. As for Zhenfei, a mighty golden dragon appeared and wrapped around that man's body. Seeing that scene, Delay closed his eyes, inwardly judging it was still far inferior to 9 dragons soaring flight. Yu saw Zhen Wu still practicing, so she asked why he did not come to the awakening ceremony. Zhen Wu opened his eyes, calmly replying that their young master was now a cripple. No one cared anymore. Yu retorted with distress the young master was not trash but a genius. Hearing this, Zhen Wu immediately jumped down and unleashed a blow that shattered the ground. He squinted at her, explaining that the celestial capital violet flame skill could only be trained when the sun was strongest. Yu complained discontentedly. Training this skill was too painful, her skin was all burnt. Zhen Wu smiled gently, saying that after hardship comes happiness. On the other side of the bloodline awakening ritual, people were discussing Zhen Fei's awakened bloodline was truly strong. They heard the golden dragon had already taken form. Zhen Fei overheard this, and the corner of his mouth curled into a smug smile. As for Zhen Wu, he was now alone in a quiet room. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out, and a figure approached. Zhen Fei appeared. That man looked at Zhen Wu smugly. Right after, he threw a punch, launching a strike directly at Zhen Wu. He sneered, only if this move shatters the vase in front of him would he be worthy of being a genius. Zhen Wu did not reply. Dust flew up and covered his face. Seeing him subdue, they laughed even louder. Zhen Wu turned and walked away. Behind him were only bitter, taunting words. Zhen Wu hid in a deserted corner, thinking dejectedly. Even awakening a bloodline only put him at the Iswangang realm 8th layer. His face was wet, but his eyes were sharp and cold, truly just ants and crickets. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhen Wu vanished. He transformed into a streak of light and shot outside. Zhen Wu returned to the scripture library, surrounded by countless books. His face stern, he thought while walking, thanks to this trash reputation he could do his own business. Thinking that, his face tensed up. All the martial skills of the Long family were stored in the scripture library. He stopped before a bookshelf, pondering but not knowing how to enter. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise when they touched something. From somewhere unknown, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck down. That bolt of heavenly lightning appeared abruptly. Zhen Wu tightly shut his eyes. Earth and rubble flew up in a thick cloud of dust. Zhen Wu covered his face with his hand, squinting with difficulty to see. In front of him now was a figure. Zhen Wu quickly bowed in greeting. Junior Long Zhen Wu. That person was Delay. Zhen Wu continued greeting Elder Delay. Delay looked at him, asking suspiciously why he had come here. Zhen Wu lowered his head, answering nervously that he wanted to find a martial art to protect himself, begging the elder to allow him into the scripture library. The two then looked straight into each other's eyes. In the quiet space, Delay spoke up to call Zhen Wu. Delay stroked his beard as he spoke. Branch family, Generation Gen, only allowed up to the 2nd floor. That said, he waved his hand and a stream of spiritual energy appeared. Delay opened a barrier, telling him to enter. Zhen Wu was overjoyed, bowing respectfully to thank the elder. He stepped inside, silently thinking that back in the heavenly martial hall there were many martial records, but outer disciples like him were not allowed to see them. His expression suddenly changed, his eyes turning cold. He should have entered the inner hall this year. Remembering the scene of Zhenfei tormenting him, he gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. But at this moment, his gaze was drawn by something. On the shelf was the scorching flame board. Upon seeing it, he was amazed. It was a human-grade peak-quality martial skill. This was exactly what Zhen Wu was looking for. Martial skills were divided into Heaven, Earth, Chuan Huang, and Human. Each level was divided into 4 grades: Superior, Inferior, Middle, and Peak Quality. Delighted, he approached and touched the scorching flame board, thinking that a human-grade peak quality was equivalent to Huang grade. Why was it on the 2nd floor? The moment he touched it, a power suddenly erupted. That surge of power struck him directly. Immediately, a brilliant light burst forth, forming a stream that flowed down in drops. Zhen Wu now appeared in a strange space. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. A notification appeared before his eyes, warning that this martial skill required exceedingly strict meridians, and those below the divine travel realm could be in danger. Zhen Wu raised an eyebrow in doubt, his gaze fixed on those words. After reading, he gradually understood and did not blame why someone at the divine travel realm would choose such a flawed martial skill. Looking toward the library, Zhen Wu thought further, for me this is truly the best martial skill. A moment later, Zhen Wu sat on the bed. He stretched out his hand, and a stream of green spiritual energy shone brightly. Seeing this, Zhen Wu rejoiced. This blazing flame chart was actually simple. Just then, a sound from behind broke the silence. They truly did not know what they were here for. Time to slip away quickly. Zhen Wu cautiously hid behind a bookshelf. The voices outside likely meant trouble. He silently wondered what this matter was about. The scene shifted to the banquet. Delay appeared. Ai Tong, the patriarch of the Wang family of Longyan City, spoke with a dignified demeanor. Patriarch Dewey, long time no see. Delai faced him with an unchanged expression and replied, I wonder what urgent matter brings the Wang family patriarch here on the day of our long family's bloodline awakening? Bai Dishan heard this and quickly stepped forward. They had clearly come to provoke conflict. Long Yancheng still wore a fake smile and continued, the bloodline awakening ritual, congratulations. I wonder how Zhen Wu, the unparalleled genius of the Long family, is doing. Delai frowned, his gaze cold as he looked at the old man. What were his results? Long Yancheng modestly gestured toward the three youths behind him. The Wang family may lack talent, but the younger generation still has some exceptional ones. They came hoping the Long family could offer some guidance. Delai did not answer, his gaze focused, his mind assessing that since Zhen Wu was humiliated a month ago, the Wang family and other clans had been constantly provoking them. Dishan could not stay calm. He charged forward in dissatisfaction. You all know he is a cripple now, so you deliberately came to stir up trouble, right? The Long family head stepped forward with Dishan, his voice stern. Zhen Wu's body is not well. His words and eyes clearly showed worry. He continued, Brother Bai Tong, please come another day. Bai Tong sneered in reply, no rush, it was not easy to come this time. Wouldn't it be a disappointment not to compete? Tian Yi beside him quickly cupped his hands in salute and continued, or perhaps aside from Zhen Wu, the Long family has no other younger generation that can step forward. While the three were still talking, another person stepped forward. Zhen Fei gritted his teeth, his face furious as he advanced, ridiculous. Immediately after, a powerful force erupted from his position. Bai Tong and Zhen's group stood rooted to the spot, their faces expressionless. Zhen Fei slammed his hand heavily on the ground, a surge of energy rising as he shouted, let me handle this. And Zhen Fei turned around, his icy gaze sweeping toward the group. It was Zhen Wu again. Zhen Fei shot toward Yi like lightning. Tian Yi quickly countered with a fist strike, the two forces colliding, creating a wave of impact. Light flashed from Zhen Fei's vicious eyes. He silently assessed, he is just a cripple now. Zhen Fei extended his hand, and a stream of spiritual energy shot out. Instantly, a fierce dragon appeared. He coldly channeled his energy, his entire body protected by the divine dragon. I am the true hope of the Long family. Just as he thought this, Zhen Fei decisively swung his hand and struck a palm toward the opponent. The ground and rocks shattered, dust and smoke continuously rising. The surrounding crowd was immediately choked into constant coughing by the smoke. But at this moment Zhen Fei's eyes froze. In front of him, as the smoke and dust slowly cleared, Tian Yi's figure gradually appeared. Seeing this, Zhen Fei's expression turned to shock, his gaze dazed. How is it possible? I was clearly very strong. Just as Zhen Fei was still recovering his wits, Tian Yi had already appeared behind him. Zhen Fei quickly turned around, swinging a move to try and block him. Aura continuously surged. Zhen Fei gritted his teeth. No, this cannot be. The crowd outside saw this scene, their faces panicked. Su Xing stood above, his gaze coldly fixed on the fight. Both were at the fourth layer of Xuangang realm. If it were Zhen Wu from back then fighting Tian Yi. Below, the scene was chaotic, Zhen Fei continuously unleashing powerful attacks. Su Xing thought to himself, one strike would be enough. Zhen Fei on the other side continued channeling his energy and charging forward, shouting incessantly. An extremely terrifying force formed a vortex hurtling toward Tian Yi. Su Xing thought to himself, the lowest level awakening could only be an empty shell, not a notable one. Su Xing's gaze did not waver. He thought, this is enough to deal with that Tian Yi. Below, a powerful beam of light suddenly swung over, and at that moment, an incredulous sound rang out. The Long family head saw this scene, his face gradually turning serious. You all hit it well. Hearing this, Bai Tong raised his hand and laughed loudly. Long family hand over half of the assets of Long Yuan City. Otherwise, Bai Tong's eyes gleamed with a bestial light. He continued to threaten Long Yancheng. Not far away, Zhen Wu had fully taken in this scene. There is no more room for your Long family here. Hearing Bai Tong's arrogant tone, the Long family head only let out a cold laugh. He stood blocking in front of Zhen Fei, his voice full of challenge. Do you think I am afraid of a mere spirit turtle bloodline? If you have the guts, come and take it. Bai Tong calmly reached into his robe. Then what if I add this? On the other side, Zhen Fei stared in shock in his direction. Behind him, Bai Tong slowly drew out a command token. Bai Tong waved his hand, and a secret manual appeared, praising Tian Yi as exceptionally talented and stating he would train in the Heavenly Martial Hall next month. After instructing Tian Yi, he swept his gaze over the crowd and asked if they still wished to resist. Seeing this, Lord Long's expression stiffened. Unexpectedly, there was another unusual commotion behind Zhen Fei. He slammed his hand on the ground, his voice filled with resignation. I have not lost yet, I have not lost. He trembled, his fingernails digging into the ground, his voice growing more bitter, impossible. Zhen Fei angrily struggled to get up, shouting loudly that he wanted to continue fighting. His gaze was firm, and an immense pressure radiated unceasingly. Tian Yi stood before him, his expression still unchanged. Under Zhen Fei's horrified gaze, he spoke, without making him wait long. Tian Yi uttered a sentence, too inferior to Zhen Wu's spirit. As soon as the words fell, Tian Yi vanished in a flash. On the other side, Su Xingyi also showed surprise. Su Xingyi lifted his gaze to the deep blue sky. Recalling Tian Yi's words from just now, his face turned heavy. Wasn't he already crippled? The scene before him flashed by at a dizzying speed. That person suddenly stopped, creating a great friction on the ground. Zhenwu appeared, swinging a large blade towards the python. An extremely powerful blow descended, accompanied by the python's roar. Sharp glint flashed in Wu's eyes. The aged python was felled, and Zhenwu breathed a sigh of relief. Qiu Yi stepped forward from behind, her eyes bright as stars looking at Zhenwu. Young master, so formidable. But behind her was a whole mountain teeming with spirit beasts. Zhenwu replied awkwardly. Qiu Yi is also very formidable. Qiu Yi looked at Zhenwu excitedly, saying she was at the 8th level of key refinement, and was ready to sacrifice herself for the young master. He gently rubbed her head. Silly girl, what are you saying? I see you as family. A small action made the maiden's heart race. At this moment Zhenwu suddenly turned his head. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he had just discovered something new. Not far away was a first-grade mid-ranked spirit herb. Zhenwu rejoiced inwardly. The blood serpent fruit is ripe. While picking the spirit herb, Zhenwu asked Qiu Yi if she had gotten used to life at Longshu Mountain. Qiu Yi beside him had joy shining in her eyes. Being with the young master, Qiu Yi fears nothing. Zhenwu awkwardly avoided her gaze, telling her to eat this to break through to the 9th level of key refinement. Qiu Yi then thanked him. Time passed quickly until nightfall. The bird silently rested on the branches. As for Zhenwu, he was now sitting in meditation under a tree, but not far away a figure furtively appeared. He whispered to the one behind him, "Found them, it's them." Looking towards Zhenwu, that person warned, "Speak softly, do not alert them." Suddenly, the group rushed towards the tent, hurriedly searching it. Hearing the loud noise, Zhenwu abruptly opened his eyes. Zhenwu was startled, his gaze gradually turning fearful. What is happening? The old man was smug, hands on his hips, looking at him disdainfully. "Little brother, my apologies." The old man covered his mouth with his hand, laughing maliciously. "You've been too flashy lately. The number of spirit beasts you've killed is no less than several dozen." The group closed in on Zhenwu, their voices growing more arrogant. Zhenwu remained silent, gradually understanding in his heart. Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Boss!" After lifting the tent, the lackeys were shocked and shouted, "There's no one inside." As soon as the words fell, a surge of power erupted violently, leaving only the screams of the group. Seeing this unexpected scene, the group's faces were filled with panic. From inside the cave, Qiu Yi ran out in panic, shouting, "Young master, save me!" Behind her, growls echoed incessantly. Qiu Yi was terrified. There is a spirit beast." She rushed over and hugged Zhenwu tightly. He was also surprised. "It's all right, you've broken through to the 9th level?" Qiu Yi looked at him with tearful eyes, still trembling. She said it was a 3rd-grade mid-rank spirit beast. Zhenwu immediately calmed her down, telling her to lower her sword. Hearing her words, the group trembled all over. 3rd-grade mid-ranked. How can we fight that? It must be at least the 5th level of the divine ability realm. When they looked at Zhenwu, he was calm and collected, saying there's strength in numbers. These words rang out, but Zhenwu acted as if he hadn't heard them. Inside the cave, glowing red embers lay scattered about. Suddenly, a surge of power rushed out from deep within the cave. Accompanying it was a terrifying roar. The red-faced raging ape has appeared. A humanoid red-faced raging ape, covered in fur, with immense fiery aura around it. As everyone stared dumbfounded, a sword swung towards the raging ape. It turned out to be Zhenwu. He fiercely charged forward to strike first, but the moment the sword touched it, the heat hurled the blade back, shattering it into pieces. Zhenwu clenched his hand, his eyes not leaving the monster for even a second. This was truly troublesome. The enraged crimson flame berserk ape opened its mouth and roared to the heavens. The crowd panicked and fled in all directions, shouting that it had gone mad. Zhenwu took a running start and leaped up. Unlike the cowardly crowd, he alone charged in from behind. Seeing him rush into the sea of flames, Qiu Yi anxiously yelled for him to be careful. A shout rang out, and whirlwinds swirled around the ape, forming a tornado. That was Spirit Wind Whip. The crimson flame berserk ape was stunned, its eyes wide as it stared at Zhenwu. Like lightning, it raised a palm and struck toward him. Sensing danger, Zhenwu twisted his body to dodge, making Qiu Yi's heart skip a beat as she called out loudly. That last strike left a small wound on his face. Zhenwu smiled with interest, praising the crimson flame berserk ape. Looking at it, he gathered his strength once more, acknowledging the opponent's prowess. Gaze turned cold, defense surged, and power converged. Below, the ape also did not look away, flames surging up its arms. Immediately after, 2 streams of blue and red power clashed against each other. The force shook the very sky, and the crowd was awed by such might. Soon Zhenwu drove the ape back, and it roared in fury. As if maddened, the crimson flame berserk ape howled repeatedly. Suddenly, it turned and dashed away quickly. Zhenwu did not expect it to charge toward the crowd from before. That old man was terrified, turning his head to look at the berserk ape. In that critical moment, Zhenwu appeared and struck a blow. With a cold gaze, he relentlessly swung his attacks, determined not to let it escape. Opposite, the ape swung its clawed hand up. Then it suddenly slashed straight at Zhenwu. Unable to dodge, Zhenwu took the hit, his eyes wide with shock as he spat blood from the severe injury. Qiu Yi quickly rushed over, asking if he was all right. His face darkened as he glared resentfully at the beast that still fought back even on the verge of death. Those people crept closer to investigate, believing it was truly dead. As for Zhenwu, he could no longer stand, and Qiu Yi worriedly supported him. He forced himself to tell her to deal with the ape first. Zhenwu warily shut his eyes tightly. Suddenly, deathly energy from the ape flew toward him. Sensing the deathly energy, he opened his eyes in pain. Seeing his worsening expression, Qiyi anxiously insisted on bandaging the wound first. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them rushed into the cave. Seeing this, the crowd intended to follow, thinking there would be rare treasures. Seeing their attitude, Qiyi complained, questioning if they were crossing the line. Before she could finish, that old man grabbed her chin, a lewd look in his eyes as he asked who she wanted to serve. Qiyi was displeased, looking at him with disgust, telling him not to touch her. He arrogantly said her young master was already a cripple. Seeing her silence, he took the chance to step forward, demanding pleasure with them. Qiu Yi's face changed and she panickedly cursed them for being ungrateful. At that moment, drops of blood flew over, terrifying them into looking back. Behind them, a shadowy figure flickered in and out of sight amidst screams. Zhenwu quickly took them down, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. The old man behind did not know his artery had been cut at some point, blood gushing out in a stream. Moments later, his heavy body fell, and the crowd fearfully called out to him. Zhenwu's face was pale white cold as. Seeing this, the subordinates held their swords firmly, thinking he was severely wounded, and charged forward. Zhenwu did not hesitate. Raising his hand, a stream of spiritual energy appeared. It shot forward rapidly, piercing straight into the enemy's heart. That man fell like that, dead on the spot. His eyes rolled back white, lying in a puddle of bright red blood. Zhenwu lost patience, coldly looking at the others and asking if they wanted to come again. The man was furious, veins bulging on his face as he shouted to charge and kill them for revenge. Zhenwu showed no fear, calmly unleashing a surge of power. Instantly, the spiritual energy swirled in like a gust of wind. Wherever it struck, it took down the people there. Seeing his subordinates quickly defeated, he panickedly cried out in shock. Zhenwu's expression shifted, his hand clenched tightly and aimed toward him. Instantly, that stream of energy shot forward, piercing straight through him. He was struck down violently, his blood spraying everywhere. Zhenwu's face remained expressionless as he coldly watched him fall. Yi rushed over in a panic, tears streaming from fear. She anxiously helped Zhenwu up, sobbing as she called out. His injuries were truly terrifying. Zhenwu smiled and gently comforted her. "Silly girl, what are you crying for?" But before he could finish, Zhenwu collapsed heavily. "I am not dying." Zhenwu fell down just like that. Blood flowed from the wound. Qiu Yi screamed in fear, young master, what is wrong?" So the space was left with only Qiu Yi's anguished calls. Zhenwu slowly opened his eyes. Young master, wake up." A while later, Zhenwu groggily opened his eyes. Seeing him awake, Qiu Yi could not hold back her tears. "Young master, you are finally awake." Suddenly, an animal appeared, startling Zhenwu. Seeing the familiar figure from earlier, Zhenwu was taken aback. Qiu Yi coaxed it while explaining, "This is the young Crimson Flame Explosive Ape. It acted fierce earlier to protect it." The young Crimson Flame Explosive Ape angrily rushed forward, clawing at Zhenwu incessantly. It hurt so much. Qiu Yi stepped forward and gently patted its head. The young Crimson Flame Explosive Ape gradually calmed down, its gaze becoming more gentle. Qiu Yi reminded it, "Be good. Don't bother the young master anymore." Looking at the girl holding the Crimson Flame Explosive Ape in her arms, Zhenwu asked about those people. Qiu Yi continued to stroke the little creature as she replied, "They were all punished, of course." Hearing that, the Crimson Flame Explosive Ape suddenly spat out flames from within. Zhenwu approached, grabbed the little beast's neck and asked anxiously, "Is your nose hurt?" Qiu Yi blushed shyly at that caring remark. "No, his nose is fine." Crimson Flame Explosive Ape shot out of his hands, jumping swiftly away. Qiu Yi fell down, her eyes filled with worry as she watched. "Oh dear, where are you going?" The Crimson Flame Explosive Ape rushed towards a pile of its father's gold and jewels. Atop the pile of gold was a scripture tightly wrapped in chains. The young Crimson Flame Explosive Ape climbed up with difficulty to retrieve that item. Seeing the scripture, Zhenwu could not help but be shocked. This thing. Looking at that object, Zhenwu thought to himself, "This thing is actually..." He took the scripture from Red Flame Explosive Ape's hand. "This is..." But when he opened it, inside was a map. Looking at the map with familiar scenes, Zhenwu exclaimed, "A treasure." Unexpectedly, it is the map leading to the Dragonfall Gorge. From behind, Qiu Yi poked his head out and asked, "Dragonfall Gorge?" Zhenwu grew increasingly interested, his face showing clear anticipation. "That is right, it is the most dangerous place on Dragon Head Mountain, but also full of natural treasures." Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves rang out, breaking the quiet space. Zhenwu was startled and warily looked in that direction. From the darkness, a blurry figure emerged. It seemed a great battle had taken place here. Red Flame Explosive Ape had been killed as well. Zhenwu immediately clenched his hands warily. The burning fire was immediately extinguished. Zhenwu quickly pulled Qiu Yi into his arms, quietly reminding him someone is coming. Suddenly pulled into his arms, Qiu Yi shyly leaned against his chest. At the same time, someone had already approached. Not far away, Baitong looked at the sedan chair behind him and said respectfully, "Envoy Sun, perhaps we should rest here for a while." Envoy Sun straightened his body, closed his eyes to rest, only uttering a sound as if in reply. Standing behind the rock, Zhenwu warily looked at the group. Seeing a familiar silhouette, that, he thought to himself, unexpectedly meeting them here. Remembering Bai Tong's attitude earlier, Zhen Wu became even more wary as he looked towards the person in the set-in chair, a middle-aged man. Looking at Envoy Sun with his cold gaze and smug smile, he inwardly marveled, even more formidable than Bai Tong of the Fourth Wanderer realm. The group stopped. Tian Yi reached out and touched the remaining embers. That man's expression grew darker and darker, his heart filled with many unspeakable things. Tian Yi sat before the dying fire, loudly calling out behind him, "Envoy Sun." He said something that startled Zhen Wu. The fire here was just extinguished. Envoy Sun calmly added, "They have not left yet." Envoy Sun's face turned stern as he coldly looked forward. The entire group simultaneously looked at the space in front of them. Suddenly, Envoy Sun smiled slightly and then spoke. "It seems there is still a small creature who hasn't left." Behind the rock, Zhen Wu grew even more anxious. Envoy Sun's voice continued to arrive. In that case, Zhen Wu was still immersed in anxiety. With that man's cultivation, he would definitely discover him. But at this moment, a shout rang out. "One horned python, a tier 3 high-grade demon beast." The soldiers fled in terror before the giant python. How could such a demon beast be here? Suddenly, red flame explosive ape leaped out. Zhen Wu frantically signaled immediately, quick chase after it. On the other side, the one-horned python was severed by a sword strike, and it roared in pain. Bai Tong stood blocking in front of him, his face full of dissatisfaction as he shouted, "There are no manners in front of the honored envoy." Zhen Wu was still chasing the young Blazefire Beast monkey, and upon hearing Bai Tong's voice echoing over, he asked how to get to the Falling Dragon Ravine. Hearing this, Zhen Wu turned his head to look, and seeing that they also wanted to go to the Falling Dragon Ravine, he smiled with interest. Could it be? Looking at that group of people, Zhen Wu immediately recognized them. These were people from the Heavenly Martial Hall. While lost in thought, Qiu Yi called out to him repeatedly, young master, young master." Before their eyes appeared a vast space with overlapping rocky mountains. The young Blazefire Beast monkey delightedly stretched out its hand and roared loudly. Immediately after, it jumped back into Qiu Yi's arms. Zhen Wu looked at it, his eyes showing satisfaction, thinking to himself that this little one saved the group, cause a python couldn't be in the Blazefire Beast monkey's cave. He happily added, "It seems it sees you as its mother now." Qiu Yi's face flushed red upon hearing this. She softly protested, "Young master, don't say that." In her heart, she thought that she and Lin were just siblings. Then she patted the monkey's head and told him that her current strength was not enough to deal with those noble lords. Zhen Wu suddenly called out to her, then turned his back and walked forward, telling her to go back first, as he had something to take care of. Before Qiu Yi could finish her sentence, Zhen Wu had already vanished. Let's return to in the stone cave at this moment. Zhen Wu stood at a distance watching the group taking valuable items. He firmly muttered to himself, "You owe me, and I will reclaim everything." In the sky, a figure passed by as fast as the wind. That person used agile movement techniques, constantly running and leaping between tree branches. Afterward, he gently landed on a tree branch. That was Zhen Wu looking from afar at Bai Tong's group. He thought to himself that he had been following them for many days now. Recalling the long journey, he looked at the young Blazefire Beast monkey's map, pondering. The Falling Dragon Ravine, according to the Heavenly Martial Hall's records, a divine dragon once fell here and then vanished. This time they came here, it couldn't be just for that kid named Tian Yi. The image of Su Xingyi appeared. Zhen Wu thought to himself it could only be because of him. Suddenly, Bai Tong sensed something. His face turned pale, his eyes wide with terror. Then he screamed, "Everyone on guard, prepare for a change." Zhen Wu behind them, his eyes fixed, also became alert. This was completely different from the small demon beasts along the way. When they set foot into Dragon Ape territory, a one-horned dragon ape appeared. Seeing the dragon ape's bloodline, Zhen Wu quickly found a hiding spot. This dragon ape was much stronger than the Blazefire Beast monkey. The honored envoy, on the other hand, looked down on it, saying it was just a little monkey. He extended his hand and a blinding flash of light burst forth. That beam of light shot into the sky. Zhen Wu behind him gasped in surprise. "That is the spirit vial." The honored envoy struck a palm towards the one-horned dragon ape. Palm 4 shot straight into its chest. A flash of light flickered, and the one-horned dragon ape's eyes slowly turned white. A mist enveloped the group of people. The honored envoy was cold, his eyes firmly fixed on the monster. Zhen Wu behind him was horrified. This man was too strong. The mist dissipated. Bai Tong looked around dazedly, reporting to the honored envoy, "There is nothing to see here." The honored envoy looked at the dragon ape, lying still in a corner, and scolded, "What do you know? If it were that easy to see, the Heavenly Martial Hall would have taken it long ago." He smugly retrieved the formation-breaking pearl from inside the dragon ape. Zhen Wu looked at him in shock. This was a formation-breaking pearl taken from a dream spirit, but the Heavenly Martial Nation had no dream spirits at all. His expression darkened, thinking that the Heavenly Martial Hall had invested quite a bit. Bai Tong asked the honored envoy in disbelief, "Is there really a divine dragon here?" The honored envoy laughed. Of course, the Heavenly Martial Hall has been searching for years. Behind him, the divine dragon and the formation appeared. He analyzed coldly. It is just that the divine dragon's corpse has already been protected by a natural formation. The formation-breaking pearl in his hand shattered, revealing the small white bead inside. The bead emitted spiritual energy that shot out quickly to form a formation. Bai Tong could not see anything. Suddenly, a surge of power struck directly at the honored envoy's hand. The power erupted into a large pillar, shattering the space. A group of subordinates cried out, and Zhen Wu behind them was also barely able to open his eyes because of the power. From that space, fragments continuously fell out. A space gradually appeared before their eyes. Seeing this scene, Zhen Wu exclaimed in shock, "So this really is the place." Standing before the towering rock formation where a divine dragon soared, Zhen Wu recognized it as the Falling Dragon Ravine. A group of subordinates saw the Falling Dragon Ravine appear and shouted, "It really is here, the honored envoy lord is too powerful." Zhen Wu tilted his head back to breathe, a fragrance wafting out from inside the cave. "There must be treasure in here." The honored envoy pointed at his subordinates and shouted, "The treasure is inside, let us go in." Seeing they had to go into a dangerous place, the subordinates trembled and said, "Lord, we do not know what lies ahead." Bai Tong angrily cursed them, "You good-for-nothings. When the honored envoy says go, you go, now clear the path." After hearing this, the group reluctantly accepted their fate and trudged inside. Behind them, Bai Tong and Sun Shi kept their eyes fixed on them. After a moment, a shout rang out that it was very safe inside. Hearing this, the whole group quickly rushed into the cave ahead. Zhen Wu remained behind, staring intently in their direction. Feeling the energy around him, Zhen Wu thought to himself that there must be many heavenly treasures inside. The group advanced deeper, the layer of ice pierced through by their swords. Before them flowed a stream of blazing red water. Sun Shi, excited, widened his eyes and exclaimed that this was a dragon bone. Lying amidst the fiery red flow was a dragon skeleton. Sun Shi shouted that it was full of treasures. Zhen Wu at the rear was secretly pleased as well, but suddenly the motionless dragon bone stirred slightly, the space distorted, and he froze stiff. The divine dragon's white eyes shifted, slowly awakening. What? Suddenly, a creature emerged from beneath the water's surface. It was the divine dragon they had just mentioned. A few subordinates stammered in terror, the dragon has come back to life." Seeing the divine dragon, Sun Shi was also frightened, gritting his teeth and cursing them fools. He looked at its sharp fangs and massive body. Sun Shi blurted out that it was not a real dragon, but a demonic beast parasitic on the dragon bone. He immediately ordered an attack. The monster immediately glared at the group. A few subordinates were utterly terrified. The monster began to charge and slaughter from the side. Wherever it struck, people died, sparing no one. The bloody scene made Bai Tong panic and cry out that it was all over. In the distance, Zhen Wu stood watching, surprised to realize this demonic beast had only used one move. Looking around, he could not believe only 4 people were left alive. At this moment, the demonic beast unleashed an attack. Instantly, Sun Shi was pinned firmly against the stone wall. His body now resembled a hedgehog, but he was not flustered, even admiringly remarking that the dragon-ascending demonic beast was truly formidable. Demonic beast roared and lunged forward. Sun Shi drew his short blade and sneered, saying the young master had indeed foreseen this. He examined the dagger with delight, saying that in all this heavenly kingdom, few could forge such a treasured weapon. He smiled triumphantly and said it was worth using it to cut the beast down. Having said that, he swung the blade straight at the demonic beast. Sun Shi turned and told Bai Tong and his disciple to buy him some time. Seeing Bai Tong and Tian Yi's worry, Sun Shi added that just a few seconds would be enough. Bai Tong was terrified. With no choice, he had to draw his sword and prepare to fight for his life. He stood facing the fierce beast, knowing the only option was to charge. On this side, Sun Shi clasped his hands before him. He activated the power of the treasured weapon, and a whirlwind arose. On the other side, Bai Tong was screaming in agony, causing Sun Shi to sneer in disgust. Even this was too much for him. The moment had come. Sun Shi launched the treasured sword, sending it flying toward the monster, accompanied by a loud shout of "Die." Seeing the sword, the monster froze in surprise. Immediately after, a series of loud explosions rang out. The sword pierced straight through the monster's body. It was pinned firmly to the ice wall behind, unmoving. The event was so fast, the monster that had been ferocious moments ago was dead, leaving Bai Tong stunned, clutching his wound and exclaiming heavens and earth. He observed and then realized that this demonic beast had been evolving together with the divine dragon, and in 100 years would have become a true dragon. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed that these were all precious treasures hard to come by. Sun Shi grinned excitedly and said that bringing this back would surely earn a great reward from the young master. It was all his now. At that very moment, he sensed a surge of killing intent from behind. Zhen Wu coldly appeared behind Sun Shi and said, "It is all mine." He did not hesitate to immediately grant Sun Shi a slash across his back. Red blood quickly stained the white snow. Sun Shi, in disbelief, spat blood and roared, "You dare to ambush me?" Zhen Wu coldly replied, "Do you know who I am, you mongrel?" He stepped on Sun Shi's wound, causing him unbearable pain. Zhen Wu coldly continued, "What is there to fear? The Tianmu Hall treated me poorly, so what if I kill you?" At this moment, Bai Tong and Tian Yi saw the danger and secretly tried to flee. Zhen Wu had discovered them. He immediately launched an attack. The strike stopped precisely right at Bai Tong's toes. With a cold tone ordering, Zhen Wu told everyone to stay still, causing Bai Tong to break into a sweat. He stammered and begged, claiming there was no grievance. But Zhen Wu immediately cut him off, shouting that the crime of cooperating with the Heavenly Martial Hall was enough to kill. With no way out, Bai Tong gritted his teeth and threatened to take him down with him. Zhen Wu sneered, asking if he was worthy of saying that. Then his hand gathered strength. Zhen Wu's silhouette quickly moved around Bai Tong. The old man watched his shadow in fear, thinking it was just a low-grade martial skill. But before he could finish his words, he was struck directly in the chest. The blow was so powerful it tore through one of Bai Tong's shoulders. He screamed in disbelief, staring at his own arm. Bai Tong roared in pain and then collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound. Zhen Wu merely scoffed coldly, gloating as he watched the enemy writhe. Witnessing that scene, Tian Yi went berserk, charging forward and screaming Zhen Wu's name. Zhen Wu glanced at him as Tian Yi roared that he would face death. Amidst the surging aura of Tian Yi, Zhen Wu still calmly and gently parried the blow. His counterattack was as powerful as a dragon, suppressing Tian Yi's entire body. Zhen Wu disdainfully said he almost forgot that he had become a turtle tucking his head in. He finished speaking and unleashed a horizontal slash across Tian Yi's body, saying he was just a turtle tucking his head in. Tian Yi could only stare with wide eyes, unable to react in time. A tremendously loud explosion violently rang out. Where Tian Yi stood was now nothing but a cloud of thick smoke and dust. At this moment, Zhen Wu lightly snapped his fingers as if finishing him off. Bai Tong in the distance was immediately pierced through the heart, vomiting blood and dying. Having dealt with these two, Zhen Wu looked towards Envoy Sun, coldly asking if it was his turn. Envoy Sun was scared pale but still spoke stubbornly, threatening that the young master and the Heavenly Martial Hall would not let him off. Hearing this, Zhen Wu sneered, repeating that threat. He touched the wound on Envoy Sun's back, asking who bestowed this lethal poison. Angry, Zhen Wu clenched the wound tightly, saying that he himself would not spare the Heavenly Martial Hall. Envoy Sun writhed in agony, his screams piercing the sky. Suddenly, Envoy Sun's body trembled and he began to laugh. He challenged Zhen Wu, asking if he dared to face the young master. He regretted that the young master had not killed Zhen Wu immediately, thinking a mongrel was unworthy. Zhen Wu ignored him, releasing his hand from the wound on Envoy Sun's back. Envoy Sun fell onto the cold ice surface. Zhen Wu coldly sneered at his babbling. He stood up, looking at Envoy Sun's corpse, saying that his young master would surely join him soon. Zhen Wu looked at his bloodied hand silently, thinking this was only the beginning. After finishing up, Zhen Wu finally noticed a drop of spiritual milk dripping down from above. He looked up at the block of spiritual milk, sighing at its strangely rich fragrance. Zhen Wu looked at the massive block of spiritual milk, not expecting such a precious treasure to be upon it. Afterwards, Zhen Wu used a cup to catch a bowl of the purple spiritual milk water. He then drank the cup of water in several gulps. Zhen Wu's body became light as a feather, spiritual energy emanating from his danchin. His feet gradually left the ground. Surprised by the change, he exclaimed, "Walking in the air, the spirit roaming realm." Zhen Wu discovered his wounds had fully healed, and his strength had advanced to the walking in air and spirit roaming realm. Zhen Wu was stunned in disbelief, not knowing what treasure this was that just one drop caused a breakthrough. He recalled details from the Heavenly Martial Hall's book on the 10,000-year spiritual milk. Zhen Wu looked at the blood pool, thinking he had not awakened his bloodline yet, but had this precious spiritual milk and divine dragon essence blood. Missing out would be unforgivable. Without hesitation, he immediately stepped into the pool of divine dragon essence blood to cultivate. As soon as he stepped in, the water in the pool swirled into currents surrounding his body. After circulating his energy, the dragon blood seemed to boil furiously in his stomach. It seeped through every blood vessel, advancing deep in Zhen Wu's body. At that moment, Zhen Wu let out a soft cry. Dragon scales had appeared at the corners of his eyes. Immediately after, streaks of profound energy surged around Zhen Wu's body. Accompanying this, a blazing red flame erupted from the essence blood pool. At this moment, Zhen Wu's body was coiled around by a fierce dragon. The dragon shot lightning bolts everywhere, but Zhen Wu was completely unharmed. The powerful shockwave created a pillar of spiritual energy that shot straight into the sky. Even the castle several mountain ranges away could clearly see the blazing light. Very curious little girl pointed up and shouted, "Mother, look over there." Several swordsmen at the foot of the city saw it and asked each other in curiosity, "What is that?" The shockwave reached the sky, and a man screamed in terror. The person beside him hurriedly said to go report to the city lord. As for Zhen Wu, his entire body was now enveloped by a dragon. Unbeknownst to him, more dragons had appeared around him, causing pain to every single one of his souls. On his face, dragon scales were visibly thickening. Zhen Wu gritted his teeth in disbelief. So many, a full 8 of them. Zhen Wu roared, erupting with power that was nearing its limit. He clenched his fist tightly, gathering all of his strength. At that very moment, even the blood fox spirit within him reversed. That stream of blood formed a pillar that shot straight into the sky. Yet the dragons followed one after another, climbing up after it, and so they merged together, reaching the pinnacle of power. A violent, earth-shattering explosion rang out. Smoke cleared, revealing Zhen Wu's solid figure with dragon scales on his shoulders. 8 dragons had now merged into a single one, majestic and fierce behind his back. Feeling the terrifying aura, the 8 dragons converged into one massive divine dragon. Immediately after, Zhenwu threw a punch to test his power. He struck out using the stone before him as a test point. The rock instantly shattered, breaking into pieces with nothing left. The dust slowly settled, and Zhenwu stood up unsteadily, tired but satisfied. He looked at the wall that had been smashed to pieces, lacking any armor. Zhenwu smiled smugly, praising inwardly, "Very good." After going out, Zhenwu continued his training journey. At that moment, a brown bear was approaching on the grassland. Zhenwu swung his sword, the strike cutting through all the nearby tree trunks. After that, he finished off the brown bear. He stroked his new sword with satisfaction. Even a mid-tier level 4 magic beast can't withstand a single blow. The divine travel realm truly is a different level altogether. Suddenly, several people hurriedly passed overhead. Zhenwu sneered, thinking they were another group from the heavenly martial hall coming for the earth, slaying divine dragon. He quickly leaped after them, his heart full of excitement. More and more people are coming. It's about time I returned. Thinking this, Zhenwu immediately headed back to the small house and just set foot in the yard. Qiuyi was overjoyed and cried out, "Young master!" She threw herself into Zhenwu's chest. Delighted, "Young master, Qiuyi was so worried about you. 2 days ago, seeing the strange phenomenon on the mountain, I was so afraid something had happened to you." Zhenwu affectionately rubbed her head. "Alright, I've returned to you now. Come on, let's go home." Qiuyi's eyes lit up, about to say she would prepare the horses, but Zhenwu refused. "No need." Before he finished speaking, Zhenwu bent down. Then he unexpectedly scooped Qiuyi up, leaving her both surprised and shy. Zhenwu looked at her with a smile and then flew into the air. "Let's go." After a while, the two reached the outskirts of the valley. A few birds in the sky caught a few clattering cries. As soon as they arrived, Zhenwu heard the sound of weapons clashing. A sense of worry rose in his heart. Why is there the sound of fighting inside the city? He glanced at the flock of birds, thinking they must have already caught the scent of blood. Suddenly, Qiuyi in Zhenwu's arms screamed in panic, "Young master, look." Her face turned pale. Where Qiuyi pointed was the long residence, but now it was engulfed in a sea of fire. She cried out in despair, "Our long residence." From within the long residence came a piercing, hearty laugh, mixed with the sharp ring of swords. That man had severely wounded the Long family head on the shoulder. Zhu Ye laughed shrilly. "Long family head, is this all you've got?" The Long family head gritted his teeth in anger and cursed. Zhu Ye grew even more excited, sneering, "The head of the Long family head, I'll take it now." He lightly flicked his fan, creating a powerful gust of force. Zhu Yi was about to strike when something descended from the sky, startling him. A violent blow from the gate shattered the wall and burst in. Zhu Yi was extremely shocked, warily shouting, "Who is it?" He thought in terror, "This is a spiritual weapon. How could it be destroyed like this?" But before he could react, Zhenwu appeared behind him, with eyes like a demon and a voice like ice. "The one coming to take your life." Zhu Yi quickly turned around, using his fan to block Zhenwu's attack. Zhenwu immediately used a flurry of kicks on him. "Go to hell." He managed to block nearly all of them, but as a constant drip wears away a stone, Zhu Yi was horrified. Such speed, how can he be this strong? Finally, Zhenwu delivered a finishing blow, shouting, "This is the final strike!" But Zhu Yi suddenly deployed a golden bell, the golden bell shield, a top-tier royal-ranked martial skill. Seeing this, Zhenwu sneered, "The golden bell shield, is it?" He decisively swung his sword, causing the golden bell gruel to crack instantly. Zhenwu looked at the crack that had formed so easily, thinking that this bell could withstand such a strong blow and only crack a little. Zhenwu felt a moment of hesitation in his heart, then he gave a cold snort. It seemed this was another good deed caused by that young master. Zhu Yi inside the bell heard Zhenwu's voice echo in. If one blow was not enough, then he would gift a few more. He did not believe that your profound energy could still endure. Zhou Yi saw that things were not good, dripping with sweat. Then he hastily pulled a small dagger from his person. Zhu Yi sneered it was too late. Immediately after, a powerful aura burst forth from within the bell. Zhu Yi roared with raging momentum, "Die for me, go all out." Zhu Yi erupted with power, shooting straight into the sky. He was full of confidence in his own strength, laughing excitedly. All of that scene was completely witnessed by Su Xing, the city lord of Long Yan. Su Xing, watching from outside, also felt this powerful aura, thinking that the heavenly martial hall was truly terrifying. If this sword fell, even a heavenly man realm expert would have to dodge. Zhenwu did not have time to react and was hit by the treasure. That was right, he spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Then, following the momentum of the move, he flew straight into the sky, leaving behind an empty space on the ground. Seeing this, Zhu Yi proudly sneered, "The young master's treasure given to me was truly a waste." Having said that, he cast a glance towards old Patriarch Long. "Well then, Di Wei," he said with a cold laugh, "if you want to blame someone, blame your grandson. The calamity of the Long family today is all because of him." He laughed joyfully out loud. What a pity the divine dragon bloodline has to end here. Before he finished his sentence, he was pierced through by a dragon claw. The strike was so fast he could not feel the pain. A few seconds later, Zhu Yi turned his head back in horror, unable to believe his eyes. Zhenwu was now covered in dragon scales, his gaze coldly fixed on him. Even as his body slowly dissipated, Zhu Yi still could not believe he had lost. He gave a faint smile. What kind of joke was this? Immediately after, he was burned into a puff of smoke by Zhenwu's dragon claw. Having dealt with him, Zhenwu disdainfully stepped on the remaining traces of Zhu Ya. Zhenwu said coldly, "Are all the people of the heavenly martial hall this arrogant and self-important?" Zhenwu reached out to pick up Zhou Yi's small bell that had fallen to the ground. It was a spatial treasure. He looked at the treasure in his hand with satisfaction. There was still an endless amount of golden bell gruel inside. Truly a good item. But before he could rejoice, Zhenwu heard the sound of a weapon tearing through the wind as it shot down from the sky. It flew swiftly, passing right over Zhenwu's head. He could not believe his eyes and turned back to look. Zhenwu's eyes were full of surprise as he shouted, "What?" Watching the sword blade hurtling back towards him, Zhenwu immediately activated his defensive barrier. This was a secret technique after awakening his bloodline, a self-generated dragon armor. The great sword and the dragon armor clashed, creating a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering might. The power of the giant sword destroyed everything around it, sending people flying into the sky. Only the miserable screams of the crowd could be heard. Unfortunately, at this moment, Zhenwu's dragon armor was slowly beginning to crack open. He could not believe it. He could only watch helplessly as the dragon armor was destroyed. Zhenwu was immediately pushed back by the power of the giant sword. As the dust and smoke gradually dispersed, Zhenwu was pinned deep underground by the giant sword, his fate unknown. The entire Long family was also annihilated, with corpses scattered everywhere. At this moment in the sky, the man from the heavenly martial hall, Song Lian, had arrived to inspect. Looking at Zhenwu lying on the ground, Song Lian was surprised. He did not expect to still be too late, having to use all his treasures just to suppress him. What kind of monster was this guy? But before he could take any action, a heart-piercing strike shot up. Song Lian's eyes bulged full of shock and astonishment. He was now pierced through the chest from below by a long spear-like column of blood. He could not believe it, crying out in panic, "How could this be?" And so Song Lian was pulled down, pinned firmly to the ground, and the author of that strike was none other than Zhenwu. He was full of rage, walking towards him with a murderous aura. Zhenwu gently pulled the blood-soaked sword out of his chest. His gaze cold and emotionless, he said, "You have devastated my homeland, killed the people of my clan." Zhenwu looked at Song Lian's corpse on the ground, his voice full of hatred. "I will make you pay." Saying this, he roared in fury. Blood must be repaid with blood. The scene shifted to that evening. Zhenwu had rescued the survivors. Only old patriarch Long remained. Zhenwu quickly helped him to gather with everyone else. Old Long said gratefully, "Zhenwu, it is a good thing you were here." Zhenwu gently set him down. Elder Long clutched his hand and continued, "If it weren't for Long Ra, we would have been done for long ago, yet they treated you like this." Hearing this, Zhenwu smiled lightly to comfort him. "It's nothing. It's all in the past. I am also a member of Long Ra." After speaking, Zhenwu snapped his fingers. Immediately, a bottle of 10,000-year spiritual marrow was taken out from his spatial treasure. Seeing it, Elder Long exclaimed in surprise. "A single drop of 10,000-year spiritual marrow is hard to find. How do you have so much?" Zhenwu then showed the spatial treasure to Elder Long. He explained that these were items obtained from killing people of the Tianmu Hall. "With these, our Long Ra..." Saying this, he clenched his fist with excitement and affirmed, "Will definitely return to its former glory." Upon hearing this, Dewey was overjoyed, moved to tears. Happiness mixed with pride filled his mind. He nodded in firm response. The scene changed to the Tianmu Hall. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The anger of a table being struck echoed in the silent space. The young master of the Tianmu Hall roared furiously. "Could it be that even the three people carrying the talisman swords I bestowed cannot destroy a single Long family?" The few subordinates below dared not make a sound. They lowered their heads and listened to the scolding. "Waste. All of you are nothing but waste." Upon hearing this, the subordinates also bowed their heads deeply, not daring to say anything. At this moment, an old man came to report, "Young master, according to witnesses, Song Lian used the full power of the talisman sword to strike Long Zhenwu, but he still didn't die." The young master was displeased upon hearing this. He snorted coldly. The heaven's absolute poison couldn't even kill him. How could he die so easily? As he spoke, the young master's eyes were filled with killing intent. "But this Long family absolutely cannot be allowed to survive." He took out a magic artifact and gave the order, "Elders, I bestow 6 talisman swords. 2 of you work as a pair. Act together." The talisman swords quickly found their wielders. A group of subordinates respectfully accepted the order. "Rest assured, young master, we will definitely hunt down the Long family to the end." Hearing this, the young master smirked arrogantly. "Long Zhenwu, let me see." His eyes were full of confidence. "Will you still be lucky enough to escape?" The scene shifted back to the bamboo forest where the Long family was resting. Zhen Wu looked at the remaining members of his clan and said, "The strongest large country near the Tianwu Kingdom is the Feiyu Kingdom." He instructed, "When everyone has rested well, lead the people and horses of Long Ra into the Feiyu Kingdom. The influence of the Tianwu Hall cannot reach there." Hearing this, Di Wei asked worriedly, "Then will they easily let us go?" Long Zhen Wu patted his hand in response. "Rest assured." The Dharma seal appeared around Zhen Wu's body. He said resolutely, "I will go and act as bait to lure them out. This is the martial skill Golden Bell Shield. Take it and cultivate it for self-defense." Di Wei still worried and refused. "No, Zhen Wu. Even with the Golden Bell Shield, how can you face the experts of the Tianwu Hall alone?" Zhen Wu gently comforted his grandfather. "That's not all." He then demonstrated a move for him to see. Above everyone's heads, a fire dragon coiled and flew around. Everyone stared wide-eyed. "This is a fire dragon." Seeing everyone's surprise, Zhen Wu explained, "This is a secondary ability gained from awakening the bloodline. It allows me to control flames freely. It seems to be called..." Before he could finish, Di Wei joyfully shouted, "Innate divine ability." Overjoyed, he rushed over and embraced Zhen Wu. He couldn't contain his excitement and cried out, "I never thought it was real. Zhen Wu, you truly are the hope of our long family." Zhen Wu gently hugged him back to comfort him. "Rest assured, with the innate divine ability, I am confident I can protect myself." Hearing this, Di Wei reluctantly agreed, but he still reminded him, "Promise me you will return alive." Zhen Wu waved his hand in agreement. His eyes were full of confidence. "For the battle to avenge the Long family, I will definitely survive. I still have to use the blood of the Tianwu Hall to pay homage to those who died." He gazed painfully at what was left of Long Ra, now nothing but desolate ruins. 2 days from now, I will appear behind Longyuan City." Looking towards the moonlight, Zhen Wu said firmly, "At that time, everyone must leave the Tianwu Kingdom." The scene shifted to half a month later. Qi was watching Little Red running around carefreely. Seeing Little Red running like that, she smiled and asked, "Is Little Red hungry?" Little Red understood immediately. Its eyes lit up, and it nodded continuously. Seeing it lowering its head towards that tamarind seed, Qi could not help but scold it affectionately. "No ridding," Qi taught sternly. "You are only allowed 1 drop of spiritual milk each day." Hearing this, Little Red drooped its little face sadly. Seeing this, Qi said, "Little Red is truly extravagant. 10,000-year spiritual milk is something countless divine travel experts beg for and cannot get, and you drink it every day. The young master is truly too good. Speak of the devil, and he appears." Zhen Wu called out from behind, "Little girl, what are you saying about the young master?" Hearing the familiar voice, Qi's eyes lit up as she turned around and called out, "Young master." Afterwards, the 3 of them sat together by the cliff, enjoying the breeze and the moonlight. Qi asked curiously, "It's so late, young master, aren't you asleep yet?" Zhen Wu did not answer. He said with a light laugh, "Qi, tomorrow I..." But he suddenly noticed something unusual. He immediately turned around and caught an arrow flying towards them, aimed at assassinating the 2 of them. Without hesitation, Zhen Wu threw the arrow back, killing the assassin hiding in the bushes a few meters away. Zhen Wu shouted, full of anger, "It's the scouts of the Tianwu Hall again, come to spy on Long Ra. They haven't rested for half a month now. This place can no longer be stayed in for long." Witnessing this, Qi was extremely worried. It's still too dangerous for the young master to go alone. As soon as the words left her mouth, Zhen Wu came over and embraced Qi as a form of comfort. Qi, caught off guard by the hug, was both shy and surprised. Zhen Wu gently patted her shoulder to reassure her. "There's nothing the young master can't do. Trust me." But the worry in Qi's heart did not diminish. Her arms tightened gently around Zhen Wu. Zhen Wu asked softly, "Qi, do you want to go with them to the Feiyu Kingdom or stay with me?" Nestled in his arms, she replied tenderly, "Qi belongs to the young master." Her eyes, already closed, had long made the decision. Wherever the young master goes, Qi will follow. Zhen Wu smiled playfully and pinched her cheek. "Good." Qi shyly covered her face, while he laughed heartily and said, "Just wait for me here tomorrow. I will come back to pick you up after I am done." Not long after Zhen Wu set foot in Longyuan City, covered in killing intent, he walked amidst the ruins. Suddenly, a sword-wielding man rushed forward and shouted, "Long Zhen Wu, you dare to come back." The other leaped high and struck down, boldly proclaiming that this was truly running to one's death. Zhen Wu only sneered coldly, repeating that man's words, running to one's death. That man's eyes bulged wide, revealing a look of terror. Zhen Wu was not about to stand still and wait for death, so he activated his divine theft talent. The people inside could not believe their eyes, exclaiming, "What?" His hand blazed with fire and he roared, "All you mongrels of the Heavenly Martial Hall, get out here now. This is Zhen Wu." The power within him erupted along with his roar, "I have returned." Shibao gritted his teeth and said, "This brat is too arrogant, let's go take his dog life." Guanshan warily warned not to fall for it, to beware of a trap. He could easily kill Zhu Ye and Song Lian. We might not be his match. Unexpectedly, Zhen Wu was already standing behind him. patting his shoulder and asking who he was waiting to pick. Both of them quickly retreated as far as possible. Guanshan fearfully said he was too strong. Quickly activate the talisman sword. Wu Shibao's face went blank. Zhenwu's lips curled up. Guanshan quickly activated the talisman sword. Zhenwu was somewhat interested, so they indeed had this kind of treasure as well. Then he spoke with a meaningful laugh. What a pity. He then summoned a bolt of heavenly lightning to strike directly at that man's face. That man was impacted by this blow, flying backward. Zhenwu laughed loudly and declared, too weak. That man lost his life just like that. Guanshan created a protective barrier. It was quickly shattered. Breaking through the protection, it took one of his arms. His eyes bulged wide in disbelief. Heavenly fire appeared at the same moment. Neither understood what had just happened, but their instincts warned of danger behind them. The heavenly fire was now right before their eyes. They were affected by its power, struggling to stay standing. Wu Shibao exclaimed in shock, a monster, silently marveling that his divine powers were so strong. Could he be Long Jiamaoshen? Zhenwu mocked them. Is this all the spirit soldiers and talisman swords of the heavenly martial hall have to offer? Wu Shibao wondered. He had just entered the divine travel realm. Yet he was even stronger than those in the heavenly man realm. How could that be? Zhenwu scornfully said. Is this all the strength the heavenly martial hall has? His hand released a move, trying to run. How ridiculous. Wu Shibao was fleeing. Hearing his words, he broke out in a cold sweat. Just some trash running to their deaths. Immediately after, he was killed by Zhenwu. The people below cried out in panic. Wu Shibao. One man could not believe it. How could two 8th rank divine Trao realm experts be killed so quickly? Zhenwu laughed and said, two more who fear death have come seeking their own doom. Then he immediately struck toward them. That man quickly managed to defend. He opened his mouth and said, don't be too cocky. Flame still lingered in Zhenwu's hand. His expression immediately turned ugly. The flame is too strong. He cannot be underestimated. Two figures appeared and walked toward them. Chen Jiao spoke up to ask what was going on. Where were Wu Shibao and the others? That man hastily said, this brat is very strange. Be careful. Zhenwu crossed his arms and called out, hey, heavenly martial hall, are you out of people? Quickly tell your young master to come and offer his life. Hearing this, those below froze in place. The green-haired man angrily shouted and swung his giant spiritual staff. Furious, he wanted to charge up. How dare he directly call out the young master's title. As it swung, his giant spiritual staff instantly cracked. The old man was astonished, blood sealing the spiritual tool. He dared to use his own body to oppose the spirit soldier. He snorted inwardly. He must be eliminated quickly. One man tried to use a Vajrapalm to ambush Zhenwu. This caught him somewhat off guard, and he shouted. The old man immediately called Chen Jiao. She understood at once. Strike fast for a quick win. All of them charged forward to attack Zhenwu. He frowned, realizing the situation was unfavorable. This is bad. That man struck down with all his might. Die. This blow struck Zhenwu directly, but he quickly used Golden Bell's shield to counter, blood splattering onto the opponent's face. He immediately snatched both of her arms away. She screamed in terror and pain. She collapsed to the ground, wailing hysterically. Zhenwu held the severed arm and said, this is your arm, take it yourself. And he ruthlessly threw it back at its owner. Nothing could touch a single strand of Han's hair. The blue-haired man gritted his teeth. This talent was too heaven-defying. If he did not kill him, it would spell future disaster. The old man clasped his hands, preparing his move. It was over, except death. The moment he finished speaking, he launched a spirit sword to attack Zhenwu. He created a layer of white leaves to block this strike. But the ferocious sword had already cracked the protective layer. Chen Jiao raised an eyebrow. Do you still want to resist? Being ganged up on, Zhenwu could only hold on to buy time. The cracks on the water barrier grew more numerous. It could not hold much longer. The continuous cracking sound signaled the defense was about to shatter. The blue-haired man ordered, everyone, keep attacking. He is about to break. He smiled smugly, wanting to drive this brat into complete despair. A loud explosion rang out, and heaven and earth were submerged in a blinding white. Zhenwu's flames blazed fiercely. He was completely unharmed and said coldly, despair? Then he challenged, then come and try. The old man's two swords were still embedded in the shield, causing it to continue cracking. Chen Jiao and the others watched awkwardly. The blue-haired man chuckled inwardly, indeed still unable. But his expression suddenly changed. Zhenwu glared at him with great menace. A surge of power erupted from him. Chen Jiao trembled. What was that? How could it be? She immediately turned and fled. Zhenwu's gaze was sharp, running away. His killing intent made her break out in a cold sweat. He dealt with the blue-haired man first. Could he run? That man cut up blood, his eyes rolling back. Go meet your ancestors. The remaining enemies were eliminated one by one. Before dying, the blue-haired man only managed to say two words, damn it. Zhenwu clenched his fists. He could not help but cough up blood. He was also heavily injured. That was dangerous. Someone slammed the table in fury. That brat cursed incessantly, useless, all useless. The subordinates were terrified. Young master, please calm down. Who would have thought Long Zhenwu could take down 6 elders? He held his head in distress. This matter had spread. The crowd already knew the 6 elders of the heavenly martial hall were killed. He ordered his subordinates, invite Elder Jie out of seclusion, kill Long Zhenwu, and leave his body in pieces. The door creaked open slowly. A mysterious figure appeared before the respectful gazes of the entire heavenly martial hall. They all said in unison, we welcome the elder. The young master remained silent and thoughtful. An old man with a covered face stepped out amidst the smoke, coldly replying, "It was Elder Jia." Girl touched the smoke, and her face immediately twisted into a strange shape. She held her face and wailed in pain. "No." The young master remained calm. "I see, it has been a long time, Elder. Your martial power has advanced." He thought to himself, still a bit short of the heavenly human realm. The young master wants me to kill Zhen Wu. Elder Jia's eyes showed some hesitation, but he laughed heartily. "After the deed is done, the young master must help me break through to the heavenly human realm." The young master smiled and said, "Of course," but inwardly cursed. That old fox dares to set conditions. Vultures catching the scent of meat came flocking in. Zhen Wu sat tiredly amidst the chaos after the battle. Watching the flock of birds calling to their kin, he thought 3 hours had passed. He wondered how far everyone had gotten. Seeing the flock of birds fly away, Zhen Wu felt alert. The pursuers from the heavenly martial hall were probably also coming. Unexpectedly, Elder Jia had already appeared behind him. He exuded a murderous aura, daring indeed to stay here. Zhen Wu's hand immediately executed the technique. He shouted once and the golden bell was born. Who would have thought the old man would dodge? The golden bell tempering was good, but he moved like the wind, making it hard to hurt him. Zhen Wu began a chaotic attack. Extremely vigilant, the poison could infect profound energy. Dangerous indeed, even the golden bell was corroded. Since he had sneaked up behind Zhen Wu's head, he turned to block but missed completely, sensing nothing at all. How could the speed be so fast? And so in a short while he lost his form, vanished again. The old man appeared and disappeared, speaking, "Good reaction. But if you dodge once, can you dodge 100 times? Suddenly a cry of pain rang out. Zhen Wu held his corroded shoulder, thinking that he was being toyed with by that man. His whole body was tense. If this continued, the profound energy consumption was too great. He had to force him to reveal himself. While doubting, he suddenly discovered the key point. What divine talent was this? Wait a moment. He understood now, so that's how it was. So Zhen Wu smiled confidently, saying it was the shadow bloodline. Shadow bloodline allowed one to merge into shadows, possessing no attack power, but it was extremely unpredictable. As long as there were shadows, they could all hide. The old man watched to see what he would do. Seeing Zhen Wu swing out flames, he said to just burn away all the shadows. Like an angry sun god, he released balls of fire. The sounds of explosions rang without end throughout the territory of the heavenly martial hall. The old man, expressionless, said it was useless. Even if he knew he had the shadow bloodline, he couldn't be detected, as fire also had shadows. Zhen Wu snorted coldly, full of confidence. "Is that so?" He struck out another flame, kindly reminding him, "Be careful, playing with fire will burn yourself." The man was immensely shocked. He could even burn the shadows. Unable to withstand the flames, the fake elder had to reveal himself. Appearing, he opened his mouth to threaten Zhen Wu. "You are just a brat expelled from the heavenly martial hall. If you dare touch me, the young master will surely not let you off." He was not afraid, but instead found it interesting. "Is that so? Then let's take a look." His hand gripped the man's neck and he growled, "Who won't let who off here?" The old man was choked, unable to speak. The man's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately broke free from the opponent's grasp. Then he said arrogantly, "In the end, you are just an ignorant brat, arrogant and overestimating yourself." Zhen Wu immediately became alert, quickly formed the golden bell and blocked the man's strike. But in just a few seconds it cracked. An instant, it was shattered. He gritted his teeth in pain. How could this be? The golden bell was useless now. The old man snorted coldly. "You brat are too arrogant. You didn't even scout before the fight. The poison I concoct is the best in the world. Through the shadow bloodline, I poisoned you silently, and I was just waiting for it to take effect." Upon hearing this, Zhen Wu cursed. The man was endlessly smug. "What can you do me? You are merely a tiny divine travel realm cultivator relying on a few treasures. I am in the same realm but have reached perfection. These past few days, you killed Heavenly Master Chu Yi Song Lian and thought yourself invincible. It was just luck. Every martial artist with a bloodline is talented. I will show you how foolish it is to oppose the heavenly martial hall and the young master. Finally, I will do the deed." With that, he struck out, sending you to the world of utmost cold. As the dust gradually settled, a sword pierced through Zhen Wu's body. He gritted his teeth and pulled it out. The old man sneered, "You do have some spirit. Too bad not even heaven can save you now." Then, without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck towards Zhen Wu. A loud explosion sounded as the two streams of power clashed. A familiar figure blocked in front of him. Zhen Wu shouted in shock, rather. Grandfather spoke to reassure him. "My Zhen Wu, you have suffered." "Xuan," he said gently. "The Long family is in trouble. How could I let you bear it alone?" Someone mocked. "The affection between grandfather and grandson is truly deep." The young master of the heavenly martial hall had come in person. He said viciously, "Then let me send you both on your way." Immediately after, the two grandsons of the Long family were surrounded. Grandfather had not expected this. The heavenly martial hall actually raised such monsters. Their bloodline is snake combined with eagle. all in the divine travel realm. The old man chimed in, "Old man, if you seek death, don't blame me for being merciless." Dragon and snake, a decisive battle. Snake body coiled tightly around grandfather. He was squeezed stiff, unable to move. Zhen Wu shouted in worry, "Grandfather." The evil eagle took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Grandfather was caught off guard. It was dangerous. In the end, he was severely injured by the evil eagle's strike. Zhen Wu rushed forward to support him, but could do nothing. Grandfather's eyes were filled with despair. "I'm afraid we will die here." But there is still Zhen Wu. Zhen Wu was heartbroken, unable to hold back, tears streaming down. He wanted to reach his hand out to his grandfather. Despite being severely injured, he still said heroically, "Zhen Wu, a man does not easily shed tears. Our long family has this calamity, I have borne it, but the later generations must never submit." His hand tremblingly gripped the sword, refusing to let go even if his flesh was torn and bones shattered. He fought tenaciously, would rather lose his life to clear a bloody path for his grandson. Immediately after, he was stabbed by the young master of the Tianwu Hall. His trembling hand slightly loosened. He endured the pain, holding tightly onto that man's arm. The young master had an annoyed expression, cursing, "You hateful old man," still holding this move back. The grandfather closed his eyes, gritting his teeth, and said, "Release Zhen Wu, or your arm will be crippled." He let out a sinister smile. He replied with delight, "All right, let's see whose speed is faster." Zhen Wu witnessed his loved one being harmed and immediately screamed in agitation. Then he seemed to exhaust all his strength, collapsing onto the cold ground. Darkness enveloped him. So cold, could not see anything. "Grandfather." Zhen Wu woke with a start, constantly calling for his grandfather. He gasped for breath, his body covered in wounds that had been carefully bandaged. He looked around once, wondering, "Where is this?" A strange voice sounded in his ear, "Sunbuer, you are quite something. If you obstruct again, I will make your life worse than death." Someone replied. The hall master instructed that the young master must rest well. Footsteps approached, the other person's father. "How could you not even care about my birthday banquet?" Girl angrily wanted to barge in, to run and save that man. "I am also getting curious now." She irritably opened the door, wanting to see just what kind of god or saint it was. This girl was none other than Ling Er of the Tianbao Pavilion. Before her eyes was a handsome and strapping young man. Her heart began to beat irregularly. All the curses she had prepared were swallowed back down. She shyly turned her face away and asked, "Who are you? Why did my father have to save you?" Zhen Wu asked back in surprise, "It was your father who saved me." She immediately replied, "Of course, without my father, you would not have known how you died." He said gratefully, "May I ask your honorable father's name?" "I am Zhen Wu, and I will surely repay this debt in the future." Ling Er proudly introduced, "My father is the hall master of Tianbao Pavilion, Ji Wang." Zhen Wu was shocked. Celestial Treasure Pavilion? His eyes showed disbelief. Could this be Jiyalan City? The Celestial Treasure Pavilion was only here with all the spiritual herbs, pills, and martial manuals one could ever want. Ling Er waved her hand and asked, "You weren't scared silly, were you?" A man walked in and reminded her, "Ling Er, don't be rude." Seeing the man before her, she called out, "Father." He immediately got off the bed and knelt. Junior Long Zhen Wu pays respects to the Lord Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master helped him up. "No need for such a grand ceremony," he said. "I accepted a request from Uncle Hugh, but I still arrived late and failed to save your grandfather." Zhen Wu was surprised, so it was Uncle Hu. A subordinate ran in frantically to report, "Lord Pavilion Master, the people from Everlasting Spring Gang are here again." Si Wang said coldly, "What do they want?" The subordinate stammered. "They said they came to propose a marriage." This remark caught the Pavilion Master off guard. Si Wang patted his shoulder. "Zhen Wu, get some rest. I'll go meet them for a bit." He walked to the door, and Zhen Wu suddenly said, "If you need anything, please command me, Lord Pavilion Master." Si Wang laughed. "I accept your good intentions." Ling Er hastily urged, "Father, you must stand up for me. I'm not marrying into the Everlasting Spring Gang." The Pavilion Master's laughter echoed back. "Of course, they are not worthy of my daughter." She left in anger. "You're really infuriating me." With a firm gaze, Zhen Wu made a silent vow, "Grandfather, wait for me. One day I will avenge you." The streets were bustling and lively at this moment. He sat on the rooftop observing below. So this was Jialan City. A faint noise caught Zhen Wu's attention. A moment later, he had vanished, leaving only the chatter of passersby. It was said the leader of the Everlasting Spring Gang was taking a concubine. That young master was marrying several women at once. Some said it was for money, others said the concubines were all abducted. Zhen Wu also noticed the bride sitting in the bridal sedan. Just at that moment, the wind blew the red veil askew. The person inside the sedan turned out to be Thadayat. The Everlasting Spring Gang had quickly gone to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion to propose. The short, fat man was the second gang leader, Maluoji. He said politely, "Esteemed father-in-law, no, Lord Pavilion Master, if I marry Miss Ling Er, I will treat her well for her entire life. Please give your consent." Ling Er flatly said she hated him. "Who would want to marry a detestable fat man like you?" Maluoji sadly sat in a corner crying, saying he had lost 5 pounds recently. The hot-tempered girl was about to charge at him for a fight, but was quickly stopped by the gang leader. The old man said in a loud voice, "I, the Fire King, do not want to see useless trash, nor will I marry my daughter to a good-for-nothing. If you want to marry, rely on real skill. At this moment, Zhen Wu approached and called out. Then he whispered something into the old man's ear. Then without hesitation, he issued a challenge. If you can defeat him, I will marry my daughter to you. Ma Luoji's eyes lit up as he stammered back, "Father-in-law, are you serious?" Gang leader, holding his head in pain, replied with an annoyed tone, "Serious." At the same time, a shout to release the bound hands rang out, "You little brat, didn't your father teach you not to call people random names?" At the 8th layer of the divine travel realm, Ma Luoji rubbed his head in confusion and replied, "Brother, then I shall take my leave." Zhen Wu's expression was cold as he continued, "I will give you 3 moves. If you lose, don't mention the marriage alliance again, and release all the concubines you kidnapped." Ma Luoji replied without hesitation, "Fine. Fine," but in his heart he muttered to himself, "What concubines did I kidnap? Whatever, at least he's giving me 3 moves." And Ma Luoji struck with great force. At this moment he himself emitted strange sound. Then he swiftly leaped high into the air. It was only then that Zhen Wu realized he carried the spirit cat bloodline, and faintly in his ear, there was even the sound of a cat meowing, pushing mommy. A flash of jade-green light was seen. Zhen Wu dodged in the nick of time, then he began counting. 1 move. Ma Luoji understood his ability, too fast, and he had even dodged his shadow phantom attack. Then he grinned sinisterly and said, "This time you won't be so fast." Zhen Wu was alarmed by Ma Luoji's next move. At this moment, dust filled the sky, obscuring the view. The onlookers wondered what move this was, a dog-climbing move, granny style. Ma Luoji said proudly, "This time you can't dodge anymore." He lunged at Zhen Wu, but for the second time he had also dodged. That scene left Ma Luoji frozen, not knowing what to do. He cried pitifully, "Even like this I can't hit him. I'm out of moves. I can't marry Linger anymore." Zhen Wu asked in confusion, "Aren't you at the 8th layer of the divine travel realm? Why are you this weak?" Ma Luoji tried to act cute and stammered. The gang leader appeared scornfully and said, "The Spirit Cat clan's martial techniques lean towards support, very weak in solo combat. But I asked you if you were willing to duel, and you nodded, all talk and no action." He even said to his face, "Someone like you, on what grounds would you marry my daughter?" Ma Luoji's eyes glistened, unable to answer. He turned to Zhen Wu and pleaded, "Big brother, take me as your disciple. I'll learn from you to do great things and marry Ling. The people from the gang softly coughed, "Young master, you've lost all face for the gang." Zhen Wu sighed and repeated the conditions. "Get up, you lost, so accept it. Don't come to the heavenly treasure pavilion to propose anymore, and release the concubines." Ma Luoji tightly hugged his leg and replied in confusion, "Big brother, what concubines are you talking about? I only like Ling. Ling arrived and shouted, "Shut up now." Zhen Wu explained the matter of the Eternal Spring gang carrying brides around town today. Hearing this, Ma Luoji flew into a rage. "It must be his good deeds again, using my name to do bad things." The people nearby finally dared to speak. "Physician master, young master, ye brought word that the old chief's illness required sacrificing young girls to recover, so it was permitted." The old chief here refers to the grand gang leader. Hearing this, the gang leader angrily shouted, "Utter nonsense." Ma Luoji was also stunned with shock. Gang leader lamented the lack of conscience. That hateful old man actually believed rumors and harmed innocent girls. Zhen Wu came to report, "Gang leader, my maid was captured by the Eternal Spring gang. I must go rescue her. I take my leave." Ma Luoji hastily followed and said loudly, "Big brother, I'm coming too." In the silent night, the large door slowly creaked open, and a footstep entered. Inside, incense smoke billowed day and night. A young girl of about 20 was lying on the bed. Dong walked in with a sly grin. He looked at the unconscious girl with glee. The young master was right. This old man was easy to fool. This one is truly a beauty. Ma Luoji, following behind, whispered, "Big brother, our mountain has many guards secretly sealing it off. Without a root hint, it's easy to fall into a trap." He took a bite of a steamed bun and said, "Only my father knows the secret path. Taking the shortcut up the mountain is impossible now." Zhen Wu turned to ask him, "What should we do then?" His heart blaming himself for arriving too late. He had already been taken up the mountain for cultivation. Ma Luoji ran after him and said hastily, "Big brother, don't worry, my father was also fooled. Actually, he's tough on the outside but soft inside. We still have a chance to go up the mountain." Saying this, he pointed at the person in the middle of the square. "Join our Eternal Spring gang's treasure hunt activity." The person up front instructed, "Registration 10 tails. The spirit beasts of Eternal Spring Mountain are countless. Killing one minor demon helps more than half a year of cultivation. Awaken your ambition, and you'll defy the heavens. Haggle and I'll slap you senseless." A gold ingot was placed on the table with a firm voice, "I register." At the tea house, everyone was lost in thought. Ma Luoji cheerfully brought many items and said loudly, "Big brother, I've prepared our mountain clothes, waiting for the hour of the dog to go up." Suddenly, a person fell from upstairs. A fierce-faced woman scolded angrily, "You clueless thing, daring to harass women." The fallen man held his face and pleaded, "Granny, spare me." She approached with a dark expression close to his face. "Get lost. Don't let me see you again." That person took the chance to scurry away quickly. Ma Luoji, seeing this, shouted loudly, "Cousin Liu Na." Zhen Wu leisurely drank tea, wondering why that man had appeared here. Ma Luoji happily ran over, calling out to his cousin, A blinding flash of light shot up. It stunned Luo Jie and everyone around him for a full 5 seconds. Liu Na approached, looking at Zhenwu with an icy stare. He lunged at him, grabbing his neck, cursing him as a heartless and shameless man who still dared to show his face. Zhenwu was dumbfounded, having no idea what was going on. The group ascended the mountain, laughing and chatting cheerfully as they walked. Luo Jie, curious, leaned close to Zhenwu's ear and asked, "Did Big Brother really do that with cousin?" Zhenwu sighed, frowned in annoyance, and replied, "I already said I do not know her." Liu Na heard this, sneered coldly with disdain, and called him a brazen liar. Zhenwu, unable to bear the humiliation, turned back and asked Miss Liu where when she had met him. Liu Na replied with disgust, "For every day I fail to remember, I will curse you 10,000 times." Zhenwu shook his head in exasperation, finding her truly troublesome. As they walked for a while, the sky gradually darkened, and the wind on the heights blew even stronger. They all gathered firewood, lit a fire, and found a place to rest for the night. Luo Jai checked the map, saying they were in the misty area on the mountainside. He pointed at a spot and continued, "This road ahead is hazy. Luckily father gave me a detailed map." Zhen Wu glanced around, listened, then said softly, "This place is too quiet." Liu Na ignored him, stood up and walked away. Luo Jai asked where she was going. She replied she was gonna bathe. Zhen Wu reminded everyone not to separate. Liu Na tossed her hair back and said coldly, "What is that to me?" leaving Zhen Wu and Luo Jai speechless. Suddenly, a squeaking sound came from behind Luo Jai, and a single red eye stared fixedly. Dozens of red creatures rushed out. Several hundred more appeared, frightening Luo Jai half to death, making him yell and ask what they were. Zhen Wu and Luo Ji were about to deal with them when a panicked scream rang out from Liu Na's direction. Zhen Wu turned to look. Luo Jai said, "Brother, go check on cousin, I will handle this place." Zhen Wu nodded and ran over to Liu Na. Shouted asking what was wrong. Liu Na, soaking wet, stammered and pointed behind her. Seeing that she was not wearing clothes, Zhen Wu turned his face away in embarrassment. He took off his coat and handed it to her, telling her to put it on. Behind them, a spider golem slowly emerged. Zhen Wu sneered, saying it had been a long time since he used martial skills, so he would make it his sparring partner. He stretched out his hand and executed a technique. It transformed into ferocious beasts that charged at the spider golem. The spider golem sprayed out a large web along with a swarm of smaller spiders. They quickly surrounded the two of them. Liu Na trembled in fear, pressing tightly against Zhen Wu. Zhen Wu blushed and asked, "How could you, at the 9th layer of the mysterious realm, be afraid of this kind of lesser monster?" Liu Na shivered but stubbornly said she was not afraid. She just hated things that were all clustered together. Zhen Wu gently lifted her up. Liu Na shouted angrily, "Do not take the chance to touch my bottom." Zhen Wu ignored her and snapped his fingers. A flame burst forth. He said smugly, "I want to see how many spiders you can spit out." The fire quickly incinerated the hideous spiders in an instant. The spider golem, heartbroken, howled repeatedly. Enraged, spat green liquid at the two. Zhen Wu dodged it nimbly. He sneered, saying this will be your end, and then drew his divine sword. A beam of light pierced straight into the spider golem. It writhed in pain before being torn in two. Luo Ji ran over and reported that his side was done too. Seeing them embracing, he smiled and said he had not seen anything. The two awkwardly separated. An object fell from the spider's corpse. Everyone was curious. Zhen Wu picked it up to examine it, and Liu Na quickly put her clothes back on. Luo Jai took out the precious manual to look it up. He shrugged helplessly, saying the book only records it as the traversing Yang hairpin, with no further information. Zhen Wu had to drop the matter. The place was not convenient, so the group quickly set off. Half an hour later, they escaped the misty area. Luo Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they had walked a short distance, Liu Na collapsed to the ground. Luo Jie, worried, ran over to support her and asked what was wrong with her. Liu Na was exhausted all over, sweat drenching her forehead, and she wondered why her body was so weak. Luo Ji immediately offered to carry her on his back, saying their speed would quickly reach the mountain peak. Hearing this, Liu Na looked very shy and asked back, "You?" While she was hesitating, Zhen Wu suddenly reached out his hand, as if to carry her. This action made both Liu Na and Luo Ji widen their eyes in surprise. The moon rose high and the time had turned to midnight. While carrying Liu Na on his back, a group of people suddenly appeared ahead. They hurriedly ran past, which greatly surprised Zhen Wu. He quickly pulled one person over and asked, "Brother, why are you all running in such a hurry?" That person replied in panic, "Run fast. If you don't run, you'll lose your life." Long Zhen Wu only then noticed the massive pillar of light shining in the distance. Unbeknownst to anyone, Liu Na's body on his back began to secrete a strange liquid. Luo Jai took out a map, pointed at a marked spot, and said, "Past this flatland is where my father cultivates, and it is also the only way up the mountain. Big brother, why do you think they are blocking this path?" At this moment, a group of people were in a chaotic fight before them. A mysterious person wearing a hat spoke up, "If any of you aren't afraid to die, come on over." Hearing this, those men all hesitated, not daring to act rashly. The man in blue among them spoke up. "Who the hell are you? This mountain belongs to the Spring Sect. We paid to come up here to train. What right do you have to block the road?" Hearing this, the man in the hat laughed loudly, as if he had heard a joke. He pushed his hat up and sneered, "Spring Sect Mountain? The Grand Chief of the Spring Sect, that damn old man, is about to kick the bucket." Taking off his hat, he revealed a face full of smugness. "This mountain is now under our control." Seeing that face, Luoji immediately recognized him and shouted in surprise, "Yi Tong!" Luoji was fuming with rage, wanting to charge forward. "What has that effeminate bastard done to my father? I knew it all along that he approached my father with ulterior motives. I have to settle the score with him." Zhen Wu quickly stopped him, telling him to calm down. Zhen Wu immediately reminded him, "Don't act rashly, perhaps the two of us are no match for them." Hearing this, Ji calmed down a bit, frowned, and asked, "Then what should we do? I don't know how my father and Miss Qi are doing." After setting Liu Na down to rest at a spot, they began to sense that something was wrong. Fearsome veins appeared on Liu Na's forehead. Luo Jai called out in worry, "Cousin." Zhen Wu looked on in confusion and asked, "Could she be poisoned?" But shortly after, her fingernails grew long, and her arms turned into insect limbs. Luo Jai recognized it immediately and explained, "Isn't my cousin's silver bloodline about to awaken? She's already at the 9th level of the spirit travel realm. She should have awakened long ago. This time it must be related to that giant spider." At this moment, Liu Na was showing extreme pain. Seeing this, Zhen Wu quickly wanted to help her. He struck her hard on the back and said, "If this continues, she won't be able to bear it. Let me try using the blazing ice martial skill." His effort was of unknown effect, only seeing Liu Na cover her face and shout loudly, a powerful aura radiating from her body. That power shook the forest, causing birds and beasts to flee in panic. This incident caught Yi Tong's attention from the other side. He glanced towards the pillar of light shooting into the sky within the forest. At that moment, Zhen Wu stepped forward and said, "I've only heard of bandits robbing on the road. What's your game here?" Seeing Zhen Wu, Yi Tong was extremely shocked and exclaimed in disbelief, "You are Zhen Wu?" He sneered, "Last time you were lucky to escape from the elder's hands. I didn't expect you to walk right into our trap." Hearing this, Zhen Wu immediately confirmed his speculation. "So you are indeed from the combat mad sect." Tong looked at Zhen Wu excitedly. "Brat, at the open great realm, what stage have you reached? Killing a few measly monsters and drinking some spiritual milk, you think you are a match for us?" Hearing this, Zhen Wu only gave a cold snort. "When did I ever say I would fight you all alone?" As he finished speaking, Luo Jai and Liu Na appeared behind him. Yi Dong, not to be outdone, ordered his subordinates, "Fine, then let you all die together. All of you attack." Immediately, his subordinates erupted with power, transforming themselves into giants. Zhen Wu quickly signaled for Liu Na to use the volley stab technique. She took out a magical artifact she had obtained from the spider essence. From within it, tens of thousands of spider threads sprayed out. The spider threads enveloped those monsters, preventing them from moving. Liu Na's voice rang out, "Oi, old man, have you ever heard of the 100-step volley stab?" Having said that, she flashed an excited smile and asked, "How does your subordinate like the taste of the volley stab?" Witnessing that scene, Yi Tong broke out in a cold sweat and roared, "Damn it!" Not giving them any time to react, Zhen Wu charged forward. He immediately swung out a fire strike, smashing several of those subordinates into ashes. Seeing their bodies shatter, Yi Tong was not panicked at all. His eyes darkened, a formidable innate talent ability. But it doesn't resemble the bloodline of Long Jie Yuan Cheng, rather the nearly lost Mao Shanine dragon bloodline. Saying this, he laughed smugly. "But do you think things are that simple?" As soon as he finished speaking, those subordinates who had just been smashed were all restored to their original form. Everyone was extremely astonished. So they really are stone men. Legends say stone men are guardians of the underworld. Looking at Spring Mountain, could the underworld be destroyed? If so, why is he blocking us here? At this moment, Lu Ji walked step by step towards Yi Tong. "Underworld, it is indeed the underworld." He looked towards that direction and continued, "Yi Tong, my father was blinded by you, but I am not." Luo Ji's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Even if I have to die today, I will tear off your dog's mask." Yi Dong scornfully said that they were at most at the 9th level of the divine travel realm, yet they dared to fight him, a void element realm cultivator. He would grant their wish. Luo Ji gritted his teeth in fury upon hearing this. He could not hold back and charged forward, shouting for him to die. But before he could make a move, the stone giant raised its hand to block him. He immediately sent Luo Ji flying back toward the cliff wall. Yi Dong sneered, calling them a foolish father and a worthless son, saying that Changsheng Mountain could only be developed by him. Luo Ji climbed to his feet and shouted for him to release his father and Miss Yi. Yi Dong laughed, saying his father had lost half his lifespan, and as for that girl, he put on a lecherous expression, licked his lips, and said she had a city-toppling beauty, with icy skin and jade bones. It was a pity he had not enjoyed her for a long time, but the time was near. Before he could finish, Zhen Wu on the other side was already burning with rage. He rushed forward and shouted, "Hateful Yidong, do you want to die?" But his attack was easily blocked by the stone giant. Yidong laughed proudly and contemptuously, saying they were insignificant juniors. Even 100 of them could not defeat his guard. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Are you so confident?" The newcomer was Hu Gongfu. Zhen Wu exclaimed in surprise, "Hu Gongfu, Yi was with him, and she popped her head out to call out loudly, "Young master." Seeing her appear, Zhenwu was extremely surprised. He hurried over to ask Yi, "Are you alright?" Hugong laughed to himself with satisfaction. Yi nodded and replied, "I am fine." Luckily, Hugong arrived in time. Hearing this, Zhenwu finally felt at ease and held her tightly in his arms, instructing her not to leave his side again. Yi was moved to tears and hugged Zhenwu tightly as well. Seeing Hugong, Yidong immediately switched to a coaxing tone, saying that the Long family was already defeated, so what was the point of protecting them? Come to the heavenly martial hall. You could have anything you wanted, from celestial talents to beauties. Hugong replied disdainfully, "What is the heavenly martial hall?" He snapped his fingers and called the two stone giants little stones. "Come here quickly." Seeing the stone giants walk toward Hugong, everyone was surprised. Ferocious stone giants only submitted to the strong, yet they were kneeling before Hugong. Could it be that he was in the indestructible realm? The group of stone giants knelt at Hugong's feet. He placed his hand on their heads and said with a laugh, "Good lad." Seeing this, Yidong was scared out of his wits, realizing this was not good. He retreated into a defensive stance, not expecting brother Hugh to have such profound skills, easily subduing the stone giants. The strong bully the weak. All the treasures are yours. This lowly one takes his leave. He tried to flee but was blocked by Zhenwu using his fire technique. Trying to run, Yi cheered him on enthusiastically. "Go for it, young master. That lecherous old man must die." Dong looked at Zhenwu in fear, thinking to himself that although his own realm was higher, Zhenwu's bloodline was strange and hard to deal with. He immediately put on a conciliatory smile and said softly, "Little brother, let's talk things out slowly." Right after, he struck out with a sneak attack at Zhenwu. Zhenwu had anticipated this and quickly detected and dodged it. He even added a spirit wind claw of his own in return. Yidong was immediately knocked into a rock, spitting blood from his mouth. Zhenwu stomped hard on his chest. He roared furiously. Which hand touched Yi's face? Yidong stammered the right hand. Instantly, his right hand burst into fierce flames. Yidong screamed in terror, "Men, bring the great sect leader here." Sect leader Ma was escorted up by two men, his body completely drained of strength. Luoji cried out anguish. He rushed over to support his father. Luoji could not hold back his tears, asking how you could be so foolish as to trust a petty man. And look at the outcome. Sect leader Ma was now filled with regret. He admitted in a low voice that it was all his fault. Dong quickly tried to clear his name, saying, "I did nothing. The great sect leader is safe now." He boasted of his merits, saying he had been in the Changsheng sect for many years, but the second sect leader only indulged in pleasure, so he had no choice but to defect to the heavenly martial hall. The young master promised a heavy reward if he captured Yi. He was just greedy for money. He did not harm anyone. Luo Jai could not listen anymore and shouted for him to shut up. "Look what you have done to my father." Yidong smirked smugly, saying if the second sect leader refused to spare him, then kill him. He flashed a sinister smile. "But I am afraid you alone do not have the guts." Luoji was provoked and cracked his knuckles, entering a combat stance. "Is that so? Then let me see." Sect leader Ma quickly reminded his son, "Luoji, do not fall for his trick." Hearing this, Luojai was filled with regret, lowered his eyes, and father, a jade hides its flaw. I understood far too late. His memory flashed back to childhood, when father and son sat talking. Sect leader Ma instructed his son, "You are the future second sect leader. Do not be muddle-headed. Today your father will teach you the martial art of the spirit cat bloodline, the Shadow Strike 4 principles. Watch closely." Sect leader Ma closed his eyes to practice, his warm voice echoing. The ancestors relied on the Shadow Strike 4 principles to establish their position. The 4 principles are: sight, using phantom shadows to create illusions; taste, using the sense of taste; sound, using sound; and shadow, combining all three to achieve ultimate speed. But young Luoji did not like it, saying, "I do not want to learn. I want to be like Zhang Dechu at the Man-Chun Pavilion and grow up to hold a Manhan feast." Hearing this, sect leader Ma was silent for a moment, his eyes full of affection. He rubbed Luoji's head and instructed him cryptically, "Do not follow in your father's footsteps." Turning to the present, Luojai looked at Yidong and said, "Back then, when you had no path to walk, my father used the Shadow Strike 4 principles to save you. Today I will use it on you." Luoji's hand on the ground clenched tightly, causing the ground to deform. He growled, "You must know that the Changsheng sect does not bestow favors upon petty men." Yidong scornfully spread his arms, saying, "I do not want to discourage you, but even your father using the Shadow Strike 4 principles still lost to me." Hearing this, Luoji was not at all flustered. He asked back, "Is that so?" After that, Kiet stepped his foot back into a defensive stance. He extended his hand forward to channel his power, thinking to himself, "Father, I never used the 4 shadows hand before because of the pain. Now I understand, if I am not strong, anyone can trample me into the mud." He opened his eyes wide, looking at Yi Tong and shouted, "Yi Tong, die!" Faced with that momentum, Yi Tong grew anxious. 4 shadows hand. Keat had already mustered all his power. After that, he turned around and charged straight toward Yi Tong. This action stunned everyone, leaving them puzzled. Unexpectedly, a biological bomb was ignited by Kiet. The biological force engulfed the entire group. Everyone complained to the heavens, screamed for help, thought they were done for. Even Yitong vomited his guts out, his face dark and sickly. But seizing that opportunity, Kiet rushed forward and landed a punch straight to his face. Yitong, having taken a punch to the chest just like that, went to meet his ancestors. He died in fury, unable to do anything else. Everyone gasped, whispering among themselves. The second leader of Everlasting Spring Gang dares to kill? The person beside him exclaimed, "What did this kid eat this year?" Oh well, the girl in front was astonished. Amazing. Luo Kiet looked at the result of his own making, dumbfounded. He really died? Is my vinegar bomb really that powerful? Clan leader Ma was helpless with his precious son. You little brat, your vinegar almost choked me to death. But killing Yitong is not that easy. Without our support, you could not have killed him. At this moment, Hugong spoke up. Brother Ma, heroes have emerged from youth since ancient times. These youngsters will surely catch up. Hearing this, clan leader Ma turned and called to Kiet. The world subduer awakens once every 10 years. 10 years ago, the Everlasting Spring Gang was in power, and you died at the hands of the Heavenly Martial Hall. Now the world subduer is awakening again. The sky was gradually brightening at this moment. Speaking of this, his eyes were full of regret but also brimming with hope. I have been mediocre my entire life. You must help me gain glory. The sunlight was slowly breaking through everywhere. Luo Kiet was still worried at this time, asking his father, "Father, actually, Yi Dong didn't do anything to you, did he?" Clan leader Ma glanced at his son and replied indignantly, "I was just pretending." He thought it was real, but if I hadn't done that, you would never be able to mature. I put a lot of thought into it. At these words, Luo Kiet became furious, shouting, "Father, why don't you go perform in a play? You're such a good actor." This matter quickly passed. The group of Zhen Wu continued their journey. Fortunately, Hu Gong led the way. After a while, Hu Gong said, "We have arrived." He looked ahead. Ahead is the sealed ground of the world subduer. The scene truly frightens people. Lightning bolts fill the entire sky, not a single ray of sunlight. At this moment, Hu Gong turned back and asked, "Zhen Wu, do you know why you were driven away by the Grand Martial Hall?" Zhen Wu was dazed, not understanding anything. Hu Gong gave him a glance. Then he recounted, "Back then, the Grand Martial Hall was plundering the treasures of heaven and earth. They released the beast imprisoned in the sealed ground of Everlasting Spring, causing unrest among the people. At that time, your mother, along with Everlasting Spring Mountain and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, joined forces to deal with the Heavenly Martial Hall. They later sealed the world subduer. The Heavenly Martial Hall recognized your identity and drove you away." Saying this, Hu Gong tightly grasped Zhen Wu's shoulder. With the world subduer awakening this time, the Heavenly Martial Hall has surely prepared in advance. Hu Gong's eyes were full of hope. "We are all old, waiting for you to catch up." He firmly believed, "From my observation over time, all of you have weaknesses but support each other. If you can suppress the world subduer, your skills will increase significantly, and it will also be for the people's benefit." Just then, a voice called out from afar, "Uncle Hu, I've brought another little stone here." The newcomer was none other than Ling Er. Seeing her, Luo Kiet happily shouted, "Ling Er!" He ran over and asked, "Ling Er, why are you here?" But Ling Er turned her face away in disgust. "Who needs your concern?" Si Wang beside her reminded, "Ling Er, don't be rude." Si Wang finally spoke up, "Our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion once ruled the King's continent. We have more than enough treasures of heaven and earth to deal with the world subduer." Men. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates threw a pile of skill manuals to the ground. The younger one's eyes lit up, excited. Mysterious grade superior martial art heaven-shattering sword, great Luhan technique, 10,000-year divine snake collection, imperial grade, medium martial skill, rebellious lightning fire shrinking step. Si Wang said smugly, "Brother Hu, these are all for the kids to use. As for the price," saying this he flashed a sly smile. Seeing this, Uncle Hu recognized his intention. He thought to himself, "This cunning old man, he's trying to rip me off." Si Wang glanced back. "My treasures are all extremely valuable." This atmosphere even made Luo Kiet and Zhen Wu shrink back. Hu Gong made an offer, 20 spiritual energy crystals. Si Wang countered, 50 energy spirit crystals. Neither of them would give in. They went back and forth, 45 then 25, the other side raised to 40. Uncle Hu settled on 30 pieces, no more. This left the younger generation standing around, dumbfounded. Zhen Wu then took out some treasures. "My spatial artifacts, the Fisher Mountain Staff, the Adamantine Barrier, the Soul-Severing Blade, the Flood Heaven Water. Can we trade them?" As he spoke, he thought, "The Heavenly Martial Hall's skills are good, but they don't suit me." Di Wang reluctantly agreed, "Fine." But he thought to himself, this skill, though not as high grade as mine, is from the Heavenly Martial Hall. It might conceal a deeper trick within. This time, Hu Gong stepped forward and opened one of the manuals. He smirked. "Zhen Wu, the Great Luohan seal seems to have been made just for you." Zhen Wu asked, puzzled, "Uncle Hu, why do you say the Great Luohan seal is meant for me?" Hu Gong explained, although the Great Lu Hand Seal is only a low-grade, low-level martial art, it depends on whose hands use it. It will unleash different levels of power, sometimes stronger than high-grade martial arts. Si Wang praised, brother who truly has an eye for talent. He explained, the Great Lu Hand Seal does not have 9 complete forms. The first 8 moves are easy to learn but useless. The true essence lies in the 9th move. Some spend their entire lives unable to break through the 9th form, so the first 8 are also useless. Upon hearing these words, Shen Wu fell into deep thought. Si Wang continued, if you can break through the 9th move, the power of the first 8 will skyrocket. But unfortunately, only special individuals can break through. Saying this, Si Wang mused, in my memory, only those standing at the peak of the continent have mastered the essence of the Great Lu Hand Seal. Zhen Wu was confused, scratching his head and asking, Uncle Hu, do I really have to practice this skill? It feels difficult. Seeing his hesitation, Hu Gong said, Zhen Wu, you must understand that in martial arts training, the person is more important than the skill. For a true expert, skills and secret manuals are not divided by type or grade. Hearing this, Zhen Wu understood. Uncle Hu, I get it. Having said that, Hu Gong handed the manual to Zhen Wu and instructed. First, the first move is the Great Lu Hand Seal. You must discard all your old skills. The Heavenly Capital Purple Fire Burning Ice and the Spirit Defense Chief will not elevate your strength. You must take advantage of the Bloodline Awakening innate talents, using Fire Force to guide you in opening your meridians and tendons. Under the coldest or hottest conditions for 3 days and 3 nights, only then can you successfully practice the 4th move. Following Hu Gong's instructions, Zhen Wu began his training. By now it was the 3rd day. Qu Yi passed by and saw Zhen Wu soaking in water. She silently blessed him, believing that the young master would definitely succeed in his training. In the following days, to catch up in strength, everyone trained diligently, and Luoji was the same. Qu Yi and Xiao Liuzi sat watching him train. She patted its head and said, Uncle Hu said that from now on, you will be my battle pet. Hu Gong stood on the cliff, silently observing everything. On his shoulder, he carried the familiar large saber. He smiled a satisfied smile, thinking to himself that the young master truly had extraordinary talent. In his heart, the image of Zhen Wu's mother appeared, that smile resembling the young miss from years ago. At this moment, Zhen Wu in the cauldron of water also slowly opened his eyes after 3 days of arduous training. Hu Gong's inner voice still echoed, you will surely dominate the continent one day. A month passed and Zhen Wu's strength had clearly increased. He was training and demonstrating his techniques to everyone. Suddenly Zhen Wu let out a loud shout and formed a hand seal. After the shout, nothing happened, leaving Luo Jai and everyone else bewildered. Even Zhen Wu was startled had he failed. At that very moment, the stone beside him suddenly began to move. Luo Jai quickly noticed and shouted, everyone look over there. Ahead of them, on the surface of the sea, fierce whirlpools were churning violently. The result exceeded expectations. Qu Yi jumped up in joy to celebrate, and Luo Jie was also stunned. Zhen Wu had mastered the 7th technique of the Great Netherhand Shield in just 1 month, promising to reach the 9th technique. Zhen Wu's eyes were filled with fury as he looked towards the Heavenly Martial Hall. Just you wait. Xi Wan came over and said, the 3 of us need to go down the mountain on business. You all stay here and train. During this time, the ham world is about to awaken, and there will be disturbances. Linger heard this and immediately waved her hand. Father, go early and return early. After speaking, Hu Gong and Xi Wang quickly went down the mountain. But after walking for a while, Xi Wang's footsteps suddenly stopped. He asked hesitantly, Brother Hu, do we really have to do this? Hu Gong said nothing, only turned around, his voice icy cold. Let's go. The scene shifted to the mountain. Heavy rain poured from the sky, making the atmosphere in the forest even more gloomy. Qu Yi brought a cloak to Zhen Wu, saying, Young master, it's raining, let's go back. The cloak had just been draped over his shoulder when Zhen Wu was startled. He quickly turned and asked Qu Yi if she felt anything strange. Zhen Wu warily looked at the rain, asking why it was so hot on the mountain. Suddenly, a stream of fire erupted from the lake's center. Qu Yi shouted for him to look at his feet. The ground seemed to be torn apart by some kind of disturbance. Luo Ji followed the traces and commented that this was a fire fiend, a minor demon beast born from the ham world's evil fire. It appears before the ham world awakens to protect it, and is very powerful and bloodthirsty. Hearing about its nature, Qu Yi was terrified. Bloodthirsty? Suddenly, the ground showed abnormal signs. Everyone shouted, look quickly, it's moving. A little cat leaped out and let out a few howls, its eyes dazed as it looked around. At that moment, something caught its attention. The little fire fiend's gaze landed directly on Liu Na. It seemed to have been struck by Cupid's arrow of love. Seeing it staring intently at her, Liu Na was puzzled, didn't understand why. It was then that Luo Jie awkwardly reminded them, this is not good. Just a few seconds later, the beast suddenly raised its claws. It swiped a long arc, tearing Liu Na's clothes. She immediately pushed it away and shouted, get away from me. The poor wildcat was easily dealt with by the lioness. Liu Na scolded it with eyes like bullets, you lecherous tiger. This little fire fiend had a masochistic streak, looking at her with sparkling eyes. The angrier Liu Na got, the more she used her fan shadow kick. How dare you act insolently towards me? Despite being beaten black and blue, the tiger still enjoyed it blissfully. Liu Na beat and cursed, "I'll beat you to death, old woman." Seeing this scene, everyone was helpless. Was this really a fire fiend? Suddenly there was movement behind Zhen Wu. Powerful roar sounded from behind him. A huge greater fire fiend slowly walked over. At this moment, the little fire fiend was cowering behind Liu Na. Luo Ji sensed the danger. The little fire fiend has simple intelligence. The greater fire fiend will actively protect the Ham world. Everyone be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the greater fire fiend lunged at Zhen Wu. Zhen Wu calmly used the mountain suppressing seal to counter. In just a few seconds, the greater fire fiend was subdued by him. Zhen Wu looked at the beast pinned to the ground, musing that although the first 8 techniques of the Great Netherhand Seal were low-level martial arts, they were more than enough to deal with a fire fiend. Greater fire fiend was silent for a moment, then suddenly clenched its fist, strained, snapped its bindings, and stood up. Afterwards, it howled like a wolf. Seeing this, Luo Ji's face turned pale. He said tremblingly, "This is bad. It's calling its kin." Fire fiends can transform. 1 becomes 10, 10 become 100. At that point, we won't be able to stop them. At that moment, the little fire fiend tugged at everyone and pointed in a direction. Zhen Wu looked suspiciously, then said it seems to know a safe place. Let's quickly follow it. Everyone walked for a while, eventually finding a cavern. The little flame beast quickly flew into the cave and rummaged through everything in search. It suddenly pulled out a massive spirit crystal. Then, this little flame beast carried it over to offer to Liu Na. She arrogantly did not deign to respond to its goodwill. Li Ji approached to observe and said this was a flame beast spirit crystal, accumulated over tens of thousands of years. If refined, it would multiply one's power. As everyone focused on the crystal, a voice suddenly rang out, saying they never expected the thing they had been searching for to be here. At this moment, the people from the Heavenly Martial Hall followed the scent trail and arrived, telling Zhen Wu to obediently hand over the flame beast spirit crystal. As soon as he heard the voices, he recognized them and remained silent for a moment, not rushing to reply. Then he slowly spoke up, saying, "Did the Heavenly Martial Hall come to offer their heads again? What treasures do they have this time?" The arrogant enemy said the reckless brat would die for sure today. They did not speak much and immediately made their move. Zhen Wu could not dodge in time and was hit, realizing that his opponent was a Heaven Realm powerhouse stronger than that Jia bastard. Li Ji saw him injured and worriedly called out to Big Brother. At that moment, one of the 3 Grand Elders stepped in front of him. Suddenly, another Grand Elder stepped in and said, "Your opponent is me." The enemy looked at him with satisfaction at his injury and said, "Reaching this realm at such a young age is not bad. You can only blame being born into the wrong family." He immediately summoned his secret weapon, the 3-headed hellhound, and gave the order to attack. He, however, only let out a few mocking laughs and said, "So be it." After that, Zhen Wu unleashed the flames of the innate divine ability. The enemy did not expect him to possess this. Seeing the veins bulging on his neck, he recognized that the man had this bloodline. He anxiously asked, telling him to quickly say who was backing him, but he scornfully replied, "Why should he tell him?" People of the Heavenly Martial Hall were provoked by these words. He continued to use the infernal human flame. Li Jia and Qiu Yi, watching from the side, worriedly called out Big Brother. He could not defend himself and was subdued by him. The other 2 nervously called out Young Master. Just a few seconds later, he was severely injured. Zhen Wu placed his hand on his heart, thinking, damn it, his meridians were blocked. His heart beat rapidly. It was dangerous. He could not breathe. The enemy, seeing him injured, laughed with glee. He gloated over his pain, saying the infernal human flame had entered his heart. Even if he had wings, he could hardly escape. Zhen Wu looked at that infuriating expression, clenched his fists in anger, and managed to force a stiff smile. Then he looked at him with a sharp gaze and said, "Dog minions of the Heavenly Martial Hall, you think I would give up so easily?" The enemy did not expect him to strike so unexpectedly. Zhen Wu quickly placed his hand on the ground. He used all his strength to spring up like a shrimp, distancing himself from that place. Next, he carved a seal to summon a new skill to execute. Just a few seconds later, the mountain they were standing on seemed to have a volcanic eruption. The surrounding people, seeing this scene, also had to wonder if it was an earthquake, a really big one. At this moment, Zhen Wu was bowing and scraping before the people of the Heavenly Martial Hall. He looked at his fearful expression and thought, this is the 9th technique of the Daliao Hand Seal. Has he already mastered it? Zhen Wu used all his strength to execute the heaven-shattering technique and detonated it. That person from the Heavenly Martial Hall was sent flying like a sheet of paper. Zhen Wu looked at him, stripped of even a scrap of cloth, and said smugly, "Old man, without you, I would not have broken through my limits either." Just as he said that, there was a sudden commotion in a certain cave. At that time, a few drops of water were falling inside the cave. Then a strange ring of light appeared. A few birds coming from nowhere swooped down near a beast. They did not know that this action had awakened it. Yi suddenly appeared from somewhere behind him and asked if the young master was all right. Seeing him safe, she felt relieved and ran over to hug him tightly, saying that he had made Yi so worried. Suddenly, she shyly pushed him away and asked if she had hurt him. Young master. Zhenwu looked at this cute action, wanting to pinch her cheek, and said it was nothing. Right then, Liu Na proffered a spirit crystal and told him to take it. Though Zhenwu did not understand anything, he still reached out and took it. Liu Na then explained, saying she was not a fire element user, so what would she do with it? Hearing this, Zhenwu was deeply moved and thanked her. He dared not delay and immediately sat down to cultivate. Its power seemed a bit too overwhelming. Zhenwu was drenched in sweat. Suddenly, the little flame beast detected an anomaly. It quickly scrambled on all fours to his side. Then, the little flame beast brought its mangosteen-like head close to Zhenwu's forehead. A few of them watched this scene, completely dumbfounded, wondering what it was doing. Thanks to the little fire lizard's actions, his emotions finally began to calm down. Suddenly, Zhenwu widened his eyes and looked. Seeing this, Luoji asked his big brother if the fire lizard spirit crystal was too strong and his wounds had completely healed. Only then did he explain that it was fortunate the little fire lizard pushed the mystic energy in time. Otherwise, he could not have fused the crystal's power so quickly. Luoji happily congratulated his big brother, telling him that one day he would break through to the void motion realm. He did not know that at this moment, they were being watched. A strange sound echoed from afar. A few geckos sensed danger and hurriedly hid in the water. Because of this, he also noticed something unusual, as if something was approaching. At the same time, outside, a flock of birds scattered in one direction to escape disaster. At that moment, something seemed wrong above Yi. Luoji quickly recognized the danger. Seeing this, Zhenwu rushed over, hugged her, pulled her away, and shouted, "Be careful." Instantly, a massive boulder fell from above the cave, dust flying everywhere. Fortunately, Yi and he were unharmed. However, at that moment, a giant snake appeared above them. It slowly exhaled poisonous air downward. As soon as Luoji looked, he recognized it as a hearth. Next, the hearth began spewing out countless streams of toxic gas. It seemed intent on devouring them both. However, he quickly used the ice mountain seal to control its movements, and all the venom it spat was blocked by him. Seeing this, Liu Na stepped in and used the piercing Yang Fist. The hearth beast thus fell into a stalemate with her. Luoji also rushed in from somewhere and used the Shadow Ghost Stone Tide. The monster, just sealed by Liu Na, was immediately hit with another attack from Luoji. They fought in tandem but still could not suppress it for long. Zhenwu, who had been observing all along, had to admire it. This beast was 10 times fiercer than any monster he had ever seen. He had no choice but to continue attacking, using the Force Mountain Seal. But the monster did not stop at all, leaving him stunned. Even afterwards, it seemed to become even stronger. Zhenwu never thought the day would come when his spell technique would be nullified. The Force Mountain Seal had failed. At that moment, the monster grabbed him with its long tail. Fortunately, he dodged in time, but it immediately pursued him closely. The speed was too fast. If I had not reached the void motion realm, I would have lost my life. Having endured for so long, Zhenwu finally decided to counterattack, using all his strength to strike quickly. Afterwards, Zhenwu, carrying a blazing flame of passion, wanted to roast the monster alive. He leaped down, touched its flesh with his bare hands, and shouted, "Heaven Breaker style, 9 styles unison." The single blow, he completely defeated it. At the same time, outside, the sky was thick with dark clouds. A strange ring of light appeared in the sky. A bolt of lightning struck straight down onto the hearth's head. Just like that, it was taken down by him. The people standing afar had to marvel. That brat dared to kill a hearth single-handedly. They praised him, saying that the Tiamu Kingdom Long Clan's branch bloodline had produced such a powerful junior. Which family's young master had such good talent? The Long Clan was rising again this time. Si Wang, who had been observing all along, also spoke up, saying Brother Hu was right. Zhenwu was a genius, growing fiercer in battle. The millennium-old Hearth Beast Master had been killed by the 9 Styles Unison. But Hu Gong was unhappy, thinking to himself that after refining it, this brat's cultivation level would be higher than his and his brother's. He said worriedly, "I don't think it's that simple. Those brats from the Heavenly Martial Hall will definitely try to steal the spoils." As soon as Hu Gong said this, a group of people arrived. A loud laugh rang out, calling his name, saying, "Well done, Zhenwu." Immediately after, the owner of the voice appeared. It was Dongfang Shoubai. The 3 grand elders behind him said, "Daring to kill a hearth, if you hand it over, the Long Clan will be honored guests of the Heavenly Martial Hall, rewarded with gold, silver, treasures, and peerless martial arts." He spoke to him with a terrifying gaze, promising anything he wanted. Zhenwu sneered coldly, not caring at all. What trash was the Heavenly Martial Hall? This remark infuriated Dongfang Shoubai. The 3 grand elders bristled, saying, "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." All 3 charged forward, shouting that the brat was dead for sure. Zhenwu knew exactly why they had come. He urged them on, saying if they were going to fight, hurry up. Why drag it out? Or were they scared? Shoubai, touched where it hurt, flew into a rage and cursed, saying, "If you don't die today, I will write the name of the Heavenly Martial Hall backwards. He used a shadow clone technique to circle around him, the shadow wind style. But Zhenwu was not flustered. He analyzed calmly. Indeed, after the breakthrough, the first step of the 9 styles shadow wind style could rival a high-grade martial art. Right at that moment, an eager elder shouted for the 3 grand elders to attack together. This brat was heavily injured by the hearth. I don't believe he can hold on. With that, they all rushed towards him. Luojai could not hold back and stepped in, saying bullying the weak with numbers was truly shameless. He used all his strength, unleashing the hand-sealing shadow loyalty technique. Seconds later, a layer of dust covered the surroundings, causing everyone to cough violently. Who did that? Annoying, I'm suffocating. Luoji finally felt useful and shouted, Lin Chi, I've gotten stronger again. Suddenly, someone rushed in and attacked him from behind. He was taken down by the enemy with a single strike. He was hit and fell to the ground in pain. At this moment, the blood-stained knife flew back into its owner's hand. Another third-generation elder quickly reached out and caught it. She looked at the victim with satisfaction, warning that if he repeated the offense, his eyes would be gouged out. Zhenwu saw him wounded and let out a mournful scream. But right then, that third-generation elder had already approached Luojai, and he shouted in anger, how detestable. Suddenly, Luoji noticed a stranger appearing behind Zhenwu. He hurriedly shouted a warning, big brother behind you. An extremely powerful bolt of lightning slammed straight down onto the rock, created by that vile woman. On the other side, Hu Gong witnessed everything and shouted, Brother Huo, it's time. Suddenly, a strange plume of smoke emerged from the ground. That plume of smoke quickly enveloped Zhenwu's body. The third-generation elder looked at his appearance, then showed an admiring look, finding him quite handsome. She stepped closer and reached out to lift his chin. After that, she did not forget to tease him. Follow Big Sister to the Heavenly Martial Hall, and I guarantee you will feel like a celestial. However, unexpectedly, she was suddenly ambushed. It turned out someone had rushed at her from behind, landing a heavy blow. Hu Gong could not help but curse. 3 elders of the Heavenly Martial Hall ambushing a child, truly shameless. At this moment, she painfully realized she had lost. Si Wang saw he was anxious and reminded him, Brother Hu, have you forgotten how majestic the Heavenly Martial Hall once was in the Heavenly Martial Nation? He did not expect that every word he said had been overheard by Xiao Bai, who mocked that other empires were just rotten scum fighting all day. He could not hold back. There are people boiling wolves while the ingredients are right before their eyes. Do you dare to oppose the Heavenly Martial Hall? Oppose me? Xiao Bai was truly provoked. Have you forgotten how you died? These words immediately stabbed straight into his heart. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind them. The entire group turned their heads at the same time. It turned out Dongfang Junlin had appeared from nowhere. He called out loudly, Ah! Si Wang did not expect him to come as well, mocking him. Dongfang Junlin, could it be that one mere handshake forced you out of seclusion? Dongfang Junlin had just left the Juventus Club and asked, Brother Huo, long time no see, are you well? Di Wang got goosebumps from this form of address. You madman, we are not close enough to call each other brothers. Seeing the man was displeased, Junlin turned to Zhenwu, we disciples of the Heavenly Martial Hall do not kill the innocent indiscriminately. Jia Jiang's death was merely a misunderstanding. His words made the boy's face darken even more. Why don't we sit down and talk slowly? The Heavenly Martial Hall will surely compensate you. Zhenwu only sneered upon hearing this. He did not care and took a defensive stance, saying, Compensation? Wait until I kill your son with my own hands, then we'll talk. Hearing this, Junlin fell into deep thought. He did not expect the boy to be so stubborn. I offered you a toast, but you prefer the penalty drink. Si Wang also grew annoyed. Old madman, back then you were a defeated general under Brother Hu. Do you want to taste defeat again today? Junlin heard the men taunting him and only let out a cold sigh. Suddenly, many feathers fell from the sky. Immediately after, he began to transform. Hu Gong watched the black feathers flying everywhere and wondered to himself, has this old man mastered the Black Eagle art? At this moment, Junlin removed one side of his mask, revealing a face that was nothing but white bone. He issued a challenge, all of you will die. Hu Gong was stunned by the sight before him. The Black Eagle art is dark magic. Mastering heaven-splitting slash requires profound internal strength. Otherwise, right then, surprisingly, this group dared to attack Henshi and those behind him. This is bad. Seeing this, he hurriedly shouted a warning. We must not let him claim Henshi's corpse. After that, he unleashed a blood and fire strike called Giant Shadow Chop. However, the old man Junlin only casually dodged it. He even used his feathers to envelop his own body. Although Hu Gong's strike was powerful, it could not harm him. He even neutralized it without a single scratch. What? Junlin looked at Hu Gong's expression, finding it amusing. He taunted proudly, Hu Gong, Hu Yushin, 15 years ago, to suppress Han Shi, you used all your strength to defeat me. My Dark Eagle bloodline now has a poison, unlike the one you neutralized 15 years ago. Now I am only one step away from mastering Heaven-Splitting Slash. What do you have to fight me? After that, he raised his hand and created a stream of energy. That stream of energy slowly enveloped Han Shi's body. In just a few seconds, Han Shi's body was completely absorbed by him. That power slowly drifted back into Junlin's hand. Next, his wings began to change color. From bird wings, his wings now looked no different from rotten wings. Thus Junlin created for himself a new, blazing red pair of wings. Hugong looked at this scene and could only exclaim, "This madman!" Knowing he was in danger, he hurriedly instructed, "The power of the dark magic hung is something neither you nor I can withstand. Quickly take the children and leave this place." Our king looked at the old man's dazed expression when he called him Brother Hugh. Hugong stood forward alone to face the battle, shouting, "Go now, hurry!" Junlin saw this and only looked at the man before him with contempt. That man then lightly walked closer to Hugong. After that, he casually delivered a blow to Hugong. That man had never felt as satisfied as he did in this moment. The old man looked at Hugong's severely injured appearance and laughed loudly. "Hu Yushen, do you know how long I have waited for this moment? 15 years. I must repay all the humiliation from the past." Zhen Wu saw his uncle was injured and shouted, "Uncle Hu." Suddenly Junlin spoke up and cut in, "Young boy." That man did not bother to look in his direction, saying he had originally thought him a rare genius and accepted him as a disciple. Who would have thought he was this foolish? Do not think of escaping today. That very moment, Hugong sensed danger and pushed the old man away. Next, he used all his strength to throw a punch at Junlin. "Dongfang Junlin, I am not dead yet." However, Junlin was completely unshaken, standing still and watching Hugong's antics. Suddenly, Hugong felt his head spin. Zhen Wu saw this scene and shouted in fear, "Uncle Hu." Hugong was thus easily taken down by Junlin. Our king, seeing Zhen Wu was about to go mad, pulled him away, but he shouted, "Let me go. I have to save Uncle Hu." Following that, Junlin ruthlessly grabbed hold of Hugong's arm. That man then reluctantly grabbed another arm as well. Afterward, Junlin kept it for himself. Zhen Wu saw this scene and screamed in pain. No. Junlin's ears were nearly deafened by his shout. He said smugly, "Truly deep feelings." Since that is the case, after that, he turned back to attack Hugong, tear him limb from limb. When he was young, Zhen Wu had an extremely tragic past. He was always being bullied by others. "You filthy beggar, don't show up here! Trash! I'll beat you to death!" Seeing Zhen Wu's stubborn expression, the group of kids grew even more discontent. "What's with that look on your face? You half-breed, you're not convinced, are you?" That boy then used a sharp object to stab him in the face. "Looks like I need to teach you a lesson." Zhen Wu was beaten in pain and tears began to spill. "No!" At that moment, Hugong appeared from the direction of the door. The little brat, slightly startled, stepped back. "Who are you? How dare you barge into my house? Guards!" Seeing that he talked too much, Hugong gave him a thrashing. Hugong walked forward and knelt on one knee before Zhen Wu. "Young master, this one has arrived late." Outside, the group of soldiers continuously rushed in. "How dare you? Causing trouble here? Kill him." Hugong sat still, his cold gaze sweeping over them. Not long after, a heavy, bloody smell rose and filled the entire space. Hugong took down the entire group of subordinates by himself. When facing Zhen Wu, he only gently rubbed his head. Hugong looked at him, a gentle smile blooming on his lips. "Young master, no one will dare to bully you anymore from now on." He raised his eyes to look at Hugong, his voice full of excitement. "Uncle, when I grow up, will I be as powerful as you?" He immediately affirmed, "Of course, young master has limitless potential." Zhen Wu then snapped back to his senses and happily added, "And even more powerful than uncle." That harmonious scene gradually faded. "Even more powerful than your uncle. To what extent? You will surely be a man who stands tall between heaven and earth." Returning to the present, Zhen Wu was in pain, tears spilling over. Enough. He was anguished, his hand clutching the remaining spiritual power, tears streaming down his face. "Truly enough. I do not want a second time. First was Ra, and then Uncle Hu." Resolve slowly formed in his heart. Zhen Wu looked coldly ahead. This time, Zhen Wu made his decision, his hand summoning a stream of spiritual power. "I no longer want to be a coward who runs away." Then Zhen Wu charged toward the young master. That man coldly glanced at him, a mocking tone ringing out, "You don't know your own limits." The thunder had barely fallen when Junlin sent him flying with a single move, and he immediately caught up blood. Seeing this, our king and Qiu Yi shouted in alarm, "Zhen Wu, young master." Just as the two were about to move forward to help, someone appeared. Grand Elder and the third elder approached. The young man spoke. "What's all this commotion about? Want to help him? You'll have to get through us first." This moment Zhen Wu still shouted firmly, "You think I'll give up so easily?" Zhen Wu was injured, his whole body trembling. He forced himself to stand. "I must avenge Uncle Hu and Ra." Zhen Wu then used his ultimate technique, heaven-breaking strike, and charged forward. Die! Before he could even strike, Zhen Wu was knocked down, slamming hard into the ground. His face smashed straight into the stone floor. The young master coldly looked down at him. Zhen Wu forced himself to stand again. Refusing to give up, Zhen Wu attacked the young master with a move. Just as he got close, a surge of power slashed at Zhen Wu. His eyes rolled white, his mouth wide open, his face void of all blood color. The young master said smugly, "Still want to charge? Boy, do you know how vast the difference between you and me is?" On the other side, Hugong helplessly raised his severed arm, shaking off the dust. Immediately after, he also fainted, his entire body collapsing to the ground. Lying on the ground, his vision fading, he thought to himself, "Young master, you will soon soar through the 9 heavens." His eyes tightly shut, his heart filled with many thoughts. From his chest, the soul spirit herb suddenly glowed. Hugong silently resolved to entrust it to another. Using the last of his fading strength, he shot the soul spirit herb towards Zhenwu, telling him to catch it. The soul spirit herb flew rapidly towards Zhenwu. The patriarch of the Ma family was astonished, exclaiming that it was a soul spirit herb, which grew only in extreme cold, with one cluster appearing every 100 years. Zhenwu looked doubtfully at the soul spirit herb radiating spiritual energy. "Uncle Hu, this is..." Hugong replied softly, "Zhenwu, remember my words, you will surely become a strong warrior. You must be resilient." At this moment, the young master's expression gradually darkened, his brows tightly furrowed. Hearing Hugong's words, Zhenwu answered firmly, "Uncle Hu, watch me." He forced himself up with all his might, struggling to reach his hands towards the soul spirit herb. Zhenwu felt a surge of power flowing through his body. Immediately after, he erupted with great force, letting out a loud shout. Behind him, Qiuyi was anxious, tears welling up in his eyes. "Young master." The young master became ferocious, his power flaring up. He shouted, "You cannot withstand this. I will kill you." He shot forward, his sharp claws aimed at Zhenwu. "Die." His hand lunged forward, only a few centimeters away from his face. But at this moment, Zhenwu's eyes suddenly opened wide with a bright gleam. The young master was shocked, inwardly puzzled. Before he could recover, a powerful pillar of light erupted. Spiritual energy burst forth violently. The young master shielded his face, his heart trembling in fear. Could it be? The 3 great elders stared in astonishment, exclaiming, This is..." A divine dragon appeared, flying over to protect Zhenwu. Zhenwu slightly curled his lips, smiling with great satisfaction. After that, he gradually lost consciousness as everyone called out, "Young master, wake up." Zhenwu slowly opened his eyes and saw Qiuyi and Little Red in front of him. Qiuyi rejoiced, "Great, the young master is awake." Zhenwu tiredly touched his head. "It hurts so much. Where is this?" Qiuyi explained, "We were swept here by the water." Before he could finish, Zhenwu interrupted. At that time, the images gradually returned. Zhenwu was surrounded by a group of people. He fiercely commanded the divine dragon, "Dongfang Junlin, you die." Dongfang Junlin watched in terror as the divine dragon charged at him, shouting, "8 divine dragons, this is bad." Before he could steady himself, the divine dragon opened its mouth and breathed fire, and he screamed loudly. Behind him, Zhenwu heard the scream and could not help but smile. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he warily looked behind him. Right behind him, a huge eagle swooped in. Blood splattered everywhere, and a scream rang out, "Danger!" Zhenwu was unexpectedly scratched on the shoulder by the bird. Dongfang Junlin survived, flying in the sky and sneering, "You are still too green." Zhenwu saw Hugong in his grasp and yelled, "Let Uncle Hu go." Dongfang Junlin threw Gong down, shouting, "Die." Zhenwu panicked and immediately dove down. Raging water swept Hugong away, and he called out, "Uncle Hu." Dongfang Junlin gradually disappeared, secretly rejoicing at his escape. The people below were anxious, split up in search for Brother Hu. After a while, soaking wet, Zhenwu slumped to the ground and said, "I have to find Uncle Hu." Qiuyi comforted him, "Young master, do not rush, please rest." Suddenly, a rustling sound came and he warily turned his head. A figure appeared asking, "Are you all right?" That person looked at them kindly and asked, "You are badly injured. Do you need help?" Zhenwu asked cautiously, "Who are you?" The gentle young boy replied, "I am Shi-Tu, from Wu Mountain Village, just old enough to go hunting." Shi-Tu enthusiastically approached. "If you do not mind, I have some food, or you can follow me back to the village. The village is very hospitable." He was hesitant, thinking to himself, "I am fine, but Qiuyi needs to recover from his wounds. It is not safe here." After a few seconds of thought, Zhenwu replied, "Then I will trouble you, little brother." Under the setting sun, Zhenwu and Shi-Tu turned back towards the village. The scene shifted to a strange dark space, where a torch was lit. Shi-Tu held the torch to lead the way. To reach Wu Mountain Village, they had to pass through a cave. This place was treacherous and not simple. After walking for a while, the 3 stopped before the cave entrance. Shi-Tu said, "We have arrived." Looking at the gloomy scene, Zhenwu asked, "Why is it so quiet and cold here?" Shi-Tu pulled hard on a door hidden beneath the ground, calling out, "Children, come out, we have guests." Zhenwu was confused. What children? From the ground, 3 or 4 children crawled out, calling nonstop, "Visitors are here." The kids excitedly ran out to welcome Zhenwu and Qiuyi. Having never seen outsiders before, they chattered, "Greetings, big brother, big sister. You are so thin." Stone stepped forward, gently patting the children's heads. "Stop joking. Brother and sister are injured. Go get some food and medicine quickly. Be good." Stone carried a child while leading the way, apologizing, "Sorry we scared you." The adults in the village went hunting. Only the children stay behind to hide from demonic beasts. Hearing this, Zhenwu let out an hunting? Stone led the 2 into a room, telling them to rest. Zhenwu politely responded. Suddenly a child's voice sounded from behind, "Big brother, big sister, we brought food here." As the words finished, a boy appeared from behind Zhenwu, carrying an extremely large bowl of food on his shoulder. "Thank you, but is this child so strong?" Zhen Wu took the bowl of food, still shocked inside. The child had no profound energy. This place truly was a bit strange. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling Stone awake. You brought guests back? Recognizing the familiar voice, Stone turned to reply. Yes, village chief. Zhen Wu looked up at the village chief. The village chief carried a rhinoceros on his shoulder as he walked in, cheerfully saying, "It has been a long time since we had guests. My name is Wu Hu, welcoming you." Seeing the 100 Jin rhinoceros on the man's back, Shen Wu was secretly astounded. That was as a tier 4 magic beast, yet they had no profound energy. What was going on? Seeing Zhen Wu's probing gaze, Wu Hu was slightly puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? Too happy to see guests. I forgot I hadn't put this down yet. Saying that, Wu Hu slammed the beast down, telling the villagers to take it and stew it to nourish the guests. Zhen Wu silently assessed. They had no profound energy, yet everyone was strangely strong. Zhen Wu extended his hand toward Wu Hu, speaking politely, "Greetings, village chief. I am Zhen Wu. We were pursuing an enemy and got injured, fortunate to be hosted by you." Wu Hu excitedly put his arm around his shoulder, speaking boisterously, "Brother Long, what are you saying? Treat this village as your own home, rest and recover. There is no need to thank." Wu Hu had his arm around Zhen Wu, his other hand pointing toward the crowd. "Everyone, light the fire tonight." The villagers all cheered in response. Time passed quickly. That night the whole village gathered with Zhen Wu around a warm campfire. Zhen Wu sipped hot wine while thinking, "I wonder how Uncle Hu is doing now, I must find him." The warm wine flowed down his throat. Zhen Wu was amazed. This fruit wine is truly special. Drinking it warms the whole body and strengthens. Probably the villagers are healthy thanks to it. Wu Hu enthusiastically handed over a large, fragrant piece of meat. "Brother Long, drink more. You are so thin, you could not even beat our own child." Zhen Wu responded comfortably, "I will drink to my heart's content." Wu Hu sat down saying generously, "Eat the barbecue." Zhen Wu nodded, then asked, "Brother Wu, do you know the way out of this forest?" Wu Hu heard this, feeling a bit displeased inside. He replied, "Leave here. Our misty mountain village has lived in the village for generations. No one has ever gone out. Just treat this as your own home." Zhen Wu heard this and laughed heartily, gladly accepting the offer. Next morning, the villagers set off together to hunt. Before them was a tier 4 mid-grade magist called the Blue Tiger. Looking at the mighty blue tiger, Wu Hu warned, "This magic beast is very difficult to deal with. If we cannot fight it, Brother Long, run ahead, we can handle it." Zhen Wu calmly replied, "The speed of the blue tiger is too fast." Zhen Wu looked at Wu Hu's calloused, scarred hands, silently lamenting. Big Brother is truly an honest man. If he knew martial arts, life would be so much less difficult. Wu Hu led the way, swinging his spear and charging toward the blue tiger with fierce determination. The blue tiger acted arrogantly, opening its mouth to roar to the sky. But as the blue tiger charged, a giant hand suddenly appeared out of thin air. Scene shifted, the blue tiger's leg was bleeding, drops of crimson falling to the ground. Suddenly, that giant fierce beast collapsed, leaving the villagers extremely shocked. The young man turned back in astonishment, looking at Zhen Wu behind him. Brother Long." Seeing the blue tiger defeated in one move, the villagers cheered excitedly. "Heaven, so powerful. Brother Long, are you a god?" Zhen Wu scratched his head shyly, explaining, "This is just ordinary martial arts and profound energy. Anyone can train in it." Wu Hu excitedly looked at him and asked, "So can we learn it? If we know this move, hunting will be easier." Zhen Wu smiled and replied, "Of course, I will teach everyone." A month later, Wu Hu sat in the formation. Zhen Wu praised admiringly, "Big Brother learns quickly. Your profound energy has already become very stable." Wu Hu slowly stood up, letting out a tired breath. Zhen Wu reminded him, "From now on you must train diligently. I have left martial arts for the whole village." Wu Hu embraced Zhen Wu, his voice choked with gratitude. "Brother, thank you. You are the benefactor of Misty Mountain Village, our close friend." Wu Hu pointed toward the lavish feast. "Brother, you leave tomorrow. Today we send you off." Zhen Wu replied with a smile, "Thank you everyone. Thanks to you I recovered very quickly." 2 bowls of wine were raised, clanging together loudly with a boisterous shout. "Come drink. Bottoms up." Taking a big gulp, Zhen Wu wiped his mouth with praise. "Good wine." Wu Hu immediately responded, "Today we must drink until we are drunk." Wu Hu extended his hand. A surge of fire energy blazed from his palm. Zhen Wu exclaimed, "The medicinal power is very strong. This fruit wine is good for strength. If sold it would be worth a whole city." Wu Hu flexed his muscles, excitedly showing off. "See that, I have already reached Lao Feng." Zhen Wu curiously asked, "Did you brew this wine yourselves? Truly miraculous." Wu Hu scratched his head sheepily, taking a small object from his person and handing it over. "Of course. Want the recipe? Take it." Zhen Wu awkwardly waved his hand. No, this is too precious. I cannot accept it." Wu Hu laughed. "It is nothing. Besides, you cannot even read the characters in it." Zhen Wu reluctantly took the small object, grudgingly replying, "All right, your goodwill, I accept." Time flew by. It was time for Zhen Wu to depart. Each hurried step flashed past Carrying Qiuyi on his shoulder as he ran, Zhen Wu thought worriedly. The deep forest is vast. I have been walking for a long time and still not seen the exit. The more Zhen Wu ran, the more tense his face became, chaotic thoughts in his head. This place is definitely not Tianwu Kingdom. Suddenly, behind the two, a Tier 5 divine beast, the Fireblaze bird, charged at them. Seeing the Fireblaze bird about to spit flames, Qiuyi screamed. Zhen Wu was secretly afraid. A Tier 5 divine beast, also at the heavenly human realm. Just as the Fireblaze bird was about to use its move, a sharp sword streak swept across its body. Fireblaze bird, in pain, let out fierce cries. Zhen Wu hurriedly jumped onto a nearby tall tree branch. Looking down from above, seeing the Fireblaze bird destroyed, Zhen Wu was amazed. A flash move, at least a heavenly human realm expert. I must not be careless. Right then from the forest, two children ran out, dashing toward the beast. Senior brother, is the bird okay? Come look quick. Zhen Wu silently assessed the young teenager. Only at the 4th layer of profound gang realm, how is he so strong? The two kids chatted noisily, showing no fear. As they were absorbed in looking at the Fireblaze bird, a giant python lurking behind appeared. One said, taking its feathers to make a skirt, it would be beautiful, more beautiful than Liu Wanner's. Do it like this. The giant python opened its huge mouth, charging at the two children, but a bolt of lightning engulfed the bird's corpse. The giant python, before it could touch them, exploded. The two children continued talking calmly. Zhen Wu watched, unable to stop his astonishment. He raised his hand and the spatial treasure was summoned. The fire bird and python were quickly absorbed into it. Done with the task, the young man invited his junior sister to go with him. Behind them, Zhen Wu sighed inwardly, wondering which young master this was. As his precious sword was more powerful than talisman swords used consecutively, his wealth truly astonishing. Zhen Wu glanced at the person behind him and said this road was hard to walk, and the world still had many strong individuals. Qiuyi's eyes lit up as she insisted the young master must be stronger than them. Seeing her trust in him, Zhen Wu smiled and replied, I understand. 3 days later, a streak of light flashed across the high sky. It turned out to be Zhen Wu's group. He excitedly shouted that they were finally out. Qi replied that they had passed through a huge city, one several times larger than Tianwu City. Looking at the unfamiliar scenery, Zhen Wu wondered where this was, as there was no such large empire around the Tianwu kingdom. Suddenly, several people shot up into the sky from the ground. The sudden appearance of the soldiers made the two break sharply. The soldier frowned and coldly reminded, you are not allowed to fly over Iron Blood City. Do you not know the rules? Sensing their strength, Zhen Wu realized they were all at the divine travel realm. Qiuyi called out worriedly, young master. Zhen Wu cupped his hands and replied, sorry, I am from the Tianwu kingdom, and am not familiar with the rules. May I ask how to enter the city? Soldiers were surprised and said coldly, never heard of the Tianwu kingdom. To enter the city, it costs 1 spirit stone. Hearing this, Zhen Wu was startled and yelled, what? Just entering the city costs 1 spirit stone. His face changed color and his sweat poured as he thought in shock. 1 spirit stone costs 20 to 30,000 gold coins. I have it, but this is outrageous. He thrust his spear toward Zhen Wu and said scornfully, are you paying or not, you trash from a small country? You probably do not even know what a spirit stone is. Zhen Wu had no choice but to toss a spirit stone and ask, here, can I enter the city now? As the two were about to leave, he blocked them and said, what about her and the monkey? Zhen Wu was horrified. He gritted his teeth, took out 2 spirit stones, and said, take this and get lost. Watching their backs, the soldiers laughed loudly and mocked. A small country we have never heard of, how could it produce a strong individual? Truly a hick. Hearing this, Qiuyi looked at him worriedly. Zhen Wu replied impassively, big nations bully small ones. Practitioners from small nations are treated unfairly. It is fine, that is how the world is. The two entered the city together. Qiuyi looked around happily and said, young master, look, there is a Tianbao pavilion here too. Zhen Wu nodded. Looking at the Tianbao pavilion, Qiuyi exclaimed, it is so huge and more luxurious than the one in Jialan City. Maybe we can get temporary protection here. As the two stepped inside, 2 guards waved them away and said, get lost. The Tianbao pavilion is not a place for someone like you to enter whenever you want. Zhen Wu was dissatisfied and his face fell as he said, is this how you treat guests? He sneered and said mockingly, guests, get lost, do not affect our business. Zhen Wu clenched his fists, trembling with anger, and said, it seems the people of Iron Blood City are all rude. Suddenly, a flash of light blazed up, and the guard was immediately burned. From inside, a person stepped out and said coldly, the Tianbao pavilion has no use for someone as rude as you. He looked at Zhen Wu and pointed inside, saying, I am Huo Lianqing, younger brother of the evil Fire King. You have traveled far and are tired, come in and rest. Zhen Wu calmly replied, yes. Seeing this, many people around were puzzled and said, Huo Liancheng personally invited him. Who is he? Finally, Liancheng understood and stroked his chin, saying Lord Hu's whereabouts are unknown, and you were swept away. This is truly worrying. Zhen Wu sat opposite him, gritting his teeth, and said, Old thief Dongfang Junlin, I will make you pay blood for blood. Liancheng patted his shoulder and praised, Brother Long is handsome and loyal. The Tianbao Pavilion will support you. Stay here and recover from your injuries. Zhen Wu thanked him. Night fell, a crescent moon rose to its peak, and the lamp in the room was still lit. Zhen Wu looked at the book with a headache. The strange characters were really complicated. Fortunately, there was a dictionary, but after translating for a while without understanding, he yelled, It is too hard. I cannot understand any of it. The strange symbols exhausted him, and he muttered in his sleep, Where is this? Who am I? Q, Yi called out worriedly, young master. Frustrated, he threw the book to the ground and said, I will not look at it anymore. I will deal with it tomorrow. The next morning, Q Yi called out again, Young master, wake up. Zhen Wu opened his eyes sleepily. Her eyes were dark like a panda's as she handed him the book and said, I saw the young master struggling, so I translated it myself. Please take a look, young master. Seeing this, Zhen Wu woke up fully frowned and said, Q Yi, you. He felt sorry for her, picked her up gently, and whispered, Silly girl, did you stay up all night for me? She was shy. He softly replied, Q Yi is not tired. Please look, young master. My translation is not very good. Zhen Wu did not care and said, Right now you are what matters. I said rest means rest. Do not do this again. If you get tired, I will be heartbroken. Q Yi's eyes welled up as she looked at him and said, Young master. Perhaps because she had stayed up all night, she fell asleep mid-sentence. Zhen Wu tucked her in and thought to himself, truly a silly girl. After coaxing her to sleep, he picked up the book and looked at it. Lightning fire instant movement. Suddenly something caught his eye and he was so startled he fell. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, splattering all over the floor. Zhen Wu coughed roughly and thought to himself, with the tall platform body technique, I almost lost my soul from looking at it. Fortunately, Q Yi translated it character by character. He gritted his teeth and said, The rune engraving C technique is so painful. To practice this movement technique requires. Zhen Wu went to find Liancheng and asked Uncle Huo, Do you sell fire-type 5th tier divine beasts here? He hesitated and said yes, but the price is not cheap. Zhen Wu was dejected and said, As expected, a 5th tier magical beast, as strong as a celestial being realm is hard to kill. Who knew lightning fire instant movement required the blood essence of a 5th tier magical beast? Since I am here, I will ask the price first. How much? Liancheng said, 500 spirit stones. The Tianbao Pavilion does not make much, but it also does not lose. He called it expensive and reluctantly reached into his clothes and said fine. Suddenly, a loud noise occurred, and Liancheng said, Cao Cao is coming right now. A hunter kicked the door open, carrying a large beast on his shoulder, and said, Old Huo, do you need a 5th tier divine beast, the flame tyrant? Liancheng quickly replied, Yes, yes, this brother wanted to buy. Zhen Wu stared blankly at the huge beast. Its blood essence was truly terrifying. Outside that mansion, a panicked scream suddenly rang out. Zhen Wu writhed in pain. He cried out in agony. It was so hot. Before him was a small bottle. Zhen Wu struggled inch by inch to get close to it. He grabbed it, poured out the bright red liquid, persevered. This little pain was nothing. After pouring the liquid, he endured and continued cultivating. Flames surged around his body. Refined for me. It seemed he could no longer resist that power. His eyes had already begun to blur. Zhen Wu fell face down on the ground, truly unconscious. In a daze, he saw a familiar figure. Wait, Uncle Tiger, wait for me. Scene change. Tin Than turned his back to Junlin and said, The Heavenly Martial Hall wants me to kill him. Junlin replied, In the Endless Wind Empire I cannot take the risk. Tin Than suddenly laughed loudly, Old fool, you're not certain you can kill him. Junlin saw him laugh as if mocking him, showing clear displeasure. You. But Tin Than had already spoken. You need not worry, I will help you. That brat forced you into this. I also want to meet him. Back to Zhen Wu, he was now much better. Q Yi had taken care of him. The skin replacement was successful. The past month had been hard. Q Yi's face was bright as a flower as she teased him. No longer having to hear the young master wail like ghosts howl and gods cry, Zhen Wu gently stroked her hair. A month apart, you have grown so bold. Just as they were being affectionate, someone banged on the door to break in. Long Zhen Wu, get out here. He went out to see Tin Than had arrived. He looked down with contempt. What trouble could a petty cultivator cause? Without another word, he unleashed the 10 Directions Battle Fist. I will grant you a quick death. Liancheng quickly used his flame fist to step forward and protect him. Your Highness the Prince, please leave quickly. The point of contact erupted in a great blaze, scorching flames bursting in midair. Tin Than curled the corner of his mouth. Elder Fire wants to oppose the Endless Wind Empire on behalf of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Liancheng quickly tried to mediate. No, Zhen Wu is a member of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. I must protect him. But Zhen Wu decisively shouted no need. He turned to look at him. Zhen Wu only reassured him. Uncle Fire, I did this myself. I will bear the consequences. I cannot implicate others. Having said that, he flew up to Tin Than as fast as before. Zhen Wu spoke frankly. Although I do not know what grievance you hold. Since you are here, let us have a match, fight outside to avoid harming the people. That man did not even regard him as an opponent, arrogantly waving his hand. A match? Do you even deserve it? He was too slow compared to Zhen Wu. His strike only hit empty air. He had long since teleported far behind him. Ting Than was caught off guard. What? How can he be so fast? Unexpectedly, he played dirty, grabbing Qiu Yi as a hostage. Your movement technique is somewhat interesting. He threatened, hand over the movement technique. I guarantee the woman will not die. Qiu Yi was scared but still said, young master, do not mind me. He thought to himself, this foolish woman seems very important to him. Just right when I saw her in the city, I brought her along. Zhen Wu scoffed, you call yourself a worthy hero, threatening with a woman, unworthy of being a prince. As soon as the words ended, he teleported behind Ting Than, catching him off guard. One fist sent flying 800 miles for your despicable and vile action. He could not believe that he was that strong, so fast. Zhen Wu gently carried Qiu Yi and landed on the ground, avoiding the explosion behind. He created a protective barrier for her, instructing, hide here and wait for me. She nodded blankly. Yes, young master. Then he glanced at the white-haired man. Let me deal with this piece of trash. He walked out of the bushes angrily. How dare you hit me? He did not wait any longer, preparing to unleash a strike, 10 directions annihilation. Zhen Wu stood tall, his eyes blazing with fire. Great Luhan seal. A powerful hand slammed down onto the ground, the force shaking the heavens and earth. Ting Than did not back down. He received the move 10 directions battle fist. Ting Than was bewildered. What? The mountain-shaking seal of the Fire Clan? Who exactly is he? In the critical moment, Zhen Wu reminded him to stay focused. What are you dazing off for? Seeing that, Zhen Wu used all his strength to step onto the air, creating a ring of fire and charging forth at the speed of light. Ting Than was lightly injured on his hand, shocked by the firepower. This fire is burning profound energy. What the hell is this? Zhen Wu's hand also had slight burns, killing intent spreading through his body. If I use full power, I can finish him. The divine ape he summoned appeared before Zhen Wu. Boy, you forced me. Your death is of your own making. Ting Than's spirit beast appeared using a move against Zhen Wu, heaven-shaking divine ape. The massive divine ape charged quickly at him, its power shaking the heavens and earth. Zhen Wu created flames around himself for defense. So it is the falling star bloodline heaven-shaking divine ape. The difference in level is too great. Ting Than's voice was triumphant. My innate divine ability of heaven-shaking suppresses all. Even mountains would turn to dust. Long Zhen Wu, go die. Unyielding, Zhen Wu retorted, you underestimate me too much. He called forth the spirit beast from within to fight. A divine dragon coiling around his body made him more majestic than ever. Ting Than was doubtful, unable to believe his eyes. What is that? The martial art of the Long family. The dragon coiled around his spirit beast, causing it to howl in pain. Ting Than felt the power of the dragon robe, fearing this is bad. Suddenly the divine dragon flickered in and out of existence, slowly disappearing. Along with the divine dragon, Ting Than also vanished. Zhen Wu gritted his teeth, his body already severely injured, propping himself on his hand and panting heavily. This is bad. The divine dragon had just appeared and drained all my profound energy. In the blink of an eye, he recovered his strength and charged to attack, thinking you were something, but you are just an ant. Long Zhen Wu was still within the protective ring of fire from the spirit beast. That was right. He was completely unaware. He quickly rushed forward, enraged. You are about to be killed by a blade of grass ant. Suddenly, a blazing red color poured down along with a flash of light. A bolt of lightning flashed, preventing Zhen Wu from attacking. What exactly was that? His spirit gradually panicked. He was bewildered to see the fire surrounding him, not knowing what it was. Long Zhen Wu held his sword, speaking with resolve. I am no longer who I was. No one can take what is important to me. That spirit being was engulfed in the sea of fire Zhen Wu created. He kept screaming for help. Using this ability severely injured Zhen Wu's body. Seeing this, Qiu Yi immediately ran over, calling out, young master. She helped him up. He reassured her, I am fine. See if he has any good items. Qiu Yi obeyed. Zhen Wu stood looking at Qiu Yi, inwardly thinking the battle was truly dangerous. He nearly lost his life because of his dragon spirit. She quickly found a ring on the spirit being's body. The ring in Qiu Yi's hand flashed. It turned out to be a large spatial ring filled with pills. He rejoiced. No one on the entire Tianwu continent knows alchemy. Now I have pills to use. Zhen Wu put the ring on her ring finger, his voice full of affection. For you. She was moved, tears welling up in her eyes. Qiu Yi hurriedly refused the treasure. No, no, young master. He just smiled. You really are a fool. Zhen Wu's gaze was filled with love. He placed his hand on her head and instructed, from now on, do not leave my side. Do not put yourself in danger. You are an important person. I will protect you. Qiu Yi felt shy and flustered, calling out, young master. His gaze suddenly wavered, his brows furrowed tightly. The next second, he coughed continuously, making her worried. Young master, what's wrong? The city lord ran over from afar with his 2 disciples. Brother Long, are you all right? Seeing the scene, the city lord thought to himself, I was about to find someone to help. Who would have thought he alone killed Xuan Yuan Kong? Could he be from the Long family? Zhen Wu said politely, troubling the city lord to treat my injuries. I just overconsumed consumed my profound energy in battle. Qiu Yi anxiously asked the city lord how to help the young master recover. He replied, "The celestial treasure pavilion has heavenly treasures and earthly riches, but the fastest way is," he hesitated, "a medicinal bath." The two fell silent, sitting in the bathtub. Neither spoke a word. Qiu Yi's cheeks flushed red. She thought to herself shyly, "This is the first time I have served someone in a bath." Qiu Yi lifted the cloth and brought it towards him. "Young master, let me wipe you." Zhen Wu just smiled lightly in agreement. Water in the tub splashed out, accompanied by Qiu Yi's scream, "Young master." Zhen Wu tightly grasped her hand, his eyes full of implication. "Silly girl, I already gave you the ring, yet you still call me young master." With shimmering eyes, she stammered his name. "Young Zhen Wu." Without hesitation, he pulled her close and placed a passionate kiss on her lips. "That's more like it." 3 days later, in a garden raising many little monkeys, Qiu Yi said excitedly, "Little Red says there is something interesting over there." He refused. "The chasm is too wide. We cannot cross." She pointed. "Little Red says there is a way." Qiu Yi hugged the little monkey, thinking to herself, "After killing Zuan Yuan Kong, I dare not stay in the Xiaofeng Empire. To avoid implicating Uncle Huo, I must leave quickly." Zhen Wu asked doubtfully, "Is that so?" The group of monkeys held each other's hands, forming a line connecting the two sides of the chasm. Zhen Wu carried Qiu Yi on his shoulder. She said happily, "Our little Red is even a mountain king." Standing in front of a tree, she seemed not to believe her eyes. The tree was too big. The monkey standing nearby saw this and pointed at a hole in the tree. Inside was full of spiritual energy. She was surprised. "Is this monkey's milk?" "No, it has soul-warming spiritual energy." Seeing this, Zhen Wu immediately took a sip to try it. His entire body suddenly burned hot. Spiritual energy burst forth powerfully. "So it is a healing treasure. This monkey's milk has accumulated spiritual energy for hundreds of thousands of years. Drinking it is extremely warm." Qiu Yi agreed joyfully, and even the monkey let out a sound of astonishment. Zhen Wu seemed to remember something he said to her. "Qiu Yi, lend me the ring for a moment." She agreed. "All right." Seeing the monkey continuously waving its arms and legs, Qiu Yi explained. Little Red told her little brother, "I will take this item." Her eyes showed displeasure. "Young master, you are taking other people's things again." The monkey also agreed. He held the spiritual milk and comforted the intelligent monkeys. "Rest assured, I will not let you suffer a loss. You pour the 10,000-year spiritual milk into the lake. After a few months, there will be a chance to evolve." Little Red let out a confused cry. The next second, excited cries echoed throughout the forest. Zhen Wu replied, "No need to be polite." Night fell, and a pack of wolves appeared outside the city gate. The Blood Wolf King attacked the area. Everyone hurriedly grabbed their weapons, ready to fight. A ferocious pack of wolves surrounded them. Blazing flames coiled around their bodies, burning everything that came near. Lin Feng desperately charged at the wolf pack holding a sharp spear. "Blood Wolf King, you seek death." He used all his strength to unleash a terrifying force, shooting straight towards the wolf pack. The eyeball of wolf flashed. That force targeted the very center of that wolf's head. Suddenly, Lin Feng's weapon cracked into 2 pieces. He cried out in panic, "My spirit weapon!" Afterwards, the wolf pack dragged their bodies across the barrier. Wherever they went, fire burst forth. But as soon as they crossed the barrier, they were blocked by another force. No one understood its origin. After that, the huge wolf was sealed. It angrily struck at the air but could not escape. Zhen Wu descended from above with Qiu Yi saying, "Just a 4th-grade mid-rank magical beast, and you dare to act arrogantly here." The wolf snarled ferociously, but Zhen Wu was not afraid. "Meeting me means your bad luck. After I eliminate you, I will leave." The wolf did not hesitate and charged straight at him, intending to bite and tear him apart. Just as it was about to reach him, it was blocked again by Zhen Wu's shield. "You do not know your own limits." Behind, there were still a few wolves from the pack that had not come forward. They seemed afraid to approach. The lead wolf, frightened twice, trembled and turned back to call for help from its companions. Zhen Wu found it strange. First time seeing a magical beast, afraid of death like a human. The wolf bared its fangs at him. Zhen Wu asked, "What is it?" Closed his eyes and gently unleashed the heavenly capital violet fire, incinerating the wolf pack. Afterwards, he turned around and walked towards Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng politely expressed his thanks, thanking the knight for lending a hand, otherwise they would all have been in danger. "I am Chen Lin Feng, the clan leader here. May I ask your name, hero?" He replied courteously, "I am Zhen Wu, passing by and could not stand by while magical beasts slaughtered humans." "Does this giant wolf come here often?" Lin Feng answered honestly, "It comes 2 or 3 times a month. We struggle greatly to fight it." Zhen Wu found it hard to believe. How could this be? Normally, magical beasts do not actively attack places where humans live. Lin Feng added, "Young master must not be a local. This is the border region between the Xiaofeng and Baiyin empires, ungoverned by either. Magical beasts attack frequently. We are fortunate that you helped eliminate this natural disaster." He remembered his main purpose and asked, "I see. By the way, may I ask the clan leader if you have recently encountered a man named Hu Gong?" Lin Feng thought for a moment then replied, "No, outsiders seldom come here. Zhen Wu turned to bid them farewell and said, if not, then it is fine. I must be on my way, I cannot stay long. Lin Feng and the others also said goodbye. If the young master has business, we will not detain you. If you ever need anything in the future, just command us. With that, Zhen Wu took Qiu Yi and soared into the sky. Understood, until we meet again. While flying, Qiu Yi suddenly called out, young master. He descended into a dark forest and began walking, and she wondered why he had stopped. Suddenly, he fell to his knees, coughing violently, frightening Qiu Yi. Young master, what is wrong? He explained, my meridians are not yet cleared. I acted too hastily earlier, causing my internal energy to become disordered. I have been enduring it until now. Qiu Yi wondered, then why did you not stay in the village to recuperate? He explained, I was worried that even though I saved them, letting them know I was injured might cause trouble. The human heart is the hardest thing to predict. Repaying kindness with enmity can happen in the blink of an eye. Having said that, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Qiu Yi was full of questions. What is it? He thought it over carefully and found it very strange. I think this matter is not simple. After knowing my strength, that blood wolf should have fled. But why? Back in the village at that moment, Lin Feng opened the door and walked in. Inside was a man. He hurriedly asked, how is it? How much longer? Zhen Wu hesitated. Its reaction was like its kin had been taken away. The wolf was tied down by all four limbs on a stone slab, with 4 candles at the 4 corners around it. The old man muttered, almost there. Lin Feng stared at the blood flowing from the wolf's veins and said, it is fortunate that fellow long acted, otherwise it would not have been this smooth. Heaven is truly helping me. I finally have the bloodline. Zhen Wu could not stand idly by, he had to act. I must go back and see. Qiu Yi worriedly held him back, but young master is still too weak, you need to rest first. It seemed he was truly too weakened to walk. Qiu Yi asked anxiously, young master, are you alright? At this point he had no choice but to ask for her help. Fine then, Qiu Yi, please use your skill to help me heal first. By the next night, Zhen Wu had fully recovered. He brought Qiu Yi and little Six back to that village. But when they arrived, the people had all turned into corpses. How could this happen in just one day? When they arrived, only corpses lay scattered all over the ground. He decided to go down and see if anyone had survived. And inside, the scene was one of utter desolation. Little Six fearfully hid in Qiu Yi's arms. This is an altar. They saw a dead wolf. It looked as if it had been beaten without being able to fight back. The offspring of the blood wolf. Now I know why that blood wolf king fought to the death. Zhen Wu finally understood. It turned out the blood wolf king only attacked to reclaim its child. We killed it without distinguishing right from wrong. Qiu Yi consoled him. It is not your fault. It is those cruel people. The people here are truly terrifying. He pitied the wolf cub, never expecting humans to be more terrifying than magical beasts. That is right. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng had been there all along, waiting for the chance to ambush him. That long fellow stopped pretending to be noble. He struck down with a palm, causing the entire house to explode. Fortunately, Zhen Wu dodged in time and was unharmed. It is you, Chen Lin Feng. Lin Feng blamed him for meddling in other people's business. You left, so why did you come back? Could you not just pretend not to know? Zhen Wu scoffed at him. I never expected you to be the kind of person devoid of conscience, harming the blood wolf cub for your own desires, putting your entire clan in danger. But there is something even more interesting I want to find out. I am very curious. Why did you kill all the people in your clan? Lin Feng raised a small vial of medicine. Having achieved his goal, he turned his back. I already have the wolf beast blood. What do I need them for? They were just stepping stones on my path to power. Zhen Wu could not let a person like this go. He instructed Qiu Yi and prepared to punish him. You truly deserve to die. Today I must carry out divine justice. Qiu Yi, get far away quickly. Qiu Yi obeyed and hugged little Six, moving aside. Young master, be careful. Lin Feng looked at him and said, what gives you the right to carry out divine justice? That long fellow, you are indeed strong, but he opened the vial and poured all the blood wolf blood into his mouth to increase his power. After drinking it, he said arrogantly, do you think you can defeat me now? Zhen Wu silently watched his wild, possessive behavior. Blood wolf blood really did increase his power. After drinking it, Lin Feng went mad and roared, I will show you what true power is. And he slowly transformed into a large wolf, his entire body blazing with flames, forcing Zhen Wu to step back several paces. It stared at him. What, scared of my form? Zhen Wu frowned and said, oh, the power of the bloodline. Without further hesitation, the wolf lunged, using its sharp claws to pursue Zhen Wu. That long fellow, die! He quickly activated a shield to block it. Golden Bell Shield. But this move had no effect. Its claws pierced through the barrier. Zhen Wu did not expect it to be this strong. How could this be? The claws were about to reach him. He had to find a way to counter quickly. Die! With a loud boom, the room was flooded with massive flames, and the source of the power Zhen Wu released. He managed to escape quickly. That was close. That is not right. It does not seem like a bloodline. Ever since the fight with Xuan Yuan Wu, my meridians have not healed. I cannot use the divine dragon force. He observed its actions from above. It seems this will not be easy. This might be a bit difficult. The wolf still growled, determined to catch Zhen Wu. Where do you think you are running? Since I am already here, the only way out is to defeat it. He manifested a sword to fight. They both charged forward, fighting a stalemate. The wolf suddenly swung its claws fiercely, an unexpected blow he could not react to in time, taking the full force of the attack. Qiu, watching from below, saw him get hit and screamed in fear. Zhen Wu worried the wolf would target her and shouted to Yi, "Get out of the way." The wolf only wanted to target him. It bared its fangs and prepared another strike. Worry about yourself first. From Qiu Yi's perspective, she only saw the place where they were fighting suddenly explode violently. Zhen Wu stared blankly at the wolf that had been struck by an attack from somewhere. He still did not understand what had just happened. The wolf fell freely to the ground. A voice rang out, "You are Zhen Wu. Why are you so weak? Cannot even defeat a single wolf." Turning around, he saw two people talking. Yunfei asked doubtfully if Yao Guang had found the wrong person. She confirmed it was him. Zhen Wu spoke up, "Who are you?" Yao Guang replied that they were from the Diwu Academy, here to pick him up. Zhen Wu did not understand and asked again, "Diwu Academy? Do I know you?" Yunfei reluctantly explained that it was normal for Tianwu Kingdom to not have heard of the academy. He said that Hu Gong had recommended him to the academy. Hearing that name, he frowned in confusion. "Uncle Hu?" Zhen Wu excitedly asked loudly, "You know Uncle Hu? Where is he? Is he well?" Yunfei complained that he asked 3 questions at once. Yao Guang handed him a piece of paper. "He told us to give this to you. Read it yourself." He quickly opened it. It was a letter from Uncle Hu. He said he was recovering from injuries and recommended him to Diwu Academy, hoping he would seize the opportunity. Qiu Yi saw the strangers and asked, "Young master, are you okay? Who are they?" After reading the letter, Zhen Wu felt revitalized, happily telling Qiu Yi he was fine and inviting her to come study with him. They went to the academy together. When they arrived, the two were stunned. "You call this a big house?" No, it was a massive complex appearing before them. "This is an academy?" Zhen Wu and Qiu Yi's eyes were wide, their mouths agape in awe. "You guys are way too rich." Yunfei saw him acting like a country bumpkin, curled his lip in disdain. "Let's go register for the assessment first." Qiu Yi could not stand his attitude. She said what assessment was needed, her young master was so strong. Zhen Wu reminded her to restrain herself. He explained the difficulty. Only one person had passed in 300 years. Zhen Wu became even more curious about the person who had passed this assessment. Only one in 300 years. Who was it? He spoke the name Dongfang Junlin, but said his talent was too ordinary, not ranked. Hearing this, both of them were extremely surprised. Without saying more, he urged the two to follow. He said he did not think he could enter the academy. He brought him to the assessment site. A notification sounded from above. Prospective student Zhen Wu, entrance assessment, begin. Up above, 2 people were discussing him. They asked why they had never heard of Long family having a Zhen Wu. Zhen Hao darkened his face and replied, "No, the Long family does not have anyone named Zhen Wu." The headmaster announced the content of the assessment. Hunt 10 demon beasts of upper grade 5 or above. Retrieve 10 hearts. Time limit 1 day. Zhen Wu thought this content was nothing difficult. Just 1 day. 10 upper 5 grade. Too simple. The old man told him not to be arrogant. Wanshu Mountain had hundreds of thousands of demon beasts. Killing them was not simple. Having said that, he tossed down a talisman. "Here, take it." He quickly caught it. He explained it was a teleportation talisman. If in danger, infuse it with mystic energy. He looked at the talisman, then nodded. "Got it." After reminding him, he snapped his fingers to start and wished him luck. Before Zhen Wu, countless white lights appeared. He stared blankly. Space tearing. Avoid movement realm expert. Afterward, Zhen Wu was sucked into the vortex. He was thrown to the ground without mercy. Sitting up and rubbing his head, he muttered curses. "Damn it, did that old man do that on purpose?" As soon as he entered, he encountered a large python. It opened its mouth and lunged forward to bite Zhen Wu. But before it could touch him, blood splattered everywhere. Zhen Wu did not hesitate and killed it with a single sword strike. He said that was just a middle grade 4 python, had not seen grade 5 yet. To make searching easier, he flew up into the sky to observe. High mountains and deep forests obscured the horizon. He thought this must be Wanshu Mountain. He tried to see the full picture, thinking of a way to make the demon beasts appear on their own. Grade 5 demon beasts were not easy to find. Suddenly, a gorilla ambushed him from behind and gave chase. Dealing with these trash beasts was as easy as pie for him. A low grade 5 violent ape came charging on its own. Zhen Wu only needed a single sword strike to end it. Too simple. After it died, he retrieved a ring containing spiritual energy. Killing one low grade 5 was very simple, as long as it did not call its herd. Mid-sentence, he suddenly felt something was wrong and turned his head. As expected, a herd of demon beasts had arrived. Zhen Wu panicked and cursed the heavens. "Heavens, why are you playing with me like this?" He could still fight one, but against a herd, there was no choice but to run. He ran while shouting loudly, "Help!" He struggled on until sunset. In the end, that entire horde of demon beasts was also killed, not one left alive. Zhen Wu panted heavily as he looked at them lying scattered. He said there were only 3 low-grade 5 ones, but when they formed a herd, even a spirit travel realm could easily die. Suddenly, a ray of green light shot straight toward him. He saw it with his keen eyesight. In one step, he flew up, avoiding the attack. Zhen Wu realized its blood was corrosive and it was slowly dying. He used lightning flame teleportation, slashing straight into the center of the beast's head. But its skin was too tough. This attack could not take it down. Not to mention his sword had been snapped in half. Zhen Wu was too busy staring at his sword to dodge the swinging tail. Sure enough, relying solely on profound energy could not defeat a mid-tier 5th grade magical beast. A massive explosion occurred, the ground shook, and a whole patch of forest burst into flames. Zhen Wu was sent flying far away, but his spirit still burned fiercely. Stop your arrogance. Watch this young master chop off your head. Suddenly another surge of power shot past. It felt extremely strong. This was, Zhen Wu speculated, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. A magical beast was about to advance in rank. It seemed a peak 5th grade was about to evolve into a 6th grade, which would cause a huge commotion. He fell into a state of inner conflict. He did not know whether to go take a look or run away. He had never seen a 6th grade magical beast at this age and wanted to see it, but its strength was completely overwhelming, so if he did not want to die, he had to flee far away. There were also people observing on the other side. A 6th grade magical beast, its flesh and blood were rare treasures. Using them for brewing would surely be excellent. Another teacher standing nearby was very intrigued, did not expect to find a treasure while taking a stroll. But Baiji did not want that precious thing to become food. Do not smirk, I am in need of a mount. Do not steal it from me. Zhen Wu did not care. He first went to collect the beast's heart. That was the 9th one. He looked curiously towards the earth-shattering explosion, sighing, I wonder which experts are fighting, truly monsters. They have been at it for 3 hours now. He ignored them and went back into the forest to look for magical beasts. Luckily, they were not affecting him. He still needed the last heart, and finding a lone magical beast here was not difficult. It seemed he was very lucky he found the final magical beast right away. Perfect, a low-tier 5th grade magical beast, the White Jade Noble Serpent. That was it. Without further hesitation, Zhen Wu gripped his sword and charged into attack. At this moment, unexpected obstacle appeared behind him. Something came from nowhere, charging straight at him. Danger! In the nick of time, Zhen Wu quickly shouted. Golden insect tide. Luckily, he managed to activate a shield to protect himself. Such terrifying power, was it capable of leveling the surface like this? Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, another unexpected thing rushed in. Too dangerous. It flew straight into his face, making him jump and cry out in shock. It was a round red thing, and when squeezed it made a squeak sound. He wondered what it was, and it could speak human language. 2 more people appeared, shouting loudly, Little brat, do not try to snatch it. Zhen Wu quickly took out the talisman the old man had given him this morning to protect himself. A blinding flash of light erupted. The old teacher, having been robbed, cursed in anger, damn it, it was taken from us. We fought hard to severely injure it, and he just snatched it away. But Baiji did not mind, only gently said to forget it. That was a student on an exam. Just give it to him at the academy. This school had a long history. It could be said to be the most developed place in Western waters. The Emperor Martial Academy was founded by Huang Wuji 1,000 years ago. The students were all talented elites, gathering all the geniuses from Western waters. This place was a furnace for forging thousands of talents. After graduation, most became local tyrants or lords, possessing a vast network of connections, showcasing the academy's strength and influence. At the end of the day, Zhen Wu came to register, but he did not have enough hearts, only 9. The headmaster could not accept him and forced him to leave the academy. Zhen Wu cursed inwardly. Damn it, those 2 old fogies took my last heart. In truth, Zhen Wu did not care about passing or failing. He had only come to find someone. I can wait a moment and then leave, but you must tell me where Uncle Hugong is. The headmaster replied, Hugong? I do not know where he is, he asked in frustration. How did Uncle Hugh introduce me back then? The headmaster honestly explained, I received a letter, helping him to repay a favor from 200 years ago, but that is all. Even if I wanted you to stay, rules are rules, I cannot break them. He asked again, you said you knew Uncle Hugh from 200 years ago. So Uncle Hugh is not from this era? The headmaster stammered. This matter. The headmaster again dismissed him. You may leave now. Zhen Wu still wanted to know more, but suddenly 2 people entered through the gate and said, wait a moment. The teacher and Bai Jai brought the final heart. Headmaster, this is our fault. Earlier at the 10,000 Beast Mountain, we accidentally disturbed him while he was killing a beast, causing him to drop his heart. Zhen Wu recognized them as the 2 people who had snatched his heart earlier. The headmaster did not want to break the rules. Even so, it is not very reasonable for the 2 teachers to make excuses for him. The teacher explained, Headmaster, I have no prior acquaintance with him. How could I be making excuses? The headmaster was still suspicious. He asked Zhen Wu, "Is it really as the two teachers said, that you dropped the heart?" Teacher behind threatened, "If you want to live, speak up now." Zhen Wu reluctantly stammered, I dropped it." After confirmation, the headmaster announced, "All right, student Zhen Wu has gathered 10 hearts and passed the entrance challenge. Congratulations, you have been accepted, and you are assigned to Class H, under warden teacher. Someone will lead you to your accommodation shortly." Finished with the matter, the headmaster turned and left, dismissed. He left Zhen Wu calling out in vain, "Hey, do not leave." Before Zhen Wu could recover his senses, the old woman behind spoke, "Kid, we meet again." Hearing this, Zhen Wu instantly trembled with fear. What do you want?" Seeing his expression, the old woman got straight to the point and threatened, "Kid, hand over the thing and we will not bother you." Zhen Wu was puzzled. "Thing? What thing?" The old man beside her clenched his fist and said, playing dumb, "The magical beast that bumped into you?" Immediately, an intense pain surged through Zhen Wu's entire body. He screamed, answering in panic, "It hurts." "What magical beast?" At that time, a glowing red thing bumped into me, and even gave me a nosebleed. You two suddenly attacked, and I was so scared I threw it away. Hearing this, the old woman asked suspiciously, "Threw it away? Are you telling the truth?" Zhen Wu, scared out of his wits, replied, "With you both being so strong, how would I dare lie? At that time I only thought about running away. I did not even care about that thing anymore." The old man felt Zhen Wu seemed sincere and temporarily believed him. "This kid probably does not dare to trick us. Let us go back there and look for it." The old woman replied, "Forget it, it has already run away. Going back would be a waste of effort. Besides, it was beaten to that state by us. It is no longer useful." But he still seemed hesitant. "However, kid, we can let you go, but you must give us something in return." Saying this, he used a spell to envelop Zhen Wu's body. Zhen Wu asked dazedly, Give you me?" The old woman laughed smugly, greedily saying she could smell the flesh energy on the young man, and it was even top-grade human flesh, so even one jar wasn't too much. The old man also looked at him with a smile, saying he couldn't wait any longer. Zhen Wu was swindled out of his precious flesh energy jar by the two of them. He cried silently, thinking these two old geezers were detestable. They said to his little monkey, "Your two fathers are leaving cheerfully with the treasure to make some snacks, going to the meat shop at the alley entrance." After being swindled, Zhen Wu returned to meet up with Qiu Yi. Yunfei led them to tour the academy, introducing this as the living quarters, and saying they could find him if they had any problems later. Qiu Yi marveled as she looked around, praising the academy's excellent treatment. Yunfei proudly replied, of course, since most were disciples from major families, the living quarters were a bit more luxurious. Yunfei put his arm around Zhen Wu's shoulders and said, "Brother Long, I didn't think you'd get him before, so I said some wrong things, don't take it to heart." Zhen Wu replied, "It's nothing, I'll rely on you for your care in the future." Suddenly Yunfei sighed, sympathizing that Zhen Wu was assigned to Teacher Haiyu's class. Zhen Wu curiously asked, "What's wrong with Teacher Haiyu?" Yunfei gave a wry smile and patted his shoulder, hinting, "You'll know when the time comes." He led Zhen Wu and Qiu Yi to a room, told them to rest, and said he had things to do. Zhen Wu nodded and smiled in farewell. With that, he left. Zhen Wu entered the room and told Qiu Yi to lock the door tightly. She quickly did so and replied, "Yes, young master." Zhen Wu produced a jar in front of Qiu Yi, making her curiously ask, "What is that?" He shook the jar, and suddenly a wriggling red thing crawled out and spoke in human tongue. It angrily shouted, "You're suffocating me. This jar has no ventilation at all." Qiu Yi recognized it and exclaimed in surprise, "Mao Chong can talk." Mao Chong unhappily scolded, "Human, show some respect. I am a 6th-level magic beast." Zhen Wu pinched Mao Chong between 2 fingers and said, "6th-level magic beast? Stop it, you failed to advance and were heavily injured by the 2 old men. Your strength has regressed even more." Pinched, Mao Chong struggled and yelled, "It hurts, kid. Stop right now." Hearing this, Zhen Wu sneered, "You're asking for trouble relying on you?" Insulted, Mao Chong shouted defiantly, "I am a magic beast of noble blood, backed by heaven-defying experts. If they find out, they'll tear you into 100 pieces." Hearing that, Zhen Wu smashed Mao Chong flat, saying contemptuously, "You talk big but can't back it up." Mao Chong yelled in pain. Zhen Wu let go and interrogated him, "If you don't want to be beaten, tell me who exactly are you?" Mao Chong puffed up and answered, "I am a peerless magic beast. Once I mature, a mere large sect is nothing but a wave of my hand. I am—" But before he could finish, he was smashed flat again like a dead bug on the table. Mao Chong screamed, "It hurts." Zhen Wu picked him up and repeated, "Talk properly. Do you think I believe your boasts?" Mao Chong stammered fearfully, "I'm telling the truth." Proudly introduced himself as a peerless magic beast. Once mature, the continent would be turned upside down, and even heaven-defying experts would become his servants. Zhen Wu couldn't hold back and shouted, "Go die." Seeing the skill in Zhen Wu's hand, Mao Chong recognized it and marveled, "Heaven-devouring fire, this is rare." Zhen Wu asked in surprise, "You know this?" Immediately, Mao Chong absorbed all the heaven-devouring fire into his body. This surprised Zhen Wu, thinking he dared to eat the heaven-devouring fire that could burn everything. What exactly was his origin? After eating, he still looked greedy, Mao Chong's eyes shining brightly, his tail wagging. More, I want to eat more. Suddenly, an elder opened the door and asked, "Are you Long Zhen Wu?" Zhen Wu was startled, glanced at him and answered, "It is I, you are." But before he could finish, something unexpected happened. The man reached out and pulled Zhen Wu away, introducing himself as they walked. "I am Hai Yu, we're going to class." Seeing this, Qiu Yi hurriedly chased after them, calling young master. Before she could catch up, Hai Yu had already pulled Zhen Wu and flown away. He only managed to yell a reminder, "Qiu Yi, watch out for Mao Chong." Zhen Wu was dragged into the clouds, leaving her confused, calling after them, "Young master." The caterpillar monster was also stunned, wondering what's going on. In a distant forest, two mysterious young men heard the loud shout and turned around with smirks on their faces. Right after, teacher Hai Yu quickly brought Zhen Wu to their location. Seeing the teacher, the two respectfully clasped their hands, greeting the teacher. Both had their faces covered, their attitudes extremely cold. Teacher Hai Yu nodded in satisfaction, dropped the dazed Zhen Wu to the ground, then stepped forward and said, "Test with the old rules." The two immediately acknowledged the order. As soon as the words were spoken, the masked one executed a technique towards Zhen Wu. He smirked and said, "Brother, sorry about this." Only then did Zhen Wu come to his senses a bit, slowly lifting his head. He was still dazed and didn't understand what was happening. Before he could get his bearings, a blinding streak of light shot straight down onto Zhen Wu. Teacher Hai Yu beside him kept nodding in admiration. Not bad. He looked at the knocked-down Zhen Wu and silently evaluated him. Although it was only superficial damage, his physical qualities weren't bad, but he was still far from my requirements. On this side, Zhen Wu slowly stood up and squinted at them. Teacher Hai Yu glanced at Zhen Wu a bit more, clasped his hands behind his back, and continued, "The cultivation method is to temper the physical body. A strong body can accommodate more profound energy. You must remember this." Zhen Wu, whose whole body was enveloped by the power from before, nodded slightly, bit wary in his heart, thinking, they sent someone against me right from the start. It's not simple. Zhen Wu quickly stood up. Teacher Hai Yu raised his voice. "From now on you begin the task of training your physical body." Hearing this, Zhen Wu pondered for a while before asking, "How do I train?" Teacher Hai Yu calmly replied, "Through constant fighting to keep the body injured then healed, combined with medicinal baths to make the body stronger." Hearing this, Zhen Wu was extremely stunned, was silent for a moment, thinking, now I understand why Yun Fei said I was pitiful. He asked curiously, "Teacher, does our class only have 3 students?" Teacher Hai Yu turned and walked away, quickly replying, "There are 2 more out on training. Including you, there are 6 in total." At that moment, the 2 mysterious young men spoke up. The young man with his face covered pointed a thumb at himself. "I am Jianfeng, 17 years old, Spirit Travel Realm 9th Layer. Please guide me in the future." The masked young man also quickly clasped his hands. "I am Gu Yuhun, 18 years old, Spirit Travel Realm 9th Layer. I was rude just now, please don't take it to heart." Zhen Wu hurriedly raised his hands and respectfully introduced himself. "Long Zhen Wu, Spirit Travel Realm 7th Layer, 16 years old. I hope you 2 senior brothers will guide me in the future." Teacher Hai Yu watched this scene, then opened a spatial gate and said loudly, "Alright, introductions are done, let's set off." Zhen Wu turned around and was so shocked he couldn't speak. He stiffened, thinking, tearing the void, Teacher Hai Yu is indeed a motion void realm expert. After that, all 4 of them entered the new space together. The students looked around, astonished, asking where this was. Teacher Hai Yu, on the contrary, wore a calm expression and replied, "Hell." The deeper they went, the stronger the wind blew. Wherever it touched a person's body, it would cut and tear the skin. Zhen Wu felt the abnormality on his body. He slowly looked down and was stunned. "This is..." Gu Yuhun quickly crossed his arms and explained, "This is the Steel Wind Valley. The wind blowing from across is sharpened like blades by the valley's compression. The deeper you go, the stronger the force." Teacher Hai Yu took something out from his person and enlarged it. Unexpectedly, it was a medicine cauldron. He pointed at it and said coldly, "If you can't take it, get into the medicine cauldron, recover, then come out." He then sat right in front of the cauldron, facing the deadly wind. Seeing this strange action, Zhen Wu's demeanor turned puzzled as he asked, "Teacher, what are you doing?" Jianfeng immediately explained, "You just got here. The teacher is bearing half the steel wind for you so you don't die." Zhen Wu exclaimed, "Is that so?" Jianfeng looked at him and smiled lightly, continuing, "The teacher doesn't show his feelings much, but after spending more time with him, you'll see he's not as emotionless as the rumors say." This incident changed Zhen Wu's perspective, and he quickly raised his hand to cover his face. The more wounds he had on his body, the more contemplative he became, never expecting Hai Yu Laoshi to be warm at times. All three entered the cauldron together. Zhenwu looked around and asked doubtfully where this was. Jianfeng walked ahead and replied that they had to move forward, telling him not to move or he would lose his life. The deeper Zhenwu went, the more severely his body was injured. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain, disappointed in his fragile physical body that could not withstand even a single cup of tea. He told himself he had to become stronger. He clenched his teeth tightly and encouraged himself to keep trying. Zhenwu quickly stepped into the medicinal cauldron, the comfortable feeling making him marvel. He let out a sigh of relief, finding the danger worthwhile as the cauldron's effect was better. He glanced at his teacher and his two brothers, wondering doubtfully when he would have a body as solid as theirs. After a moment, Jianfeng and Gu Duhun also entered the medicinal cauldron. The three of them looked at each other awkwardly. Zhenwu spoke first. What a coincidence, are you all here to bathe too? After a while, Zhenwu stepped out of the medicinal cauldron. The sharp gale still slashed him, leaving him battered and bloody. This time Zhenwu did not submit. He reminded himself silently, rest assured, Grandpa, your grandson will definitely become strong to seek revenge. Scene change, Qi sat waiting for Zhenwu's dinner. With a gloomy face, she asked why the young master had not returned yet. It was midnight, and she wondered what had happened. Mao beside her drooled with hunger and said to eat first. Qi cut off that idea, telling her to wait until the young master returned before they could eat. Just then, Zhenwu collapsed in exhaustion at the door. Qi, frightened, screamed, "Young master." She ran over to support him and asked worriedly, "Young master, are you alright? Is everything okay?" Zhenwu forced out the words, "Qi, I want to eat meat." Hearing this, Qi laughed heartily, rest assured, eat your fill. Next morning, Zhenwu had regained his composure. He received news that the academy had banned flying in the main area, making the daily commute to class very time-consuming. At this moment, the wine thief from the previous day was busy ogling a beautiful woman, chuckling gleefully. Nice legs. Seeing him, Zhenwu was startled to recognize the old wine drunkard. He quickly moved cautiously and lowered his head to leave, avoiding him. Hurry, hurry. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the old man caught a familiar scent. He closed his eyes and inhaled. The faint aroma of wine was unforgettable. He turned and shouted loudly, "Little rascal, don't leave in such a hurry, we already agreed to steal Chu King's underwear together." Everyone heard clearly. Zhenwu's jaw dropped in shock. Barrage of piercing gazes shot at Zhenwu, and he felt immense pressure as if he was about to be killed. Zhenwu rushed over to the old man, angrily raising his fist. "Old man, don't set me up." The old man glanced at him and laughed. Everyone was young once. Chu King's beauty makes it hard to stay away. Zhenwu could not take it anymore and gritted his teeth, asking what he wanted. The old man scratched his face. "One bottle of monkey child liquor, and I'll be on my way." Zhenwu was so angry he wanted to vomit blood, but he obediently handed over the wine bottle. "Here, take it and explain yourself." The old man treasured the wine like a precious treasure, and Zhenwu urged him impatiently. The old man nodded and said loudly, "What I said earlier was nonsense. This kid is a true gentleman." Zhenwu fumed and yelled, "Old man, I'll beat you to death." The news spread throughout the academy. Gu Duhun saw him coming and patted his shoulder, sighing in admiration. "Big brother is so skilled, already having designs on teacher. With the moment you arrived." Jianfeng laughed and gave a thumbs up. "I admire you." Zhenwu angrily shouted, "Get lost, that old man set me up." Gu Duhun did not believe him, saying Teacher Wu was a goddess. Having feelings for her was understandable, but stealing her underwear was despicable. Zhenwu took a deep breath, crossed his arms, and turned his face away. "I'm too lazy to explain, just know that I am righteous." Jianfeng widened his eyes and asked if that was true, or if he should take him to meet her someday. Zhenwu fell into deep thought upon hearing this. His attitude changed drastically. He put a hand on Jianfeng's shoulder and laughed, "Brother, later I'll treat you to some top-notch tough meat." Jianfeng threw up his hands and laughed heartily. Gu Yuhun asked with interest what was so mysterious. "Hey you, the teacher came over to call them." "Alright, let's set off." He opened the gate and pointed inside. "Today you all have to go in 1 meter." The three replied enthusiastically, "Yes, teacher." The training session passed. His body was shaken and sore as if he had no strength left. He massaged his body and breathed out. Training all day, truly exhausting. While walking, suddenly someone blocked the way and asked Zhenwu, "Which branch are you from?" Zhenwu asked in surprise, "Which branch? What are you talking about?" That man was named Zhenhao, handsome, refined, with a strong aura. He crossed his arms and glanced at Zhenwu. "Oh, looks like you're not from the dragon skin branch." Without another word, Zhenhao executed a technique, his gaze resolute. "You are not worthy of bearing the dragon surname." Zhenwu looked at the technique and immediately recognized it with a start. On the other side, Zhenhao sent an ice dragon flying towards him, shouting, "Go die." Zhenwu immediately used the golden bell shield to block. The mighty dragon bit through the outer layer of the golden bell shield and charged inside. Zhenwu increased his internal energy, looked straight at Zhenhao and said, "I do not know you, and I do not know what branch means." Zhen Wu clenched his hand and crushed the ice dragon, his gaze cold. I bear the surname Long, and I am not someone you can eliminate just because you want to. He immediately moved to the side to counterattack. Zhen Hao was not to be outdone, sneering, I already said, you are not worthy of bearing the Long surname. Ice and fire clashed, neither gaining the upper hand. The familiar techniques made Zhen Hao realize the dragon skin bloodline and dragon skin martial arts. He truly was from dragon skin. Zhen Hao stopped the fight and asked, are you really from the Long family? Which branch? Zhen Wu lost his composure. You keep talking about branches I don't understand. Zhen Hao introduced himself. I am Zhen Hao, from the central holy domain of the Long family's direct line. This martial art is exclusive to the Long family. Outsiders cannot learn it. Zhen Hao wondered inwardly. Could it be that the branch has withered away and the Long family's history is also lost? Zhen Wu was about to speak. He stopped to think. The Long family only had one branch in the Tianwu kingdom, but the records did not note it. Zhen Hao's martial arts were identical, and his bloodline was the same. On the other side, Zhen Hao spoke coldly with contempt. The family history is lost, and its glory is abandoned. He looked at Zhen Wu with utter disdain. That makes you no different from a bastard child. Zhen Wu was so angry he ground his teeth. Zhen Hao added, I see you awakened your bloodline. How many divine dragons did you awaken? Zhen Wu was startled and raised his hand to signal 8. Zhen Hao sneered, 8, not bad for a branch with limited potential. Guess how many I have? Zhen Wu replied, 9. Zhen Hao laughed triumphantly, you guessed wrong. He arrogantly looked at Zhen Wu and said, it was 12. These words left Zhen Wu stunned in surprise. Zhen Hao turned away, saying, from tomorrow do not let me see you at the academy. I do not want the world to laugh at me for having fought a waste. Zhen Wu, humiliated, angrily said, your tongue is truly venomous. Are you deliberately here to pick a fight with me? Zhen Hao did not even glance, mocking a branch disciple like you dares to speak to me like that. The moment he finished speaking, he appeared behind Zhen Wu in an instant, slapping his shoulder and threatening, today, you can rest assured you will die. Zhen Wu turned back in rage, shouting a single word, you. Immediately after, he vanished before Zhen Hao's eyes, catching him quite off guard. But Zhen Hao seemed to predict the move, turning around and saying, your teleportation technique is strong but not yet refined, leaving Zhen Wu deeply shocked. Zhen Hao quickly grabbed Zhen Wu's head and shouted, die, while Zhen Wu felt a crisis and fear in his heart. At that moment, a rope shot over and wrapped tightly around Zhen Hao's hand, rescuing Zhen Wu and shouting, stop. It was a beautiful woman. She loudly reminded him the academy strictly prohibits fighting, and that person was teacher Chu King. Seeing the newcomer, both were slightly surprised. Zhen Hao excused himself, saying we were just sparring in martial arts. Chu King naturally did not believe him. She asked again with suspicion, is it truly that simple? The scene shifted to Zhen Wu's room. He and Qiu Yi were eating. Little Mao Chong received a large piece of meat and happily gnawed on it, praising how delicious it was. Seeing Zhen Wu keep sighing, Qiu Yi asked curiously why the young master was not eating. Zhen Wu was still thinking about meeting Xu King that afternoon. After resolving it, he smiled and excused himself. But before he could take a few steps, Xu King called him back and asked if he was Zhen Wu, making him jump and break out in a cold sweat. As Zhen Wu feared, Xu King looked at him with suspicious eyes and asked, I heard you want to steal my undergarments. Calling that incident, Zhen Wu could only scratch his head and blame the annoying old man for ruining his reputation across the entire academy. Just then, Zhen Wu was startled as he remembered something, turning to ask Qiu Yi about the Long family having only one branch in the Tianwu kingdom. Hearing this, Zhen Wu recounted his meeting with Zhen Hao, saying he was from the Long family in the central holy region. He replied that his name was similar to the young master's. The two were engrossed in conversation and did not notice Mao Chong, beginning to emit rays of light. Immediately after, a powerful light shot straight into the sky, leaving both of them stunned. The blinding light forced Qiu Yi to shield his eyes. Zhen Wu asked in suspicion, Mao Chong, what are you doing? Within the light, little Mao Chong took on a new form round as an egg, laughing proudly because he had accumulated much profound energy. Hearing this, Zhen Wu grew worried. This Mao Chong's foundation was unstable. Now evolving it might be hard to deal with. Little Mao Chong was exceedingly arrogant in his new body. Asking if this young master's transformation was handsome, Qiu Yi and Zhen Wu were dumbfounded. After a moment, Zhen Wu finally snapped out of it, shouting in surprise, is this an evolution into a herb-stewed egg? Mao Chong disdainfully introduced this as the second form, impervious to blades and spears. See if you still dare to bully me. Zhen Wu immediately raised his hand and smashed him flat onto the table. As it said, the pain made Zhen Wu cry out hard, but wounding the enemy once wounds oneself 100 times. Looking at his aching hand, Zhen Wu had a deep thought. The armor was so hard that if he could obtain it, he could surely refine it into a treasure. Mao Chong sensed the scheme and quickly warned him not to covet the armor, wait until he evolved and would take it off himself. Not wanting to be manipulated, Zhen Wu leaned close to Qiu Yi and whispered something. She immediately nodded and said, yes, young master. Seeing the two whispering, Mao Chong asked suspiciously what they were planning to do. Right after Qiu Yi brought Zhen Wu a large knife, Zhen Wu said something with a stern face. Mao Chong asked in confusion. Zhen Wu raised the knife, his eyes full of killing intent, and asked who he really was. If not, don't blame him. Mao Chong was not afraid at all and replied firmly that he was an epochal demon beast, and if he submitted to him, he would become a peerless powerhouse. Zhen Wu did not believe it and immediately lowered the knife, saying he was stubborn to the end, then struck him on the head, making Mao Chong shout that it hurt. It cried loudly and fussily, saying it had told the truth but was not believed, yet the thing damaged was the knife with a notch missing. Zhen Wu threw away the knife and asked again what kind of demon beast he was. Mao Chong shook his head that he did not know, saying his evolution was disturbed by him. Mao Chong confidently said that if he continued to feed him well, once he evolved to the fourth form he would find his kin. Zhen Wu snorted in contempt, "Don't speak uselessly, you can't eat for free and stay idle, we go tomorrow." Mao Chong agreed aggrievedly, "Fine, I will teach you martial arts." This made Zhen Wu surprised and asked if demon beasts knew martial arts too. Mao Chong introduced himself confidently, "I am an epochal demon beast, I have inherited martial arts, do you want flight martial arts?" Zhen Wu dismissed it. "Those at the spirit travel realm can already fly in the air, forget it." But Mao Chong still confidently said, "Your academy does not have it." Hearing this, Zhen Wu became curious and told Mao Chong to show how strong the martial arts were. Mao Chong said to bring paper and pen to write it down. Zhen Wu laughed mockingly, "Even if I give it to you, do you know how to use it?" Mao Chong angrily shouted, "Don't underestimate me, watch this." Then Mao Chong chanted a spell, a five-fingered arm appeared on his body, and he muttered that he was an epochal demon beast and could not be stopped. This scene caught the attention of Qiu Yi and Zhen Wu. It seemed interesting. Mao Chong raised his finger and asked in a disdainful tone, "Now do you believe I am real?" Zhen Wu immediately instructed Qiu Yi to prepare a brush and ink. Qiu Yi smiled brightly and said right away. After a while of diligent writing, Mao Chong handed the paper to Zhen Wu, sighing that he was tired, needing to eat to replenish his energy. Zhen Wu looked at the paper covered in dense text and broke out in a sweat, saying it was all runes he did not understand. Mao Chong disdainfully replied that he did not know how to write their script. Seeing that, Qiu Yi immediately said, "No worries, young master, let me translate." Zhen Wu gratefully thanked her. After that, the two were busy translating the runes while Mao Chong returned to the dining table to enjoy the fine food, looked at the two and silently lamented. Humans were truly a hard-to-understand species. Soon a night passed. The next morning Zhen Wu wanted to find the library but searched endlessly without finding it. He then called out to a woman on the street, saying "Miss." But as soon as she saw him, the girl screamed loudly, "Pervert, stay away," leaving Zhen Wu dumbfounded, asking if this was a joke of heaven. It was all that drunken old man's fault, Zhen Wu thought with a headache. That damn geezer. Now the whole academy thinks I am a pervert. Suddenly a voice rang out, "What's wrong, Loss?" Zhen Wu turned around and recognized it as Teacher Chu King. Wu Xiucheng looked at him and said, "You ran pretty fast last night. I wasn't even done talking and you vanished." Zhen Wu recalled his awkwardness and replied, "Teacher, I had business to attend to." Then he immediately used lightning fire flash to escape. Zhen Wu broke out in a cold sweat and explained to Su King, "Teacher, it's a misunderstanding. That old man framed me. I never had such wicked thoughts." Zhu King replied indifferently, "You don't need to explain. Teacher Kantian just looks upright on the outside. He likes to tease students with no ill intent." Hearing this, Zhen Wu understood immediately, so that's how it was. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect that lecherous old man to have such a noble heart." Zhu King continued, "Besides, I don't think you are a troublemaker. I just didn't expect you to be this grown up now." Zhen Wu pointed at himself in surprise and asked doubtfully, "Wait, do we know each other?" Zhu King shyly blushed and replied, "Of course I was born for you. Moreover, back then the young mistress agreed to marry me to you." This left Zhen Wu dumbfounded. "Marry you? Am I dreaming?" But at this moment, Zhen Wu discovered something else and shouted, "Wait." Zhen Wu asked eagerly, "You know my mother?" Zhu King nodded firmly, "Yes." Zhu King recalled the past and said gratefully, "Thanks to the young mistress not looking down on me and taking me in as a maid, I had the time to be by her side." Hearing this, Zhen Wu understood, "So, what are you to me?" He was still puzzled. "Why did mother agree to marry you to me?" Zhu King leaned in, pointed at his chest and smiled gently. "Wanna know? I am only 5 years older than you. When you were born I was just a little girl." Zhen Wu's face turned bright red and he asked further, "Is that so? You also know Uncle Hu, right?" Zhu King immediately recognized him upon hearing, "That man? He took quite a few things from me. The spirit fire marrow he drank, the ingredients all came from my place." Mentioning this made Zhen Wu think in surprise. Spirit fire marrow, even Qiu Yi didn't know. It seems she wasn't lying to me. Zhen Wu stood there in silence. Zhu King called out to him, "What are you thinking?" He shook his head. "Both you and Uncle Hu mentioned my mother," but saying this, Zhen Wu paused, clenched his fists, and said unhappily, "I realize I don't know anything about my mother. I only know she was very powerful." Suddenly Zhu King turned serious. "Hugong didn't tell you?" "She didn't say it directly, only promised, when the time is right you will know. Unfortunately, I only remember your mother from when she was young." Zhen Wu was disappointed. "Is that so?" At this moment Zhu King realized something and changed the subject. "Are you lost?" asked. Zhen Wu scratched his head and glanced around. Yes, I am looking for the library, but the academy is too big. Immediately Su King spoke softly. She took Zhen Wu's hand and said, let me take our little Yu there. Having a beauty hold his hand, Zhen Wu was overjoyed. Suddenly, Su King's memory flashed back. Zhen Wu's mother's voice rang. In the future, marrying you to my Zhen Wu, do you agree? Su King at that time happily agreed immediately. Calling that, Su King's lips unconsciously tightened. Afterwards, Su King took Zhen Wu to the academy's library. Zhen Wu read many books but still found no results. He sighed. After searching so many books about magical beasts, I still find no record of the iron evidence fruit. What on earth is its origin? He looked at the piles of books he had read and wondered, and it has evolved 2 or 3 times. Is it of a legendary rank? Zhen Wu flipped through the books in disappointment, thinking, could the iron evidence fruit be like it said, a dimensional magical beast? Reading is so tiring, it seems I have no literary talent. Zhen Wu read diligently until late at night before going home. As soon as he entered, he called out, I'm back. Qiyi quickly ran out. Young master, here the translation. Zhen Wu was delighted it's finished. He gratefully rubbed Qiyi's head and praised, you worked hard, so amazing translating a famous text so quickly. Qiyi replied, as long as the young master is happy, Qiyi will do anything. Zhen Wu read the translation, unable to hide his surprise at every part. Blazing Heaven Record, this name seems domineering. From the very start exudes surging blood energy. It seems it is at a level I haven't cultivated yet. Zhen Wu called Mao Chong and asked, is there any martial art suitable for me now? I can't learn this one. Mao Chong glanced at him contemptuously. Don't dream. Wait until you reach the next realm, and you can learn it. It shouted loudly, forget this. I'm hungry. Quickly give me some heavenly capital purple flame to fill the gaps in my teeth. Zhen Wu replied, dream on. Heavenly capital purple flame must be obtained through cultivation. The daily cultivation isn't even enough for you to eat. Mao Chong angrily cursed, stingy. Wait for me to evolve and I'll repay you. Zhen Wu had a headache and had to flick a flame over for Mao Chong. You are so annoying. He held the jade pendant around his neck, filled with worry. If only I could use the fire spirit jade to gather spiritual energy to nourish the heavenly capital purple flame. Otherwise I can't afford to feed this egg. I wonder how Ling is doing now. After eating, Mao Chong noticed the jade on his neck and exclaimed in surprise, a heavenly spirit treasure, a warm yang treasure from heaven earth. Where did you get this? Speak. Immediately it lunged at him greedily. I want to eat it. As long as I eat it, I will shorten my evolution time. Zhen Wu slapped it flying into the wall. No way, don't you dare touch it. Mao Chong was enraged after being hit. It hurts so much, I want to eat the fire spirit jade. Wearing it is useless anyway. Then Wu put the jade pendant away and shouted, dream on. Giving you heavenly capital purple flame is already generous. Don't be insatiable. Qiyi advised, stop fighting. The fire spirit jade is very important. I will make you something delicious. Hearing this, Mao Chong calmed down. Fine, settling the debt with magical beast flesh and blood is also acceptable. I will eat until the mountains collapse. At that moment, in another place, one of Zhen Hao's subordinates reported, Master, I have returned. Zhen Hao asked, what did you find in your investigation? Zhen Hao said in confusion, is that so? Even the family genealogy has no record of this branch? The soldier replied, yes, even the elders don't know its origin. It seems it was intentionally hidden. Hearing this, Zhen Hao became curious. Very interesting. Zhen Wu, who exactly are you? At the same time, on the other side of the forest, Zhen Wu walked up and asked, teacher, why are you here? And he couldn't help but be confused when he saw the person in front of him. Where is my teacher? Seeing his confusion, the teacher explained, how you took some disciples to suffer abuse. I intentionally left you behind to see if it's good. The more Zhen Wu listened, the more worried he got. What are you planning to do again? The man remained calm. Nothing much. I heard you fought with Zhen Hao, so I came to comfort you, and also to get some wine. He was still full of doubt. How did you know? Also, you seem to know him well. The man defended himself, not that well. I only know he is from the main branch of the Long family in the Central Holy Domain, a teenage prodigy. He was astonished. Central Holy Domain? I don't know where it is. This disappointed the man. Kid, how can you know nothing? Do you even know how many regions the continent has? He had just finished speaking when he replied, I do not know. Seeing this, the old master had to explain in detail to Zhen Wu. According to intelligence, the continent is divided into 5 regions. The West Water Frontier, the East Lie Spirit region, the North Border Cold region, the South Waste Beast region, and the Central Holy region. He focused on explaining. Though unwilling to admit it, the Westwater Frontier was the weakest, never having a creation realm powerhouse. The Central Holy region was powerful, and the Long clan there was a great noble family. Do you understand now? These words plunged him into deep thought. He did not expect Zhen Hao to have such a large background influence. While pondering, the old master interrupted. However, the academy is always very wary of him. Hearing this, he began to feel confused. Why? The old master said contemptuously, you foolish boy, do you not know how to run? The Imperial Martial Academy, though strong, is only in the Westwater Frontier. He is a direct descendant of the Long clan. He should not care about us. Saying this, he hesitated. Unless, because of this, Zhen Wu became even more curious. Without hesitation, he said sternly, unless he has a purpose. Zhen Wu asked anxiously, but what does that have to do with me? What business do you have with me today? The old master grew even more serious. That is not a matter for you to concern yourself with. Let us get to the main point. He said, today someone asked me to come find you. Zhen Wu was confused, but you came to find me? Zhen Wu anxiously asked who requested it. Conversely, he said calmly, boy, are you playing dumb? Unable to wait, he asked back, explain clearly, how did you seduce Xu King for her to ask me to open a small stove for you? Hearing this, his face went blank. Open a small stove? Not stopping, he continued to interrogate, tell me how you got to know her. He quickly defended himself, I did not. She is a friend of my mother. I did not know at first either. The old master looked unbelieving, is that so? I kindly warn you, you are now the enemy of all the male students in the academy. Be careful wherever you go from now on. This left him feeling powerless, unable to speak. Seeing this, he approached and patted his shoulder. Let us go, I will take you somewhere. The sudden pat on the shoulder surprised him. Huh? Before he could understand what was happening, he pushed him along, causing him to panic. Nevertheless, the old master refused to let him go. Very quickly, he said cheerfully, we have arrived. Contrary to his cheerful demeanor, Zhen Wu's face darkened. Is this how you guide the way, master? He said contemptuously, it is because your strength is insufficient. Who is to blame? After a moment, he looked at the scenery and asked, but where is this? He explained, this is the training ground of the Imperial Martial Academy. It has many low-level magic beasts. After explaining, he ordered, boy, go kill some magic beasts. Today, I will roast the meat. Naturally, Zhen Wu was unwilling. On what basis? If you want to eat, go yourself. He laughed sinisterly. One magic beast is no problem. After we eat, I will teach you the blink movement technique to raise your strength. Definitely not inferior to Long Zhen Xia. Hearing this, he became excited immediately. Really? Seeing his excited expression, he smiled with satisfaction. Of course, I mean what I say. Zhen Wu said impatiently, fine, you wait here. He dashed away in front of the old master. He muttered, whenever cultivation is mentioned, he is more impatient than a monkey. He turned and counted. Wah. As soon as the third sound finished, Zhen Wu's scream reached them. Zhen Wu shouted in fear, what kind of magic beast is this? Before him was a swarm of wriggling monsters. As soon as they saw him, their faces flushed red. Immediately after, they charged to attack him from all sides. Caught off guard by the ambush, he panicked even more. Their speed is too fast. A moment later, he clutched his arm, looking at them with a worried expression. His will surged. They are just a bunch of ants, right? Lightning fire blink! As soon as he finished speaking, the sky was still very blue. But not long after, a flame shot up along with a scream of dismay. Zhen Wu was knocked face first into the ground. The old master was not surprised. You ran out so quickly? Zhen Wu groaned from the ground. What kind of ghost ants are those? He told the truth. They are man-eating ants. The strongest are lower 4th rank. They live in swarms. Even 6th rank magic beasts have to flee. Hearing this, Zhen Wu grew angry. Why did you not say so sooner? Look at my arm. It is swollen like a pineapple. He said contemptuously, it is because you are weak. Why blame me? He pointed seriously. Man-eating ants usually move in swarms, but individually they are very weak. The strongest is only lower 4th rank. If your movement technique is strong enough, you can attack them one by one. Zhen Wu worried, easier said than done, there are so many. Where is there room to use it? He only smiled, that depends on your comprehension. The blink art is strong, but you have not grasped its essence yet. Hearing this, he seemed to understand. You mean I can use these ants to practice my movement technique? He thought for a moment. The lightning fire blink is powerful, but I have not studied it deeply. Zhen Hao's true blink technique completely suppresses me. I can use this opportunity to train. Done, he asked the old master. Then do you have a way to detoxify the ant venom? He answered immediately, rest assured, I am under orders to protect your safety. Zhen Wu charged forward with blazing vigor. Fine, then I will train on them without any worry. He jumped down from a height. You ants, this old man's blink technique depends entirely on you. Zhen Wu attacked the swarm of giant ants around him. His body vanished right before an ant. Zhen Wu saw a gash on his shoulder. He cursed, damn it. His mind was filled with thoughts. The poison is seeping into my organs. My body is gradually going numb. At that moment, a pair of hands appeared from behind him. He did not listen, only said softly, all right, rest for a bit. This caused Zhen Wu to cry out. The old man's voice echoed in the space. Do not push yourself too hard. Detoxify first, or your internal organs will be permanently damaged. He did not listen, still stubbornly insisting, it is fine, I can endure it. His eyes gradually began to glaze over. Seeing this, the old man was speechless, young and reckless, no real skill, only good at putting on a brave face. After a while, Zhen Wu woke up, finding his body immersed in water, feeling comfortable, a hot bath, so comfortable. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, not right. Zhen Wu realized he was sitting in a vat of boiling water. He shouted angrily, damn it, old man, what are you doing? He teased, this old man is hungry. Is that a problem? He panicked even more. Do not tell me you are going to eat me. Only then did he confess, "No more joking, I am detoxifying you. This pot of soup has ingredients to dispel the ant venom, and can also strengthen the body." Zhenwu gradually realized this upon hearing it. It was true that he no longer felt any pain. He raised his fist and saw that his strength had increased significantly. The old man seized the opportunity to ask, "So, training movement techniques and strengthening the body at the same time, should you thank me?" Zhenwu saw the problem and asked back, "You want my red daughter again, do you fine?" The man laughed contentedly, saying this trip was mutually beneficial. But he immediately stopped him. "Hold on, I do not want to hear you mention any request to teacher Chu King. It is definitely a vulgar request." Zhen Wu immediately prepared the medicinal ingredients, saying this and venom detox soup was indeed not bad. At the same time, the old man thought, "Boy, do not underestimate your own strength. The bloodline inside you is devouring the poison ants faster than I expected." His eyes narrowed cunningly, thinking it might be more than one type of bloodline. A moment later he spoke up to stop him, saying these ingredients were extremely potent and for external use only. Zhenwu broke out in a cold sweat. "Damn it, why did you not say so earlier?" After a while, the two chatted as they walked. Tool refinement is carving runes into tools to create different attributes. That is the reason protective tools came into being. He explained that runes changed in countless ways. Tool refinement was a profound subject requiring time and resources. Zhenwu was curious, then fine. His head was full of thoughts, recalling how Dongfang Junlin's flying sword had extraordinary power, and he intended to learn crafting. A moment later, the old man called to the other person, "What is Lao Baiji doing?" Zhenwu was confused. Why is it him? Baiji turned around blankly and asked, "Can you not see I am refining tools? Old Lecker, what brings you here today?" The old man beside him pointed at Zhenwu and said, "This kid wants to learn tool refinement, you teach him." He was extremely confused. "I have a bad feeling." Baiji immediately demanded, "If the kid wants to learn tool refinement, he has to offer a few jars of monkey sun as tuition." Zhenwu was not too surprised, of course. He turned to complain, "I feel like I have been tricked again." The old man beside him replied aggrievedly, "Do not think badly of me." Zhenwu asked if he was sure he would teach him tool refinement, then saw the two old men winking at each other. He was startled and more, "Do not signal openly." A moment later Baiji confidently replied, "I am sure I can teach you. My tool refinement skills are highly skilled in the academy." However, he tossed a book to him and then got absorbed in gossiping, saying they had already split it half and half. He could not back out now. Baiji said, "These are basic runes, memorize them and then come find me." The old man looked at the book regretfully. "You are willing to lend him the book you spent half your life compiling?" Baiji replied, "The book was written by me, it is all in my head. It cannot be lost. For the sake of the monkey son I will lend it to him." As he left, there was still chatter behind him. Tool refinement is not something ordinary people can learn. I hope he picks up a bit of the surface. At evening, Qiu Yi brought in food and asked, "Young master, where did you get such a thick book?" Zhen Wu sighed, "Do not mention it. Young master has been set up again. This book cost me several jars of monkey sun." She stared at the book intently and realized these were runes. Very interesting. But he was having difficulty. These runes were simple, but hard to draw. Qiu Yi observed and then pointed at the piece of paper on the table. He asked thoughtfully, "Is it like this?" Zhen Wu was stunned. Mui. He jumped up and grabbed her shoulders, saying happily, "Qiu Yi Mui is truly a genius," even though she did not understand anything. The next morning, he went to the usual place, saw the two old men, and shouted, "Hey old man, wake up." Seeing him, the man immediately began to complain, "Oh heavens, I just finished 2 monkey suns." Zhenwu brushed it aside, pointed at Qiu Yi and said, "We will talk about that later. I am introducing a genius disciple. Do you need one?" He was dead drunk. I have not taken disciples for a long time. Seeing he was unwilling, he pleaded, "Do not say that. One night without a teacher's guidance, self-studied into tool refinement. Do you not want that?" Baiji, sitting nearby, heard this and his eyes lit up. He turned to look at Qiu Yi and asked, "Is she the genius you speak of?" He immediately replied, "That is right." Zhenwu looked at the old man, calling him Brother Hui, wondering how much the two had drunk last night. He slurred, "Not that much." Baiji raised a piece of paper and said, "Draw a spirit activation rune for me to see." Qiu Yi stammered, "Ah." Zhenwu patted her head to comfort her, "It is fine. Just draw it like at home." She then replied, "Okay." Baiji watched her draw, commenting that whether it was the accuracy or the perfection of the rune, for a beginner to achieve this level was truly surprising. Zhenwu saw the timing was right and asked, "Will you take her as a disciple?" Baiji pondered, "I can teach her. I accept this disciple today. Your talent will surely make you a rune grandmaster in the future." He pointed at himself happily and said, "From now on, stay at my place and focus on learning runes." Qiu Yi heard this and was reluctant, "I have to stay here." No, Qiu Yi still has to take care of the young master, causing Bai Zai to be shocked. "What did you say?" His face flushed with anger. "This kid dares to ruin my disciple's future." Fierce aura emanated from Bai Ji. He shouted, "No, I must kill you so my disciple is not distracted." Zhen Wu heard this and broke into a cold sweat from fear. "Damn it, is there something wrong with your head?" Meanwhile, the other old man was still enjoying himself. "Come on, keep drinking." A moment later, Zhen Wu and Qiu Yi left exhausted. He complained, "What is wrong with that old man? Tormenting me all day before letting me go." Qiu Yi was puzzled. "Why did you take me to study under a master? My time by your side will decrease." He smiled reassuringly. "You fool. Learning runes can help the young master craft protective tools later." She was happy then. "Fine." Her face clearly showed happiness, saying she was very willing to be able to help the young master. Just then, a male approached from afar and teased, "Is this lovely girl your maidservant?" A huge explosion occurred, shaking the heavens and the earth. Zhen Wu was furious, annoyed, and said, "Stay away from my woman." Zhen Hao stood there and sneered, "I never expected a trash from a side branch like you to have a lovely maidservant." His face was truly lecherous. "Miss, come with me, I will take you to the central area of the underworld abyss." Qiu Yi was scared, pale, and tightly grasped his arm. "Qiu Yi will not go anywhere, she will only follow the young master." Hearing this, he became even more determined. "Then I must take you away." Zhen Wu replied with immense anger, "You dare?" Zhen Hao began to mock. "You think sparing your life last time makes you something special?" Zhen Wu was stunned, asked back, "What do you mean sparing me?" He said with a furious expression, "You're a son of the Long family, yet you became a lecher disgracing the family. I initially did not plan to get involved, but here I am bound by rules, so I will just teach you a lesson." He pointed at the frightened Qiu Yi. "Today I saw a lovely girl being trampled on by you. I made up my mind." Zhen Wu guarded her warily. "Made up your mind?" He used his own strength. "I, Long Zhen Hao, must purge the family today." Zhen Wu gently pushed her back and stepped forward. "First, I am not a lecher. Second, Qiu Yi is my woman." His eyes flashed with displeasure. "If you want to take her, you have to see if you have the skill." Zhen Hao only replied with coldness, "Your mouth is still hard even with death approaching." He channeled all his strength into his fist. "Let her die." Zhen Wu still tried to explain, "I already told you, I am not a lecher." A beam of white light enveloped the entire space. Su King and the other person turned back, their eyes full of questions. Two other men also startled and turned their heads to look. The earth and sky shook from the continuous explosions. "Your strength is very strong. You just used both fist techniques and hand and foot techniques, but you are not qualified to belittle the Dragon Clan." The two of them controlled two dragons of the fire and water attributes, charging them to attack each other. He controlled the dragon to bite the opponent while saying, "You are not qualified to teach me. I only know the Dragon Clan from the Heavenly Martial Kingdom." Zhen Wu gathered all his remaining strength to deal with it. "You and I have nothing to do with each other." Zhen Hao had already circled behind him. "I will have to beat you until you admit defeat." Zhen Wu managed to dodge that attack just in time. He glanced and assessed. "Your body technique has truly improved, but it is still inferior to mine." Zhen Hao laughed as he struck his palm. "Feel the power of the orthodox bloodline." Zhen Wu was hit, his body stiffening for a moment. The dragons within his body began to coil dangerously. The divine dragon appears, Golden Bell shield. Qiu Yi was also affected by that violent blow. He stood watching him, trapped by the ice dragon. "Stay in there and freeze to death. No one has ever escaped my ice dragon parasite." Truly not knowing one's limits. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling him, "Heavenly Capital." His ice dragon began to gradually dissipate. "Deathfire." Zhen Hao shouted in shock. "How do you know the ultimate skill, Heavenly Capital Deathfire? This is impossible." He watched Zhen Wu slowly emerge from behind the ice. "But Heavenly Capital Deathfire heavily consumes profound air. You probably don't have enough strength left to stand." He only had the strength left to breathe laboriously. He was injured to the point of spitting blood. "Damn it. If I had breathed a moment later just now, I would have been frozen solid. Now that my profound air is completely depleted, what should I do?" Zhen Wu still stood tall. "I haven't lost yet." He looked at him with an eerily calm gaze. "Continue." Zhen Hao's expression became extremely unpleasant. He grabbed his head and prepared to throw a punch. "You are about to die and you are still stubborn." He was blasted away along with a huge explosion. Thick smoke and dust shrouded a wide area of space. Only the sound of labored coughing could be heard from within. Qi ran towards him worriedly at the fastest possible speed. Zhen Hao coldly aimed at her, so meddlesome. An iron cage rose from the ground, blocking her path. Zhen Wu, despite the pain, managed to yell, "Let my woman go." Zhen Hao looked at him smugly. "You are about to die, and you still worry about her? Unfortunately, she is already my woman." Qi looked at him with a pained expression. Zhen Wu weakly said, "Don't learn." He gripped the sword tightly and walked towards him. "There is no woman in this world that I, Zhen Hao, cannot have. Rest assured, I will treat her well." Zhen Hao raised his sword, ready to strike down. "Farewell, lecherous dog." The blade was close to the forehead of the weakened Zhen Wu. Qiu Yi was so shocked her entire body went stiff. Zhen Hao looked at his sword, which had been snapped in two. A woman suddenly appeared in front of him. Good thing I made it in time. Zhu King had stood to block in front of them. Zhen Wu, are you alright? He answered tiredly. I am fine. Zhen Hao said with determination. Zhen Wu, today I must kill you. Teacher Chu King, are you sure you want to interfere in this matter? She replied with a resolute gaze. This is the Imperial Martial Academy. No brawling is allowed. Whether for public or private reasons, I must intervene. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu King prepared to strike her palm. Don't blame me for being discourteous. But before she could make a move, she was injured by him dying. She slowly collapsed while exclaiming in shock, how is this possible? He is just a student. Yao Guang could not stand idly by, daring to injure a teacher. You cannot be forgiven. But before she could act, she was sent flying by him. Zhen Wu looked at the massive explosion with pain. Yao Guang. Two men had also just arrived, Teacher Chu King, Yao Guang. There were also two elders standing dumbfounded by the incident. Zhen Hao appeared extremely annoyed. Why is everyone coming here? So troublesome. Wanting to interfere is not that easy. At that moment, the mysterious yellow barrier began to shroud the entire space. Everyone present was utterly bewildered. What is this? Everyone get away. The bald elder was astonished. This is the mysterious yellow barrier. The long-bearded elder beside him also nodded. That is correct. It can withstand all attacks. Zhen Hao smugly walked over to where he was injured. No one will disturb us now. Killing you is easy, but I want to torment you slowly. Zhen Wu weakly let out a few words. Zhen Hao, Zhen Wu Ta. He looked towards the injured women. His entire body erupted with a terrifying power. I will definitely not forgive you. That power soared high into the sky, unstoppable. Qiu Yi saw that scene, extremely horrified. Young master. A giant Qilin appeared right before his eyes. The group of people outside stood frozen in shock. What is this? It looks like a Qilin but too big. The long-bearded elder was puzzled, recognizing it as a purple jade fire Qilin. How could this be? Zhen Hao could hardly believe he has this bloodline. Aren't you just a branch of the dragon? A ferocious dragon emerged behind him. So what if you have a fire Qilin? I have the orthodox divine dragon bloodline. Zhen Wu, holding the injured Wu Laoshi, yelled. So what about orthodox bloodline? Today I must kill a scumbag like you. Both the Qilin and dragon charged at each other. Zhen Hao angrily shouted, who is afraid of whom? The dragon down tightly on the Qilin's tail. The spectators screamed, the water screen is broken, everyone be careful. Two men exclaimed in astonishment, oh my god, is this a student duel? Ice and fire in a confined space will explode. The dragon turned red and coiled tightly around Thuda. Zhen Wu coldly watched the scene. It is over. The dragon kept squeezing tighter. Zhen Hao clutched his chest in pain. How is it possible? Did I lose? Yes, Zhen Wu coldly replied. I have the fire Qilin for attack and the divine dragon for defense. You are lucky to survive. He said without changing his expression, your orthodox bloodline is only this much. Defeated by a branch family disciple. What do you have to say? Zhen Hao refused to accept. You are just momentarily lucky. I do not accept. A lowly bloodline is still lowly. Qilin is starting to spit fire. You are about to die yet still talk tough. Suddenly, a noise behind them made them turn around. A huge fire dragon soared in the sky. I want to see who is bullying my descendant. The brown-haired man was stunned. Today I have broadened my horizons. The long-bearded elder was dazed. A real divine dragon. The dragon simply flicked its tail to destroy the Qilin. That man hurt my descendant. Zhen Wu was worried. Just a tail flick shattered my Qilin. Truly terrifying. Zhen Hao laughed smugly. You are doomed. The saint has come to save me. You cannot escape. The dragon looked down at him. You are my descendant. Zhen Hao floated and cried out for the saint to kill him quickly. His words did not move the dragon. It angrily shouted, if you lie to me again, I will cripple you. It turned to Zhen Wu. Do not think having my bloodline will let you off. How do you have a Qilin bloodline? Which branch are you from? Zhen Wu said with disgust, I do not know, and I do not acknowledge being your descendant. Zhen Hao shouted, who do you think you are to speak insolently to the saint? After a moment of thought, the red dragon left, saying we will meet again. Not killing today does not mean not next time. The dragon's words left him bewildered. Has it taken a liking to me? What is this? The incident ended. He stood before the elders, being announced his punishment. Zhen Wu felt wrong. This was caused by Zhen Hao. What does it have to do with me? He was already taken away by the divine dragon. The long-bearded elder said sternly, even if it was Zhen Hao's fault, the brawl caused losses to the academy. He must go to the sword-forging mountain villa to receive punishment. The other disciples cried out, why must we come along to punish him? Brown-haired elder persuaded, your clan has ties with the villa's sword master. This trip will not be difficult. Zhen Wu said calmly, is it not just to fetch a sword? What is there to fear? The other disciples suppressed their anger and said, you know nothing. The freckled men explained, the sword-forging mountain villa is famous for forging swords, but they are all mad. They use the blood of experts to temper swords. Hearing this, Zhen Wu panicked. What? So dangerous? He asked tearfully if the dean could change the punishment. The dean waved his hand and said no. The black-haired elder raised 3 fingers to comfort him. You have a 30% chance of surviving and returning. Hearing this set him back flat. He nearly vomited blood. Sword-forging mountain villa exists for swords. Divine swords are born here. They use the blood of experts for tempering to increase spiritual nature. Yun Fei looked at the scene and sighed. Every time I see the villa is majestic, while Zhen Wu was silent. Guide said to them, the Imperial Martial Academy. Please come this way. A voice suddenly rang out. The Imperial Martial Academy has not sent disciples here for decades. It was Bu Qi. He continued, didn't expect a few who do not fear death this time. Little Yun Fei has grown much taller. Yun Fei respectfully replied, Lord Bu Qi, long time no see, I came with Junior Zhen Wu. Bu Qi cheerfully waved a hand and ordered the disciples, take the blood. Immediately someone responded yes. Zhen Wu looked at the basin in front of him and wondered, that large of a basin really? Yun Fei felt awkward, so he spoke up, Lord Bu Qi, he is a junior, do not make it difficult, but he refused. Zhen Wu negotiated, can it be just a little? I do not have much blood, Yun Fei also pleaded. Bu Qi fell silent and thought, then said, fine, for your sake, I will take a little. He threw a small jar to Zhen Wu. Fill this up. Zhen Wu confusedly replied, fine. Looking at the jar of blood, he praised the blood fluid is pinkish purple, still churning after being drawn so long, first time seeing such powerful blood essence. The more he looked, the more delighted he was. Wondrous blood. I never expected your blood fluid to be so strong. He did not make things difficult for them anymore. Zhen Wu, exhausted, was helped away. Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life. Standing before the pillar holding 1,000 swords, he asked if he could take a sword now, and received the reply, yes, choose as you will, but divine swords have spirits and choose their own masters. Zhen Wu directly asked if he could use any means. Bu Qi replied firmly, yes, but you only have one chance. He made his move immediately without hesitation, saying that the mission to retrieve the sword required no thought anyway. Instantly, the entire sword pillar shone brightly with chaotic sword ki. Swords flew wildly everywhere. One of them pierced through the pieces of iron armor. Zhen Wu quickly snatched the sword, surprised, saying it came to him on its own. Yun Fei was astonished to see Zhen Wu take the sword so easily, saying he grabbed it too casually. Bu Qi added from the side that all the people from the Imperial Mar Academy were insane. At that moment, the sword in his hand began to grow fierce. Seeing that sight, Bu Qi shouted loudly, such a strong killing intent unexpectedly is a demon sword. He immediately told him not to take this sword away and to choose again. He replied in surprise, it flew to me on its own. Did you not say the sword chooses its master? Qi hastily explained, this sword is from the Dark Age. Refined with fresh blood, its evil nature is very strong. That year the demon sword was sealed. He did not expect one to remain. Perhaps it was attracted by your blood essence. Hearing this, he did not believe it, saying if it was so dangerous, forget it, I will switch to another one and hold that. But right at the moment of transfer, the sword automatically pierced through his hand. It quickly absorbed his blood. The scene astonished everyone present. Bu Qi hurriedly shouted, this is bad, the demon sword has chosen its master. No, we must cut off the arm. He immediately drew his blade and stepped forward, saying, young man, do not blame me. I only mean well for you. Seeing him holding a sword to slash, he shouted in fear, damn it, what are you doing? And Bu Qi kept attacking continuously. Yun Fei watched the chaotic scene, only stammering out the two words demon sword, while hearing a voice say, hey, what are you doing, do you want to fight? He shouted in anger, old man, are you insane? He tried to explain, young man, I am doing this for your own good, being parasitized by a sword will not end well. After speaking, he swung his sword again, saying to cut off the arm while there was still time, or it would be too late. Zhen Wu dodged while shouting, are you insane, demon sword, parasitization, I have never heard of a sword controlling a person. The person beside quickly asked Yun Fei what was happening. Yun Fei said in panic, Bu Qi is telling the truth. The demon sword erodes the mind. If you are parasitized, you will become a murderous demon. Bu Qi grew more anxious, hurry up, cut off the hand, or it will cause a bloodbath. Zhen Wu did not accept this, replying, old man, if you continue to be unreasonable, do not blame me for being impolite. Immediately after, a barrage of steel chains flew over to bind him. This is, Bu Qi kept repeating, hurry up, or it will be too late. Zhen Wu tried to persuade, so what if it is a demon sword, how could I let it control me? At the same time, the capital executioner blaze was used. The scene became even more eerie and chaotic as the demon sword joined in. Onlookers were once again astonished. Zhen Wu, seeing that the sword was unharmed, also exclaimed, saying that even the heaven capital death flame could not burn it. The voice inside him rang out, kid, this chain is linked to your life. Zhen Wu asked back, can life also be linked? The small shadow explained, the sword uses the chain to devour your life. The more it devours, the stronger it becomes. How could such a sinister sword exist in the world? Bu Qi said in despair, it is over, the possession was successful. Those possessed by the sword all become killing machines. Back then, many geniuses thought they could control it, but they all died miserably in the end. He added, back then, the smith wanted to destroy the demon sword, but cherished his own creation. So he only sealed the other swords. This one was missed and you managed to pull it out. Zhen Wu did not believe it and asked again, old man, is this sword truly that terrifying? Bu Qi replied in fear, kid, do you know how many talented people have died under this sword? Do not think you are naturally gifted. Even the stronger ones get devoured. You are no exception. In the end, he still affirmed, as the host of the demon sword, "You will eventually die." A squad of shadow guards was immediately dispatched, suggesting they kill him right now. Seeing this, Zhen Wu replied angrily, "You people." Yun Fei stepped into immediate, honored elders. Zhen Wu is a member of the Imperial Martial Academy. Do you dare to kill him without fear of the Academy's wrath? Bu Qi thought to himself, if they kill Zhen Wu, the Imperial Martial Academy surely will not stand idly by. Back then, those greedy students who were killed almost started a war. Moreover, Zhen Wu is not at fault. In the end, it is our mistake. We should not be so unreasonable. Stubborn Shadow Guard replied, "Kid, do not try to intimidate me with the Imperial Martial Academy. Even if your teachers knew, they would kill him too." Yun Fei did not back down, retorting, "That is the Academy's business, not for you to worry about." A tattooed man cut in, "The Imperial Martial Academy students are truly arrogant. I want to see how you manage to leave Cursed Sword Mountain Villa." Hearing this, Zhen Wu grew angry, saying, "We are arrogant. If you want to kill me, you must have the skill first." That man lunged into an attack, shouting, "Stupid brat, a mere divine journey realm dares to be arrogant. I will kill you like a dog." A massive explosion shook heaven and earth. Two sides fought fiercely. "Brat, how dare you interfere? Why would I not dare?" Masked youth said, "Zhen Wu, go ahead, we will hold them off." The freckled young man also became serious, saying, "You are the target, we will be fine." Zhen Wu fell silent as if deep in thought. After a moment, he decided to fly away, saying, "Then I will go first, farewell." One of the strong experts turned his back, saying, "You will not escape." He assessed them. All of them were Void Cave Realm experts. But how could he just give up? He used firepower to burn the sky. Masked young man admired, "Clever, using fire to seal off the sky." The man covering his face also broke into a sweat. This time it cost over 100 explosive rune talismans. As he flew, he felt heartbroken. "Qi, I owe you one for this." Those young men also did not linger, saying, "Let us hurry and leave." That strong expert was helpless and speechless. He turned back and said, "Bu Qi, please come out, I apologize. I will come to atone for my sins later." The elder sighed helplessly at this spoiled brat. He turned to ask that strong practitioner, but received the answer that he could not catch up. The man looked at the sky and awkwardly said the brat was very cunning, using explosive smoke to seal the sky, preventing him from revealing himself and shaking him off. He spoke as he turned and walked away, reporting the news to Daewoo Academy, simply stating the actual situation. A few elders angrily shouted, asking how the Zhujian Mountain Villa managed things, letting the demon sword slip through so that Zhen Wu became its host. The black-haired elder read the letter and exclaimed in danger, saying that for hundreds of years the western frontier had been in chaos because of the demon sword, and all its hosts had been brutal killers, with many Daewoo students dying at their hands. Long-bearded elder angrily said that the people of the Sword Mountain Villa had too big a mouth, ordering them to eliminate the demon and uphold justice, when they themselves forged the demon sword and found its host, and now they were acting arrogantly towards the Daewoo Academy. The other person worriedly asked what to do now, saying that being parasitized by the demon sword would affect the mind, and feared that before long Zhen Wu would become a demon. The long-bearded elder looked thoughtful, saying that Du had never let others order them around, even if he became a demon, so what he did not believe they could not save their own student. Sunlight shone down on the green mountain peak, and immediately after, a strike descended upon the monster's head. It collapsed right in front of him. Zhen Wu stared intently at the sword in his hand. This eerie sword needed to drink blood every so often. He turned to the iron ball at his feet and asked Tai Dan if this sword could open its iron shell. The iron ball sarcastically said that he really could not forget to mock him. It showed an annoyed attitude, declaring that the great master was a transcendent magical beast. How could this sword hurt him? But in its heart, it was very worried about the sword's astonishing, devouring speed. He looked at the beast lying on the ground and sighed. It had drained a magical beast completely in such a short time. Zhen Wu looked at the sword in his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. It had finally settled down, at least 2 hours without causing trouble again. Just as the three elders were standing there, someone shouted that the dean something terrible had happened. They stood frozen for a few seconds when they heard the report that the Zhujian Mountain Villa had issued a kill order on Zhen Wu in western waters, promising a treasured sword to whoever brought his head. The dean heard this and angrily said it was too much. Did they think Daewoo had no one left, daring to issue a public kill order? After that, he ordered all the instructors to inform all students without assignments to protect Zhen Wu and bring him back safely. The students immediately acknowledged the order. Zhen Wu stood looking at a village, muttering incessantly. His eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent kill. After a moment he was able to return to normal. Zhen Wu was horrified, holding his head and wondering why this was happening. Tai Dan explained that the demon sword had shown its fangs, and this was only the beginning. It spoke in a serious tone, saying that for now he was still conscious thanks to his own willpower. He tried to tear off that demonic energy chain. "Come out, show yourself." Tai Dan said that this chain was actually linked to his life. As long as his life force was not exhausted, it could not be broken. Zhen Wu refused to believe he would fail, insisting there must be a way. It immediately pulled him back to reality, saying it was useless. With his current cultivation, he could not suppress the demon sword, and once the demon sword found a host, it would grow stronger. Dan spoke while breaking out in a cold sweat, advising him not to let this sword commit slaughter. The more lives he took, the stronger the sword would become. Zhen Wu stared intently at the demon sword and said it was not easy. Every now and then it would go berserk, and without fresh blood he could not move. Suddenly a sound came from behind them. In the sky, 3 men were about to charge over, shouting, "Long Zhen Wu, perfect, kill him and take the treasured sword from the Zhujian mountain villa." He rushed over excitedly, shouting, "Prepare to die." While they were charging, he stood there coldly and said, "To kill me is to obtain the treasured sword." His eyes were filled with danger and cruelty. "Then we shall see if you have the skills." In an instant he lost consciousness and slaughtered without mercy. After a moment, Zhen Wu woke up. He looked in horror at the men lying in pools of blood and asked what had happened. How had he killed them? Zhang Qian also arrived at the scene at that moment. Indeed, he had been invaded by the demon sword faster than she had imagined. She immediately cast her magical power. Zhen Wu, obediently come back with us to study. He still stood there amidst the corpses. He did not hesitate, wanting to blow her up. She saw this in astonishment. He could break her talisman so easily. Dan saw the scene and said dejectedly, "The more these people did this, the more the demon sword's power increased. Relying solely on talismanic arts was no match." Zhang Qian immediately produced ropes, again restrained. The ropes coiled tighter and tighter around him, but Zhen Wu just looked at them calmly, saying nothing. After a moment, he channeled his power and blasted them away. Zhen Wu held the demon sword, preparing to attack kill, but just as he flew up, he was struck by a blow. He was sent flying far away by that person. Teacher Hai Yu crossed his arms and scolded. It was just a demon sword, yet it made him lose his true nature, truly useless. She called out in surprise, "Teacher Hai Yu." He pondered and told Zhang Qian to step back. He had become demonic. Her current strength was not enough to deal with the demon sword's power. She immediately obeyed. At that moment, he stood opposite and challenged him. "Come on, let me see what skills a person borrowing a demon sword has." Zhen Wu lost his will again and attacked. He only calmly stopped the sword. Teacher Hai Yu both held the sword and defeated him hand over the sword. After that he pasted talismans on the blade. Teacher Hai Yu sighed in admiration. The pure heart talisman of Talisman Elder was indeed powerful. Even the demon sword was suppressed. His entire body trembled. Zhen Wu gradually lost his balance, as if about to fall. He turned to look at her, speaking while the boy was unconscious, then told her to return to the Imperial Mar Academy, and the girl nodded in obedience. In a peaceful and prosperous village, Zhen Wu, wait for me. Young Zhen Wu was chasing after a little girl, saying, "If you find my chain, please return it." Liu Ne shouted angrily, "Annoying, stop right there, old woman." The sky above was vast and blue. The 2 children sat side by side on the roof. The little girl turned and asked, "I heard mother say you are moving away soon." After a moment's silence, he spoke, "That is right. She said we have been here for 2 years. It is time to leave." The little girl immediately showed a sad and regretful expression, asking, "Then will you come back to find me?" Zhen Wu patted Liu Ne on the head, laughing as he said, "Silly girl, I will definitely come back." Hearing this, the girl happily said, "Really, then you can go." His voice echoed in the space. "Alright, Zhen Wu promises to come back and find Liu Na." His mother and Su King were standing there at that time. She said, "Zhen Wu, I am sorry I did this for you. I had no choice but to seal the memories of these 2 years. In a while, Uncle Hu will come to take you back to the Long family in the Celestial Martial Kingdom." Hearing this, he was in tears, saying, "Mother, I do not want to lose my memories. What about Liu Na?" She hurriedly pressed her magical power onto his forehead. The situation was urgent. There was no other way. Back in the present, he opened his eyes wide and shouted, "No, do not." He had just woken up on a strange bed, thinking to himself, what a strange dream. He looked at the pile of chains on his hands and yelled, "What is this dazzling chain about?" He grabbed it and tried to break free, but could not, wondering, why cannot I break free? Suddenly a person entered, speaking, "Save your strength. This is the 10,000 iron link, used to temper spirit soldiers. With your cultivation you cannot escape." He turned around dumbfounded and asked, "Master, why have you bound me?" He replied directly, "Because you are dangerous. No one knows when the demon sword inside your body will control you, so locking you up is the only safe way." Zhen Wu's voice turned fiercer, asking, "Is that so? Then how many people have I killed?" The man answered without hesitation, 536 people. Zhen Wu was stunned hearing this. "Whoa, what?" He looked at his trembling hands, wondering, how did I become a murderous demon?" Understanding his thoughts, the man said, "But those were all people who wanted to kill you. You do not need to feel burdened. It was they who triggered the violent nature of the demon sword, so they all deserved death." He trembled violently, asking, "Then will I be chained like this forever from now on?" Teacher Hai Yu coldly turned away, replying, "Elder Fu and the others are thinking of a way. For now we have to keep you in chains." He walked away, but still sorrowfully said, "The ones who understand the demon sword best are the cursed sword Manner, but they insist that the host of the demon sword can only die, even demanding to kill you to bring the sword back for sealing." He watched him slam the door shut, saying nothing. The man said, "But you are our student. This matter cannot be let go. Just behave and stay here." Night fell, the moon hung high. He sadly gazed at the waning moon through the window frame. Zhenwu asked Tai Dan heavily, "Do you think I have a chance of recovery?" Tai Dan answered without hesitation, "Quite difficult." Took the chance to raise its hand. "Since you are about to die, what use is keeping the deadly flame? Give it to me to eat so I can advance to my third form earlier." He seemed to mutter to himself, "Must I die so soon?" Hearing this, it said helplessly, "Did you not hear what I said?" Tai Dan did not care about the other's mood. "You will not die immediately now. But looking at your condition, probably within a month. The demon sword is corroding 10 times faster. The blood essence of strong warriors feeds it extremely well. You cannot stop it." The two sat together like comrades in a shared poison. Zhen Wu's face fell. He turned to it. "Now is not the time. Can you not say a few words to comfort me?" Tai Dan was not polite. "Say them I can, but it is useless. You will not have much longer." He looked at his hands again, lamenting, "I never expected my future would end in the hands of this sword." His eyes shed tears filled with sorrow. "Uncle Hu will surely be very disappointed." Tears kept flowing. "Q Yi, your young master is leaving. What will you do?" Tai Dan just looked at him gently, as if calculating something. An elder came and said, "Kid, do not say I did not take care of you. This is the tranquil heart spirit jade. It will calm your mind. As long as you do not kill, you will be safe." Another added, "I give you the peace of mind pill. If the jade is useless, use this pill." Zhen Wu accepted their kindness, replying, "I thank both of you for your goodwill. I did not expect you to refine this to help me resist the demon sword." One of them looked at him, continued, "Now you may leave." Zhen Wu was startled, wondering, "Leave?" His master explained, "The cursed sword Manor wants to reclaim the demon sword. Their strong warriors have intimidated the academy. You cannot stay. The academy does not fear them, but cannot become an enemy of the entire Western Water." Zhen Wu understood the situation and said, "I do not blame the academy, but I have one final request." Pausing, he lifted his head to look at them. "I came to the academy to learn a martial art. Before I leave, may I see it?" An elder asked in surprise, "The solar dragon exploring hand?" Another questioned anxiously, "How do you know the academy has this martial art?" Zhen Wu replied calmly, "Uncle Hu told me this art is good for me, so I came to the academy." The elders hesitated and said, "We are not the ones who decide either." Hearing this, he opened his mouth in shock. In the silence, a voice rang out, "You can see it, but you may not copy it, only memorize it." Another elder stepped forward and said, "The solar dragon exploring hand is a low-grade earth-level martial art, but many generations of strong warriors could not cultivate it because the blood energy flows reversely, easily causing body explosion." He added, "Infuse your mystical energy, you will see the words inside." He received it, sighing, "I never expected it to be so peculiar." After some thought, he gladly said, "This martial art is truly miraculous." Then he frowned and added sadly, he spoke painfully before everyone, "For someone about to die like me, it is already useless." Standing at the academy gate, Zhen Wu bowed to bid farewell to the elders, teachers, and students. An old elder gave him a gift, saying, "Do not say goodbye to Q Yi. These past few days she has been heartbroken over you." Zhen Wu turned and left, coldly replying, "No need, we will not meet again in the future." He added one more sentence, "Do not make her sad anymore." Buki stood on high ground observing, uttering only one word. That man and his shadow guards were gloating, asking if you could leave. At this moment, Zhen Wu also noticed their presence. Bukai immediately ordered a massacre, saying that as long as they take his head and seize the demon sword, the sword villa would reward them with a land-grade precious sword. As soon as the order was given, those people charged forward, shouting that the land-grade precious sword was theirs. Zhen Wu was furious, gritting his teeth and cursing. Then a fireball was thrown down. The elders of the Emperor Martial Academy also stepped in to help him. Seeing this, Zhen Wu hesitated and called out to teacher Hai Yu. Buki still took the bait. "You dare to shield a student at a time like this. Hai Yu, do you know the consequences?" An elder stepped forward and said, "You people strike in our academy. How can we stand by and watch?" The Emperor Martial Academy does not wish to oppose the western border because of Zhen Wu. But that does not mean, he said this, his tone nearly declaring that the Emperor Martial Academy was easy to bully. Teacher Hai Yu reminded him, "You must not act, you cannot shed blood now, or the Serenity Talisman will weaken, and the Demon Sword's backlash will be stronger." Buki, unaware of this, shouted loudly, "We outnumber you. You cannot protect that long kid today. Everyone charge." As the shadow guards were advancing, he said again that today they would raise the Emperor Martial Academy, and his men chanted along. Immediately the Academy elder ordered, "Fellow teachers, we have been silent for too long. The western border has forgotten our terror, daring to provoke us on our own turf. It is time to show them our strength." After his command, everyone replied in unison, "Understood." A female teacher among them looked very tense. Right after, she launched into a flurry of attacks against those men in black. The teacher who once gave him good items turned and asked, "Are you ready?" The person beside him immediately replied, "This old man cannot wait any longer." When the men in black rushed to kill him, a shout rang out, "Watch out." Another teacher leaped out, completely annihilating the enemy. A man in black charged at teacher Hai Yu, who merely said disdainfully, "Seeking death. A single move he fried the entire group. Zhen Wu observed, understanding that all the teachers were formidable, but watching the shadow guards surge forward, he said helplessly, "There are too many enemies." Suddenly, the female teacher was slashed across the face. Immediately after, she was fiercely attacked by them. The old teacher discovered in shock, "I never expected there was a cave void realm expert." Moments later, he was pinned to the ground by him. Zhen Wu shouted in worry, "Teacher Chu King." "Old man." Teacher Haiyu fell into a dilemma, realizing that almost all of the Western Border's experts had come here. Zhen Wu blamed himself helplessly. "Why can I do nothing at this crucial moment? What should I do?" Another shadow guard said smugly, "Your teachers cannot pay attention to you now." Seeing him about to take his life, he exclaimed, "This is bad." He was certain he would kill him, saying, "Die." Just as Zhen Wu was about to be struck by the man in black, a sharp voice rang out, "Then let us see if you have the life to take it." The man in black was immediately sent flying. Zhen Wu was astonished, only managing to utter, "You all." One among them said heroically, "Long brother, step aside." Then he struck the other with a move called Grand Hammer Firebreaker. Blinding golden light shone. Those who were burned alive cried out in pain. The senior brother said leisurely, "So what if you outnumber us? You thought the Emperor Martial Academy had no one." Teacher Haiyu came up and urged, "This place cannot be stayed in. Leave quickly." He threw him out of this place and shouted, "Take care." Before disappearing completely, Zhen Wu called out unwillingly, "Teacher Haiyu." Then slowly he vanished into the hazy air. Uki witnessed the event and cursed bitterly out of spite. But then he smiled slyly, muttering, "The demon sword inside you is about to backlash. At most a month and you will die." At this moment, the tunnel led outside, successfully taking Zhen Wu to escape. He muttered angrily, "Damn it, I will not let the sword villa off." A small shadow appeared, saying, "Forget it, you are about to die." Zhen Wu replied, "A land-grade sword has driven the entire Western Border mad." The shadow cut him off. "Enough. The entire Western Border does not have many land-grade precious swords. Even the Sword Villa, which specializes in forging swords, has not been able to forge many." Zhen Wu gritted his teeth and cursed, "Demon sword, you have doomed me." A strange voice rang out. The boss's prediction was not wrong. A group of people who looked malevolent appeared, saying, "The Emperor Martial Academy is fighting. We will profit from the conflict outside." Zhen Wu knew that escaping this time would be hard, and could only curse. He thought to himself, "This is really unlucky. I must use the demon tribulation." They were certain of success, boasting, "Kid, your life is mine." A large explosion suddenly erupted from within the rocky mountain. That group of people, before understanding what happened, screamed in shock, thinking he had backup. Zhen Wu did not recognize them at first, only later realizing it was all of you. Liuna disdainfully mocked him for getting into trouble, while Majai happily greeted Long, whom he had not seen in a long time. Zhen Wu blankly asked them back, "Why have all of you come here?" Liuna walked up to him and asked, "Are you not happy to see me?" And he groaned in pain. Ma Ji explained that they were passing by, saw the battle scene of Daiwu Academy, and only then knew he was in trouble, so they rushed to find him. Zhen Wu sighed, not expecting to meet old friends on the final day. He hurriedly asked Liuna about the matter of Zhuling Town, saying that the demon sword had unsealed the memories created by his mother. Liuna asked back in shock, "Your mother once sealed your memories, so where is she?" Zhen Wu replied helplessly, "I do not know where she is." One among that group of people impatiently asked, "Are you done with your reunion?" And Majai quickly apologized, asking to wait a little longer. They charged forward in a frenzy, shouting to kill first and deal with the rest later. Liuna reacted quickly, telling him to hide behind her, that this debt would be settled later, and Meiji also stood ready to protect him. Moments later, a blinding light flared up in the distance. A giant hand was raised high. At this time, Teacher Haiyu was teaching that man in black a brutal lesson. Seeing many of his men dead, he angrily cursed, saying he was being held back here. He immediately ordered the remaining men to abandon these useless trash and pursue Zhen Wu. Outside the academy, Liuna's group was still fighting very fiercely. Meiji was also casually displaying his strength. Zhen Wu witnessed this, and had to exclaim that all of you are too formidable after not seeing each other for a year. Liuna finished off her opponent, replying that he should not praise her anymore. If not for the ban on using martial arts, he would have dealt with them in an instant. She directly asked him about the demon sword, only knowing that he was being hunted and was not allowed to use his martial arts. Zhen Wu held the sword in his hand, intending to raise it and explain, but he suddenly noticed something unusual about Liuna right after. It turned out she had been stabbed from behind by that man in black, only managing to leave a few curse words before falling. Zhen Wu saw Bu Qi's group arriving, and he smugly taunted that he had too many helpers. Ma Ji witnessed his elder sister being killed and wailed in agony, calling out to his cousin, but unexpectedly, before he'd even rushed to her side, Zhen Wu cried out in pain, "No." Meiji was also slain on the spot by Bu Qi. He looked at him with pure malice, saying, "Let us see who still dares to help you now." Zhen Wu froze, standing stock still in place. He gritted his teeth in utter anguish. He exploded with power, roaring that I must kill all of you. The pendant on his neck began to shine brightly. A wave of energy surrounded him, causing him to scream in pain. The elder laughed smugly, saying, "Very good, draining your life force like this, and I will." He held the demon sword and slashed straight down at that old villain. Die. Two blades clashed, emitting a blinding flash of light. Both sides charged into battle, fighting extremely fiercely. All of the nearby strong experts were also sent flying. He still stood firm, saying he had underestimated him, but he was not strong enough to kill him. Suddenly, something caused him to be extremely shocked. Zhen Wu had used the demon sword to land a fatal slash on. Coldly watched him slowly fall. The group of strong experts could not believe their eyes, calling out to their patriarch. The moment the words left his mouth, their lives were also snatched away instantly. Blood stained the green blades of grass on the ground red. Zhen Wu's hand trembled as he pressed it to their noses, as if checking for breath. The sky began to drizzle with cold raindrops. It was unclear whether it was rain or Zhen Wu's tears. Wrinkles had gradually appeared on his youthful face. He looked at himself in pain. Am I about to die? 10 days later, he stood silently before two freshly erected graves. Zhen Wu heavily sat down by a nearby tree. Gentle rays of sunlight shone down on the two cold tombstones. Zhen Wu began to cough in a series of exhausted fits. He looked painfully at Tai Dan, instructing that if I die, can you take care of the Long family in Tianyu Kingdom? Tai Dan earnestly replied, if there is still a body, I will bring you back. His eyes still held private sorrows. So I raised you for nothing. Zhen Wu choked out, even if this house held only painful memories, it was still home. When leaves fall, they return to their roots. I do not wish to become a wandering ghost in the deep forest. He spoke as if saying his final words. Tai Dan, do not forget what you promised me. His eyes slowly closed as he instructed them to take his body back to Longjiang and Tianwu Kingdom. Then Zhen Wu passed away peacefully. The chain that had bound him for so long finally shattered. Tai Dan only quietly watched him sit there, without saying a word. It closed its eyes slightly and said with regret, a lifetime of genius that should have been enough to contend for dominance over the continent, yet died because of that demon sword. Suddenly it grew larger, sprouted all its limbs, and transformed. Tai Dan used a rope to secure him on its back and then ran. Let us go, your lord is taking you home. From somewhere, a group of strong practitioners gathered to surround them. Where do you think you are going? He looked gleeful at the sight. Finally, the eternal demon sword slayer is dead. Tai Dan questioned with displeasure. People usually respect the dead. He is already dead. Why are you still causing trouble? Some drew their weapons and sneered. A talking magic beast is truly rare. My target is not you. Leave the corpse of Long Zhenwu and the demon sword behind, and you may go. Tai Dan grew angry. I promised I would take his body back to Longjiang. Do you think I am like you humans who always break promises? That man still would not let it go. Is that so? You refused the offered wine, so you must prefer the penalty wine. People do not know why you are going to die. He drew his sword in anger and pointed it straight ahead. Who wants to die? To the shock of the group of strong practitioners, it leaped away. Goodbye. The whole group could only stand and watch, their faces full of shock. Tai Dan glanced back at the group with annoyance. Your lord is an unorthodox demon king but not yet grown. I will not bother with you. A group of strong practitioners began to deploy a formation. Shameless magic beast, where do you think you are running? Tai Dan ran while blaming that little devil for not passing him the heavenly capital pride before dying. Otherwise he would have evolved into the third form and wouldn't be suffering like this. He looked at it and wondered, what kind of demon beast was this that the intelligence report never mentioned any such creature besides Zhen Wu? Night covered the building. He was dead. Tuan Lam sat on the chair with a bored expression. Unfortunately, he couldn't kill him with his own hands. He died by the demon sword instead. That strong man was quite surprised, asking why he was so happy. If he didn't get to kill him personally, he still kept a serious face, though a bit regretful, but his death was enough. It was just that the corpse fell in others' hands. The strong man was still confident, saying, rest assured, we are still closely following him. Someone has already gone to retrieve the corpse. A subordinate ran in to report to Zhen Hao, young master. At this moment, he was listening to the story while training. Zhen Hao listened but remained silent. News also reached the ears of several elders of Tiu Academy. Qiuyi's heart ached to the point tears kept falling. Young master, the black-clad group still did not let up but clung tightly to them. At this moment, the demon beast carrying Zhen Wu on its back ran while complaining, what bad luck, even the corpse won't let me go. What karma did you create when you were alive now that you're dead? I'm being hunted even by void condensation realm experts. Finally, it had to turn back and threaten, don't bully the boss, I am the mineral demon king. The group did not retreat and retorted, who believes you die? However, one of them was quickly injured. Quickly realized this was my hateful hand. At this moment, the demon beast spread its wings. They shouted, what is this about his wings? The demon beast grew angry. I told you, don't touch me, I am the mineral demon king. If you live, I will kill you all. That man saw this and replied with a hateful tone, you want to die? The demon beast immediately deployed a formation, saying, I won't settle accounts with you, I'm leaving. When they saw the demon beast disappear, they vaguely realized it had torn space. Someone muttered, how could this be? Only 6th tier demon beasts can tier space. The demon beast, as it vanished into space, muttered to itself, I'm in trouble, I'm in trouble. It ran carrying Zhen Wu while grumbling, for you a human, I'm risking my life. At this moment it explained the wings just now were the sky-rending wings. Besides increasing speed, they could also tier space. Even if its strength hadn't reached the void condensation realm, it could penetrate. But it consumed energy. I wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. But at this moment, the group caught up. Where are you running? Hateful demon beast, I will crush you. Seeing them still clinging tightly, the demon beast cursed. Hateful, you won't let me go? I don't want to revert to the first form. I remember you all when I go home. I will definitely have my clan kill you without leaving a trace. They paid no heed. A demon beast like you, how strong can your clan be? At this moment they struck the demon beast with chains. The demon beast laid him down in a spot and said, I won't let your corpse be harmed, but it was also hit, screaming in pain. This group quickly recognized that demon beast. The leader ordered, this demon beast is very eerie. Capture it alive, be careful of its wings. The demon beast spread its wings wide and said angrily, heavens and earth. Immediately after it fled and worriedly said, danger, like this I'll revert to the first form. It held onto him when it felt the temperature. It muttered, so hot it hurts to death. It turned out Zhen Wu was burning with fever. The demon beast shook its head and whispered, humans are truly bizarre. Then the group also caught up to the place. Knowing escape was difficult this time, they arrogantly taunted. Where are you running? Why aren't you running anymore? I'll see where you run. Looking at Zhen Wu, who was emitting fire, they wondered, what is this? Why is he burning? But then they decided to seize the corpse first and deal with the rest later. But they stood frozen in place, looking at the fierce flames that almost burned their faces. They wondered, how could this be? They couldn't understand. We are all at the void condensation realm. How could we be severely injured by flames? Meanwhile, Tai Dan, carrying him as he ran, said, why don't you burn them? Watching the demon beast carrying him flee, they unwillingly shouted, hateful, go. The demon beast carrying him could no longer bear it. It was too hot. Immediately after, it threw him to the ground and wailed, I'm burning to death. His arm on the ground was wrapped in flames. His entire body was fire spreading around, causing the demon beast to scream. Heavens, even the ground is melting. Looking at his face still calm amidst the flames, and looking around, it could only sigh, the temperature is too high. The more it looked, the stranger it felt. It muttered, I think I've encountered this somewhere. At this moment it recalled there was once a giant egg. It itself wondered back then. It had been months and the giant egg showed no movement. How long must I wait? In the end, it burrowed into the ground and decided, forget it. I have to enter hibernation, conserve energy. After a while, a beast paw stepped out, stood on the egg, then a series of others followed out. Together they spoke some kind of language. Everyone fell silent, exchanging glances after the command from the leader. At that moment the egg began spewing flames. The entire group showed great interest. They were quickly flung away by the fire. Then, a being resembling the Sun Wukong from legend appeared. The entire area was still a blazing blood red. Then an arm slowly emerged. The whole group watched intently, not blinking. The surrounding space was engulfed in flames. Was this hell? A few monkeys fled in terror, scattering everywhere. Zhen Wu was astonished at the sight. How could there be so many monkeys here? Tai Dan cursed him in annoyance, hell in your head. Zhen Wu rubbed his head in confusion and asked, Tai Dan, how did you burrow underground? What is this? Didn't I die? It gave a roguish grin. Right, you died. But you have divine creation, dying and coming back to life. Zhen Wu still seemed not to understand. What is divine creation? Tai Dan spoke seriously with 4 words, Phoenix Nirvana. The rest I do not know. And you should find some clothes to wear. The bracelet in his hand was absorbing the flames. He gripped it tightly in confusion. Phoenix Nirvana. Is the phoenix a legendary magical beast? What does that have to do with me? I have the divine dragon bloodline and the purple jade fire killin, so I cannot undergo nirvana, can I? Tai Dan was helpless. You figure it out yourself. Do you know how long you have been asleep? Zhen Wu asked with a blank face. Do you mean I have been asleep for a very long time? Tai Dan said softly, not that long, only 375 days. Zhen Wu was stunned upon hearing this, almost crying. He sat down and lamented to himself, oh no, my youth. Then he picked up a sword. Tai Dan immediately pushed it towards him. This is your sword. The sword's light enveloped the surroundings. He picked it up in surprise. Now you do not want to devour me anymore? Tai Dan smiled slyly. This time you got a great deal. Zhen Wu was confused again. What? I almost lost my life. Tai Dan asked back, do you not yet know why Sword Sealer Mountain Villa killed you and insisted on taking back the demon sword? His whole body trembled. Do you mean... Tai Dan replied bluntly, do you not understand? The Sword Sealer Mountain Villa used the seal as a pretext. They actually wanted to steal the fully awakened demon sword. Zhen Wu looked at the crimson sword in his hand. This was the demon sword. Tai Dan had a serious face. Right, after creating this type of sword, it needs you alive for sword sacrifice. And awakening it also needs you alive. That is what call the vessel. Zhen Wu stood within the space, so someone unsealed the sword, and Sword Sealer Mountain Villa used the seal to claim the demon sword. They never expected me to survive and learn the secret. Is that it? He slowly shrank the sword, a good sword but heavy with killing intent. It is best used sparingly. Tai Dan agreed. The demon sword is awakened, but Sterain's blood essence. He looked at the bracelet and muttered to himself, it has been a year, I wonder how Qiu Yi is doing. Tai Dan looked down with longing. I also miss her cooking. For a year now I have been hibernating. He denied it, but I see that you are stronger than before. Tai Dan looked innocent but was sweating. That is wrong, it is just an illusion. For a year now I have absorbed your flames, not only recovering energy but also becoming stronger. Qiyi had already begun to sit and cultivate. She focused intensely to practice her skill to perfection. Her power caused even a bird to be in pain. She pressed her advantage with all her might kill. The bird still struggled desperately to survive. The bald-headed elder suddenly walked over. Not bad, you have now grasped half of your master's ability. Qiyi immediately became respectful master. He looked at her thoughtfully. Qiyi, you have been troubled lately. That last move was not your best. Qiyi carried her worries, master. These past few days, your disciple has had a strange feeling, as if the young master's not dead, and I want to go look for him. He also had to shake his head. You still have not given up even now. The elder decided. For a year now, West Frontier has not brought this matter up again. When you leave the academy, no one will bother you. I have taught you all the talismans, it is up to you to comprehend them. Qiyi shed tears, master. She wiped her tears but with determination. Qiyi will remember, master. Tai Dan was tightly bound and being roasted over the fire. What are you planning to do? Zhenwu had a stern face. Tell me, how did I undergo Phoenix Nirvana? Tai Dan yelled in fear. I really do not know. His face was full of annoyance. Are you pretending to be confused? The monkeys were sweating as they watched Tai Dan wail. Hot enough to kill me. I will take you to find someone who knows about this. Two of them flew away quickly. He asked, you said the southern wasteland beast domain is your home. So does your family have influence? Tai Dan said triumphantly, I am a transcendent magical beast, #1 in my clan. He carried it and threatened. Good. If it is not as you said, entering the magical beast territory will be troublesome for me. It was scared but confident. Relax, with me around. No one dares to touch you. Tai Dan asked, but I am curious, your personality would not typically go to the Imperial Martial Academy to pick up a woman first, would it? He was frank. Ever since leaving the Long family, I have been constantly fighting and killing. Qiyi has been in danger many times. At the academy she was safe for a while. Now she has taken a master and has her own life. I want to... His eyes held sorrow. It is better for her to think I am dead and live her life in peace than to follow me into danger. Tai Dan sighed after hearing this. Humans are truly hard to understand. Qiyi stood on a floating landmass. He stood silently as if lost in thought. Qiyi stood still without moving, his gaze heavy with worry. The aura of Xiao Da and Tai Dan was here. Could it be that Xiao Da? Two people ran over and said, Miss, we found him. Qiyi looked at them in a daze. Who are you? They replied respectfully. We have come to take you home. Qiyi still did not understand. Take me home? A girl exclaimed after examining him. He has been defiled. He needs Lord Moon God to purify him. He was puzzled, but someone reached out from behind him. Purify? A crescent moon hung the night sky as they stopped by a waterfall. After flying for many days, we will rest here tonight. Tai Dan looked at him sitting on a rock, roasting meat. Are you not roasting beef? Why do I smell crocodile? He cursed. What is wrong with your head? Where is the crocodile? Suddenly, the rock they sat on shook violently. What is happening? The crocodile stretched its body and roared. This island has crocodiles. Both of them screamed in panic. Heavens, the crocodile is huge. Heavens, this is not... It quickly targeted the two of them. A Gajira crocodile? Zhenwu asked in shock. What? Tai Dan, still recovering, said, a Gajira crocodile, a species long extinct. This creature was infamous since ancient times, eating any living thing it saw. Zhenwu looked at the crocodile in surprise. Its strength is immense. Few magical beasts or humans are its match. Why is an extinct species here? Tai Dan was sweating, his face tense. Fortunately, it is just an immature juvenile. Otherwise, the western border would soon become a dead zone. Do not provoke it. You cannot handle it. Let us leave quickly. But he ignored him and eagerly flew over. You retreat first, I have to try. Tai Dan panicked. Do not act recklessly. The Gazira crocodile was the overlord of the ancient era. Crocodile opened its mouth expectantly. Even if I wanted to leave, would it let us go? He focused all his power into his fist and punched it straight in the head. The punch was so powerful it shook heaven and earth. Zhenwu was stunned. What is this? My strength? Tai Dan asked with curiosity and worry. What is wrong with you? He stared at his fist. My strength seems to have increased, and it even feels like... He seemed to realize something. Peak of the transcendent realm. Tai Dan was bewildered. Could it be because of dying and coming back to life? His face was also full of confusion. Probably. The crocodile opened its mouth and leaped toward him. Zhenwu laughed triumphantly and prepared to punch down. It must be a blessing in disguise. Tai Dan, today I will treat you to roasted crocodile meat. The crocodile took the hit, its face twisted. He was also shocked by his own strength. Heavens, this is too strong. Crocodile recovered from the hit and swung its leg in a counterattack. But I am not a pushover. A dragon was summoned by him instantly. The dragon charged forward, beating the crocodile until it could not fight back. Tai Dan was sweating again. That brute strength is incredible, able to send a giant beast flying through the air. Zhenwu pressed the advantage. It is not over yet, take this. The crocodile was beaten into a terrible state. He was repeatedly shocked. Are you kidding me, kid? Are you human? Breaking a Gazira crocodile's leg. What kind of freak could do that? It looked at its lost leg with rage. Taidan said, "Do not talk anymore. You are affecting my performance." The angry crocodile used its tail to send him flying. Zhenwu was severely injured to the point of vomiting blood. The crocodile opened its mouth again, intending to devour its prey. Crocodile whipped its tail and sent him flying. Taidan attacked with his round, chubby body. "Heavens, I just praised you and now you are in trouble." A moment later, the magic ore spread its wings and flew away. "This is bad, run fast, I do not want to be food." Suddenly, something made the crocodile's eyes go wide. He used his strength again to attack the crocodile. Zhenwu stepped out from inside the crocodile's corpse. Taidan could not believe it. "Heavens, am I hallucinating?" Zhenwu washed his face with water. "Is this crocodile stupid? Outside I could not do anything to you, but swallowing me is like asking for death." He wiped his face while looking at him. "What are you staring at me for?" Taidan was shocked. "I am very curious. Why did you recover so fast?" Zhenwu smiled smugly. "It was thanks to the Gazira crocodile's heart. When I was gravely injured, I pierced through its stomach and struck its heart. Eating a few pieces of meat healed my body so quickly, more effective than spiritual medicine." He heard this and became furious. "What? You ate the Gazira crocodile's heart? You ate it like that? You really are a prodigal son." But he calmly replied, "What is it? You want to eat it too?" Taidan grew angrier as he spoke. "You foolish prodigal son, the Gazira crocodile's heart is a heaven-defying treasure, extending lifespan and breaking through bottlenecks. A skilled alchemist could refine incredible pills from it, and you just ate it like that?" Behind him lay the massive heart of the crocodile. Just a small part had been eaten. There was still plenty left. Upon hearing this, Taidan immediately rushed in to eat. "Mine. It is all mine." That action left him speechless. "Why did you say not to eat it like that?" Zhenwu looked at the enormous corpse thoughtfully. "But it is so big, how do we deal with it?" He was still enjoying his meal. "Eat it all, leave nothing behind. The blood can be used for a bath, truly luxurious." Zhenwu taunted him. "What is it to you? Have you not eaten enough yet?" He provoked again. "Do not be stingy, I have been following you all the way. You cannot mistreat me." Suddenly, sparks of electricity surrounded Taidan. "Evolving. Finally, after so long, I have evolved for the second time." He stood watching him gradually transform. "The Gazira crocodile's heart gave me enough energy to evolve. This is truly a stroke of fate." Zhenwu just listened silently as he laughed. Taidan was curling up tighter within the crimson cocoon. He curiously touched the cocoon and said, "I have waited 3 days for you and still no movement. Why is this evolution taking so long?" He pulled a saw out from his bracelet and sighed. "Oh well, I will patiently wait for you to evolve." Because he decided to deal with the crocodile carcass first, it would probably take a few more days. The cocoon suddenly stirred, catching his attention. It had finally finished evolving. Taidan had now transformed into a beautiful butterfly. "My third form is so gorgeous." He was not very surprised and asked, "It is a butterfly, right? How is your strength now?" It replied coldly, "Equivalent to your void realm." Zhenwu blurted out in shock, "Heavens, that powerful? Does that mean you are stronger than me now?" It said smugly, "Not necessarily. You have not broken through, but your physical body is very strong. A void realm cultivator is no match for you. By the way, have you been to the Gazira lair yet?" He looked down at the pile of eggs. "I dealt with its corpse and went into the lair afterwards, but I only found 5 eggs, and they were all fossilized. They must have been its siblings." Taidan's eyes lit up. "Never mind, open them and see. If they are edible, they are definitely a heaven-defying spiritual medicine that could add 1,000 years to one's lifespan." It flew over excitedly, then its face fell. He said in annoyance, "All you think about is eating." Suddenly, a protective layer enveloped the egg. That was how the Gazira crocodile protected its young, wrapping them in lava to prevent harm. The outer green shell cracked. The already extinct Gazira crocodile species had unexpectedly left its eggs here. All 5 of them were extremely powerful treasures from the ancient era. Juggled the egg in its hands. "Too bad I do not know beast taming. Otherwise having a Gazira as a pet would be impressive." He snapped, "Drop it. It would take time to hatch, and I might be dead before it even hatches." Taidan was still obsessed. Such a treasure must be eaten. In the ancient era, Gazira eggs were only used by the extremely powerful. Eating one would be enough to break through your limit. He refused with a serious face. "No, I have just reached the peak of the Heaven Man realm, and have not yet fully grasped my power. Breaking through again would be harmful to my body." It looked at the egg, drooling. "Faced with a chance to increase your strength, you are truly calm. Put it away, you can eat it later." Tossed the egg back to him. "Alright, do not waste any more time. Let us go." Zhenwu stomped his foot on the ground, preparing to launch himself. A surging wave of power seemed to want to tear space apart. He shot forward like a whirlwind through the night. Zhenwu revealed a meaningful smile. "Southern Wasteland Beast Domain, I have arrived." Just at that moment, in the Southern Wasteland Beast Domain, at the border area of the western water frontier, a man commanded the lions, "Capture them all, spare none. This is food for the young master. If even one is missing, you will die in their place." The lion pack obeyed. The panicked civilians fled, shouting, "Run! The lions are here to capture people again." People who were captured and locked up cried out miserably, "Help! Let us go!" Zhen Wu flew over just in time to witness that scene. He sighed. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Is it not the same as the Western frontier hunting demon beasts? The only difference is the prey and the hunter have switched roles. Tai Dan said calmly, in the southern wasteland beast domain, this is very common. In the Western frontier, humans are strong and dominate, so demon beasts hide. But here, humans are slaves and food. He grew angry, the fire within him erupting. I understand this principle. Humans eat beast flesh, beasts eat human flesh. From different standpoints, it is not wrong. But I am a human after all. How can I sit idly by when I see this? Tai Dan panicked and stopped him. What are you planning to do? Do not act rashly. This is the territory of the sovereign demon beasts, different from the human world. If you interfere, it will be seen as a challenge to the demon king's authority. The beast monarch will step in. Your current strength is not enough to oppose them. He wore a disgusted expression. Are you not the overlord here? Did you not say you would take care of me? Tai Dan listened quietly to his reproach. Provoked, it immediately flew down. Who said that? If it must be done, then we do it. Am I afraid of a few cats? The lions were now standing nearby. Tai Dan unleashed a move, sending one flying. The lion with fangs roared in anger. How dare you? The three-handed beast monarch is conducting business, and you dare to interfere? Tai Dan smiled provocatively. You have overstepped your bounds. This is not the southern wasteland beast domain. Acting like this will get you into trouble. The lion showed no fear. This is the border between two domains, both western water and southern wasteland. What is wrong with me hunting here? Zhen Wu appeared like a hero. Is that so? Then there should be no problem with me meddling in this matter, right? The lion became wary of the newcomer. The affairs of us demon beasts are not for humans to meddle in. His actions and words were completely contradictory. On behalf of the western water, I beg you to spare them. The lion burst out laughing. What? What did you say? Ridiculous. You wretched place like the western water, you should be burning incense to thank the heavens that the southern wasteland has not slaughtered you yet. You dare to interfere in my matters. He pondered. The western water is considered backward. Even the demon beasts of the southern wasteland think so. Not to mention the other domains. He pointed a finger at himself and laughed confidently. I am meddling. So what? What are you going to do about it? The angry lion roared. Brat, do you want to die? Zhen Wu immediately began circulating his magical power. You are the one who wants to die. The lion still tried to resist, sneering. Just a measly human. I do not care about you at all. The very next moment, it was sent flying far away. Tai Dan showed a triumphant expression. You lot, get lost now. If you do not, I would not mind eating some meat either. The grievously wounded lion gnashed its teeth in anger. Damn it! It turned its back and led its companions away. We are leaving. The surrounding people knelt down to express their gratitude. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. One person said emotionally. Without you today, we would have become food for the demon beasts. Even if we did not die today, we would have been captured and taken back for the young demon beasts. Zhen Wu only stood silently and watched them. Rage and bitterness burned in his heart. I should have just killed those lions. Two of them flew back to their original spot. Tai Dan said, remember, this is the southern wasteland beast domain, the territory of demon beasts. When you kill demon beasts in the western water, do you not think that demon beasts also have families? I have seen this many times. I have seen so much I am used to it. After a moment of silence, he asked, is this kind of thing common in the southern wasteland beast domain? Tai Dan's face was very calm. Very common. It is the same as how you humans eat demon beast flesh and use their blood and flesh to refine medicine. You will get used to it. His gaze changed. Then do your clansmen also eat humans? It answered honestly. No. The humans in the southern wasteland are all ordinary people. No strong cultivators. They do not taste good. We are very picky. We do not eat just anything. My clansmen usually go eat stronger demon beasts, as that provides much more energy. If we only relied on eating human flesh to evolve, when would we ever finish? After he finished dreaming, he just remained silent, saying nothing. Tai Dan suddenly changed the subject. Remembering that he had an acquaintance here, his lover had a branch of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion in the Southern Wasteland Beast Domain. In his mind right now was the image of the girl Ling Er. It had been 3 years, and he did not know how she was doing now. He suddenly thought of something, and immediately asked, how did you know about Ling Er? It replied very quickly. Xiu Yi had mentioned it before. The two of them continued moving. The Southern Wasteland Beast King could use treasures to exchange for what it needed at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Therefore, only the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and the magical beasts were harmonious, while other forces often clashed with the magical beasts. The outsider forces and the magical beasts here were evenly matched. Explained, the outsiders feared the beast domain. The beast domain feared the outsiders. No one dared to break openly because of the consequences. Zhen Wu now understood, so that was it. Suddenly, something caught his eye. He flew quickly towards that place to check the situation. The distance within the forest, a large fire was burning an entire patch of land. Tai Dan shouted in panic. That was the three-headed golden lion. A pride of majestic, ferocious lions were lurking behind the smoke and fire. Zhen Wu jumped up and exclaimed, this small matter was resolved so quickly. In the western border, he had to dispatch subordinates. But this time the Beast King acted directly. Tai Dan frowned. Magical beasts did not have any pretentious thoughts as humans. Offend them and you die. Like the forces in the western border, when they were weak they sent heaven-man realm cultivators. They were slaughtered, then they sent elders, and they were still killed. Zhen Wu landed opposite the Beast King, still not making a move. Tai Dan continued speaking. In the end they had to act personally, only to discover the opponent was stronger than expected. So either they did not attack, or they went all out. Zhen Wu nodded. So that was it. The Beast King roared in intimidation, you audacious humans, daring to rampage on my territory. Saying so, it spewed a large flame to attack Zhen Wu. Zhen Wu stood still, not moving at all. The attack was blocked by his tough white leaf. The pride of lions was astonished by the scene before them. The Beast King praised, you human are very strong, clearly only at the heaven-man realm, yet you have profound energy protecting your entire body. Which border domain are you from? Zhen Wu replied coldly without any concealment, Western Water Border Domain. Under the glaring sun, the magical beast stirred with contempt. Someone from Western Water dares to enter the Southern Wasteland. Coming here just makes you pray for us. Beast King said, it is surprising that Western Water has a talent like you. Offending me has serious consequences. But the Southern Wasteland has a pact with the 3 other border domains, so I will give you a chance to fight. Zhen Wu did not understand the magical beast language, so he asked, what is a fight? Tai Dan, what is he saying? Tai Dan explained, magical beasts are very strong, but humans are not weak either. Just a few years ago he was still a child. Now he has astonishing power, especially the Central Holy Domain, countless geniuses. Every year there are those who come to the Southern Wasteland for trials. Tai Dan continued, the Southern Wasteland has a pact with the outer domains. Only geniuses of the same level are allowed to duel. If they die in the trial, their skill is inferior. If a 7-clawed Beast King makes a move against a cave void or heaven-man realm cultivator, that is breaking the pact. In history, there was a Beast King who killed a genius, and as a result was jointly suppressed by experts, causing heavy losses for both the Southern Wasteland and the 3 border domains. Of course, if he is stronger than you, killing you is not worth mentioning. After hearing this, Zhen Wu curled his lips in amusement. So that is how it is. Then Zhen Wu declared, come on, I accept the challenge. The Beast King angrily commanded, you audacious human, daring to accept the challenge. My hair, make your move. Having said that, the Beast King's son stepped forward, yes, father. The lion roared loudly, its whole body emitting a dazzling, majestic glow. Zhen Wu was surprised and could not help but exclaim, look, it has a protective luster. What heavenly treasures and earthly marvels has it eaten? Tai Dan, eyes gleaming with greed, stared at the lion. Eating its flesh and blood would be a great tonic. The lion slowly stepped forward in threat. After I finish him, I will eat you. Tai Dan angrily cursed, what is so great about you? I am about to eat you. The Beast King observed, it seems I have seen that butterfly magical beast somewhere before. The battle was about to begin. Zhen Wu and the lion both landed on the ground. The lion prepared to strike, its paw glowing, kid running into me is your bad luck. It then stamped its foot on the ground. An array of light appeared on the ground, rushing straight towards Zhen Wu. Zhen Wu still did not act, just stood still and observed. The ground where the light passed through cracked open, creating a deep and long trench. Lion charged quickly to attack from above. Zhen Wu immediately spun around, raising his hand to strike back. The strike caused an explosion of energy, a large flash of light covering the entire sky. Zhen Wu was knocked back but still held his ground. The lion was also not inferior. The lion spoke in surprise, damn human, I underestimated you. The Beast King observed from above and thought, this kid managing to do this is beyond expectations. Then it said, I, the dignified Beast King, also misjudged someone. This kid is hiding his true strength, his physical body is remarkably strong. Having said that, the Beast King ordered, stop playing around, finish him quickly. The lion gathered its strength, the surrounding light turning red. Since father has spoken, I will not take much time. I look forward to devouring you. The feeling will help make my physical body stronger. Zhen Wu clenched his fist and said with interest, it seems you think the same as me. Words further agitated the lion, who shouted loudly, you want to die. Next, it roared loudly, the surrounding aura growing even stronger. After that, it grew 2 more heads similar to the Beast King. The Beast King above proudly said, good, good, worthy of being my son, to have condensed 3 heads at such a young age. Zhen Wu was surprised, what a strange technique, being able to grow 3 heads. Tai Dan explained, the magical beasts of the Southern Wasteland are different from those of Western Water. Some have inheritances and are stronger than ordinary magical beasts. The difference is like between scattered cultivators and sect disciples. Even if they train the same, sect disciples can still easily kill scattered cultivators. Zhen Wu replied while preparing a technique, is that so? At the same time it seemed he had a test in his mind, let me try. A giant hand appeared above the lion. The lion curled its lips in contempt, are you insulting me? Saying so, it roared loudly and released energy to counter it. Lion easily broke through Zhen Wu's technique. Zhen Wu immediately changed to another method, not forgetting to analyze. After transforming, its power has increased considerably. After saying that, he launched a direct attack using the blazing lightning flame. The lion remained still motionless, silently watching. At this moment, the eldest son of the three-headed golden lion had easily neutralized Zhen Wu's attack. He even taunted him with a contemptuous tone, saying those moves were nothing but scratches. But the protagonist still did not reply. Observing the action, the three-headed golden lion thought it was the great Luohan's seal of the Fire Clan, wondering which seal the young man had learned. Zhen Wu was still trying to circulate his inner energy, created a massive whirlwind. Letting out a loud shout, he thrust the whirlwind toward the enemy. The whirlwind struck straight at the son of the three-headed golden lion, but this technique seemed to have no effect on him. Zhen Wu then sensed an ill omen and knew he was in danger. As predicted, he was countered and quite severely injured. Seeing this, Di Yi panicked and shouted, "Heavens, are you alright?" Zhen Wu staggered to his feet and replied, "I am fine, it seems I cannot underestimate him." The lion whelp looked at Zhen Wu's state with disdain, thinking he was still stubborn even on the verge of death. Zhen Wu seemed cornered. He retorted that if he did not use his full strength, he would suffer, and then showed him his trump card, the Town Yang treasure. With that, he began to unleash a supreme technique called the Great Sun. A vortex of dazzling violet light appeared in the sky. The father and son of the three-headed golden lion looked at each other in confusion, asking what that was. Zhen Wu replied coldly, "The dragon's gaze." Di Yi gasped, exclaiming, "Good heavens, could it be?" Under the aspect of the dragon's gaze, Zhen Wu powerfully swung his hand forward and shouted, "Seal!" He spun around and then unleashed a giant palm of force. The eldest son of the three-headed golden lion was not afraid and even barked back that he was faking it. He bravely created a white shield to withstand the attack. The scorching sun still shone down on the fierce battle. Below, after a period of struggle, Zhen Wu had broken through the sun's defense and struck him directly. Seeing this, the three-headed golden lion was alarmed, thinking his opponent had hidden his cards too well, wondering just what kind of deity he was. As for his precious son, he lay flat in the deep pit created by the protagonist's technique. Zhen Wu looked at his hand, muttering to himself that this was his first real fight using this ultimate technique, and its power was immense. Seeing his son so thoroughly defeated, the three-headed golden lion said angrily to the protagonist, "You are very strong, but do not look down on our southern wasteland beast domain." While recalling his son, he threatened that if he dared to intrude, even a fellow-rank magic beast could kill him. Having said that, the three of them left. Zhen Wu stood behind, wondering if they had really just walked away. Di Yi explained that magic beasts were not as circuitous as humans. Losing was losing. Zhen Wu asked again, "But I crippled his son. Would he not seek revenge?" Di Yi replied that he hated him to the bone, but if he took action he would break a taboo, and his entire tribe would be destroyed. Only if he initiated the challenge could the lion kill him. Hearing Di Yi's analysis, Zhen Wu reluctantly agreed and said, "I understand." The scene shifted to the southern fortress, where a voice echoed from the branch offices, "Great Luohan's seal." It turned out Lion Hua was interrogating her subordinates about whether any junior members had gone to the southern wasteland for training. The subordinate replied no, as the clan was preparing the young lady's grand wedding. Lion Hua continued, "If the data was correct, this person used the heaven-overturning seal, which had reached the secret manual level of a personal seal. Could it be?" Suddenly she realized something. She shot up and exclaimed, "Oh no, it is him!" Immediately after, she waved her hand to cast a technique. Having said that, she created a circle and stepped into it. As for Zhen Wu, he and Di were roasting a delicious-smelling pig. Zhen Wu ate heartily and asked if he was sure they should walk to her house. Di replied that he was now a famous figure, flying would be too conspicuous. Hearing this, Zhen Wu asked regretfully, "Then how long must we walk?" Suddenly, a voice sounded behind the protagonist, a human. Zhen Wu immediately turned around, but before he could react, he was sealed by Wu King. Di Yi beside him broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming, "Ming Han Chang." Meanwhile, Zhen Wu was trapped inside a massive block of ice. Wu King now smirked provocatively, saying even a backer dared to steal the young master's woman. But suddenly, Lion Hua appeared, shouting, "Lang Wu King, how dare you act before me?" Wu King pointed it at Zhen Wu, saying the Fire Clan had a marriage contract with the Northern Ice Clan, and his existence affected relations between the two parties, so he must die. Looking at the protagonist, Lion Hua thought, that fool Zhen Wu, how could he use the great Luohan seal so openly? Thinking this, she asked Wu King how he knew about this. He coldly replied that she underestimated the Ice Clan's intelligence network. He confidently continued that everyone in the southern wasteland knew him, and it was easy to uncover the relationship between him and young Lady Lading Error, asking her to rest assured and proceed with the marriage. Zhen Wu, inside the ice block, also chimed in, curious where he got the courage. Wu King froze upon hearing that voice. He hurriedly turned to observe and exclaimed, "You, Meanwhile, Zhenwu was breaking through the ice to escape. Unfortunately, at this moment, it was very sudden. He could not bind his opponent. Zhenwu began his counterattack. Now taste my death flame. Wu King coldly leaned against him. He immediately unleashed a move to retaliate against the male lead. Zhen Wu attacked while taunting, "Let us see how long your ice wall can hold." The two sides were still locked in a fierce stalemate. Lian Hua observed the battle, thinking to herself that he dared to challenge a powerhouse of the cave void realm. Truly, as the rumors said, everyone thought he had died under the demon sword, and Ling cried day after day, yet here he was. At this moment, Wu King began to accelerate. "Freeze for me." Instantly, the technique spread to Zhen Wu's arm. In just a moment, his arm was completely frozen. Zhen Wu immediately shattered the ice on his hand. He also taunted Wu King, "This thin piece of ice cannot trap me." Upon hearing this, Wu King only chuckled, arrogant and conceited. Indeed, he had a reason, as Zhen Wu's arm had already sustained many bleeding wounds. Wu King said smugly, "The ice needles have merged into your flesh and blood. Your blood will soon freeze. Do you think a mere heaven and man realm like you is the same as the cave void realm Westwater monster?" Zhen Wu still calmly smiled back, not much stronger either. With that, he fiercely unleashed a move using the very injured hand, declaring that "My death flame is your bane." Seeing Zhen Wu still resisting, Wu King was slightly surprised. "It seems I underestimated you. Your flame is not an ordinary flame." Zhen Wu had already circled behind him, whispering, "Do you think only my flame is extraordinary?" He even patted Wu King's shoulder, startling him into turning his head. "What?" But it was already too late. A heavy blow descended upon him, lighting up the space. Afterwards, that man reappeared in a humble-bound state. Zhen Wu glanced at him for a moment before judging. Truly a penniless wretch. His spirit stones barely amount to over 100,000. Tai Dan beside him also looked at him with contempt. "Didn't this fool know your body technique was formidable?" After a while, Zhen Wu turned around and asked, "Right, senior, you are..." Ling with her sharp features, replied, "She is Ling aunt." Zhen Wu breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems she is not an enemy. You just said something happened to Ling What is it?" Ling asked in surprise. "You do not know about Ling situation. Did she not come to Southern Wasteland to seek our heavenly treasure pavilion?" On hearing this, Ling only muttered, "I see. Ling is still..." He continued, "Ling is about to marry the young master of the extreme cold hall in the northern wastes, who is already at the 9th level of the cave void realm. Although Ling has talent, she is merely average within the clan." Hearing this, Zhen Wu grew worried. If so, Ling marriage this time is likely not a good thing. Ling replied thoughtfully, "As you suspect, this marriage is essentially to make Ling a cauldron furnace, using her bloodline to assist him. For the clan's benefit, sometimes one must sacrifice oneself." She added, "This event caused a stir within the Fire Clan, but most of the elders agreed. The young master of the extreme cold hall has exceptional talent and cannot be offended, while Ling aptitude is not high, so exchanging her for an alliance is considered acceptable." Zhen Wu could not accept it. "A pack of fools. The honor and disgrace of a great clan relies on a woman. The Fire Clan is no longer worthy of being a great clan." Ling said helplessly, "That was the decision of the clan leaders. Even the clan head cannot change it. Ling is forced to marry. I have no other way." Zhen Wu grit his teeth and muttered, "Northern Wastes cold domain, extreme cold hall." Ling saw through his intention. "You are no match for him. He can annihilate you easily. You are an entire major realm below him. He is a genius seen once in 1,000 years." Zhen Wu only asked one question: "When will they hold the wedding?" Ling sighed and replied, "In half a year." Zhen Wu made up his mind, "In half a year I will surpass him, and when that time comes, I will go to the Northern Wastes cold domain. Tell Ling to wait for me." Ling immediately stopped him. "Impossible. You have not reached the cave void realm. In half a year, he might have already broken through to the creation realm. Are you sure you will go?" Zhen Wu put the item into his robe and replied, "I must go. Please give this piece of fire spirit jade to Ling for me. In half a year, I will definitely appear." Ling took it and muttered, "This stubborn fool, giving away things like this." Before leaving, she added, "All right, I will take my leave. Be careful, we will meet again in half a year." He also said goodbye to her. A moment later, one could only see faint streaks of light. Ling had left, but he was still puzzled. "Tai Dan, to be honest with you, both the Fire Clan and the Extreme Cold Hall pose a great threat. I am not confident of victory." Tai Dan beside him quickly replied, "What is there to fear? They would not dare to touch one of my people on my turf." Zhen Wu scolded him irritably, "Get lost. Since when did I become one of your people?" It immediately lowered its voice humbly and replied, "Spoke wrong. Spoke wrong." In another development, the three-headed lion said, "You all arrived too quickly. My master has not arrived yet, and you are already here." The representative of the man-snake spirit spoke up and asked, "Three-headed freak, what is the matter this time that you summoned us here?" The three-headed freak shouted angrily, "To kill someone." Heavy Rock Eagle beside him expressed, "Killing someone, so it seems the rumors are true." The three-headed freak snorted with rage, "He has crippled my son. I will make him pay with his life." The Aoing Hound beside him replied, "It is because your son is useless, performing like that at a critical moment. If it were me, I would have abandoned him long ago." The three-headed freak was eerily calm. Do not say such provocative words. At our level we cannot make a move, otherwise he would have been dead tens of millions of times already. It then replied, what is there to fear? The Ewing Hound grew more excited as it spoke. If you all dare to make a move, I can seal off this space. Killing him would be as easy as turning my hand, and the humans would not know what happened. Upon seeing this, Man-Snake asked suspiciously, swallowing heaven, could it be that you... That man replied with utmost confidence, that is correct, the glory of our ancestors has reincarnated within me. Now I can swallow the sky, sealing off an area for the duration of 1 incense stick. Hearing this, the three-headed freak was overjoyed. The time of 1 incense stick, that is enough. At this moment the three-headed lion continued speaking, saying he crippled my most valued son. This enmity is irreconcilable. I did not act before because of the pact with the human race, but now I can seal the space. 1 incense stick's time is enough to kill him 1,000 times over. The red-necked wolf beside him, upon hearing this, asked the three-headed beast again, is his flesh and blood as good as you say, and will it work for me? The three-headed beast immediately replied, of course his flesh and blood contains energy, no less than ours. It is certainly a heavenly treasure. The python immediately drew back cautiously. The danger is not small, no wonder you dragged us into this. But this three-headed beast has offered an enticing condition. As long as he is killed, the flesh and blood will belong to the three brothers. The red-necked wolf hearing this then agreed, fine, if we act he will surely be torn to pieces. At this moment, Zhenwu was still moving at maximum speed. Suddenly he turned and asked, Tai Dan, at our current speed, how long will it take to reach your stronghold? Tai Dan was not entirely sure, he just estimated probably around 4 or 5 days. Suddenly, a loud roar reached his ear. Human, where do you think you are running? Both of them stood frozen in shock. Behind them, that group of monster beasts had already tracked them down. They were the three-headed beast, the red-necked wolf, the python, and the eagle. Zhenwu was stunned for a moment before asking, what do you mean the three-headed lion also called companions? Tai Dan sneered, having been killed once, does it want to be killed a second time? Killing them is the only way to settle this. Hearing this, Zhenwu asked back, what now? I cannot handle those 4 beasts. Tai Dan shook his head, I do not know either. I cannot handle a beast king either. Tai Dan looked at them for a moment then said, either we fight or we run, do not hesitate for long. Hearing this, Zhenwu immediately said, fight what, run quickly. Luckily I have learned your fisher heaven wings. But just as they were about to make their move, the red-necked wolf sensed it and shouted, wanting to run. Before my heaven-swallowing art, you still dare to step into the void, do you take me for nothing? Immediately after, his face was pressed tightly against a wall. In an instant he leaped out of that wall, but the moment his feet touched the ground, he vaguely realized, and then wondered, what is this? Why is the space not opening? Is my training insufficient? The wolf smugly mocked, a mere human at the heavenly human stage knows nothing of the void travel art. It seems your martial arts are not simple. Tai Dan realized the severity. Damn it, this is a heaven-swallowing sphere. They specialize in spatial control. Zhenwu was startled. Spatial control? The three-headed beast waved its claw a few times then said, smugly, human, die. Instantly a giant paw came crashing down from above. Zhenwu saw this and cursed inwardly, damn it. He could only helplessly raise his hand to block. 2 forces clashed, immediately creating a massive explosion. Luckily Zhenwu was quick enough to dodge away from that spot. At this moment they continued speaking, human, we admit your physical body is very strong, but you are merely at the heavenly human stage. Too immature for us, killing you is as easy as turning over a hand. Not stopping there, it also said to him, your actions are despicable. Then it looked at him and laughed smugly, human, do not use your ways to measure us demon beasts. Today no matter what you say, you are as good as dead. At the same time a large python tail slowly approached him. Tai Dan saw it and shouted urgently, be careful. It seemed too late, the python had already struck him. Zhenwu was caught off guard, unable to defend himself, damn it. At the same time the eagle swooped down to attack again. From its mouth came a blast of what was called death gravity. Zhenwu was stunned for a moment by that attack. When it slammed straight into his chest, he only then realized, damn it, it is even stronger than the chain gravity at the Imperial Martial Academy. At this moment, while he was still struggling with them, luckily he managed to dodge out of the subsequent fire. The three-headed beast saw this and praised, to be affected by gravity and still dodge in such a short time. You are indeed formidable, but this will not happen a second time. A short while later Zhenwu was forced to use the Kulin battle armor. On this end he tried to suppress it. In the sky the 4 monster beasts continued to watch them. The eagle spoke, he is probably dead. Even several great beast kings working together took 2 breaths. Truly shameful to mention. In the forest, streams of death energy crept everywhere. Zhenwu managed to escape, clutching his chest and coughing, muttering, that was close, lucky to have the Kulin battle armor, but unfortunately I cannot use it a second time today. After that, he decided to use 10,000 spirit nectar to recover first. No, I cannot just sit and wait to die. At this moment, the python also moved. Alright, let us go. A mere human at the heavenly human stage being this strong is truly rare, a pity. Suddenly, light shone from his position. The 3-headed beast roared in fury, what, he is still not dead. The wolf beside it also also could not stay still and howled loudly. He is trying to break free from the sealed space. Zhenwu used 5 punches, trying to shatter the barrier. He was extremely furious because nothing worked. Damn it, this space is too strong. He continuously used his magic power to break it and redo it. The 4-horned serpent clearly sensed the divine dragon aura on Zhenwu. It had swallowed countless magical beasts with dragon bloodlines, but still could not break through, even failing to transform into a dragon. It watched Zhenwu fighting desperately, thinking that eating him would allow it to become a dragon. The 3-eyed wolf roared angrily. Are you still standing there, stupidly? My void space is about to collapse, or are you waiting for human experts to arrive? The 3-headed lion showed interest and ordered its underlings to charge. Suddenly, everything in the space exploded. Zhenwu looked at the scene before him and exclaimed in shock, "This is..." The explosion was accompanied by an angry shout. Both of them stared intently at that moment. Zhenwu lost his composure. This is bad. The energy of this orb is enough to kill me thousands of times. This area has been leveled. Taidan held his head and complained, "Damn it, I don't want to die. I am a peerless magical beast." He pushed his power even harder again. "Taidan, follow me, risk everything." This time Zhenwu was extremely determined, executing the dragon transformation secret art. A dragon was breaking through the barrier inside. The wolf saw this and shouted in shock. "How is that possible? I have sealed this space. How could something break through?" The light emitted was still extremely dazzling and powerful. The serpent was tightly wrapped by the light and cried out, "This is a method to summon the power of the divine dragon. He is from the dragon clan." It was so scared it lost its mind, saying offending the dragon clan would lead to the extermination of its race. The 3-headed lion was afraid but resolute. "Kill him. No one will know." The wolf was drenched in sweat and said helplessly, "It's too late. With that explosion just now, he has already escaped." Both jumped out of the encirclement, overjoyed. "We escaped! The dragon transformation art summoned a divine dragon. My gamble was right." They were still passing through layers of clouds, not knowing where this space would lead. He slid down steep stone cliffs. He gently looked around and asked, "Where is this?" Taidan was also dazed. "This is..." Another barrier enveloped their bodies. Zhenwu was annoyed. "What is going on? I cannot move." Taidan asked worriedly, "Damn it, what's wrong with you?" A man stepped forward and said, "You are really bold, sneaking out for so long and still daring to bring a human back." Taidan flew out and answered angrily, "Big brother, don't joke around, he is my friend." His big brother asked seriously, "Since when did you become friends with a human?" Taidan did not change his expression. "It's a long story, just release him. You are an 8th rank magical beast, you will kill him." Digan finally agreed to retract the barrier. "Fine." Zhenwu looked at his trembling hand, horrified. "Too fast, I could not react." Taidan pointed at the man and grinned. "Let me introduce you, this is my big brother, Digan, a lower 8th rank magical beast." Zhenwu looked at that appearance stunned. "You are magical beast." Digan answered honestly, "I find this form more convenient, so I appeared like this." Taidan said confidently, "Magical beasts that reach a certain level of power can take human form, but they still retain some original features like tentacles that cannot be severed." He turned to Taidan, furious. "You are really bold, sneaking out for so long. Do you even remember the way back?" The several ancestors are still angry. Taidan held his head helplessly. "Terrible. I didn't expect they still haven't calmed down." A shadow fell on the ground. Digan asked, "Why did you still bring a human back?" Taidan answered quickly, "He wants to ask the ancestors some things." After silently observing for a while, Digan said, "Dual bloodlines of divine dragon and Killin. Why are they not devouring each other?" Zhenwu looked at his hand and replied, "Actually, I don't know either." Digan said sternly, "You have injuries on your body, were you just fighting?" He also became serious. "Yes, we were just attacked by several beast kings, we barely escaped." Digan accepted him and said, "This kind of thing will not happen in the future. You are my brother's friend, so you are also my friend. In the southern Westland, no one dares to offend our clan." Taidan laughed smugly. "That's right, I told you those old immortals have problems with their heads. They have become stupid from seclusion." Digan threatened angrily, "You call the ancestors old immortals?" Taidan was scared. "Say no more, say no more." Zhenwu asked curiously, "What magical beasts are you guys exactly? I have asked many times, but no one is willing to tell me." Digan only said gently, "You will know in the future. Follow me first." He used his magic power to open a gate. Another space appeared before them. Zhenwu stood frozen in surprise. Taidan glanced at him and said disdainfully, "A passage to the mystic realm. Our family has lived here in seclusion. Only clan members can open it." Digan walked ahead, still not having calmed down. "Dihuang, this time when you return, you must apologize to the ancestors." Taidan answered immediately, "I know." He was quite impressed by the name. "Dihuang, is this your name?" Taidan turned back irritably. "What? Do you find it funny? If you want to laugh, then laugh." He burst out laughing. making him tremble. Your name is funny but very domineering. Another space opened up. Degan did not laugh and said, "Welcome to the territory of our clan." The scene before him made him exclaim in awe. A towering gate stood in the space with dense spiritual energy. A giant worm suddenly appeared. It called out happily, "De Huang, you have finally returned." Taidan was also happy. "De Yi, you haven't evolved yet? Why are you still in your first form?" Zhen Wu saw and was startled. This insect was too huge. De Yi blushed with embarrassment. "The ancestor sealed my body because my foundation was still weak, forcing me to eat a lot to get better." Degan was surprised when he saw it pull out a piece of meat, then said there was a good thing here for someone. He could not help but sigh. The energy was too strong. This piece of blood flesh was no ordinary thing. It looked smugly at Di Yi, not refusing. This was the blood flesh of the Gariza crocodile, a priceless treasure. Even some immortal elders might not have tasted it. Closed his eyes with regret. A mature Gariza crocodile must be a very strong opponent. I also want to fight a match. Zhen Wu looked at him, wanting to be downcast. The Gariza crocodile almost destroyed the continent in ancient times, yet he wants to fight a match. Suddenly, 2 flood dragons were soaring in the sky. Degan greeted with a smile. "Emperor boy, you dare to come back, huh?" On the dragon's head were people from his tribe. Degan put his hands on his hips in displeasure. "That is right, you dared to run outside." Dihuan was also angry. "How infuriating. You left without taking us along." Zhen Wu was amazed to see them. Flood dragons have very strong power, even beast kings, yet here they are just mounts. Taidan happily pointed to each person to introduce, "My brothers and sisters." Looking like a bear is Degan. "This is Dekan. This kid is Dihuan." He heard this and was astonished. Taidan's clan was indeed not simple. Taidan said in a petulant tone, "You have all reached the 4th form. You can go out on your own. Do you still need me to take you?" Deacon laughed mockingly. Being approved by the ancestor and sneaking out feel different. Di Huan was still upset. "That is right, that is right." Taidan upon hearing this became even more annoyed. "Envy what? I was almost caught by someone to be a battle pet." Deacon flew into a rage and was about to use a weapon to hit him. "A battle pet? Is it this person?" Degan quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Do not be impulsive. This is a friend of our clan." Degan awkwardly put away his weapon. "A friend." Deacon glanced reproachfully. "Degan, when will you fix this hot temper of yours?" He rubbed his head in embarrassment. "I have scared you, little brother, sorry." Zhen Wu was also frozen. "It is fine." Zhen Wu was frightened inside. The might was too strong. Taidan's clan was indeed not simple. The thunder strike just now was enough to crush me. All of them stood before a tightly shut mansion. "We wait outside. Without the ancestor's summons we cannot enter." Dika glanced at him in confusion. "I am very curious. Clearly you are human. Why is your physical body so strong, equal to us?" He turned and smiled modestly. "The master taught me that the physical body is the foundation, so I spend most of my time training it." Degan upon hearing this gave a thumbs up in praise. "So that is it, knowing to solidify the foundation, truly rare." From inside came a terrified scream. "Save me, I was wrong, I dare not do it again." The scream shook the entire space. The 3 people outside laughed dryly. "Serves him right." Scream echoed pitifully. "I was wrong, I dare not do it again." He felt dizzy upon hearing it. This ghostly realm would even kill a creation stage powerhouse if they were caught in it. Decan was unhappy inside there, yet not knowing to enjoy. The ancestor dotes on Emperor so much, so enviable. Degan also agreed. "That is right, only Emperor is qualified to receive the ancestor's guidance." Inside, Taidan kept screaming, "I dare not, Long Zhen Wu save me, I am dying." Zhen Wu was also anxious for him. Is nothing happening? Taidan must be suffering terribly. Degan stepped forward with a serious expression. "Rest assured, the ancestor is forging his body." He clasped his hands behind his back and walked toward him. Emperor going out for so many years has accumulated too much energy. The ancestor is beating him to turn it into strength. He breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that. He continued, "I will take you to the guest hall. Emperor is being kept in the main hall. He must be disciplined for a while before being released." He then showed a respectful expression and obeyed. "All right, I am troubling you." A month later, Degan was standing waiting and urging, "Zhen Wu, hurry up. Are you waiting for someone to carry you?" Zhen Wu excitedly ran over. "I am coming." He stared straight ahead. "Who is sparring now?" He quickly replied, "It is Degan and Dedong." The beetle with strong sturdy teeth spoke up. "Degan, it has been a while since we sparred. Let me see the results of your training." Degan stood there confidently. "Just come at me." Dedong very quickly rushed toward his opponent. "Take this." Degan spread his arms wide, ready to block the hit. One side was exerting force to push, the other was using all his strength to resist. Because the force was too strong, he had to use all his might. The beetle was constantly attacking. The scene before him amazed him, such immense brute strength. After a while he managed to push Dedong away. After the sparring match, Degan seemed very happy. "Your shell is stronger than before. You are about to reach the third form. The beetle was equally happy. It seems I will have to wait until I reach the third form to come and test you again. He still stood there watching the two of them. This beast clan's members were very harmonious. There was almost no infighting. Digan saw Zhenwu and extended his hand in invitation. Come, hurry down and test your strength. Your physical body is so strong we all admire it. He was just waiting for that, happily flying down. Then I will not be polite. Digan saw him like this and said directly, let me say first, we will only test physical strength. Zhenwu naturally did not refuse, no problem. Digan charged over extremely excitedly. Then I will make my move. The two of them directly clashed head-on. Tan silently observed without a word. Streams of power were surrounding their bodies. After those powerful headbutts, they let out a groan. It hurts so much. Gan looked at him and commented inwardly, Zhenwu is not simple. His physical body can match our clan. Even in ancient times, this was very rare. Digan grew even more excited seeing this. Good, continue. It has been a long time since I met a worthy opponent. Two sides clashed again, continuously striking each other. The old ancestor suddenly appeared behind him, commenting that this person could be called a current overlord, and his achievements might even surpass his own. He said thoughtfully that was precisely why, during this trip, the emperor had found an ally for our clan. After a moment, drops of blood kept falling. Zhenwu held his chest covered in wounds. I lost my body, cannot fight any longer, or it will be dangerous. Gan was covered in wounds but still happy. To push me this far while being 2 major realms lower, you are the first. As he was drinking water, something flew over. Dan, full of vitality, said happily, I am out now, old immortal, see what you can do to me. Brilliant streams of power continuously rained down. He looked at it, having just been beaten, long time no see. Dan ignored everything. Cursing won't get me killed, old immortal. Don't let me catch you. He was annoyed by its attitude, daring to ignore me. Old ancestor could not help but say, if you have the guts from now on, we will not control you anymore. Dan still would not stop, shouting, old man, wait, sooner or later, I will torment you all. Digan was jealous. The old ancestor cared too much for the emperor. If it were me, I would have been punished with seclusion by now. He spoke up to stop it. Hey Dan, just out and already cursing, can you stop for a bit? His whole body glowed, surprising it. Heavens, what is happening? He was also surprised by this scene. This is... Dan could not believe it. A breakthrough? Wasn't it said that going from celestial being to void realm was a very difficult turning point? He broke out in a cold sweat of shock. Fighting me for a bit and you comprehend a breakthrough. Such talent and luck are rare. Let Tun watch but said nothing. Special silhouette appeared behind him. Heavens, what is going on? He could not help but exclaim. Such a strong aura, even just a phantom image is this powerful. The stream of power continuously enveloped the space. Dan cried out in fear. The stream of power continued to increase. Finally, Zhenwu looked at himself, overjoyed. I have reached the void realm. Slowly felt the power in his hands. He looked up at the sky with its strange rings. I can sense the surrounding space. This is the true strength of the void realm. I had to praise him. Your physical body has become even stronger. Zhenwu remembered something. That is right about what I mentioned regarding reincarnation. Help me ask the old ancestor about it. Butterfly replied, the old ancestor does not meet outsiders, telling me to relay this. Even if they live for tens of thousands of years, they do not know the reason, so you must go find the answer yourself. He looked back at himself regretfully. Is that so? Even if my origins are not explained, at least I have absorbed the spiritual energy of the illusion realm and broken through to the void realm. Resolved himself. It is time to leave this place. It looked at him dejectedly. Your current strength is not enough to face the extreme cold palace. Where to next? Zhenwu looked at it with a meaningful smile. To make the first move, it asked again, who are you planning to find? The young man clenched his fist. How many strongholds does the extreme cold palace have in the southern wasteland? We will uproot every single one. Dan burst out laughing after hearing this. I like it. Digan was exasperated. This guy is going to cause trouble again. Just released an already stirring chaos. Butterfly was excited. Bring out some of your monkey sons. I will go bribe those old immortals with them, otherwise they won't let me go. Its action left him speechless. Why use mine? I remember giving you quite a lot last time. It had to hold its head. Mine were all ransacked by those old geezers. You do not know how sharp their noses are, he remembered. So, was the Garazada crocodile egg also eaten by them? A small crocodile appeared in its hand. This one is not. They hatched the egg and gave it to me to raise. He looked surprised. It is that small? Dan was annoyed. Do not underestimate it. It eats even better than me. He became curious. How much better? It immediately pulled out a very large slab of meat. Let me show you, then you will know. Crocodile opened its mouth very wide. Both of them were dumbfounded watching the scene. After a while the crocodile was full and bloated. He angrily kicked it away. Heavens, I cannot afford to raise such a glutton. Dan held its head in pain. Where did you kick it? Find it quickly or the old ancestor will scold me to death. He was calm. Nothing to fear. Gan appeared. That thing is a menace. It cannot be allowed to roam freely outside the heavenly realm. In his hand was something. All over the mystic realm are spiritual herbs. Letting it wander will bring disaster. He handed the crocodile to them. Take it. It was unhappy. Stingy, the mystic realm is full of spiritual herbs. What is wrong with eating a little? The old ancestor appeared in the space. Emperor, after discussion, we have decided to release you into the mortal world this time. Idan was overjoyed. Really? Am I hearing things? The old ancestor explained. You are still young. Going out to train will do you good. Having this friend by your side also puts us at ease. Dan jumped for joy while he respectfully said, Please rest assured, respected ancestors. A fierce fire blazed at the extreme cold palace's stronghold number 3 in the southern wasteland. A man coughed as he knelt, inhaling smoke. He said irritably, Who are you exactly? Daring to touch the extreme cold palace, are you tired of living? Zhen Wu threatened. Tell your palace lord, as long as I Zhen Wu am here, do not even think of marrying Ling Er. At the extreme cold palace in the northern frontier, they were reporting the situation. The man who seemed to be the palace lord leaning on his cane spoke. It was again that Zhen Wu fellow. The twins immediately showed their loyalty, replying, Your Highness, we 2 brothers volunteered to go to the southern wilderness to hunt him down. His Highness agreed and instructed, but set aside the matter of Zhen Wu for now. There is something more important for you 2 to do. One of the twins respectfully asked, What important matter, Your Highness? In the forest, Zhen Wu was training with Dan. Suddenly Zhen Wu frowned, sensing a situation. Sure enough, when he looked up, there were 4 beams of light descending from the sky. Each cluster of light held several people flying at high speed in one direction. Taiyan realized, many people flying in the same direction, something must be happening. Zhen Wu frowned and decided, let us go see what is going on. Under the sunny sky, a group of people in round robes stopped in midair. A young teenager led the mysterious group. Zhen Wu hid behind a large tree, silently observing. When the young teenager appeared, Zhen Wu was astonished, thinking Zhen Hao. Suddenly someone appeared that caught Zhen Hao's attention. He jeered, Is that not the young Master Long who was defeated a few years ago? Zhen Hao frowned, showing displeasure, but still replied, Dugu, long time no see, your mouth is still as sharp. Zhen Hao continued, What do you people of Dugu also want to share this time? Dugu stepped forward leisurely and replied, The ancient spirit weapon has emerged, an opportunity once in 10 years. Dugu sneered and taunted, Since your Long family has come, why can I not? Zhen Hao used an unfriendly gaze to provoke him. Then we shall see what skills you have. Dugu replied, Do not boast, I heard that Zhen Wu is also in the southern wilderness. Zhen Hao became irritated upon hearing the name Zhen Wu. That matter is not your concern, I will settle the score myself. Zhen Wu nearby heard the conversation, thinking he still intends to settle scores with me. Dan spoke about the phenomenon, an ancient spirit weapon emerging is a major event. No power would miss it. Zhen Wu wondered who is the beast-taming overlord, and what is the incarnation art. Dan explained the beast-taming overlord was a ruler in ancient times, skilled in beast-taming and incarnation arts that reached heaven-defying levels. Legend says he trained incarnations no different from his true body, gaining an extra life. Dan continued, This precious secret art has no restrictive rules. As long as one qualifies, they can forge countless incarnations. Zhen Wu understood. The incarnation art far exceeded ordinary martial skills. Dan angrily cursed, Those old bastards hid this great matter from me. Lucky we encountered it. Zhen Wu said happily, Indeed, ancient spirit weapons and secret arts. Just one of these is enough to greatly enhance our strength. In mid-air from a spatial portal, a group of people stepped out, causing a stir. Those are the Wuxiang trio of the Wuxiang sect. They walked coldly, with whispers saying, I heard they can rival the young master of the extreme cold palace. While no one was paying attention, others appeared from another direction. A beautiful girl with domineering strength. How can this be? The holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect has arrived. I heard she has trained the heavenly demon 8 sounds, and she looks so young. 2 gossiping teenagers. One said, I heard that Long family genius Zhen Huang once pursued the demon sect's holy maiden. The other laughed, looks like he still failed. The holy maiden observed her surroundings with a cold smile. How lively, the ancient spirit weapon has attracted many talents. Zhen Wu felt uncomfortable seeing the holy maiden and cursed inwardly, truly a seductress. Her voice made the arcane energy inside his body feel like it wanted to ignite. Suddenly the holy maiden sensed something and she instantly teleported. She discovered Zhen Wu hiding nearby and asked, Who are you? Why do you have the aura of the purple jade fire-killing clan? The holy maiden's action drew everyone's attention. A few onlookers annoyedly asked, Who is he? Why is the holy maiden paying attention to him? Someone recognized him in shock. This is the long-missing Zhen Wu. News of Zhen Wu's appearance caused an uproar. He is the former Long family disciple who caused chaos in Qi Tuyu. Was he not supposed to be dead? Zhen Wu frowned in surprise. She can sense the aura I have hidden so well? Then he said strongly, Who I am has nothing to do with you. The holy maiden was short-tempered. She immediately brought out her weapon to attack, not talking. Do not blame me for being rude. After speaking, she immediately used her demonic zither to launch a fierce assault. Zhen Wu darkened his face, annoyed at being attacked for no reason. He retaliated while cursing, What is this about? I have no grievance with you. The battle erupted without any clear reason. The holy maiden's face was full of vengeance. Indeed, it is the purple jade fire kill-in bloodline, you must die. Saying so, she unleashed a fatal strike die. Zhen Wu was slightly surprised, not yet knowing how to act. Trapped tightly by her various techniques, Zhen Wu gritted gritted his teeth and cursed, "Truly a crazy woman." The attack created a massive, shaking explosion, smoke and fire everywhere. A teenager wondered, why is the holy maiden fighting that newcomer youth? An old man stroked his beard and explained, "You do not know about 40 years ago." He recounted, "Back then the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect was beautiful, and her strength was second to none on the continent. She had reached the peak of heavenly demon 8 sounds. One day, a woman of the purple jade fire killing clan appeared and defeated this holy maiden with a single move. How could that proud holy maiden bear it? She then severed her own meridians." Old man concluded, from then on the heavenly demon sect would hunt down anyone from the purple jade fire killing clan. Luckily that clan lived in seclusion, so the conflict subsided. In the battle the holy maiden continuously struck at Zhen Wu. In the end it was a pity to see a hero fall. From within the smoke and fire Zhen Wu spoke, "I am going easy on you, because you are a woman, but if you intend to kill me do not blame me." After saying this Zhen Wu transformed into a massive fire dragon. The holy maiden thought she had finished him, and was astonished. "How is this happening?" Zhen Wu attacked the holy maiden with a giant fireball. Then he transformed back into a human, appearing behind her and saying, "Sorceress, die." The woman immediately turned to dodge. She quickly erected a defensive barrier. The onlookers were astonished that he was still alive after being attacked repeatedly. Zhen Wu understood that the saintess's strength was not easy to deal with. The saintess began to get serious, admitting she had underestimated her opponent. She sat down to prepare a powerful move, saying she would show him the Song of Mortality. This was the second time she played the celestial demon Zither's 8 demon notes, and dying by her hand would not be a loss. The woman plucked the zither faster and faster, producing a harsh, fortitude-breaking sound. Purple lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately after, thunder struck down at Zhen Wu's location, and he knew he was in danger. The audience erupted again, shouting about the legendary fortitude-breaking tune, telling everyone to stay far away as any living thing within range would be slaughtered. Zhen Wu tightened his grip on his sword. He immediately counterattacked, creating a violent shockwave. In the end, the legendary fortitude-breaking tune was defeated by Zhen Wu with a single move. The woman exclaimed in shock, "Impossible." Before she could react, Zhen Wu had silently swept past her. One of the saintess's zither strings suddenly snapped. The audience was even more shocked. This brat was truly terrifying. Not only did he break the fortitude-breaking tune, but he also destroyed an ancient spiritual weapon. What was that aura within the pillar of fire that was so monstrous? The old man watching stroked his beard regretfully, saying the zither was ruined, and the 8 demon notes had lost their perfection. The saintess trembled with rage, saying the zither was as a 10,000-year inheritance of the heavenly demon sect. No one had ever dared to destroy it, and he, merely at the moving void realm, dared to break my strings. Zhen Wu sneered in provocation. Is the exalted saintess of the demon realm this pathetic? His words infuriated the saintess even more, and she roared that she would tear him apart. Suddenly, a massive radiant vortex appeared in the sky. It interrupted the argument between the two. The surrounding crowd also watched in astonishment. News confirmed that this was the entrance to the mystic realm of the Beast Dominion Overlord. Zhen Wu recognized it as the Mystic Realm Gate. Various races and dignitaries entered the 3 armies' mystic realm one after another. Ancient spiritual weapons. Rivers rising. My spiritual weapon. Zhen Hao left a declaration of war before leaving, saying he would deal with Zhen Wu after finishing his business to seize the spiritual weapon and secret arts. The saintess also hurriedly left, but did not forget to threaten that she would settle the score later. Having said that, she flew up towards the entrance. Tai Dan angrily asked for a plan, and Zhen Wu cheerfully said of course they would follow. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the entrance. A ferocious monstrous beast appeared. Zhen Wu was shocked to recognize it as the ancient overlord Teodi. Everyone panicked, saying the Beast Dominion Overlord was too strong, enslaving even the ancient overlord Teodi. He deserved to be called the #1 ancient being in the mystic realm for so long. The mystic lord growled loudly, commanding the humans to die. With that, the mystic lord unleashed a violent attack. The crowd screamed in terror, "Teodi swallows the sky, run now or we're doomed." The mystic lord's gaze was sharp as he asked where they thought they were running, calling them ants. He then spewed out a powerful gust of air mixed with ice and snow. Countless people of various races were sucked into the vortex, leaving only screams of agony. Continuously sucked humans inside. Zhen Hao was amazed by Taodi's power, truly worthy of being an ancient overlord that could hunt creation realm cultivators without effort. His subordinate added that Taodi had the ability to swallow the sky, and anyone who fell into its domain would surely die. Suddenly, a sword shot forward with astonishing speed. It stabbed straight into Taodi's shoulder, causing it to roar in pain. The large sword was embedded deep into Taodi's neck, and at the same time, someone riding a sword approached. Turned out to be Dugu Chang and his subordinates attacking Taodi, and everyone recognized it as Dugu Shijia. The woman from the heavenly demon sect, despite having one string broken, still boasted loudly, scolding the beast to die. Even with two strings broken, her song was still very powerful. In an instant, she easily wounded the touty. Afterwards, she stood proudly watching the scene unfold. That attack left Zhen Wu astonished, realizing the woman had not used her true strength earlier. But being an ancient overlord, it was hard to take down easily. Touty roared loudly, forming a massive sphere of power. At this moment, Zhen Hao appeared and attacked it, freezing everything. The skill gradually froze Touty's entire body. Below, Zhen Wu could not wait any longer and leaped up. With an eager expression, he headed towards the group of battling people, deciding he could not underestimate them. Controlled Touty roared incessantly. Zhen Wu did not hesitate, rushing straight forward. The touty raised its hand full of sharp claws, intending to grab him. Zhen Wu frowned, using lightning fire blink. He instantly shot forward at an unbelievable speed. Zhen Wu escaped the grab of the thriving touty. Tai Dan praised, "Your lightning fire blink is quite useful." Zhen Wu landed gently on the cool green grass. Below were floating meadows and hovering boulders. Suddenly, a distant scream caught Zhen Wu's attention. Help! A person from some sect was being chased by a giant bird. How could human legs match bird wings? He was immediately struck by a bolt of thunder. The one just slain turned into nothing but white smoke. Tai Dan spoke up. Purple Cloud Thunder Eagle, a peak 7th grade magical beast, a powerful beast king. Zhen Wu admired. Too strong, how could the three armies' mystic realm have such a magical beast? Suddenly something shot over. Unexpectedly pierced straight through Zhen Wu's stomach. Tai Dan was as horrified as if seeing a ghost. That is a crag venom hornet. Another magical beast issued a warning to the intruder. You may as well rest assured and die. As it spoke, its stinger was torn off. It fell to the ground and died. Tai Dan explained, once a hornet loses its stinger it dies, but the stinger carries venom. Unexpectedly the venom spread so fast. It was about to seep fully into Zhen Wu. How dangerous. Outside, the touty was still fighting against a human. Another powerhouse appeared, walking calmly without a scratch. Before the touty was the entrance to the mystic realm. Yu Wubai appeared with two masked men inside a protective sphere. Several excited robe-clad people said, the Central Hochen Law is a powerhouse of the Lingxiao Hall. They will deal with the touty. The touty quickly recognized the major figure. Even an ancient overlord knows the name Yu Wubai of the 10,000 Saints Pagoda Holy Court. Yu Wubai threatened, lowly beast, release your grip and surrender. Follow me back to Lingxiao Hall, and I will grant you creation. The touty scoffed, do not dream. Even if the ancient times remain, the 10,000 Saints Law cannot trap me. A dilapidated pagoda dares to act arrogantly. Yu Wubai frowned and retorted, if the pagoda is incomplete, I will use your bones to mend it. Be sensible and become a corner of the pagoda. Someone questioned, why is it the 10,000 Saints Law? The old man explained, Hoshin Pagoda is its current name. In the ancient era, it was the 10,000 Saints Pagoda, forged by the Holy Emperor to suppress all races. The pagoda in Yu Wubai's hand is not the ancient pagoda. Lingxian Hall crafted it based on the ancient holy court, using the bones of powerhouses for refinement, making it a top-grade spiritual weapon. Yu Wubai grew angry and began using the small pagoda. You are about to die yet still talk tough. With that, the pagoda expanded hundreds of thousands of times, pressing directly down upon the toady. The oppressive force was so immense that the ground beneath the pagoda caught fire. Everyone was astonished. Heavens, so powerful! It suppressed the touty and even destroyed the mystic realm gate. Yu Wubai retracted the small pagoda, satisfied, refining one ancient giant beast. This trip was not in vain. The other sects seized the opportunity. The touty has been destroyed. Charge now. The gate is about to close. In the forest, another faction watched silently. If he suppresses the ancient overlord, he might restore the 10,000 Saints Law. Another replied, Yu Wubai, making a move makes things more interesting by the minute. Cloaked man asked, do you intend to make a move? Zun Lin replied, I am not arrogant enough to challenge the world. This time I only need to kill Zhen Wu. He should not exist. The mysterious person agreed. Correct, the secret on him has been revealed. Back then, that pair managed to reach this level. That thing must be obtained. Zun Lin continued, the upper echelon's decision was a mistake. We must deal with him quickly. In a few more years, they will be no match for him. The mysterious person. There is no choice. The upper echelon acting would draw attention. Zun Lin sneered. The three armies' mystic realm is Zhen Wu's burial ground. The ancient secrets will belong to our nether manor. Two of them quickly entered the mystic gate. Let us go as well. Zhen Wu let a heavy sigh. Tai Dan asked worriedly. He cultivated while replying. Fortunately, I learned poison cultivation. The wasp's venom is similar, just that the crag venom hornet's poison is too strong. It breathed a sigh of relief. That is good. You were done for. Zhen Wu observed cautiously. The mystic realm is too dangerous. Powerful magical beasts are everywhere. We must be careful. Two powerhouses were in utter panic. The ground where they stood suddenly exploded. They screamed, help. The world troublemaking ape was excited, unable to withstand the blow. The two of them could only watch in silence. Zhen Wu was terrified. That monkey is horrifying. Tai Dan praised. The world troublemaking ape is a mid-level 8th grade magical beast. Do not offend it. It stopped and shouted, you two mongrels have stared long enough. Zhen Wu was extremely astonished. The ape struck down with its staff once more. It stared at the two, sneering. Humans, the southern wasteland overlord lineage, interesting. Zhen Wu was stunned. Its senses are so sharp, it detected us from such a distance. World troublemaking ape assessed. I did not expect the southern wasteland overlord to befriend a human. Have you fallen into decline? It slammed its staff down toward Zhen Wu. Die. Zhen Wu immediately used magical power to protect his body. His strike managed to block the staff. Chaos Ape King was knocked back several steps by his move. He no longer dared to underestimate his opponent, praising the considerable strength that could block the Essence Iron Staff with fists. Zhen Wu held his bleeding arm angrily, saying how hateful. He raised his staff again, furiously challenging him to take a strike. Tai Dan clenched his fist in anger, shouting that the monkey had gone mad. Unable to bear it any longer, it transformed to become even larger. Zhen Wu was taken aback by the sight, exclaiming what in the world was happening. It used its head to block the descending staff strike. Even struck so heavily, it remained completely unharmed. The Chaos Ape King was knocked back by the ancient ultimate art of the 6-foot golden body. Tai Dan laughed smugly, saying the damn monkey was quite knowledgeable, asking if its golden body could withstand the staff. Zhen Wu held a bottle of medicinal wine, asking Tai Dan when he had learned this technique. It opened its mouth wide, saying the old ancestor taught it. The monkey said the opponent was strong but lacked in realm, and being pleased, it suppressed its cultivation to a 6th-rank magical beast to fight. It then mustered all its strength to gather its ki. The two were utterly speechless upon hearing this, asking if such a way of fighting even existed. The Chaos Ape King issued a challenge, saying since it saw they had no spirit weapons, it did not want to take advantage. He grew furious and cast a spell determined to show him its power. A green flame appeared from his hand. Zhen Wu channeled all his power into the heaven capital Netherfire. A massive explosion enveloped the monkey's body. It delightedly watched the green flame, commenting on the heaven capital Netherfire of the Kilin lineage. He was shocked to see this and asked why it was unharmed. The scene now looked very much like a volcanic crater. Chaos Ape King praised the heaven capital Netherfire as domineering, but useless against it. After a moment of silence, he realized that his staff was actually a rune staff. He thought of the rune war god, an ancient secret art fusing runes with body techniques. Tai Dan broke out in a cold sweat, worrying about the power of the rune war god. The Chaos Ape King said it was ready to attack, ordering him to come. He responded excitedly, saying as if he was afraid of him. Tai Dan wanted to stop him but was blasted far away. Zhen Wu stood still after the fight. The monkey was defeated, praising his rare physical body. He could not believe his physical body, the strongest in the Void Realm, was being underestimated. The Chaos Ape King reached out a hand full of might, telling him to try one of its palms. Its massive hand appeared in the sky. He used his magical power to cast Divine Dragon Manifestation to attack. 6 dragons appeared in the sky and charged at the monkey's arm. A massive explosion shook heaven and earth. The monkey proudly praised him for having 2 great bloodlines, saying that made it interesting. Suddenly, something shot straight down from the sky. The object quickly landed on the ground. Those two were terrified upon seeing the ancient spirit weapon, determined to obtain it. Tai Dan sighed at the intense upheaval, saying the spirit weapon truly deserved its reputation as a treasure of the beast taming overlord. The sphere of power was flying straight toward him. Zhen Wu caught it in his hand, finding it very strange. The two stood slack-jawed in disbelief as the spirit weapon fell into Zhen Wu's hands. The Chaos Ape King could not believe his eyes either. Tai Dan was speechless, and even he did not understand what was happening, saying this was too simple. Suddenly, things from all directions began flying toward him. Zhen Wu was terrified and panicked by the terrible assault. He grabbed the sphere and ran as fast as he could, knowing the danger. Those two flew after him, shouting to hurry and chase him so he would not escape. Tai Dan urged them to fly faster as they were about to be caught. Zhen Wu told him to shut his mouth. An old man flew in, threatening to drop the spirit weapon or he would beat him to death. He turned back and cursed, saying he would only believe that if a donkey kicked his head. The old man grew furious at the insolent attitude, threatening to kill him. Two sides kept their distance. The man blocked his path ahead, making him exclaim in surprise at how fast he was. The old man solemnly said that even facing the divine travel sublime treasure summoning, he dared to run, telling him to calmly accept his death. Tai Dan worriedly said the divine travel art only allowed fast running and was useless. He fearfully asked again to be sure. Zhao Mu opened his mouth to signal him, obediently handing over the spirit soldier to spare their lives. After a moment of silence, he brought it out. I am not one to simply accept defeat. Regardless of the spirit soldier, I will test the profound energy first and then decide. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked the old man. The old man cried out in shock. What? A surge of power was slowly heading towards him. A massive explosion erupted right after. Several experts flew over in utter astonishment. The ancient spirit soldier was too terrifying. One strike had sent a martial artist out of the profound realm. Zhen Wu stood in the void within a barrier. This ancient spirit soldier was truly formidable. It drained half of my profound energy. My legs are trembling. Suddenly it transformed into a bow, a golden bow. Heavens, the Rift Heaven bow. A white-haired youth held a small tower of hope. The Rift Heaven bow and the cloud-piercing arrow were the strongest spirit soldiers soldiers of the beast-taming warlord, and now they have appeared. Those few still refused to accept it. How did the Rift Heaven Bow fall into Zhenwu's hands? How could he be so lucky? How could the Chaos Ape nearby have failed to snatch the spirit bottle at that time? They suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the Rift Heaven Bow chose him? But that was not right either. Everyone here was an expert, and in terms of strength and cultivation, it should not have been Long Zhenwu's turn. The monkey was now beginning to panic. The ancient spirit soldier was this terrifying. The cloud-piercing arrow was even more frightening. Several mysterious figures appeared. This man was a calamity. Wherever he went, he caused hatred. It seems you and I need not make a move. Junlin turned around nervously. I have a feeling he will not die, and his strength will even increase. We will suffer heavy losses. We cannot fail this time. Now Heenet shot away into the distance. Zhenwu was irritated at being chased. Having already seen the power of the bow, they still would not let up. Luckily I have the 10,000-year spirit milk to replenish my profound energy. Suddenly a giant spider blocked his path. Idan cried out in fear. Trouble. It is the Blood Jade Pawn Spider King. The spider charged in to attack human, hand over the Rift Heaven bow. He angrily decided to draw the bow, seeking death. The spider's head flew off. Those two were terrified. Heavens, a beast king had no power to resist. How did a treasure fall into his hands? Truly a waste of a divine object. Long-haired man was shocked. What kind of freak is he? 2 times in a row and still nothing. A pair of bloodshot eyes turned towards him. I did not mean that. The woman beside him emotionally turned her face away. Scoundrel. He was surprised to see him still kicking the spider. What are you doing? Should you not be running away? But he reassured it. Just wait and see. He used all his strength to break off the spider's leg. Immediately after, he fitted it onto the bow and smiled. Those fellows could only stand there and question, what is he doing? He looked at them with a scheming expression. I will let you pursuers taste one of my arrows. Having said that, he immediately shot the leg away. The experts each flew off in a different direction. Trouble run. The green-haired man could only stand there. It is too late. He screamed in terror. The spider leg still shot straight towards him. Countless fragments chased after them. They were consequently hit. The entire space was filled with shouts of pain. This immoral arrow must be his doing, truly a nuisance. As for him, he was happily pleased. Like this you will no longer pester me. Junlin executed a technique intending to escape. A stream of black gas enveloped his body. Long Zhenwu was extremely shocked. He landed on the ground under his fierce gaze. Behind him was a dagger that had been stabbed into him. Junlin looked at him and laughed triumphantly. Zhenwu, long time no see. Even you have your moment. Zhenwu shouted in anger. Dongfang Junlin. He raised his hand, preparing to execute a technique die. A massive hand filled with demonic energy flew over. Taidan was furious. How dare you? It grew larger to block the hand. Junlin's widened in shock. He regained his composure, the Vajra strength golden body. Pity it has not been trained to perfection. Taidan anxiously turned to him. Are you alright? Your wound? Zhenwu's face was covered in sweat as he spoke weakly. The short sword is problematic. Taidan flew over to look at the blade in surprise. Why does this blade have black runes swirling on it? He tried with all its might to pull the blade out. Heavens, why will it not come out? Junlin curled his lips cruelly. Zhenwu, 20 years ago you should have died. We were merciful to let you live. The divine death short dagger, no one has ever lived past the time it takes to burn an incense stick after being struck by it. Junlin spoke in a triumphant tone. A mere void movement realm expert like you has cost me a precious treasure blade. You should be proud of yourself. Zhenwu raised his bow and arrow and cursed at him. You despicable villain. I had not yet come to find you, yet you dare come to me. He used all his strength to shoot the arrow. He stood there calmly. Rift Heaven bow, very good. What a pity such a treasure has fallen into your hands. Before his name even finished, he had already dodged extremely quickly. Tuan Lam immediately rushed to his side. How did his speed suddenly become so fast? He unleashed a blow that sent the netherworld demon fiend flying. Idan screamed in fear, shouting Zhenwu's name. A surge of electricity left it dizzy and disoriented. Bound by chains, it flew into a rage, shouting about being ambushed. A man in black pulled hard on the chains. Zhenwu clutched his chest, roaring in pain at Taidan. Tuan Lam's face tensed as he flew into attack, telling him to mind his own business. The two sides clashed, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Taidan jumped up in fury, roaring, daring to ambush me. You want to die. The man in robes chuckled with hidden meaning. This is a personal grudge. I am not at liberty to intervene. These chains restrain your 6 metals body. Trembled with rage, only managing to utter a single word. You. He looked at him, who was cuffing violently, and sneered, dragon might dance. Back then you were so arrogant. Now look at you, so pathetic. He gritted his teeth in anger and retorted. What is so great about a sneak attack? Zhenwu erupted with power, gripping his sword as he stepped forward, determined to kill him. But something stopped him. The severe wound made him spit blood. He looked at him smugly, telling him not to dream of using his bloodline power, because he had the divine annihilation blade. He raised the demonic-infused sword high. Tuan Lam pointed his sword at the sky, preparing to slash down, and roared, die. The two looked at each other with completely opposing attitudes. Taidan on this side was still extremely furious, shouting at the woman to get lost. He was still holding the chains, laughing loudly. The abandoned wilderness tyrant risking himself for humanity. This chain can hold you back for a moment. Her stubbornness drove it insane. A huge explosion occurred right behind her. She turned around in shock. What? Tai Dan proudly declared that you are all as good as dead. The surrounding experts were terrified by that dreadful aura. Even Tuan Lam could not stand still. His true body was finally being unleashed. His sword trembled in fear. Tuan Lam could not believe it, asking him how he activated the supreme godly vault. He remained silent, then grew angry, telling him that he had been turned into a cripple by the spear of divine annihilation. He raised his sword straight up, roaring, "Go die." The barrier blocked the sword. He lost his smug expression, shocked that he could not pierce it. Zhen Wu opened his mouth and let out a violent roar. He used all his strength to blast him away. The hilt of the blade behind him began to crack. Armor enveloped him, and he declared that the grudges would be settled today. This was the moment he launched a fatal counterattack. He could only stand frozen, shouting, "Wait." He showed no mercy, using fire to incinerate him. Ash filled the space, and the witnessing girl could not help but sigh in regret. His stern voice rang out, telling the woman to stay. He attacked again, but she was not afraid, saying, "It is not easy to keep me here." She stood calmly and replied that they would meet again. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned into a plume of smoke and disappeared. He was annoyed at letting her slip away, wondering about the woman's background. Zhen Wu stood silent, appearing to be deep in thought. Tai Dan quickly flew over to ask if he was okay. His hands trembled as he clutched his chest. "The spear of divine annihilation is too sinister. Its energy is corroding my body." The few experts were hesitant, unsure whether to rob him or not. He looked ahead and asked Uncle Fuck if he also saw clearly just now. Uncle Fuck answered with a lack of confidence, saying, "Zhen Wu is too bizarre. It is best to avoid him, because that ancient technique is too terrifying." He showed irritation, saying he would endure it and wait for the big brother to return before settling the score. Tai Dan asked about the ancient aura from before. He did not know either, as he was still not well. It felt like someone was cultivating inside his belly. He felt someone in his danchin. Could it be something left by his mother? Crossed its arms skeptically, asking who the hell his mother was. His eyes grew sad as he admitted that even he wanted to know. The tower above them was blazing with fire. Seeing this, the group rejoiced and cheered, saying that the mansion of the Imperial Guard Marcus had finally been revealed, and surely it held countless treasures inside. The whole group flew in that direction all at once, everyone exclaiming in astonishment. Suddenly, a giant monster leg appeared. The monsters had now gathered and appeared together. They were also extremely surprised by the scene before them. How could there be so many ancient beast kings? After a moment of thought, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Too terrifying. Who could stand against such an army of demon beasts?" Zhen Wu roared madly, "The fierce heaven palace is mine. The treasures of the beast-taming overlord are also mine. To reap the rewards, one must make the effort himself. No one can take what is mine." Everyone turned their heads towards the source of the shout, "I am coming." Those few fellows fled in fear, thinking they could take advantage of anyone. But taking from Zhen Wu was dangerous. The greater the gain, the greater the risk. They kept yelling, "Take him down." But Zhen would already run back towards the tower. What a bunch of fools. He downed a potion while telling himself his current state was not fit for battle. The immediate task was to find a place to hide and recover from his wounds. At that moment, another group appeared. Yu Wu Bai spoke sternly. "This battle has caused no small number of casualties. The monster cores are good materials for the primal calamity heavenly tower. Let us collect them." Outside the tower were dazzlingly bright mounds. Countless figures charged in to attack the monsters. They all took hits and suffered heavy casualties. The wolf soon turned to a pile of dry bones. Tai Dan watched the scene, his heart unable to hold back frustration. "I really want to eat these little crocodiles. I'm drooling just looking at them." But he angrily shouted, "Eat your head. I'll deal with you later. Focus on protecting me." The young master's gaze fell upon something strange. He stared at the beast skeleton before him. What happened? Why were the corpses missing flesh and blood, reduced to bare bones? Even his subordinates found it baffling. Returning to the main character's location, Zhen Wu was panting heavily while practicing his cultivation technique. He looked at his hands in astonishment. The residual energy from the spirit god hammer amulet had finally been completely expelled. In the sky, a spatial rift was opening. He couldn't believe his eyes. Who had the ability to open a passage in this mystic realm? Could there be someone even stronger than me here? The young master of the Extreme Frost Hall felt suspicious, leaning against someone. Giant armadillo attempted to attack him but was instantly frozen. It slowly disintegrated in space. Other monsters watched, trembling in fear. Those men shouted with joy, "Excellent! The Thousand Eyes and the Golden Star Bird, the two strongest spirit beasts, have been destroyed. Everyone charge." The attacks continued unabated with ferocity. Zhen Wu stood observing, with a powerhouse from the Extreme Frost Hall joining the battle. The humans' disadvantage had reversed. Suppressing the mystic realm demon beasts, their defeat was only a matter of time. Beams of light continuously fell before him. The battle's course was already decided. No matter how strong the mystic realm overlord's demon beasts were, they could not overcome the power of the five cities. A ray of light blocked directly in front of the bull. Another young woman they called Gu appeared, the last one. They looked at the scattered monsters, arguing the value of the monster corpses was truly shocking. Young ones, quickly clean up the battlefield. Understood. This area belongs to our heavenly demon sect. No, our blazing fire sect. Don't even think of stealing. Zhen Hao and his comrades decided the demon beasts were dealt with. It was time to enter the mansion. They kept moving inside. Now it depended on each individual's skill. The people outside continued their cleanup duties. Hurry, come over here and collect this rhino's core. A breeze swept past them. The rhino was now just a pile of dry bone. That man shouted angrily, "Who dares to contend with our heavenly demon sect?" A young man stepped forward and said confidently, "You people of the heavenly demon sect are the ones who steal from others." Zhen Wu and Tai Dan, with unpleasant expressions, obediently handed over all the demon beast corpses you have collected. Entire space seemed to be frozen. Those people were frozen in place just like that. The young master of the heavenly demon sect was very displeased. That is the young master of the extreme frost land. He appeared and walked through space. Curled his lips in an amused smile. Even the King Yin Saintess of the heavenly demon sect is here. This is truly a grand gathering. She immediately put on an extremely displeased expression. After a moment of silence, he also spoke, the young master of the extreme frost hall. He got straight to the point, whether demon beast or human. Anyone who blocks me must die. The disciples below shouted in unison, understood. Those few monsters were truly happy. Excellent, at least we humans won't lose. A bird beast spread its wings and flew into attack. Humans, face death. The young master of the extreme frost hall unleashed his skill. So what if you are an ancient overlord? Your time is over, your era has passed. Instantly the bird was completely frozen. Zhen Wu below witnessed everything. He was extremely shocked. How could that young man be so powerful? The storyteller beside him showed displeasure. These guys are not righteous factions. They have strong backers helping them. It slowly explained. They didn't have the ability to easily slay an ancient overlord. Whether it was Yu Wu Bai or the young master of the extreme frost hall, their original strength was already high. But with strong supporters secretly channeling power behind them, they were able to unleash strength far beyond their current level. Otherwise, Yu Wu Bai would have been drained into a dry skeleton from continuously activating the primal calamity heavenly tower. Hearing this, he fell silent in thought. Crossing the endless void and channeling power for the young lord of extreme ice and lightning, this strength likely far surpassed the creation realm. The Z stood right before him. It looked disdainful, sneering at the young man. A puny human dares to be arrogant. I will eat your flesh. A few demon clan members said smugly. What did you say? Another fool dares to declare war on our heavenly demon sect. Suddenly, a surge of force knocked one of them away. Ben Wu acted, saying coldly, "You all talk too much." They grew angry. "You have offended the heavenly demon sect. Don't dream of a good outcome." Again cast his magical power, asking, "Will you hand it over or not?" The two quickly raised their hands in surrender, but felt resentful inside. "You only dare to bully us juniors? Why not dare to fight our master or our uncle?" In his hand were 3 shimmering rings of light. The 2 young men gloated. Serves them right. Who told the heavenly demon sect to provoke the god of slaughter? While they were gloating, fortunately the worship fire sect didn't cause trouble. Tai Dan flashed a vicious smile. "Hand over all your belongings now." Trembled in fear. The red-haired man put on a pitiful look. "The worship fire sect is just a small sect. Please spare us, otherwise it will be hard to explain to our superiors back at the sect." Tai Dan showed no mercy. "Enough talk, hurry up." A heavenly demon sect disciple cried while being beaten, "Uncle, it's over." That man held his head and recounted everything. Sacred Maiden King Yin grew furious. "Who has the guts to dare to declare war on the heavenly demon sect?" She ordered, "You, go out and check right away." That man replied, "Understood." An explosion caught Zhen Wu's attention. Uncle Fu shouted, "Who dares to rob the heavenly demon sect's goods? Come out and die." Zhen Wu drew his bow, replying, "It's me, what can you do to me?" That man was terrified. "No good, it's him." He used all his strength to fire an arrow. "Take one of my arrows." The powerhouse was panicked. "I'm finished." That man endured Zhen Wu's attack. Zhen Wu panted. As expected of a creation realm powerhouse, he blocked my arrow. After the strike, that man's arm was scorched. He held his arm and cursed. "Lucky I used profound energy to reduce the power." That man cursed Zhen Wu. "Kid, you are too sinister." Tai Dan came from behind with a hammer and raged. "Sinister my head." It struck the powerhouse's head hard, causing his eyes to bulge. The onlookers were speechless. In the end, the powerhouse was beaten by a magical beast until he foamed at the mouth and fainted. Zhen Wu looked at the tower with its fire shield, hesitating. "I want to enter, but the powerhouses inside are too terrifying. Going in would only mean death." After thinking for a moment, Zhen Wu decided to go outside, having snatched quite a few treasures. Suddenly, his eyes caught something. 2 firemen appeared to block him. "Where are you running? Leave the treasures of the worship fire sect now." Zhen Wu was displeased. "Damn old man, don't force me, let me go." The fireman replied, "You mongrel, who do you think you are? A mere void realm brat dares to threaten a triple-layer creation realm expert. Today I will kill you." Zhen Wu suddenly changed his attitude. "Mongrel," Tai Dan warned, "retreat obediently, and you will live. This stinking old man is dead for sure today." The other replied, Shameless bragging. That old man raised his hand to the sky, and a series of fire arrows shot out. Take my move. He controlled them to form a fire swirl, shouting loudly. All the flames headed towards Zhenwu. Zhenwu focused, observing the technique. He immediately used his lightning bow to execute a technique. Fire and lightning collided together. That old man was shocked when he saw Zhenwu's technique, heavenly capital purple flame. That old man brought out a mirror. Heavenly capital purple flame. Must use the 8 trigrams mirror. The mirror grew larger, shooting out a brilliant flame from its surface, startling Zhenwu. The old man laughed loudly, boasting, "This is a primordial treasure obtained from General Ba's mansion, using 8 trigram runes to build a solid defense. A primordial treasure is far stronger than your spiritual weapon." The powerful flame formed a vortex, attacking Zhenwu. Zhenwu tried to resist. Damn it! The two forces clashed again, but this time Zhenwu struggled to counter them. As expected, the old man's fire vortex was too strong, devouring Zhenwu's technique. Tai Dan was surprised. "Oh no, this illusion realm shows signs of collapsing." Zhenwu exclaimed, "I didn't expect he could block my arrow." The fireman said smugly, "Leave the heavenly capital purple flame, and I will let you leave safely. A mere void realm brat can't unleash the power of the sky-rending bow. How can you break the 8 trigrams mirror?" The word struck his pride, and Zhenwu grew angry. "Oh." Zhenwu immediately changed his demeanor, saying seriously, "I hope my body can still hold up." Fireman was caught off guard again. Too many shocks today. This is... Zhenwu's body burst into violent flames. Right after that, he shot out a flaming arrow. The arrow flew straight toward the 8 trigram mirror. The shot shattered the old man's technique, shocking him that it could be broken. Zhenwu, as if losing control, roared, "Die!" The mirror shattered into small pieces. The fragments scattered, the sound of shattering tearing through space. Fireman was also affected. Only a shout could be heard from within the white smoke. A pouch fell from the old man's spot, catching Tai Dan's attention. Despite victory, Zhenwu still suffered heavy losses, coughing. "Damn, my bones feel like they're breaking." Tai Dan picked up the pouch and said cheerfully, "This pouch must be full of treasures from that old man." Surprisingly, it wasn't burned by the fire. Suddenly, a light shone from behind Zhenwu. He moved closer to observe. At the top of the tower, the outer shell began to crack. Zhenwu cursed with his mouth wide open. "What the hell is this? Fight all you want, but don't blow up my room." In the end, Zhenwu could only helplessly watch the pieces fall. Tai Dan quickly grasped the situation. The mystic realm is about to collapse. "Let's go, Blazing Heaven shuttle." Zhenwu hurriedly followed Tai Dan as they left. In the distance, a ring of fire released its power. At the same time, Zhenwu and Tai Dan had stepped into the gate. But something caught Zhenwu's attention. As the two flew out of the mystic realm, something followed. "What is this?" Before he could think, Zhenwu grabbed it. "Never mind what it is, just take it and figure it out later." Having escaped the mystic realm, Zhenwu sighed in relief. So dangerous. Almost got swallowed by the spatial turbulence. Tai Dan asked, "What do we do now?" Zhenwu replied, "Find a quiet place to tally the spoils." With that said, the two immediately left. Zhen Hao turned back, holding only 2 eggs in his hand, and cursed in anger. "Damn, only managed to snatch 2. The rest couldn't enter the void. What a waste." He ordered, "Let's go back to Beijiang." The 2 subordinates quickly replied, "Understood." Elsewhere, someone had obtained 3 cloud-piercing arrows, which were originally parts of the Blazing Heaven bow. The holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect was no better off than Zhen Hao. She lamented, "Though I didn't get the bow, these arrows are still valuable. It'll be easier to explain back home." One subordinate said, "But the heavenly demon either has lost a string. I fear it will be hard to explain to the higher-ups." The holy maiden sighed, "I'll find a way to confess when I return. I'll bear all the blame alone." Inside a secret cave, the flower body technique, Zhenwu and Tai Dan examined the spoils. Zhenwu held a book and said, "This ancient secret technique fell into my hands so easily." Tai Dan replied, "I pity the elder of the worship fire sect." Tai Dan folded his arms and added, "He obtained a high-level secret technique, but in the end, couldn't use it because he ran into you. By the way, what did you snatch when you escaped from there?" Zhenwu held a spherical object and replied, "This? I don't even know, it looks like an egg." Tai Dan speculated, "It still emanates an extremely rare ancient aura. It's definitely a treasure, otherwise so many powerhouses wouldn't have fought over it." Suddenly, the egg attracted a crocodile. Its eyes lit up, howling incessantly. Zhenwu mercilessly kicked the crocodile away with a straight leg. You're full already, go play over there," Zhenwu said with a frown, rejecting it. At the Heavenly Demon Mountain Central Holy Domain, the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect raged. "What? The Heavenly Demon Zither broke a string. That's an ancient spirit weapon. The 6 strings are made of divine dragon sinews. How could they break?" A bold girl spoke up. "Could it be that someone very strong made a move?" The holy maiden sighed. "It was just a youth around 20 years old, with a cultivation level at the first realm of Dongsu." Elder Wu found it hard to believe. "How is that possible? This zither was forged by the Zither demon ancestor. Even we would have trouble damaging it." The holy maiden tried to explain, but that's what happened. "At that moment, the youth burst forth with an ancient aura, and when I plucked the string, it snapped." Elder Wu still didn't believe it. "There are many ancient auras out there, aren't there?" Heavenly Demon G had to step in to stop them. Heavenly Demon G pronounced a punishment. King Yin returned to face the wall for 10 years. You may not leave until you fully comprehend the second form of the heavenly sound transmission. King Yin sighed in acceptance, yes. Suddenly a loud laugh rang out. It's just an old zither, why blame King Yin like that? Everyone was stunned. Long, the young master Long Zhenhuang. Behind him was a ring of fire in the shape of a human figure. Heavenly Demon G raged. Zhenhuang, you're going too far. Entering the Heavenly Demon sect without notice? Do you not take me seriously? Zhenhuang suggested. It's just an old zither. How about I repair it for you? Elder Wu retorted. Easy for you to say. Repairing the heavenly demon zither is difficult. The materials are rare. Can you actually get divine dragon sinews? Zhenhuang sneered. Divine dragon sinews are nothing. I can get dragon skin. Saying this, he actually pulled out a string, much to everyone's astonishment. King Yin was shocked but skeptical. You're kidding, right? Divine dragon sinews are a treasured item of the Long family, and you can just pull them out so easily? King looked at Zhenhuang and asked back, what exactly are you after? The entire hall was stunned by his actions. The celestial maiden asked him suspiciously. Zhenhuang, an open-eyed person, does not speak in innuendo. What price must we pay to exchange for this divine dragon tendon? Zhenhuang handed over the tendon and replied that this was his personal gift to the heavenly demon sect, having nothing to do with the dragon clan, and was only for his personal feelings toward King Yin. The celestial maiden asked back in fusion, what do you mean? Zhenhuang sneered, what I mean is to formally announce this to you. Zhenhuang's next sentence shocked everyone. I want to go to the heavenly demon sect to propose marriage. This is the betrothal gift. Will you accept it or not? Celestial maiden angrily said, you dare threaten me? Zhenhuang declared resolutely. So what if I do? King Yin will definitely be my woman. King Yin immediately blushed and scolded, what nonsense are you talking? Who is your woman? Elder Wu was also furious. He brought out his zither to attack Zhenhuang. Do not think you are invincible. Our heavenly demon sect is not a place for you to run rampant. Having said that, Elder Wu immediately made his move, taste my attack. Zhenhuang looked at Wu Yin with displeasure. You are old. With a celestial demon octave of this level, you will only die. He then unleashed a counterattack. Wu Yin was heavily injured by Zhenhuang. His zither also shattered. King Yin shouted in worry, Elder Wu. The celestial maiden angrily unleashed a move with her celestial demon zither. Zhenhuang, you have gone too far. The aura emanating from the celestial maiden was extremely powerful, charging straight at Zhenhuang. Zhenhuang maintained his composed demeanor without a hint of worry. He used only a bit of magical power to easily block the celestial maiden's attack. His sharp eyes mocked. With only a damaged celestial demon zither, you at the 4th level of the heaven-defying realm can do nothing to me. The two fought, creating a massive energy shockwave. The situation inside the hall became even fiercer. The pressure from both sides was immense. Zhenhuang issued a threat. Your celestial demon zither is heavily damaged. Are you still fighting to the death? If another string breaks, even I would be helpless. Behind the curtain, the zither's sound began to waver. The celestial maiden pondered in silence but was still unwilling. In the end, for the greater good, she had to accept and stop fighting. The celestial maiden said angrily, the 2nd level of the heaven-defying realm. Zhenhuang, I have underestimated you. King Yin asked in shock, the 2nd level of the heaven-defying realm, how old are you? Zhenhuang did not want to force her. How do you see it now? I hope you will answer honestly. If you are unwilling, I am willing to wait. However many years, I will wait. King Yin was silent for a moment, then answered firmly, my answer is still the same as 3 years ago. We are not right for each other. Zhenhuang, who was only ever gentle with King Yin, fell silent upon hearing this. He then gradually vanished, leaving behind a message. In 3 years I will come again. I hope you will give me a different answer. The divine dragon tendon is left for you. I do not have the habit of taking things back. King Yin stammered worriedly, Master. The celestial maiden said, this person is an extraordinary prodigy. I fear the female disciples cannot resist him. On this continent no young person can match Zhenhuang. In a frigid land known as the ice-cold domain, a voice rang out. What, the 2nd level of the heaven-defying realm? The subordinate reported, 100% accurate. The celestial maiden herself witnessed it. The young master sighed, truly a sentimental man. The young master propped his chin and sneered. Well done, Zhenhuang. After a few years you have become like this. I concede defeat. Prepare a grand gift, using the 10,000-year ice lotus. My brother has made a breakthrough. Why would I not go celebrate? At another place, the news was also being updated. He has made a breakthrough. It seems this continent is about to become lively. Degan agreed with interest. The human race's potential is limitless. Over 20 years ago one appeared, and now another. In our generation only the emperor has a chance. Degan's gaze sharpened. When the time is right I will meet Zhenhuang. We can barely be considered of the same era. In a place of hazy images, 2 people stood watching a young child approach. The child's face gradually became clear. Zhen Wu suddenly woke up, a look of terror on his face. He sat up gasping for breath. Tai Dan heard him and quickly flew over to ask what was wrong. Zhen Wu calmed himself and replied, nothing, I just slept poorly. What was that strange image? Tai Dan spoke in confusion. You are at the void-moving realm and still want to sleep. Zhen Wu mumbled, I do not know. I suddenly had a strange feeling. Suddenly, a wisp of pink smoke appeared and flew in front of Zhen Wu. Reached out to catch the object, Taidan asked in surprise what it was. Zhen Wu unfolded the paper, looked at it silently, then said, "It is a letter from Lianhua." Taidan speculated Lianhua Ling Er's aunt. What did she say? Zhen Wu carefully read it and answered vaguely, something about the Valley of the Beast King. After reading for a while, Zhen Wu's attitude changed completely. The letter in his hand also burst into flame. He then stood up and walked away, leaving a stunned Taidan. "Come, I will take you for a full meal." At the Valley of the Beast King, the power within the southern wasteland beast domain was extremely formidable. Its master was the peak Beast King realm One-Eyed Haixiang, a top-tier powerhouse. The reason the letter was sent to Zhen Wu was that today was Haixiang the Beast King's 1,000-year birthday. He had deliberately sent invitations to guests across the 5 domains. The Yellow Wind Beast King came to gift a caddy of yellow jade marrow. Every guest had a precious gift. The Purple Jade Beast King came to gift a pair of 1,000-year purple bamboo. The eunuch just finished reading a guest's name and became flustered, the Monarch of Chaos. The Demon King frowned and reminded him, "What is it, eunuch? Why did you stop reading?" The eunuch stammered awkwardly. The Monarch of Chaos gifted a basket of peaches. Upon hearing this, the entire banquet laughed mockingly. "A basket of peaches." Demon King gritted his teeth and cursed, "You fools, my gift is 100 times more precious than your rocks and bamboo." Everyone fearfully agreed. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke up, "Why is that bastard here? He stole my earth-shaking sect's secret manual." Another person chimed in painfully, "Mine too. My ancestral spirit soldier was also taken by him." The eunuch quickly warned, "Shut up, you are no match for him. Be grateful he only robbed you." Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted from the crowd. Haixiang saw the notification and knew that the members of the Fire Clan had arrived. Within the light, Xiwang stepped out to greet him, asking how Haixiang had been since their parting. Haixiang smiled in response, saying that his flames had become even purer after a few decades. The two chatted happily. Xiwang asked if he was late, to which Haixiang politely said no. Xiwang introduced his daughter Ling saying he had deliberately brought her today to meet Haixiang. Haixiang praised Xiwang's daughter, having heard she was to marry the young master of the Extreme Cold Palace, a rare and outstanding youth. Ling outwardly expressed polite thanks, but inwardly she was unhappy as she already had someone in her heart. Unknown to them, Zhen Wu had already arrived. He ate while praising that the young lady across the way was getting prettier. Taidan, busy eating, still replied, asking why he did not go to her if he wanted her. Zhen Wu said he was waiting for her and her father, and the three of them ignored the strange looks from those around them. After Zhen Wu finished eating, he even went through the digestion process. Taidan complained that stingy Haixiang only had this little bit of food. Those people looked at them helplessly, thinking it was too much that the portion meant for 10 people had been eaten. While eating, Zhen Wu observed Ling and absent-mindedly called out to her. He looked at the graceful back of his beloved. Zhen Wu asked himself with an expression he had never worn before, wondering how she had been all these years. Group sat around a table full of food when a piece of pig trotter and a gazira crocodile jumped up. A man shouted, asking what this was and if they were going to finish this table and move to another. The creature ran off with the pig trotter, and the man angrily stomped his foot, telling it not to run. Suddenly, he felt his foot was missing a part and he fell down in pain. He tumbled to the ground, crying out in agony, saying it was his foot. The lizard creature running was blocked by a hand and could not continue forward. Zhen Wu picked it up and scolded it, saying the little fellow would not let him have any peace, and that he would deal with it later. He turned around and left, while several men behind him grew angry. One man ran over to grab him, telling him not to leave, that he had injured them and still wanted to escape. Zhen Wu sighed and warned him, advising the man not to touch him. However, before the man could touch him, he was already sent flying. The man was shocked, exclaiming about the profound energy. Before leaving, he tossed a vial of medicine to the man, telling him to take it and his foot would grow back. The man looked at the vial in astonishment, wondering what it was. Di Yi asked curiously, and Zhen Wu replied that it was the 10,000-year spirit milk from its thigh. Nearby, a pair of eyes were looking at him. Zhen Wu recognized them and approached to greet the Monkey King, saying it had been a long time. The chaotic world Monkey King, upon seeing an acquaintance, immediately offered wine and asked how he had not died in the Overlord's mystic realm. Di Yi was surprised, wondering what kind of situation this was. The wine jar was slammed down hard, and the Monkey King praised its pure fragrance. It smacked its lips and said its monkey sun brew had not been tasted in ages, calling his brother's wine like dishwater. Zhen Wu praised the Monkey King as a fine son of the ape, and it laughed, saying he could drink a well dry and still not get drunk. Zhen Wu inwardly disliked the monkey, thinking it would have been better if it had been lured with the monkey sun brew earlier, as now there was not a single jar of wine left. The Monkey King suddenly remembered, saying he and his brother had no friendship. He stated directly that there was originally no relationship, that he had come to find someone, and he had never said he was invited by Haixiang. It reminded him of who he was looking for, saying everyone here was his brother's friend. Zhen Wu replied he dared not cause trouble because there were many experts. The Monkey King demanded 10 jars of Monkey Sun brew, promising to pretend he had never seen him. Zhen Wu was angry, saying 10 jars was like robbery and that 2 was the maximum. Insisted, saying not a single jar could be missing, or else it would throw him out. Di also called it shameless. Zhen Wu agreed to give 10 jars, but if he ran into trouble it had to help, and he would add another 10 jars. The Monkey King was satisfied, declaring the deal done. Di was speechless, having witnessed the full extent of the monkey's shamelessness. A commotion arose, mentioning the eldest daughter of the Hua family, who was a rare beauty but already taken. What a pity. Ling Er appeared calm on the outside but was boiling with rage inside, unable to show her anger. Suddenly a hand wrapped around her waist, asking what was wrong and if she was unhappy. Shocked, she screamed, calling him shameless. She hit that person and her hand turned red from the pain. Zhen Wu pointed to his face, saying his skin was too thick. Ling Er lifted her head and clearly saw the person in front of her, unable to hold back her tears. Crying, she said that he had finally come. The crowd saw her cry and cursed him for being a beast, telling him to let go of Ling Er. Zhen Wu looked at them and asked if she wanted him to drive them away. She hummed in agreement. Then Zhen Wu let out a loud roar, preparing to take action. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Gajira crocodile suddenly flew out and grew large. He fell from above, causing stones and dirt to splash everywhere. The group of people, crushed, turned to complain that he was cheating and going too far. Li Yi leaned back against him with satisfaction and said, "Old Hai Xiong making such a big scene. You are not annoyed, are you?" Hai Xiong reluctantly replied, "It is fine. What would I dare to say? What could I say? Would I oppose the Southern Emperor Overlord? Unless my head is messed up." On this side, Ji Wang was searching for his daughter. "Where is Ling Er? Where did she go?" Di Yi then said, "Your daughter is catching up on old times with my friend. Do not interfere." Ji Wang was confused. Catching up on old times? This situation is not good, he thought to himself. Ling Er must marry the young master of the extreme cold palace. If anything happens before the marriage, the young master's wrath is not something his clan can bear. He then shouted, "Hai Xiong, you and I are sworn brothers. Are you just going to watch my daughter be led away by someone?" Hai Xiong truly did not know what to say about this matter. The two of them had already run deep into the forest. No one would disturb them here anymore. Ling Er asked worriedly, "Why did you come to the Beast King Valley? Did you come looking for me on purpose?" Zhen Wu was about to say, "No, I with that Hai Xiong." She cut him off. "Aunt Li and Huo told me that you would come to rescue me from the young master of the extreme cold palace. I have always been waiting for this day. He affirmed you said you would do it, and even if the opponent is the young master, you will definitely defeat him." Xi Wang finally caught up with this daughter who ran away from home for a man. Such big talk. "Humph," he said sternly. "Just avoid crumbling stage brat dares to be so reckless. Can you compare to the young master of the extreme cold palace?" Seeing this, Ling Er called out worriedly, "Father." Zhen Wu spoke up, "Clan head Huo, Ling Er has grown up. She has the right to choose her own partner." But Xi Wang flatly refused to listen. How ridiculous. Marriage matters have always been decided by the parents. I am her father. I have the right to choose. Zhen Wu disagreed, stepping forward to speak for Ling Er's feelings. "Then you simply want to marry her off to the young master of the extreme cold palace." Xi Wang understood it is good for young people to have ambition, but do not be too greedy. "What, do you want to snatch Ling Er away right in front of me?" Zhen Wu did not deny that intention. "I wonder if Clan Head Huo has any advice to give. If you like it, then go ahead," Xi Wang said as he channeled his energy. "It is good you do not know your limits. Let me enlighten you on the difference between the creation stage and the void crumbling stage." Lair was terrified and tried to stop him. "No, father, do not hurt him." He quickly calmed her down. "Rest assured, your father cannot hurt me." Xi Wang charged forward. "Brat, do not be too arrogant." Zhen Wu was also ready to fight. "Clan Head Huo, please enlighten me." The two engaged in a fierce battle. Initially, neither could gain the upper hand. From the side, Ling Er shouted instructions to him. "No, my father's flames are already blue flames, almost becoming purple flames. Do not block the attack." But no one listened to her. The two fought, shaking the entire forest. In the end, neither would concede, and they separated. Zhen Wu smiled slightly. "Clan Head Huo, when it comes to playing with fire, I am a bit better than you." Xi Wang was not to be outdone and retorted, "You have the heavenly capital purple flame. I also have the ultimate yang and ultimate strong flame. But your cultivation is too low, young man. My clan is called the Fire Clan. We are much better at playing with fire than you." After speaking, he concentrated his power into his hand and sealed it down into the ground. Zhen Wu did not understand what he meant by doing that. "What does striking fire into the ground mean?" Ling Er anxiously explained, "That is a secret technique of my fire clan. The flame golem, its power is immense. My father's golem is comparable to a 7th layer creation stage expert." Xi Wang heard this and felt a bit bitter inside. It is true, a grown daughter cannot be kept, spilling all the clan's secrets to an outsider. Suddenly the ground shook, and a stone giant rose up. Xi Wang gave him a chance. It was still not too late to turn back and admit defeat. "Otherwise, I am afraid I will really beat you to death." Zhen Wu stared intently at the stone giant, saying nothing. Then he laughed. Try it once. Maybe this flame golem of yours is just for show. Now Zhen Wu and the stone giant had begun to determine the outcome. Both sides were going all out to fight. Zhen Wu channeled a massive amount of power through the stone giant, causing fragments to fly out. Qi Wang, watching from the sidelines, was surprised. Body refinement has reached such a realm. It only took a little time to defeat it. It is over. As soon as he said that and turned away, the stone giant slowly began to regenerate its body to its original state. Zhen Wu looked at it, not expecting this. Can it recover indefinitely? He drew a bow, aimed it at its center, and fired. I want to see if you can recover after taking an arrow from me. The arrow shot forth without any deviation, embedding itself directly into the stone giant, creating a huge explosion. But this time the stone giant was unharmed. Zhen Wu was furious. Damn it, it absorbed it. Not even this move works? Qi Wang shook his head in disappointment. The shattering heaven bow, a spirit soldier of the beast taming overlord, wasted in your hands is a pity. At this moment, Zhen Wu could no longer remain calm. He clenched his fist. This is forcing me to use my trump card. Around him, raging flames erupted, his momentum reaching the heavens. Clan Headhua, watch this. In an instant, Qi Wang had not yet understood what just happened. He did not think the boy would go that far. Zhen Wu pushed his hand, full of fire, forward with force. Instantly, the stone giant could not resist and was pushed back. The entire forest shook violently, the center being the source of power from Zhen Wu. Qi Wang and Ling Er raised their hands to shield against the surging wind. Qi Wang muttered, in an instant he destroyed my golem. Now only Zhen Wu was standing ahead. Is this something a void crumbling stage brat can do? It is over. Zhen Wu turned back to ask Qi Wang, so Clan Headhua, have you changed your mind now? He acknowledged his strength but remained firm in his initial decision. With the bearing of an ancient god, he was indeed formidable. Unfortunately, he had no connection with our fire clan, and our fire clan had no need for him. Zhen Wu said directly, what do you mean? To him, you are nothing more than this. Even if you were stronger, could you compare to the young lord of the extreme ice palace? If you have the skill, go defeat him before the wedding. Then this elder of the fire clan will change his mind. Are you willing to do it now? If there was a chance, Zhen Wu would seize it. He declared boldly that he was willing. No matter the cost, he would have to defeat him. The Fire King turned and left. Before leaving, he said he admired this courage. Come find me once you have defeated him. Ling Xi, let us go. Ling Er looked reluctantly at Zhen Wu. I will wait for you. With that, the two disappeared in an instant. Zhen Wu calculated the time for himself. With only a little over 3 months until the wedding, he had to work harder. No sooner said than done, he immediately began to train. While cultivating in silence, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Surging power boiled and radiated to the surroundings. This commotion startled Di Yi. Damn, you scared the hell out of me. Did you break through again? Zhen Wu stared intently at his own hand. Yes, by forcefully urging the 10,000-year spiritual milk, he had broken through to the third layer of the Void Cavern realm, but this was already the limit. Di Yi could not help but be surprised. That was amazing, jumping straight there. Breakthrough was not everything. He still had to be stronger. This was still too far, not enough. The gap between him and the young lord of the extreme ice palace was enormous, and there was not much time left. He had to think of a way to quickly increase his cultivation. Suddenly Di Yi remembered and asked, didn't you get several martial arts techniques from Baijun? Zhen Wu could not use them yet. None of those would work. He could not comprehend them right now. He hugged his chin tiredly and sighed. His strongest move now was the sun-scorching, dragon-subduing palm, the most powerful martial art of the Imperial Martial Academy. But he had studied it many times and only found it close to a few simple Earth-grade martial arts. Zhen Wu's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly saw strange characters appearing around him. Looking at the constantly changing scripts in the air, Zhen Wu was astonished. These scripts could actually reconstruct down to this place. His whole body floated in the air, and a particularly large stream of characters appeared. His eyes gradually turned dazed and incredulous. Zhen Wu was in pain, holding his face with one hand in discomfort. Taidan beside him quickly asked, what is it? Zhen Wu regained his composure and calmly recounted. He had just reorganized the sun-scorching, dragon-subduing palm and derived a new martial art, Yin-Yang Icy Sky Spire. Its level far surpassed Earth-grade martial arts, but its state was so ethereal and elusive, he could not see it fully. I do not know. After hearing this, Taidan exclaimed in shock, is that so? Could it be a heaven-grade martial art? Zhen Wu stared intently at his palm, his gaze gradually hardening. I do not know. I am afraid I will need to review this martial art before I can use it. His whole body rose into the air again. Taidan, how long has it been since we returned? The two flew together in the air, the scenery below shrinking. Taidan replied, it seems like 2 years. His voice dropped. In these 2 years, I wonder how many of my good friends are still here. People and things have changed sorrowfully. Once we get down there, you hide for them, avoid causing trouble. Taidan cheerfully replied, okay. But when the two arrived at the mansion gate, they were stopped by the guards. Halt. Who goes there? Zhen Wu looked at the familiar scene before him and replied indifferently. Inform that old bastard with the rotten luck. Tell him Zhen Wu has returned. screamed. The guard looked at the young man with contempt. Old bastard with rotten luck? Wait long? Zhenwu? Zhenwu coldly looked at the group, his expression growing more confident. After recognizing the person before them, the two guards were as if struck by lightning in broad daylight. The master of the demon's sword from back then. Open the gate. The group retreated in fear. It is you, it really is you, you brat. You actually did not die. His expression gradually brightened. Zhenwu spoke up, old man, I have returned. The old man walked towards him, his face clearly showing joy. I knew you brat would not die. Long time no see, what is your cultivation level now? Probably already at the peak of the celestial being realm. Zhenwu confidently raised 3 fingers, his tone firm. 3rd layer of the void cavern realm. The master replied, I told you so. I still have faith in you, brat. 3rd layer of the void cavern realm is very good, albeit the peak. Before finishing his words, the old man jolted and shouted, you are at the 3rd layer of the void cavern realm? Am I hearing wrong? Seeing the old man's excitement, Zhenwu rubbed his nose sheepishly. I just broke through, at least it is better than nothing. The master excitedly grabbed his arm. Great, great, come with me quickly. Zhenwu was puzzled. Hey, what are you doing? So, the two talked along the way until they entered a forest. Let go, I can walk on my own. Alright, I was too excited. By the way, where are you taking me? Wait and see. Right, did Yi not come back with you? Where did she go? Why does she not come see me? But as soon as he finished speaking, a few cawing birds flew over their heads. The noisy space suddenly became eerily quiet. Zhenwu angrily grabbed the old man by the collar. Old man, you all let her go find me alone. Do you not know how dangerous that is? The master hurriedly explained, during this time we searched all over West River and could not find her. The master stammered, continuously explaining. But rest assured, that girl is naturally clever, nothing will happen to her. Hearing his firm reassurance, Zhenwu finally breathed a sigh of relief. His face gradually turned sad, his voice losing its vigor. I originally wanted what was best for her, which is why I did not come back to find her then. And now the result. Zhenwu remembered something and asked, I almost forgot, old man, I came back this time to review the sun-scorching dragon subduing palm. The master was puzzled. Did I not already pass that technique to you? Why do you want to see the original? Zhenwu explained, I discovered this technique is not simple. It hides a more powerful technique behind it. Upon hearing the explanation, the master exclaimed in astonishment, but the starry brightness in his eyes could not be hidden. Zhenwu was confused. Why are you looking at me like that? The master kept staring, his gaze unwavering. So you really discovered it? Zhenwu asked back, did you already know? Withdrawing that disgusting look, the master replied, I knew, but only from reading about it in ancient texts. No one has actually discovered this secret until now. Tell me, what did you discover? Zhenwu's face turned serious, his tone firm. I do not know about other things. I only know this technique is called Yin-Yang Ice Sky Spire. But to reconstruct it, I need to observe the original once more. After hearing this, the master turned around, clenched his fist, his eyes full of anticipation. Indeed, the records match perfectly. If this technique can be recreated, even if that divine treasury is not opened, the strength of the Imperial Martial Academy will increase greatly. Behind him, Zhenwu was also puzzled upon hearing this. Divine treasury, what does that mean? Looking at the strange space before him, Zhenwu asked further, also, why did you bring me to this hillside? The master paid no attention. This is the place. He reached out his hand, and a barrier was opened. The hillside was just a barrier illusion. This place hides the great secret of the Imperial Martial Academy. All the secrets are here. When the barrier opened, the master entered. Come in. Zhenwu was astonished, stepping in step by step. Beneath their feet now lay an enormous formation, and there was also a stone gate. Zhenwu was stunned, his gaze unwavering. He spoke, what is this stone gate? Standing before the strange gate, the master explained that this was the entrance to an ancient stronghold tome, opening once every 100 years, each time lasting a month. The master approached Zhenwu and told him the academy had sent people in many times, but each time they suffered heavy losses, and once all the trainees died. The master's expression turned serious, and his voice grew solemn, saying that 200 zhang was the farthest clearing distance achieved by a strongman of the Imperial Martial Academy, and the total annihilation, that time certainly did not exceed that. Zhenwu was shocked and worried, and began to probe whether there was any cave void realm strongman inside. The master stepped back toward the stone gate and continued, saying that the leader that time was his teacher, a peak cave void realm expert from the academy. Zhenwu warily looked at the gate, realizing even a peak cave void realm strongman had fallen, and the master asked if he wanted to go in, saying it was a great fortune but also full of danger. Zhenwu was undaunted and replied that he could not pass up a good thing, that one must pay a price for rewards, and asked how much longer until the tomb gate opened. Watching Zhenwu's confident back as he left, the master answered, 10 more days. Zhenwu confirmed, good, in these 10 days I will observe the Wu Ritan Long Hand. To prepare, Zhenwu continuously circulated his power, once again studying the original Wu Ritan Long Hand, seeing that the martial skill seemed ordinary but actually concealed an ancient technique. Characters appeared throughout the space again, and Zhenwu sank into thought, wanting to reconstruct it by arranging the characters according to a trajectory, but finding the pattern was not easy. Zhen Wu's face tensed and he sighed helplessly, wishing Qiu were here as she excelled at such things, but it had been a long time since they parted and he did not know how she was. The scene shifted to a large lotus platform, which was the cave dwelling of Donglai Ling Wang. At the top of the lotus platform, a massive building stood towering. Qiu appeared, her expression worried as she stared intently at a certain spot. Seeing Qiu still hesitating, Yu Po reminded her, "Celestial Maiden, you have been standing here for 2 days and His Majesty is still waiting." Qiu turned her face away sadly, telling Yu Po that a memory not her own had been besieging her mind, constantly echoing those 2 words. Yu Po smiled enigmatically and said, "Celestial Maiden need not be concerned. It is only a trivial matter on your path of growth." Qiu asked doubtfully, "Is that so?" Looking down into space, her face sorrowful, she wondered why thinking of those 2 words hurt so much, as if she had forgotten something important. The characters turned red and Zhen Wu's face tightened. After 3 days of effort, he finally understood and reconstructed this martial skill. Zhen Wu's eyes widened and he exclaimed in shock, "A heaven-grade low-rank martial skill, actually a heaven-grade martial skill." He looked at his palm in disbelief, having seen many Earth-grade skills, but heaven-grade skills were extremely rare, and even in the glorious ancient era, they were the strongest. Zhen Wu clenched his fist and said excitedly, 7 days remain, and I will fully comprehend this martial skill, the Yin Yang Bing Tian Spear. 7 days passed quickly, and it was time for Zhen Wu to explore the stone gate. The gate had opened, waiting for everyone to arrive. Looking into the space inside, Zhen Wu wondered, why is there no celestial phenomenon? When opening the tomb before, the phenomenon was very clear. The master glanced at him and replied, "Do you think the Academy's formation is just for decoration? This formation is the life's work of generations of ancestors." Standing before the gate, many doubts arose. Without the formation, the burst of spiritual energy would be enough to blow up the entire academy. At that moment, the barrier opened and a group of people stepped out, surprised, thinking those old leckers were talking nonsense. But they really did return. The master laughed loudly, pointed at Zhen Wu, and said proudly, "While this old lecker has not died, how could this little lecker die?" The 2 men with him approached Zhen Wu and said, "Heroes come from youth. You are the best disciple the Imperial Martial Academy has seen in the past year." Zhen Wu cupped his fists and called out loudly, "Headmaster," but thought to himself this master must be very strong. The headmaster and the 2 others looked toward the stone gate and he said, "All right, you are ready. Let us go in." As soon as they entered, the spiritual energy around them changed. The master warned, "Be careful, too much spiritual energy has accumulated. Let me go first." Before he finished speaking, before anyone could react, Zhen Wu had already dashed forward. Seeing him break through the barrier, the master shouted in worry, "No, the spiritual energy in this tomb has accumulated. Even a cave void realm strongman would struggle." But unexpectedly, Zhen Wu stood still on the spot. He forcefully absorbed that stream of spiritual energy. Seeing this, the group was stunned for a moment. Kuang Zhan could not help but admire such a powerful body, absorbing so much spiritual energy. The headmaster was also astonished. Contrary to everyone else, Zhen Wu leisurely cradled the ball of spiritual energy, burped once, and said, "The spiritual energy is richer than 10,000-year spiritual milk. This tomb is no ordinary place." Spiritual energy was cleared, and the group entered together. "Kid, are you alright? You cannot act so recklessly, you will die." Hearing this, Zhen Wu turned his head and replied, "That was rash of me. I could not resist seeing so much spiritual energy." The master asked sarcastically, "Is that so?" Zhen Wu's eyes evaded, "What else would you think it was?" The whole group advanced, with Zhen Wu at the front saying forcefully, "I will lead the way." Suddenly, Tai Dan's voice came from his lapel. "What was that just now? You suddenly rushed forward. There was killing intent. If that old lecker went in, he would be dead for sure. But that killing intent has disappeared." Hearing Tai Dan's warning, Zhen Wu's eyes became vigilant. Next second, a beam of light shot forward like an arrow. Zhen Wu shouted, "Everyone fall back." The arrow shot straight and Zhen Wu used his strength to resist. A few seconds later, the arrow lost its spiritual power and fell to the ground. Looking at the arrow, Zhen Wu was amazed. "This arrow is really hard, colliding with my body and still intact, comparable to an Earth-grade spiritual weapon." Huang Zhan beside him pulled out a space ring and stored the arrow, saying, "This is Starfall Stone, keep it for now." Suddenly, space trembled, and the massive stone slab above continuously emitted light. Zhen Wu's shock turned into horror. "Dan, are you kidding me?" The headmaster shouted, "Run." Zhen Wu stood rooted to the spot, his face fierce. The group shouted in confusion, "Long Zhen Wu, do not stand there, run." Zhen Wu gritted his teeth, as if he had made a decision. "No, if it collapses, we will never get in again." Just as the wall fell down, Zhen Wu used his strength to push it back up. The force on his legs grew stronger and his whole body was pressed so hard that earth and stone shattered. Zhen Wu shouted, his hand still holding the wall high. A few seconds later, blood soaked his sleeves. The group was horrified. "That is gravity stone and a gravity formation, you are crazy." Even though he was injured, Zhen Wu did not withdraw his hands, urgently ordering, "I cannot hold on, Tai Dan, quickly use the space ring to take it in." Tai Dan replied, "You are crazy. I have never stuffed something this big. Zhen Wu shouted, how do you know without trying? I am about to be crushed to death. Seeing him still hesitating, Zhen Wu quickly shouted, don't dawdle, hurry up. Tai Dan fumbled to comply and replied, got it, rush. Immediately after, Zhen Wu's entire body flashed with a blaze of red light. From afar, the old master saw this and was astonished. The dean also found it hard to believe this kid could now withstand such immense gravity. As for Zhen Wu, he had already finished dealing with the wall. The dean evaluated, using a spatial treasure to store the gravity stone. Only he would think of that. Kid, are your hands alright? Zhen Wu raised his bloodied hand, calmly replying, it's fine. It will heal in a moment. I want to know, couldn't this path be opened before? How come you didn't know about this dangerous place? The old master closed his eyes, his expression helpless. The tomb entrance is random. Each time you enter, it's a strange place. Even with the experience of predecessors, it's not necessarily safe. Hearing this, Zhen Wu was not flustered and even took the lead. Alright, let's continue advancing. Masters, please be careful. Deeper inside, the formations were already laid, waiting for their prey. Seeing the danger, Zhen Wu forcefully struck out with his palm to push back. Everyone, retreat behind me. And so, the group advanced deeper. Zhen Wu thought to himself, besides that gravity stone, we've only encountered hidden weapons and traps. We've picked up many treasures, martial skills, and pills. Our luck is truly good. But why do I still have a feeling of unease? At this point, before the group, a blurry figure appeared. This is... When they moved closer, the figure turned out to be only a skeleton. The dean was astonished, his voice stammering. This is the skeleton of a powerhouse. Kuang Zhan added, there are still flowing runes on the skeleton. When alive, he must have been a regional overlord. Seeing this, the old master and the other person joyfully said, this is perfect, I can use this skeleton to refine a top-grade spirit weapon. The entire space was filled with excitement. Mao Chong quickly collected, this trip hasn't been bad. Zhen Wu suddenly became alert. He unexpectedly turned his head to look behind him. Behind him, an arrow shot forward, piercing straight through Kuang Zhan's body. Blood splattered. Zhen Wu's expression immediately darkened. The arrow pierced through Kuang Zhan and also shattered the ground beneath. Its power was truly terrifying. Kuang Zhan fell to the ground. Zhen Wu poured medicine into his mouth, telling him to quickly eat this. From Kuang Zhan's wound, spiritual energy appeared and surrounded him. Everyone asked in surprise what he gave him that made the wound close so fast. Zhen Wu said seriously, it's 10,000-year spirit Nueke, but it can only save Kuang Zhan Master's life. I'm afraid he can no longer fight ahead. The space gradually quieted down. Zhen Wu silently speculated, an arrow this powerful must be an ancient spirit weapon. It's probably just the traps in the tomb. For now, don't tell them there are other living beings. As for the dean, he only sighed helplessly. Zhen Wu looked back at the two people behind. You two stay here, I'll go ahead. Without waiting for their reply, Zhen Wu drew his bow and charged inside. So that trace of aura I sensed when entering the cave was it? Still lurking waiting for us? If it's an archer, then I'll use a bow too. Suddenly, from a dark corner, a black shadow shot out. Zhen Wu gritted his teeth and silently reminded himself, here it comes. He quickly drew his bow and shot at the monster in front of him. The spider opened its mouth, smiling at him eerily. Seeing the monster clearly, Zhen Wu asked in shock, what the hell is this thing? Gaining his composure, Zhen Wu drew his bow again. Take this arrow from me. As soon as he finished speaking, the arrow shot toward the old spider demon. Seeing it dodge quickly, Zhen Wu shouted in dissatisfaction. So agile, human-face spider body, high intelligence, what kind of monster is this exactly? Hearing this, the old master seemed to suddenly realize something. He stammered, this is... The old spider demon appeared again, and the old master immediately shouted, Shen Zhou. Shen Zhao opened its hideous mouth, laughing eerily. The old master felt as if struck by lightning, his face turning ashen. He shouted, everyone get out! The battle was tense, time seemed to freeze. Zhen Wu looked at the old master, Shen Zhou. Strange name. Strange neon. What's going on? Is this spider that terrifying? The old master replied anxiously, the spider isn't terrifying, but its companions are the truly terrifying ones. Suddenly, Shen Zhu's eyes lit up, and it kept making strange cries. Space gradually brightened, and everyone was horrified to see countless spiders all around. They are tome beasts. The man supported Kuang Zhan, his face worried. Tome beasts again, they are extremely difficult to deal with. They will devour anyone they meet. Zhen Wu's expression turned serious. He extended his hand and summoned a surge of flame energy. This many, watch me burn them all. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhen Wu used his ultimate move, Heavenly Capital Purple Flame, shooting it straight at the swarm of spiders. The swarm of spiders quickly sank into the sea of fire. Seeing its companions trapped, Shen Zhou immediately opened its mouth and blew out a huge gust of air. Zhen Wu did not stop unleashing his techniques, but his eyes showed shock. What? No effect. The old master and the dean quickly turned to flee. The old master shouted, you little brat, run. These tomb beasts will devour any martial skill and turn it into their nourishment. You just fed them. Hearing this, Shen Wu was startled and shouted loudly, damn it, old man, why didn't you say so earlier? From Shen Zhu's direction, clusters of spider silk were continuously fired toward him. Silk clusters shot toward the group, quickly bursting open into baby spiders. Looking at the spiders clinging closely behind, Zhen Wu was horrified. Such speed, they actually caught up to us. Seeing the barrier ahead, the old old master shouted excitedly. The exit is here. But Zhen Wu suddenly turned around, drawing his bow at the swarm of spiders. You go first. They cannot be allowed to leave the tomb. Immediately after, arrows were fired one after another. The arrows carried terrifying power, instantly creating a massive explosion. Earth and rocks were blasted, scattering everywhere. Looking at the scene before him, his eyes gradually turned cold. It's over. Suddenly, a large amount of earth and rock collapsed, sealing the path behind. Zhen Wu was horrified, his eyes wide open, unable to look away. He could not believe what had just happened. Outside, the old master and the group of the academy head had safely escaped. But when he turned back, the old master was startled to find that the boy had disappeared. And at this moment, Zhen Wu had fallen into a secret passage. Dizzy from the fall, Zhen Wu had just stood up when Tai Dan roared, "I'm about to be crushed to death by you." After getting out, that guy coughed heavily. "I nearly died because of you." Zhen Wu regained his senses, observed the surroundings, said, "Stop making noise. We were clearly just at the tomb entrance. How did we get here?" Tai Dan sighed, "I don't know, but this place doesn't seem to be an illusion." Looking ahead cautiously, Zhen Wu said, "This tomb is too bizarre. We must have triggered a teleportation trap." Tai Dan looked around frantically. "Then what do we do? Are we just going to panic like this?" Not far away, an old man slowly walked over. Leaning on his cane and coughing a few times, the old man muttered to himself, "Has this old fool been asleep for too long? My body is starting to have problems." Zhen Wu cupped his hands and probed cautiously, "Seigneur, where exactly is this place?" The old man looked at him, his voice full of certainty. "Young man, do not lie to this old fool. The endless years have passed, and I have finally waited for the successor." Zhen Wu looked stunned. "Successor?" The old man was also surprised and asked back, "Did you not come to receive the inheritance?" Zhen Wu quickly explained, "I don't know anything about any inheritance. I am just an explorer who accidentally fell in here." The old man listened carefully and asked, "You say you passed by and don't know what this place is?" Zhen Wu nodded, and the old man immediately retorted, "Impossible. I have been here for years, and no one has ever wandered in by mistake." The old man's gaze turned stern. "Could it be that the master's will has chosen you?" Looking at the young man who was still bewildered, the old man asked again. Zhen Wu was full of question marks. "What kind of game is this? Which master?" The old man sighed helplessly. "It seems you really know nothing. My master was once the overlord of the continent, and ultimately fell while resisting foreign enemies. Although they were driven back, they will return one day." As the old man spoke, the image of a mighty young man resurfaced in his subconscious. Before his death, the master left behind a strand of will. "I have guarded his corpse, waiting for a successor. All these years, you are the only one who has entered here. Though you are still weak, the master chose you for a reason." Hearing the old man ramble on for a while, Zhen Wu stopped him in confusion. "Wait, what inheritance? What choice? Tell me who your master is." The old man looked at him and replied, "The master had many names. I do not know what they call him in this era. The era in which he fell was called Chang Li." Hesitating for a few seconds, the old man loudly shouted 4 words, "You swallowing the waves army." Hearing this, Zhen Wu's face gradually changed to one of shock. "It is him." Seeing this reaction, the old man asked doubtfully, "Do you know the master?" Zhen Wu replied, "Let me show you something, and you will understand." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhen Wu drew the sky-rending bow. The old man's eyes suddenly trembled. Looking at the bow in his hand, the old man stammered, "This is the master's sky-rending bow. How is it with you?" Zhen Wu looked at the bow in his hand and replied, "It is a long story. Consider it a fortuitous coincidence." The old man laughed loudly, and from his hand radiated a brilliant blue light. "It seems the master really has chosen you. The sky-rending bow has never been used by an outsider before. Come here, receive the inheritance." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man immediately shot that spiritual energy towards Zhen Wu. Suddenly enveloped by the spiritual energy, Zhen Wu was both surprised and dissatisfied. "I haven't agreed yet. It's not going to possess my body, is it?" But just a few seconds later, his eyes gradually became firm. Zhen Wu fell into a formation, with various runic lines constantly appearing around him. "This is..." The old man standing outside explained, "These are the cultivation insights the master left behind. How much you comprehend is your own fortune. Quickly sit down and absorb them completely." Hearing this, Zhen Wu immediately sat down and began to circulate his energy. Seeing him start to absorb, the old man's face turned serious as he said quietly, "Young man, the responsibility of protecting the Jade Orchid continent is entrusted to you." Immediately after, the entire space fell into silence. A moment later, Zhen Wu suddenly opened his eyes. "It's done." Seeing that he had succeeded, the old man asked, "How is it?" Zhen Wu stepped out of the formation and replied, "I have memorized everything completely. His attitude suddenly changed, and Zhenwu questioned in dissatisfaction, "I haven't agreed yet, and you forced the technique on me. And now you talk about some responsibility? What is the Jade Orchid continent?" Around the old man, images of the Jade Orchid continent appeared like bubbles. The outside world is called the Jade Orchid continent, but it is just a small part. That year, foreign races invaded, and the master led the strong to fight and repel them at the cost of their lives. They will return, and when that time comes, it will be up to you. After listening, Zhenwu frowned and then replied softly, "So that's how it is." The old man suddenly became urgent, raising his hand towards Zhenwu. "The master's tomb door is about to close. I will teleport you out." Zhenwu was startled and yelled, "What? Isn't it supposed to open for a month? How long have I been in here?" The old man explained, "Time here is different from outside. You have only been in for 1 hour, but outside, a month has already passed." As he spoke, he transmitted spiritual energy to Zhenwu, who kept complaining, "You tricked me. Quickly send me out." The old man continued to circulate his energy, his gaze solemn. "Young man, if fate allows, we will meet again 100 years from now. Ah, I still don't know your name." Zhenwu on the opposite side confidently shouted 3 words, "Long Zhenwu." Immediately after, Zhenwu's figure gradually disappeared. The old man stood alone in the empty space with a serious expression, repeating the name 3 times, "Long Zhenwu." A bit simple. The scene shifted to the stone cave entrance, where the group of old masters were already waiting. The academy head looked inside worriedly. "Where has that brat gone? It's been a month and he's still not out." The person beside him added, "That's right, the tomb entrance is about to close." Hearing this, the old master became even more anxious. Has something happened to him? Suddenly, the spiritual energy around the stone gate began to change. "Oh no, the tomb is about to close." From within the formation, a familiar figure appeared. The old master shouted joyfully, "He's back." Zhenwu was unharmed and exclaimed, "That old man is really impressive. He even sent me back to the exact same spot." From outside the cave entrance, the group of old masters shouted in, "Hey brat, what are you still standing there for? The tomb is about to close, get out here." Hearing this, Zhenwu jumped in fright. "Are you kidding me?" Zhenwu was startled, shouting and running outside, afraid that a moment's delay would trap him forever. He yelled that he did not want to stay in this place for 100 years. In a flash, Zhenwu turned into a speed racer, shouting loudly and narrowly escaping disaster. 2 seconds later, Zhenwu successfully landed on the ground, but head first. Though the fall left him dizzy, Zhenwu still blamed the old man for not sending him out earlier, saying it was too thrilling, while Tai Dan urged him to get up before he got crushed to death. Seeing him appear, the master and everyone rushed over to ask about him, worried about the month he had disappeared. Before he could answer, the master hurriedly asked where he had gone. Zhenwu rubbed his head in embarrassment, saying he had been trapped by chaotic space currents and barely escaped. The master was surprised by the answer, thinking that his escape at the last moment was a stroke of great luck. Then Zhenwu suggested borrowing the quiet secret chamber to cultivate for a month before heading to the northern frost-cold region, and the dean asked again for his purpose. Zhenwu clenched his fists, his gaze firm, and replied that he was going to fight. The dean listened and agreed, then told everyone to return. The group left the cliff together. The master behind looked at Zhenwu's back, thinking that he probably was not truly trapped, but that he had his reasons for not speaking up. Zhenwu listened to Tai Dan whispering, asking why he did not tell the truth, and he replied that the matter of the Jade Orchid continent would only add pressure to the fragile West Water, so it was best to keep it secret. 1 month later, standing before the detached villa, Zhenwu clasped his hands and shouted loudly to take his leave. The master looked at him with anticipation, his voice hearty, telling him to come back and visit when he had time. Hearing this, Zhenwu dashed off like the wind, telling the masters to take care. He flew powerfully into the sky, his face excited, shouting that the northern frost-cold region, here he comes. Across the vast sky, only the delighted laughter of the 2 echoed. The scene shifted to the northern region, where snow covered the landscape white. The northern frost-cold region was the coldest, with places reaching over 200 degrees below zero, making even cold attribute powerhouses cautious. Yet in the distant center stood a city made of ice, built from 100 zhang thick ice layer. A guard on the high city wall suddenly shouted that something was wrong. Seeing the strange being approaching, he thought it was an external enemy invading. Gradually, his eyes widened in surprise as he realized this was not an external enemy, because that creature made entirely of ice was the auspicious beast, the mysterious ice turtle. Seeing the auspicious beast, the crowd shouted in fear that this was the legendary auspicious beast that had helped their ancestors escape an ordeal 10,000 years ago. Before they could steady themselves, they were startled to realize there was someone standing on the auspicious beast's head. Zhenwu stood on the auspicious beast's head, draped in a fur robe. Seeing the auspicious beast near the city gate, the crowd cheered in welcome and asked if stopping here was fine. Zhenwu looked around and then replied coldly that it was acceptable. As soon as he finished, the auspicious beast charged down to the ground, causing the soldiers to ask in surprise why it looked like it was fleeing. Zhen walked into the city amidst the crowd's murmurs, and the captain ordered him to be brought inside first. In the camp, an elder told him that it was very fortunate to have been helped by the auspicious beast, or he would have died on the ice plains. Zhen repeated those words blankly, and the elder replied that they thought he was lost, so the auspicious beast brought him here, leaving Zhen with a face full of ellipses. He turned to the screen and admitted that he was indeed lost. The scene flashed back to 2 days earlier in a blizzard. Zhen complained that this region was desolate, lacking people and demon beasts. Zhen flew through the sky, blaming Tai Dan for messing up the teleportation to the wrong place, and Tai Dan replied that if he was so confident, he could just go on his own. The two were unafraid of the cold, continuously arguing and blaming each other for being lost. At that moment, a strange block of ice caught his attention. Zhen slowed his flight, staring intently at the block of ice. Tai Dan recognized it as a giant turtle, at least at the Beast King realm. Below, the auspicious beast kept running and jumping. Seeing it was healthy and strong, Zhen smugly dove down, considering it a good opponent. Amidst the thick snow, 2 streams of fire energy burst forth. The auspicious beast looked at him and spoke in human tongue that it had only come up to breathe and did not intend to provoke anyone. Eaten black and blue, the beast of burden innocently complained that it had been sleeping under the ice for several hundred years, and just woke up, and he attacked it upon seeing it, even though he was only at the illusory movement realm. Zhen was embarrassed and quickly changed the subject, asking why a Beast King realm being had no national aura. The auspicious beast, with tears streaming, replied that national aura was not as important as its life. It was afraid that resisting would get it eaten. Tai Dan looked at it with a bored expression, sighing at encountering such a weak demon beast. Zhen silent jumped onto its head. Standing high up, he ordered it to take him to the nearest human city, and the auspicious beast obediently complied. The auspicious beast reluctantly became Zhen mode of transportation. Finding things boring, Zhen asked if it knew the way, because he felt they were going deeper into the wilderness. The auspicious beast was troubled, sweat pouring like fire, and stammered out an admission that it did not know the way, because the last time it had come out was 1,000 years ago. Zhen was furious, gritting his teeth as he looked at it. Amidst the blizzard, fire energy erupted along with Zhen, whose shout blaming it for not saying so sooner. The pitiful auspicious beast afraid of being beaten. Back in the present, Zhen stood before the crowd, thinking to himself that this stupid turtle was actually their auspicious beast. The elder looked at him with a hint of surprise, saying that it was truly fortunate for an illusory movement 4th layer cultivator to have survived crossing 1,000,000 miles of the ice plains. Zhen coldly questioned what he meant by 1,000,000 miles of ice plains, and the elder explained that it was a desolate death zone, whose night winds could freeze an illusory movement realm powerhouse to death. Zhen understood, his gaze turning somber as he thought that the night was cold, but not to the point of freezing to death. The elder continued, noting that he was clearly not a person from the northern region. His aura was blazing hot, evidently having cultivated a fire element technique. Zhen looked toward Bing Cheng, declaring his eyesight was very good, that he came from Westwater. Hearing this, the crowd behind buzzed with discussion. Westwater was the weakest and most declining territory among the 5 domains. He pressed further, laughing arrogantly and mockingly, saying even a motion void realm cultivator could become king there. Zhen expression remained unchanged, thinking this reaction was within his expectations. He would represent Westwater. Next second, he swung a wave of fire energy toward the crowd, shouting with anger. The crowd, suddenly surrounded by fire energy, screamed in panic. Seeing Zhen power, they no longer acted arrogantly. Just the residual wind pressure was terrifying, and they could not believe this man was only at the 4th layer of motion void realm. Zhen coldly raised his eyebrow, declaring that Westwater was not a place for them to freely criticize. Bing Cheng flew into the air with dissatisfaction, saying, "Friend, you should not go too far." He waved his hand, channeling spiritual energy toward Zhen warning him that he was being unreasonable and needed to be taught a lesson. As soon as the words fell, a stream of icy cold air shot outward. Zhen was amused, swung fire energy in response, saying, "It was you all who insulted my homeland first." The 2 streams of blue and yellow spiritual energy immediately clashed. Crowd panicked, seeing a motion void realm cultivator opposing a creation realm cultivator. They had only seen such a thing in ancient texts. In the middle of the space, a surge of fire energy exploded. Perhaps the victor and loser had already been clearly decided. Zhen faced Bing Cheng, challenging him, "You want to fight, huh?" The old man was severely injured, cupped his hands in surrender, apologizing for offending the friend from Westwater. Bing Cheng thought to himself, with just one exchange he could feel the profound energy was immense. Was this youth truly at the motion void realm? Zhen looked at him with arrogance, ordering him to bring out the entire map of North Border. Bing Cheng did not dare to disobey, quickly answering yes. Instantly, a large map appeared in midair. Zhen pointed at a spot, asking if this place was far from the Extreme Cold Palace. Bing Cheng replied, "The Extreme Cold Palace was located in the middle of the North Border Cold Domain, very far. One must cross 1,000,000 miles of ice plains, and then fly several thousand miles." Hearing this, Zhenwu cursed in dissatisfaction, saying if he met that profound ice turtle again, he would skin it for leading him the wrong way. Bing Cheng changed his expression, earnestly inviting him to stay for a few days, but Wu said he was afraid that if they knew his purpose, they would not dare to host him. Amidst a heavy snowstorm, Zhen Wu proudly replied, going to steal a bride. Bing Cheng thought for a few seconds, asking if it was the young master of the extreme cold palace marrying Ling Er of the Hua clan. Zhen Wu did not bother to hide it, shouted, correct. Bing Cheng was horrified, saying he was crazy. The extreme cold palace was an ancient force, rushing in was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He continued to warn, saying a powerful existence was reviving inside the palace, that he was no match for it. Zhen Wu did not hesitate at all, replied, 10 years is too long. I only fight for the present moment. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhen Wu shot away swiftly. Bing Cheng sighed, regretting a life of genius destined to fall here. The scene shifted elsewhere. Sitting on a cliff, Hu Gong talked with the other person, asking how he felt. Hu Gong exhaled, replying it was nothing, he had suppressed it again. The young man continued, asking if he wanted to hear some good news. Hu Gong quickly asked if it was about the young master. The youth said seriously, a certain force wanted to marry the wise maiden of the central sacred domain's Hua clan. She had a connection with the young master. Hu Gong calmly replied, given the young master's personality, he could very well do that. His current strength was unknown, and the Ice Emperor was about to revive. The young man closed his eyes and thought, remarking that the Ice Emperor was just a waste, who had been beaten senseless by the young lady. Hu Gong glanced at him and reminded, the young master was not the young lady. The young man scratched his head sheepishly. Returning to the main issue, he asked Hu Gong what he planned to do. Hearing this, Hu Gong was troubled. His eyes lowered, gazing aimlessly around, saying he could only. The scene shifted to the Fire Clan's territory, the sky brilliant with fireworks. The maid looked at the person beside her, asking if the young lady was about to be married and was not worried. Qiu Yi lifted her eyes to the sky, calmly answering why should she worry. The maid added, the young master of the extreme cold palace was not someone the young lady liked. Marrying someone she did not like would be miserable, would it not? Qiu Yi turned to look, stating clearly, I am certain I will not be married off. The maid was surprised. Qiu Yi replied because there was a fool who had made a pact. Even if he had to steal, he would steal her away. Worry filled the maid's eyes, saying in a low voice that the extreme cold palace was a place even the master dared not enter. Qiu Yi smiled joyfully, saying loudly, I trust him. At the same time, in another room, a group of people sat together. He stepped forward, his eyes solemn, asking if he had really left. What should the clan elder do? The clan elder clasped his hands, disdainfully saying the youth was brave but lacked strategy. Even with extraordinary talent, he could not handle the extreme cold palace. He needed to be killed. Zhen Wu flew through the snow while cursing. The north border cold domain looked the same everywhere. No landmarks for guidance. Taidan shouted angrily, you have a map and still got lost. Are you that stupid? Zhen Wu stubbornly rebutted in dissatisfaction, if you're so capable, you lead the way.